The man had simply changed his class to a demon warlock, but his classmates publicly mocked him as a good-for-nothing. His teachers couldn't help but shake their heads, and even the school was ashamed of him and began preparing to expel him. The reason is simple. This world is an era where reality and games are completely integrated. Secret realms and dungeons are scattered across the globe, and monsters are constantly emerging. During those most difficult years for humanity, living space was compressed to its limit, and countless human martyrs fought and bled, sacrificing their lives to secure the little place we have today. And now, every senior high school student will face a life-changing awakening. Lewin comes from Earth and is a recognized top student, scoring full marks in every subject. His teachers and the school have high hopes for him. Everyone believes that he will awaken an S-class combat profession and become the hope for leading humanity to reclaim its lost territory. However, reality cruelly slapped everyone in the face. What Lewin awakened was a profession universally considered the most useless and worthless: the demon warlock. This class can only summon skeletons to fight, but those skeletons are utterly vulnerable and can be shattered with a single punch. They have no combat power and are purely a hindrance. But no one knew that Lewin had already secretly unlocked a cheat-level modding system. Skills could be maxed out with a single click, low-level skeletons could be skipped, and an Abyss Knight could be summoned right at the start of the game. Even more outrageous is that monsters drop treasures 100% of the time when you kill them, and you can pick up so many resources that your inventory will be overflowing. He summoned his attribute panel, name, Lewin, class, Demon Warlock, unique hidden class, level, 1, 0%, strength, 10, agility, 10, spirit, 80, stamina, 10, equipment, none, pet, none, skills, abyss summoning, level 1, absolute control, passive. A mental strength of 80 points? Lewin was slightly surprised. The mental strength of a typical magic-based class is usually around 20 points. Even with the extra bonus he received as the only hidden class, this number was still too astonishing. Could it be because I am a transmigrator with the soul of 2 lifetimes, thus possessing a mental strength superior to that of ordinary people? All other attributes are 10 points, which is the basic value for a normal person. Looking at the instant max level button in the skill bar, Lewin chose to upgrade without hesitation. Abyss Summoning, level 1 summons wandering vengeful spirits from the abyss to fight for you. Requires 20 points of spirit power. The skill description changed instantly. Abyss Summoning, max level, can summon powerful abyssal creatures to fight, consuming mental energy depending on the type of creature. Luan's eyes lit up, but before he could even check which abyssal creatures were there, an old man's hand landed on his shoulder. Mu Yen looked at Lewin and comforted him. Don't be discouraged. Although no one before you has succeeded, it's not impossible. Perhaps you can complete the first transformation. Mu Yen looked slightly embarrassed, clearly unsure of his own words. As a unique, hidden class, the Demon Warlock did indeed attract many large guilds willing to invest resources in its development when it first appeared. No matter how much resources were allocated, even with expert guidance for leveling up, skill proficiency remained stagnant, ultimately making them a laughingstock. Lewin glanced at the reactions of those around him and instantly understood. Everyone thought he was stunned by the blow. He nodded and replied, "Thank you, I will try my best." Lewin was naturally not foolish enough to explain in public that he had a cheat ability. He stepped out of the magic circle and into the crowd. The crowd instinctively made way for him, their eyes filled with pity. Sigh, so pitiful. So handsome, what a waste to be crippled. Back at their seats, everyone tacitly avoided speaking to Lewin, assuming he was feeling down. Fan Yen simply patted him lightly on the shoulder as a gesture of comfort. Luan's mind began to replay the scene he had seen within the magic circle. It wasn't the job change phenomenon others had witnessed, but a battlefield, desolate and ruined. Corpses littered the surroundings, some human, some monster. Blood flowed like rivers, staining the earth dark red, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. A multitude of vengeful spirits swirled in the sky, their wails incessant. On the ground, a group of monsters with bright red skin and single horns on their heads wandered about, and among them, one figure stood out particularly. It had a pair of fiery red and alluring eyes, an angelic face, a devilishly curvaceous figure, a heart-shaped mark on its tail, and a leather whip burning with flames in its hand. This was clearly the succubus that Lewin had fantasized about countless times in his previous life. These monsters surrounded a sorcerer dressed in black robes, and Lewin recognized at a glance that the sorcerer was himself. All the abyssal monsters swarmed around him, obeying his commands. Their adversary, however, was one of the most powerful creatures in the world, the dragon. A dark dragon, as black as ink, with wings on its back, its scales as hard as metal, its body covered in fiery red markings. The black-robed sorcerer gently raised his hand, and a black light flashed. The powerful dark dragon aged visibly, as if it had gone from its prime to old age in just a few seconds. Immediately afterward, the monsters surrounding the warlock swarmed towards the dragon, even the weakest wraiths fearlessly clinging to its body. The once indestructible dragon's scales gradually crumbled under the relentless attacks. Several colossal demons emerged from the abyss, their imposing presence no less than that of the dark dragon. They wielded enormous demonic hands, crushing the dragon's body as easily as squeezing a chick, scattering dragon blood across the sky. Lewin involuntarily looked up at the sky, as if dragon blood were dripping onto him, making his blood boil. This was the true power of a demon warlock. He was still processing the shocking images in his mind, while the job change ceremony officially ended with Fang Yan successfully changing to the hidden class sword and shield master. A total of 683 students participated in the job change, resulting in one unique hidden combat class, one hidden combat class, and 3 rare combat classes. 11 others obtained advanced combat professions, and 60 others awakened ordinary combat professions. One person obtained a rare support profession, 18 obtained advanced support professions, and 56 obtained ordinary support professions. The rest were all life skills professions. Mu Yen stood on the podium, his face beaming with undisguised joy. Although Lewin was ruined, fortunately, many combat professions emerged afterward, making this year's college entrance rate still something to look forward to. He cleared his throat and said, "Students, today you have completed an important step in your lives, but please do not relax. There is only 1 week left until the college entrance examination. Starting tomorrow, the beginner dungeon in Jiangping City will officially open. Students with life skills should contact their mentors to improve their corresponding skills. Go back and get some rest today, because the next week will be a tough battle. I hope everyone makes the most of their time, works hard, and strives to enter their ideal university." The beginner dungeon is a buffer dungeon specifically designed for students. The monsters in it are weakened by 20%, and the fatal danger is greatly reduced, with the aim of giving students an initial experience of real combat. The experience points provided by the dungeon are also quite substantial. It's open for 10 hours each day. After that time, everyone is forcibly teleported away and can continue the challenge the next day. Under normal circumstances, if a regular combat class makes full use of their time, they can reach level 10 in a week, which is enough to get into a regular academy. But Lu An's goal was naturally not an ordinary academy. His cheap older sister had set his sights on Huaxia Academy long ago. This was the most prestigious academy in the entire Huaxia Empire, possessing the best teaching resources and boasting 3 secret realms and countless high-level dungeons. To gain admission to this academy, Lewin needed to reach at least level 13 before the college entrance examination. In previous years, the minimum level for admission to Huaxia Academy had never been lower than level 12. He looked again at his attribute panel, especially at the max level label in the skills section. Lewin nodded. He was very confident. On the day the transfer ceremony concluded, the school unusually opened its gates. Parents who had been anxiously waiting at the entrance immediately flooded into the school, eagerly and nervously inquiring about their children's transfers. The scene was instantly bustling with activity, some filled with joy, others with sorrow. "Heaven has eyes! My son has finally fulfilled my lifelong dream and become a mage! A butcher? Not bad, following in his father's footsteps, he'll come home with me and slaughter pigs. Oh dear, chef, what are we going to do? Your father and I worked so hard, getting up early and working late to support your education, and you've turned to being a chef? Today is a big day for everyone, and many family members have come with them." However, Lewin returned home alone. His home was sparsely decorated, appearing extremely simple and revealing signs of limited financial resources. However, the house was impeccably clean, indicating that he took great care in maintaining it. Lewin lost both his parents at a young age and has always relied on his older sister, Lu Shui. Last year, Lu Shui was admitted to Huaxia University with a score of 13. Now, Luan is all alone in the family. Without his sister constantly urging him to study, Luan felt a little uneasy. He pondered for a moment, then took out his phone and sent Lu Shui a message. I've changed jobs. I'm a combat class now. Wait for me. Luan didn't tell his sister the specific job category, not wanting her to worry. He planned to wait until the results came out and then prove everything with his performance. After sending the message, he casually tossed his phone aside, not expecting his sister to reply immediately. Some time ago, Lu Shui had mentioned participating in a secret realm exploration activity organized by the Academy, where communication devices were prohibited. It had been half a month since Luan had been able to contact her. But since she was at Huaxia University, he believed his sister would be alright. Taking advantage of this free time, Luan decided to study his skills so he could quickly familiarize himself with this new profession. He activated his skill, Abyssal Summoning. In an instant, several options flashed through Luan's mind: summon a vengeful spirit, summon a succubus, summon a Cerberus, summon a doomguard, summon a fire demon. Only the first two options were available, the rest were grayed out. After some research, Luan finally understood: summoning different types of abyssal monsters not only required strong mental power but also consumed some special materials. For example, summoning Cerberus requires a whopping 300 points of mental energy, along with 3 soul fragments. Summoning a succubus, on the other hand, only requires 80 points of mental energy. Luan had never heard of soul fragments before, and his online search yielded no results. It seemed to be a summoning material unique to demon warlocks. Deciding to master the skills he could currently use, Luan chose to summon a succubus. In an instant, he felt all his spiritual energy drained from his body, followed by a wave of dizziness and lightheadedness. He instinctively grabbed the table beside him for support. The space in front of him began to distort, and a deep abyss-like rift seemed to appear before his eyes. A glint of anticipation flashed in Luan's eyes. That was a succubus, a powerful and alluring creature of the abyss, a summoning target coveted by countless people. A striking red figure streaked out from the spatial rift, and Luan immediately recognized the demon he had seen during his job change. She possessed alluring red eyes, wore a form-fitting and revealing red leather armor, and carried a whip engulfed in flames, all of which proclaimed her identity as a succubus. However, compared to the image Luan remembered, this succubus differed slightly in some details. She had snow-white hair and a pair of extremely cute pointed horns on her head. Allure and wildness coexisted perfectly in her, making Luan almost forget that she was still an abyssal demon in essence. The succubus carried the whip behind her back, her black, heart-shaped tail gently brushing against Luan's face, causing a strange itch in his heart. She said with a hint of provocation, "Lilith responds to your summons, sir. Please give your orders." Luan looked her up and down, vaguely sensing that something was amiss. Although the appearance was the same, her size was only a third of the succubus in the previous scene, roughly the length of an arm, more like a child. When he checked Lilith's attribute panel, he was utterly shocked. Name: Lilith. Race: Succubus. Level: 1, same as Master. Gender: female. Strength: 500. Agility: 500. Spirit: 500. Stamina: 500. Skill: Soul Lash. Soul Lash imbues the weapon with soul flames, unleashing a large area of effect damage with a whip. Cooldown: 3 minutes. Notes: Noble royal succubi, their silver-white hair symbolizes their lineage. They not only possess immense power, but their perception and senses are also closer to human preferences. 500 points of base attributes. Keep in mind, an average person only has 10 points of base attributes. That means this seemingly petite and cute Lilith could easily kill 50 strong men with a single whip strike? That's terrifying. Just then, Lilith frowned slightly, looking herself over, and after noticing her shrunken breasts, she finally couldn't help but ask in confusion, "My lord, why have all my powers disappeared? And why have I reverted to my childhood state?" Luan was taken aback. This Lilith actually possessed sentience? In this world, summoned creatures almost never possess self-awareness, acting only according to instinct or the summoner's commands. But the succubus before him clearly possessed intelligence, and a considerable one at that. However, she seemed unable to see her own attribute panel, and therefore unaware that her strength was actually tied to Luan. Only when Luan's level increased would her abilities correspondingly improve. Now the problem is, how do I explain this? I can't just say, because I'm too weak. Right. That would be tantamount to admitting, I'm no good. After a moment of contemplation, Luan finally found a plausible reason. Because I like the nurturing type of relationship. Lilith suddenly realized, and then giggled. I see, Lilith understands. You're so clever, Sir. Lilith likes you, sir. Luan couldn't help but ask. Lilith, where did you all live before? Since Lilith possesses self-awareness, Luan naturally cannot treat her as an ordinary summoned creature. Moreover, the notes clearly state that she is royalty among succubi. That means Lilith had her own life before being summoned. Lily answered without reservation. I used to live in the Abyss, which is probably not the same world as here. I didn't like the Abyss. There was no sunlight, and the other monsters were all ugly, far less beautiful than you, sir. Thank you, sir, for summoning me to this world. I finally don't have to see those ugly monster faces anymore. Luan was a little puzzled. Are all the monsters in the Abyss that ugly? You're not the only succubus, are you? Lilith puffed out her chest and said proudly. Apart from us succubi, all the other monsters are indeed ugly. Even among succubi, besides my sister, I'm the most beautiful. Luan then realized that Lilith and these abyssal monsters were beings from another world. They were able to descend upon this world and remain there only through his summons. Seeing Lilith's excited expression, Luan suddenly remembered something very important. By the way, Lilith, don't call me master anymore, it sounds weird. Yes, master. Then how should I address you from now on? Luan blurted out. Call me master. An hour later, Luan was immersed in the calls of master, feeling as if he were floating on clouds. Once his mind had recovered somewhat, and the throbbing headache had subsided, he began to carefully examine the descriptions of the skills he had just unlocked. He then discovered that as his skill level increased, the variety of abyssal monsters he could summon would gradually increase. More importantly, the attributes of the summoned monsters would also increase with the skill level, making them stronger and more ferocious. Once the skill is maxed out, the attributes of abyssal monsters can increase tenfold, which is no small amount. For example, a succubus's base attribute is only 100 points, but after the boost, it instantly jumps to 1000 points. This isn't just a matter of strength, it's a complete annihilation of ordinary classes. It's terrifying. Keep in mind that most demon warlocks only qualify to summon succubi after their first class change, otherwise, they mostly rely on vengeful spirits for menial tasks. Luan, however, can now directly summon succubi, making him a cheat-like figure from the start in terms of combat power. Lilith is currently dancing lightly beside him, like a guardian angel by his side. Seeing that his mental energy had recovered to 20 points, he immediately cast Abyss Summoning again. This time, he chose Summon Wraith. The air in front of him seemed to distort, and a rift leading to the abyss opened, from which a wraith slowly floated out. This vengeful spirit, like a shadow of a human soul, hovered in the air, its expression revealing endless suffering. The system interface displayed the following information: name, Vengeful Spirit, Level 1, synchronized with Summoner, Gender, Male, Strength, 0, Agility, 100, Spirit, 150, Stamina, 80, Skills, none. Luan fell silent after seeing the panel. So this was the vengeful spirit he had summoned? And this was after the skill bonus amplified its attributes tenfold. In other words, under normal circumstances, this thing couldn't even beat a human. It's no wonder this class was once considered the most useless hidden class, with virtually no room for skillful play. Leveling up skills is also difficult, requiring constant killing of monsters of the same level, a very slow process. Without skill bonuses, the Vengeful Spirit only has 8 stamina points, meaning it could probably one-shot even the weakest monsters in the wild. With such combat power, it would be difficult to survive in the starting village, let alone dungeons. However, he also noticed that these vengeful spirits seemed to lack independent consciousness, simply obeying commands silently. Lilith explained from the side. Vengeful spirits are the lowest-ranking beings in the abyss. They have no intelligence, they are merely restless souls. Luan then realized that these vengeful spirits were merely puppet-like beings, devoid of emotions and judgment. Although their combat strength was indeed mediocre, their attributes increased significantly after their skills were maxed out, making them barely usable. And most importantly, he can now summon 20 vengeful spirits at the same time. At a succubus, and even without job advancement, his combat power is considerable, and his ability to gang up on others is off the charts. Once he reaches level 20 and completes the class change, the number of summons can be further increased, making him practically the epitome of summoner-based army battles. He then looked at his second skill, Absolute Control. Absolute Control, unique passive, cannot be upgraded. The demon warlock has absolute control over the summoned abyssal creatures. All summoned creatures are bound by a soul contract. All damage taken by the summoner will be borne by the creatures until all creatures are dead. When Lewin saw this line of text, his eyes widened instantly. What else could this be but a divine skill? Especially when combined with the high attribute abyssal monsters he summoned, this skill was practically an immortal cheat code. Putting everything else aside, Lilith alone can absorb the vast majority of the attack damage for him. Once the number of vengeful spirits is full and the number of succubi increases, he'll be like a mobile fortress, invincible, just standing there. Thinking of this, Lewin was incredibly excited, but he still tried his best to calm himself down and began to focus on restoring his mental energy. There were still 8 hours left before his departure tomorrow, and he had to summon all 20 vengeful spirits within that time to ensure maximum efficiency. The next morning, Lewin, sporting dark circles under his eyes and dragging his weary body, arrived at the station. Lilith and the vengeful spirits had already been integrated into his body. This was an instinctive skill of the demon warlock, which could be unleashed at any time in battle. The biggest advantage of this is that in case of emergencies, summoned creatures can join the battle immediately, without wasting any time. The beginner dungeon is not located within the school. There's only one location in the entire city, and all students in Jiangping City must travel there together by bus. The bus was arranged by the school. As soon as Lewin arrived, he saw Fan Yan already sitting in a chair with a bulging backpack next to her. He walked over, and Fan Yan glanced at him, then moved her backpack to a different spot, gesturing for him to sit down. Lewin casually lifted the backpack, almost dropping it, and asked in surprise, "What are you carrying? It's so heavy." "Food," Fan Yan replied matter-of-factly. "It's only an hour's drive, why are you bringing so much? Are you here for tourism?" Lewin asked with a look of disdain. Fan Yan retorted confidently, "There's some for you too." Lewin waved his hand. No, I'm not greedy. It's only an hour's ride, I can resist." But before the bus arrived at the station, Fan Yan's backpack was already filled with all kinds of empty food wrappers, and the smell of potato chips still wafted in the air. Lewin patted his slightly bulging belly and said, "Those potato chips tasted really good. I can buy some to stock up next time." Fan Yan looked speechless. "Who was it that just said they weren't going to eat any?" Lewin asked dumbfoundedly. "Is that so? I don't remember." Fan Yan was almost laughing in exasperation, rolling her eyes so hard they almost disappeared. At this moment, the car had arrived at its destination, and the outside was bustling with noise. There are a total of 8 middle schools in Jiangping City. Apart from students in vocational professions, almost all students majoring in combat and support are required to participate in the beginner dungeon. Such large-scale operations are usually led by the principals of each school, and naturally, there is bound to be some open and covert competition. Students lined up to complete the entry procedures under the guidance of staff, while several principals chatted amongst themselves. One of the old men smiled and said to Mu Yan, "Old Mu, I heard your school has produced a student with the only hidden profession? Congratulations." Mu Yan's face darkened. "Why didn't you mention that we also have a sword and shield master named Fan Yan? They said none of the hidden classes at 4th Middle School have appeared yet." Another chimed in. "I heard that student is Lu Shui's younger brother from last year? What a pity, if only their luck had been a little better. Is Fan Yan also planning to aim for Huaxia Academy? If he reaches level 12, he has a good chance of getting a hidden profession." Mu Yan pretended to be nonchalant. "Level 12 isn't that easy. It depends on how hard he tries." At this moment, the female principal of number 1 high school snorted coldly. "Don't be too happy yet. Xia He from our school is a Crimson Lotus swordswoman, and she has the Lion Guild backing her up." The surroundings immediately fell silent, and none of the principals spoke again. After all, there was only one spot for a key high school this time. The competition was naturally fierce. Meanwhile, Lewin and his group were already standing at the entrance to the instance. A somewhat plump staff member began impatiently explaining the precautions to the students. The beginner dungeon is crucial for your entry into your ideal academy. Once inside, just focus on killing monsters and leveling up. Now you can start forming teams freely. Remember, combat classes must be paired with support classes. Jiangnan No. 2 Middle School welcomed a group of students about to enter the beginner's level today, and Zhang Jiaqing was the one responsible for arranging these chosen ones. Standing in front of the new students, his face was gloomy, showing no goodwill whatsoever, and his heart was full of resentment. These students could all switch to combat or support professions, and a bright future seemed within reach. But he was just a livelihood worker, who had switched to being a butcher years ago and had only managed to reach this position after slaughtering pigs for 10 years. It took 30,000 yuan to bribe officials and get this pitiful job. I have to grovel and serve these students every day. How can I possibly be satisfied with this? No wonder his tone was full of impatience, and even his words were tinged with anger. Listen up! You must team up with one combat class and one support class to enter the dungeon. Upon hearing this, Fan Yan's smile vanished instantly. He knew that Lu En's class probably couldn't even handle a rabbit, and if he teamed up with a support character, entering a dungeon would be a death sentence. He quickly raised his chubby hand and shouted, "Teacher, can I team up with my friend? We're both combat classes." Zhang Jiaqing glanced at him, his eyes full of disdain, and retorted coldly, "No way. If you two combat classes team up, how are the other two support classes supposed to fight? Are you playing house in a dungeon?" Fan Yan tried to persuade him further. "Then I'll have one combat class and one support class, plus my friend, so the three of us can be a group, right? That way no one will be left out." Zhang Jiaqing pushed up his glasses, which were about to fall off, and said in a cold voice, "The experience gained from a three-person team will be significantly reduced. The most cost-effective combination for beginner dungeons is a two-person team. Even if you're willing to sacrifice experience, are the support classes willing? I'm saying this for the last time, one combatant per support, that's the rule, don't be deaf." Fan Yan was so angry her lips were trembling, her face flushed red, and she said in a low voice, "Rules are rules, but people are flexible." He wanted to continue arguing, but Lewin stopped him. Lewin said softly, "It's okay, go find someone else to team up with. Don't worry about me, I can handle it myself." Fan Yan wanted to speak again, but Lewin stopped him with a look. He could only reluctantly pout and glare at Zhang Jiaqing. Zhang Jiaqing snorted coldly, flipping through the list in his hand, seemingly looking for something to mock them. Suddenly a smirk appeared on his lips, and he muttered sarcastically, "Demon warlock? No wonder nobody wants to team up with you. This class is even worse than crafting professions." Although the words weren't loud, Lewin heard them clearly. Lu An's expression instantly turned cold, and he stepped forward without hesitation. "What did you just say?" Zhang Jiaqing smiled, looking completely matter-of-fact. "I'm telling the truth. Your profession is utterly useless. You're not even worthy of wasting our time, let alone forming a team." As he spoke, he glanced at the students behind Lewin, and those students in support professions subconsciously took a half-step back. Even Li Ji, who was in the same class as Lewin, looked down quietly, not daring to meet his gaze. The parents of these students had warned them long ago not to team up with Lewin. Who would risk their future on the college entrance exam? What if the dungeon goes wrong? Who could bear the consequences? The atmosphere became tense. Fan Yan glared at her classmates, gritting her teeth in anger. Zhang Jiaqing, however, grew increasingly smug, grinning like a triumphant dog. "How about that? This isn't just my opinion. Even your own classmates think you're a good-for-nothing. Someone like you might as well go home and do manual labor." Luwen's heart sank, but his face remained impassive. The next second, a fist slammed into Zhang Jiaqing's nose. The fist grew larger and larger until it finally landed heavily. Zhang Jiaqing felt a sharp pain in his nose, and 2 streams of bright red liquid flowed down his nostrils. He wiped his nose, and his hand was covered in blood. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Even Fan Yan couldn't help but whisper in amazement, "Wow, that's too intense, he actually hit a staff member." But Lewin didn't even glance at them, he just looked down at the bloodstains on his fist, a hint of disgust on his face, and took out a tissue to wipe it off. Zhang Jiaqing was so angry that he trembled all over and roared. "You're finished! I'm going to sue you and kill you!" He was about to pounce on him when he was frightened into standing still by a vengeful spirit that floated out of Lu En's body. A bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped the entire space, the eerie atmosphere making it hard to breathe. The vengeful spirit's ferocious expression, combined with the chill, caused Zhang Jiaqing to instinctively take a step back. He managed to calm himself down, only to find that the looks in his classmates' eyes had become subtle, as if they were mocking his cowardice. Being scared off by a good-for-nothing was a huge loss of face. He gritted his teeth and said, "You just wait. If you dare hit someone, I'll report you until you're expelled from school." Lewin remained unmoved, tossing the crumpled paper in his face and calmly saying, "Whatever, just go and don't block the way. Is the newbie dungeon still open?" Zhang Jiaqing sneered, his words dripping with malice. "According to the rules, without support teammates, you can't even get into the dungeon." Lewin calmly replied, "But don't forget, hidden classes have special rules. I'm the only hidden class, so I can enter dungeons without a party. Or do you think the official rules are wrong?" Zhang Jiaqing was momentarily speechless. The rule did exist, but no one dared to venture into the dungeon alone. His face turned ashen as he threatened, "You just wait, I'll make sure your score is invalidated." Lewin waved his hand. "Whatever, just hurry up and don't block my way." With that, he walked straight to the equipment box and picked up an inconspicuous wooden staff. Beginner's wooden staff, quality, common, physical damage, +1. Lu En's lips twitched. This weapon looked incredibly flimsy, but he said nothing, picked up the wooden staff, and stepped into the vortex of the dungeon. Zhang Jiaqing watched his retreating figure, his teeth itching with anger. "Wait till you die in there, then see who cares about your corpse." Soon after, Fan Yen arrived. He was holding a long sword that looked incredibly valuable, and a cute female support character was beside him. His father had accompanied him to buy the sword that morning, hoping it would help him perform better in the dungeon. Before entering the dungeon, he gave Zhang Jiaqing the middle finger and spat, then walked in with satisfaction. The next moment, Lu En's eyes lit up. He was already inside the dungeon. The lush green grassland stretched to the horizon, the sky was clear and cloudless, and the scent of grass and earth mingled in the air. He took a deep breath, took out his phone, and turned off the recording. He wasn't afraid of Zhang Jiaqing complaining at all. In fact, he was eager for him to go. With a thought, Lilith and the 9 vengeful spirits within him quickly appeared. This was the result of him setting 8 alarms last night, and waking up every hour in the middle of the night to summon them. With limited resources, this was the only way to improve combat power. Sunlight shone on Lilith, who closed her eyes, enjoying the warmth of the sun and the scent of grass, her face filled with bliss. Just then, the bushes rustled, and a red-eyed rabbit leaped out. Lewin immediately cast an appraisal spell. Red-eyed rabbit, level 2, strength 18, agility 21, spirit 0, stamina 15, skill, frenzied kicks. Lilith's expression changed instantly. Her 500 points of agility exploded outwards, and she transformed into a red lightning bolt. The fiery whip lashed down, creating a loud crack. The red-eyed rabbit didn't even utter a sound before it was torn to pieces in midair, turning into a pile of minced meat. Killed a level 2 red-eyed rabbit, gained 20 experience, gained red-eyed rabbit hide +1, gained small beast bone +1, gained red-eyed ring equipment. Lewin nodded in satisfaction. The dungeon had just begun, and the warm-up was already complete. Lewin looked down, picked up the dropped item, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. He was overjoyed. Could this be the so-called 100% drop rate effect? Generally speaking, the drop rate of equipment in beginner dungeons is already low, especially jewelry items like rings, which are even rarer. He glanced at the ring in his hand. It was an item called the red-eyed ring, of common quality, with the effect of increasing mental recovery speed by 1%. However, there was a minor side effect: his eyes would turn red. Although the stats aren't amazing, finding this ring is still a pleasant surprise. The equipment quality in the game, from lowest to highest, is common, white, excellent, green, rare, blue, uncommon, purple, legendary, yellow, epic, red, and artifact, black. Lewin immediately put on the ring, his eyes instantly turning red, but it didn't affect his vision. He didn't care about this visual change. Lilith beside him floated back at the right moment, muttering some arrogant words under her breath. "You lowly thing, how dare you lay a hand on my master, you're asking for death." Lewin smiled slightly and stroked her long, silvery white hair as encouragement. Then, without lingering, he headed straight into the depths of the grassland. With Lilith, such a formidable helper, by his side, why waste time dealing with rabbits here? Moreover, the bosses in the beginner dungeons are at most level 10, offering little challenge. Since his goal is to enter the Huaxia Academy, he must clear the dungeons as soon as possible to level up quickly in the outside world. Although the monsters outside are more dangerous, the experience gain is also more efficient. Given his current state, killing monsters above his level is the best way to improve. Lewin remembered his sister mentioning a place she only dared to go to when she was level 8. But now, he felt he could give it a try. He encountered almost no monsters along the way. Each kill triggered a system notification, and his experience points steadily increased. Sometimes, killing a monster above your level reward would appear, doubling his experience points. After he slayed a monster, a golden light rose from his body. The thrill of leveling up surged through his body, causing him to tremble slightly involuntarily. This feeling was like the familiar pleasure that quietly arrives at midnight, addictive. His condition also fully recovered during the leveling process. Lewin opened his attribute panel to check his current status. He was now a level 2 demonology warlock, the only hidden class. In addition to a 20-point increase in his spirit attribute, all his other base attributes had also increased by 10 points. The extra 2 points of stamina were due to a piece of armor dropped by the mighty ant. Although its stats were average, its appearance was quite imposing. At this point, Lilith's growth also showed its outstanding aspects. Her 4-dimensional attributes doubled from 500 points to an astonishing 1,000 points. In other words, with each level up, her growth was more than 10 times that of an average player. Lilith's appearance also changed slightly as her level increased. Her already playful look now had an added touch of allure. Taking advantage of her full strength, Lewin immediately used all his mental energy to summon more vengeful spirits. Under his control, the number of summoned vengeful spirits successfully increased to 14. He continued towards his destination, which he remembered. Soon, he found the special upgrade point, a swamp. This swamp is inhabited by a monster called the poison dart frog, an extremely troublesome creature in the beginner dungeon. Although their poison isn't immediately fatal, it continuously drains health, making it very annoying. Most new players will choose to avoid this area, as the poison dart frog won't leave the swamp. His sister only dared to level up here because of her powerful freezing ability. These frogs clearly hadn't expected that, a year later, the woman's brother would once again set foot on this territory. Without a word, Lilith coldly lunged at the swarm of poison dart frogs. In an instant, the frog-like monsters howled and collapsed to the ground under the fiery whip in her hand. Lilith was usually gentle only to Lewin, but towards other creatures, she was the cruel and bloodthirsty Succubus. The vengeful spirits summoned by Lewin swarmed forward, quickly possessing the poison dart frogs and launching soul attacks. The health bars of the poison dart frogs began to steadily decrease. The venom splattered everywhere, yet it couldn't harm these ghostly vengeful spirits. Only the frog-like monsters' tongue-rolling attacks inflicted some actual damage on them. Lewin secretly analyzed that although these vengeful spirits weren't high-level, they seemed to possess some special immunity, such as being unaffected by toxins. He ordered Lilith to fly to the center of the swamp to attract more monsters' attention. This tactic worked, and the poison dart frogs swarmed around her and launched an attack. But even when their attacks hit Lilith, they only caused negligible damage. Lilith was clearly enraged. She coldly said, "How dare you harm the noble Lady Lilith? Die!" Then she unleashed her skill, Soul Lash. The whip instantly lengthened, its orange-red flames transforming into a soul-burning blue. With a sudden swing, the whip swept across all targets within a 20-meter radius. In an instant, a large swarm of poison dart frogs was wiped out, leaving the entire swamp in ruins. Experience points flooded in like a tidal wave, and the golden light around Lewin rose once more. His body was once again enveloped in the familiar pleasure, and he couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Once his mental energy was fully replenished, he immediately activated the Abyss Summoning skill, summoning 6 more vengeful spirits. At this point, Lewin had summoned the maximum number of vengeful spirits, 20. This time, his mental energy was completely depleted, and he sat down on the ground, commanding the vengeful spirits to act on their own. The vengeful spirits lived up to expectations, splitting up to find targets and begin their attacks. Lewin sat in place, enjoying the pleasure of leveling up while AFK. Suddenly, he noticed that the connecting line between the vengeful spirits and the enemies had changed from white to purple. He immediately checked the vengeful spirit's attribute panel and discovered a passive skill called Curse of Resentment. This skill continuously weakens the enemy's defense during attacks, reducing it by 0.1% with each attack, and the effect can stack. Luan's eyes lit up, and he immediately tested it, sending a single vengeful spirit to attack the poison dart frog. The results showed that as the attack continued, the damage numbers taken by the frog monster steadily increased. He realized that these vengeful spirits weren't the main attackers, but rather efficient support units. Although the damage reduction was small each time, when 20 vengeful spirits stacked their effects simultaneously, the reduction became quite significant. He couldn't help but laugh. No wonder so many demon warlocks struggled so much with leveling up in the early game. It turned out that their initial main summon was actually a support unit. If his skills weren't maxed out, he probably could only summon a single vengeful spirit at this point. Imagining other players struggling to train with a weak vengeful spirit, Lewin couldn't help but chuckle. Lewin was feeling smug when suddenly a sharp pain shot through his chest. He looked down and saw the green poison dart frog by the swamp staring at him with a puzzled expression. Its bulging eyes seemed to ask, "Huh? Why didn't it work?" Lewin grinned, appearing completely unfazed, as if replying, "Little guy, your little bit of poison can't hurt me." The next second, Lilith's scream ripped through the silence. "How dare you touch my master? You deserve to die!" She swung her whip, which burned with hellfire, and lashed it hard at the poison dart frog. The frog's body exploded into pieces, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, and then the flames spread, completely engulfing it. The flames were exactly the same as those on Lilith's body, originating from the abyss, intense and eerie. The poison dart frog's corpse was quickly burned to ashes, leaving hardly any ash behind. Lewin calmly walked forward and stomped away the remaining ashes. "Young frog, you have no sportsmanship, actually ambushing me. I'll scatter your ashes." A system notification echoed in his ears, slaying a level 6 poison dart frog, gaining an additional 450 experience points. Lewin touched his chest. Apart from a slight pain, his skin wasn't even broken. Sure enough, absolute control could defend against all damage. But the pain was very real. This left him wondering, would it work if it were a negative status effect like poison or paralysis? Before he could sort out his thoughts, Lilith suddenly knelt down on one knee with a thud, her face full of regret. "Master, please punish me. I failed to block the attack in time." Lewin was taken aback. "Huh? This punishment, can it be a little less serious?" He coughed, helped Lilith up, and said in a serious tone, "Keep it on me. I'll spank you when we get back. I'll spank you every time I get attacked." When he said, "I will use a lot of force," he felt that Lilith's eyes changed for a moment. However, he put this matter aside for the time being and continued to test the limits of absolute control. He found a lone poison dart frog, drew his beginner's staff, and smacked it on the head. The damage displayed a -1, which seemed particularly ironic. The poison dart frog, not to be outdone, opened its mouth and spat out a stream of venom, splashing Lewin all over. His skin immediately turned a pale purple, clearly indicating poisoning. As expected, absolute control only defended against damage. The status effect still applied. However, the poison damage was absorbed by the abyssal monsters, while Lewin himself remained unharmed. Lilith, unable to bear it any longer, leaped over and whipped the poison dart frog to pieces. She glanced at Lewin and said indifferently, "Again, master." Lewin's lips twitched, thinking, "Why do you remember so clearly? And why are you so happy?" A few minutes later, a golden light shone on Lewin, and he successfully leveled up to level 4. Killing monsters above his level is so satisfying. Leveling up without much effort is incredibly comfortable. Besides experience, the poison dart frog also drops a portion of venom and a frog spirit ring. Venom is a low-level material that casual players will recycle. 1 unit is worth about 10 yuan. Although it's not expensive, there are many poison dart frogs, and little by little, the profit adds up. As for the frog spirit ring, it's a special item from the beginner dungeon, although it's only of common quality. It can summon an adorable, non-aggressive frog spirit, which is considered a decorative pet. Because of its cute appearance, many newcomers are willing to spend money to buy it as a toy. The market price is about 100 yuan per frog. Lewin glanced around and saw that he had already killed more than 10 poison dart frogs in the short time he had been alive. The profit wasn't much, but it added up to a small income, especially since he hadn't even had to lift a finger. In this world, money plays a crucial role. Buying equipment and potions both cost money. Hiring high-level players to run dungeons and learn skills also requires spending money. While hidden classes are powerful, they lack mentors and can only learn skills by purchasing skill books. Skill books are divided into two categories. One is a designated skill book, which specifies the skill content and is dropped by a specific boss. The other is a universal scroll, which randomly teaches you a skill for your class, but it has two problems. First, you might learn the same skills repeatedly. Second, they're expensive. Even universal scrolls for levels 1 to 20 can easily cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Prices skyrocket, especially when new players change jobs each year. As for Lewin, a hidden profession, he could only learn skills using universal scrolls. No one specifically farmed these skill books to sell. He sat by the swamp, watching his experience slowly increase on the system panel, feeling quite pleased. Lilith continued to wield her whip with all her might, and the poison dart frogs fell one after another. The crisp, clear sound of the whip was particularly pleasant in the silent swamp. But Lewin soon realized that he had already reached his limit in terms of the number of vengeful spirits he could summon. His experience gain rate didn't increase significantly, which started to limit his efficiency. Firstly, after reaching level 4, the level difference between him and the monsters narrowed, reducing the experience bonus. Secondly, the number of poison dart frogs was limited, and the succubi could kill them instantly, leading to a shortage of resources. Lewin estimated that he would have to move to a different location after reaching level 6 at most, otherwise the efficiency would be too low. Keep in mind, others might still be struggling to kill rabbits, while he was leveling up at an astonishingly fast pace, as if he were on a helicopter. Meanwhile, on the other side of the beginner dungeon, Fan Yen gripped a long sword, his expression serious. He was facing a red-eyed rabbit, its blood-red eyes making his heart race. A cute female support voice came from behind. "Go, Fan Yen! Kill this rabbit and we'll be level 2! You're the coolest!" Fan Yen was energized and suddenly the red-eyed rabbit didn't seem so scary anymore. "Aya! Die!" he roared, swinging his sword wildly, only managing to scratch the red-eyed rabbit slightly. This, however, completely enraged the rabbit. The red-eyed rabbit leaped forward, its two powerful hind legs slamming into Fan Yen's face. Fan Yen instinctively raised his left hand, and a shadowy shield appeared out of thin air, blocking the attack. Taking advantage of the rabbit's momentary lapse in concentration, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, finally finishing it off. He let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his brow. Hearing the cute girl excitedly exclaim, "Ah, I'm level 2! Thank you, brother Fan Yen!" The boy on the grass stood tall and straightened his back, muttering to himself, "I must be the fastest genius to reach level 2. In the lounge, several principals were sitting around a small table, eating snacks and chatting in a relaxed atmosphere. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a neatly dressed middle-aged man walked in. The principals looked up and smiled. Mu Yen greeted the visitor with a smile after recognizing him. "Oh, so free today? You actually have time to come and sit for a while." The visitor was none other than Fang Bowen, the person in charge of this beginner dungeon. "I didn't have much to do today, and when I heard you were here, of course I had to come and see you," Fang Bowen replied with a smile. He used to be a student at number 2 middle school, and back then Mu Yen was just his homeroom teacher. Now he's the principal, and he has quite a bit of a sense of history. "Don't be so polite, have a seat." Mu Yen patted the chair next to him, gesturing for him to sit down. Fang Bowen didn't stand on ceremony and casually found a seat. At the moment, no one really had anything urgent to do. The students were all busy fighting in the dungeon. This beginner dungeon will be open for 10 hours each day, after which you will be forcibly teleported out and have to re-enter the next day, Mu Yen said. "You've come at the right time. We were just arguing about whether the highest level we could reach on the first day was level 5 or level 6. He thought for a moment and then said, I think it was level 6. It was level 6, that's right. Fang Bowen immediately replied. It was that girl named Lu Shui from the previous year. She was an ice mage, I remember her very well. Mu Yan smiled smugly. I knew it. Lu Shui is a student I taught. How could I forget something like this? A principal next to him chatted idly. I wonder if anyone can get to CT6 on the first day this year. Do Fan Yan and Xia He have a chance? Mu Yan pondered for a moment and said, But Fan Yan is not a mage and lacks area of effect skills, so his monster-killing efficiency is indeed not as good. At this moment, the female principal of No. 1 Middle School casually said, Xia He did not enter the dungeon. The others were taken aback at first, then smiled knowingly. After all, Xia He was the daughter of the president of the top guild in Jiangyan City, so naturally, some important figure would take her directly to the wilderness to level up. While leveling up in the wild is faster, it's also ridiculously expensive. Hiring a high-level expert to escort you is something most people can't afford. Upon hearing this, Mu Yan's expression clearly darkened. This meant Xia He's leveling progress would likely take the lead again, and he himself would probably be left behind once more. At this moment, Fang Bowen interjected. By the way, I also heard that Lu Shui has a younger brother who changed jobs this year. Yes. Mu Yan sighed. He is indeed her younger brother, but he happened to become a demon warlock. Sigh, that profession. Fang Bowen shook his head, seemingly a little regretful. It's really quite unpopular. Mu Yan didn't say anything more, just silently munched on sunflower seeds, his mind already on the dungeon. The group then changed the subject, laughing as they began chatting about the amusing incidents that happen every year. Which school's student council do you think will be the first to give up and withdraw early this year? Haha, that's never happened at our No. 3 middle school. Someone proudly patted their chest. Although dungeons are meant to train newcomers, some people inevitably quit because they can't handle the life or death situations and choose easier professions instead. This has become a topic of conversation among the school principals during their leisure time. Mu Yan suddenly thought of Luan. That unpredictable kid. Could he really have quit early? Lost in thought, he lowered his head and continued cracking sunflower seeds. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Luan was once again enveloped in a golden light. Accompanied by a surge of exhilaration, his level finally reached level 6. Name, Luan, Class, Demonology Warlock, Unique Hidden Class, Level, 6, 0.26%, Attributes, Strength 60, Agility 60, Spirit 180, Constitution 62, Equipment, Red Eye Ring, and Armor, Frog Spirit Ring, Skills, Abyss Summoning, Max Level, Absolute Control, Passive. A smile crept onto his lips. Only 5 hours had passed, and he had already broken through to level 6. Far exceeding the efficiency of ordinary people. And as his level increased, the Lilith he summoned also rose in power. Name, Lilith, Race, Succubus, Level, 6, synchronized with main character, all 4 stats, 3000, skills, Soul Lash, Instant Flash. Lilith's strength is ridiculously high. Such attribute data is usually only encountered by high-level hidden classes at the second job advancement. In particular, her newly acquired Instant Flash skill allows her to move freely within a 20-meter range, a godlike skill that assassins dream of. By now, the swamp poison dart frogs beneath Lu An's feet had been mostly killed, and his experience gain had plummeted. It was time to move on to another spot. He packed up his equipment and strode deeper into the grassland. Lilith floated beside him, while the other vengeful spirits dispersed around him, clearing away the nearby monsters. However, he also discovered the limits of his control. Neither the vengeful spirits nor Lilith could stray more than 500 meters from him. Kill a level 7 starfire butterfly, gain 500 experience, gain butterfly powder +1, kill a level 8 mudworm, gain 500 experience, gain disgusting slime +1. Luan glanced at his backpack, which was almost full of various materials and equipment. Especially the frog spirit rings, he got over 100 of them. Luckily, this world's backpack system intelligently stacks similar items, otherwise his backpack would have been full long ago. A normal beginner's backpack only has 20 slots. To expand it, you need a dimensional bag made by a tailor. As he walked, he suddenly stopped. The ground ahead began to change, the grass disappeared, and the soil turned a deep red. A dilapidated village appeared before him, and the air was filled with the stench of blood and rust. A flicker of excitement flashed in Lu An's eyes. He'd found it. This should be the dungeon boss's territory. He'd already decided to stop grinding. The most densely populated area of monsters in this dungeon was the swamp. Other areas were too scattered and inefficient. There are two ways to clear a dungeon. One is to clear all the monsters, and the other is to defeat the boss. True completion, of course, is the latter. Defeating the boss not only ends the dungeon early but also allows you to prove your strength to the principal. This way, he could apply to go to the wilderness to level up earlier. Otherwise, he would just waste time in dungeons every day like this. He had been itching to go out for a while. As soon as Lewin stepped onto that red land, the ground immediately stirred. Crack! An arm covered in mud and revealing white bones suddenly stretched out from the ground. Lewin frowned as he looked at the monster that had crawled out of the ground, a hint of disgust in his eyes. It looked exactly like the zombies he'd seen in zombie movies in his previous life, covered in wounds, its clothes tattered. The flesh clung tightly to its bones, a gruesome sight that sent chills down his spine. Lewin raised his hand, and a golden light flashed as he cast the appraisal spell. The monster's attribute panel immediately appeared before his eyes. Sleeper, level 9, strength 100, agility 60, spirit 0, stamina 150, skills unknown. No wonder only a handful of people manage to clear the beginner dungeon each year. Most people are scared off just by looking at it. Only the truly brave dare to face such a monster. Lewin felt this design was like the final, most challenging question in the college entrance exam of his previous life, specifically designed to select truly promising talents. The sleeper let out a low growl and slowly approached, dragging its heavy body. Although its movements were slow, its aura was quite intimidating. But it had only taken 2 steps when a red light suddenly ripped through the air and struck in front of it. It was Lilith who had made her move. The whip, wreathed in flames, traced an elegant arc. With a crisp smack, the sleeper collapsed to the ground before it could even struggle. Instant kill. This being, who struck fear into the hearts of the freshmen, was dealt with before Lilith could even react. A system notification popped up. Defeated a level 9 sleeper, gaining an additional 800 experience points, gained 1 corrupted blood. Lewin didn't turn around, but continued walking deeper into the village, as if everything was going according to plan. These sleepers are actually quite special. They usually lie like corpses, only awakening when humans approach. To save time, Lewin began running and shouting along the village road. "Stop playing dead! Get up and party!" With his shout, the sleeping beings buried in the soil around them were startled awake and struggled to peek out. But before they could even crawl out of the ground, Lilith and the vengeful spirits had already flattened them all like they were playing whack-a-mole. System notifications kept coming. Killed a level 9 sleeper, experience plus 800, corrupted blood plus 1. It was as if killing monsters had become a highly rhythmic dance. And so time passed, minute by minute. 2 hours later, Lewin suddenly stopped, a familiar wave of pleasure washing over him. Making sure no one was around, he let out a long, unrestrained roar to the sky, "Ah!" His body trembled slightly as the system notification sounded again. He had leveled up to level 7. He knew that the higher the level, the more experience was required to level up. Most new players could only reach level 3 or 4 on the first day, and even the more skilled ones were lucky to reach level 5 or 6. But progressing further becomes extremely difficult, sometimes taking 2 days to level up. Lewin pondered this as he continued patrolling the abandoned village, searching for the boss's trail. After circling around several times without finding his target, he began to have doubts. He remembered his sister saying that she had only encountered the boss after clearing out the sleepers. Could it be that he had gone the wrong way? He decided to try again, following the route his sister had mentioned back to the edge of the village. Just then, a fireball suddenly fell from the sky, hitting him squarely in the chest, making him wince in pain. Lewin suddenly looked up and saw a man in a tattered robe standing in a dilapidated house on his left. It seemed that he hadn't noticed that place before, and the monster was hiding there unnoticed. He immediately activated the appraisal spell. Sleeping Mage, Elite, level 9, strength 50, agility 80 spirit, 150 skills, small fireball, sleep. It turned out to be a magic-type monster, quite agile, and with a high spirit attribute. Seeing Lewin being attacked, Lilith sneered. "How dare you touch my master? Humph! Get ready to be beaten!" The fiery whip lashed out again, and the mage turned to ashes before he could even scream. Lewin rubbed his chest, feeling that Lilith's smile just now was a bit eerie. He fell into deep thought. Could it be that the guy he summoned had some strange attributes? A system notification popped up. Slayed a level 9 sleeping mage, elite, experience plus 1000, obtained a worn-out robe. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, dragging the mage's corpse deep into the mud. Luan's spirits lifted. He knew the boss had arrived. So the sleeping mage was the trigger condition. No wonder he hadn't seen the boss before. From a crack in the ground, a woman slowly crawled out. She gripped a black staff, her features indistinct yet radiating boundless rage. Sleeping Banshee boss, level 10, strength 20, agility 150, spirit 250, skills, flame resistance, mass sleep, fireball. The succubus pointed at Lewin, her voice shrill. You killed my lover! I'll make you pay with your life!" She waved her staff, and a huge fireball quickly formed, flying towards Lewin with a scorching aura. Lewin calmly snorted. Instant flash! The next moment, Lilith appeared in front of him, catching the fireball head-on. Only a pitiful 1 point of damage appeared above her head. The sleeping banshee was completely stunned. What kind of monster was this? Her fireball had only dealt 1 point of damage? This was utterly humiliating. Seeing this, Lewin smiled coldly. "Lilith, finish her off." Before she could finish speaking, Lilith pounced forward like a ghost and lashed out with her whip. "Ugly woman, how dare you touch my master? Die!" Before the sleeping banshee could unleash her second skill, she let out a scream and died on the spot. She had just crawled out of the mud when she was knocked back down. Lying on the ground, she was reunited with her lover. This boss, who had once instilled fear in countless newbies in the beginner dungeon, was now utterly powerless. She probably never imagined she would die so miserably. She didn't even have a chance to struggle, let alone unleash a powerful attack. The system notification popped up again. Defeated a level 10 sleeping banshee boss, gaining plus 1500 experience. Obtained Black Death Staff 1, Sleeping Robe 1, Sleeping Ring 1, Sleeping Necklace 1, obtained Skill Scroll, Flame Resistance 1, first time completion of the beginner dungeon, rewarding plus 1000 experience. In the supervisor's office, Zhang Jiaqing, clutching his swollen nose, sat opposite Lin Yun, sobbing uncontrollably. "Brother-in-law, you have no idea how awful I was today. That freshman was so arrogant, he didn't respect me at all. I kindly reminded him, and he just attacked me." Lin Yun frowned as he listened. He knew his brother-in-law's personality all too well, and he felt a surge of annoyance, regretting having spent money to bring him in. He said helplessly, "Didn't I warn you not to cause trouble? Why can't you control yourself?" Zhang Jiaqing immediately turned hostile. "If you say that, I'll tell my sister and make you sleep on the floor tonight." Lin Yun waved her hand with a headache. All right, after I finish what I'm doing, I'll take you to the principal to reason with him, okay?" As soon as she said this, Zhang Jiaqing immediately beamed, as if he had received some reward. On the other side, a golden light flashed in the dungeon, and Lewin grunted as powerful energy surged within him, finally reaching level 8. He couldn't help but marvel at the absurdly high drop rate. Even rare skill scrolls had dropped. He immediately opened his inventory to check his loot. A skill scroll lay prominently in his bag. Flame Resist, a fire mage exclusive skill, usable at level 10. It unleashes flames that repel surrounding enemies and inflict burn damage. Although he couldn't use it immediately, this was already a good start for Lewin. Then he saw a black staff. Black Death Staff, quality, excellent, spirit plus 20, agility plus 10. Lewin immediately equipped it, and felt his spirit power instantly increase significantly. Then he turned his gaze to a dark blue robe. Sleeping Robe, excellent quality, constitution plus 30. Although it looked a bit worn, its attributes were excellent, and Lewin immediately put it on. There was also a ring and a necklace. The sleeping ring and the sleeping necklace were both of ordinary quality, but they both came with a plus 5 spirit attribute, and Lewin wore them without hesitation. Now, his equipment was completely new, and he looked like a nouveau riche, wearing 3 shiny rings. His current attributes were frighteningly strong: Demon Warlock, Unique Hidden Class, Level 8, Spirit 250, Strength 80, Agility 90, Stamina 110. In terms of skills, he possesses the maxed out Abyss Summoning, and the passive skill, Absolute Control. His equipment list is also full of excellent items, making even beginners envious. Luin softly said to Lilith, "Come back." And the vengeful spirits obediently transformed into energy and merged into his body. Then, he walked towards the spot where the boss, the sleeping banshee, had died, where a blue vortex had appeared, the dungeon exit. Since he'd already cleared it, there was no need to stay inside. At this point, a full 8 hours had passed since the dungeon opened. In reality, in the school's lounge, Von Bowen was about to leave to handle some matters when he sensed the fluctuations of the dungeon vortex and immediately stopped. Several principals immediately realized. Someone's coming out. Could it be the first student to give up? Hey, whoever loses has to treat everyone to dinner, don't try to renege on your promise. Just as everyone was joking around, a flash of blue light appeared, and Lu An's figure appeared beside the vortex. Surprisingly, only Luin came out. There was no one else around. TSK him? He must have run out of summoned vengeful spirits and decided to back down, right? Someone quipped, seemingly already convinced of the outcome. Mu Yan's expression changed, and he quickly walked to Luin, anxiously asking, "Are you alright?" Luin nodded calmly. "It's alright." Hearing this, Mu Yan breathed a sigh of relief and comforted him. "It's alright, it's okay if we can't beat the boss, we'll think of another way." All the principals assumed Luin had been forced out of the competition, and no one doubted that he had truly passed. But just then, Von Bowen's gaze fell on Lu An's tattered robe, and his expression suddenly froze. That robe, why did it look so familiar? Looking at Mu Yan, who was concerned about him, Luin said calmly, "I didn't give up. I cleared the level before I came out." Mu Yan was stunned. He was about to tell Luin not to talk nonsense when he noticed the ring on Lu An's hand, and his expression changed immediately. That sleeping ring, he recognized it. He had obtained the same one when he cleared the dungeon after changing jobs years ago. Mu Yan suddenly cast an appraisal spell on Luin. Luin, Demon Warlock, Hidden Class, Level 8. He skipped over the other information, his gaze fixed on the Level 8 column, completely stunned. "Am I seeing things? He's already Level 8 in just 8 hours. Von Bowen, standing to the side, finally recognized the robe and gasped. That's the robe of sleep. Did he really clear the dungeon?" These words caused an uproar. Several principals immediately assessed Lu An's level, and when they confirmed that he was indeed Level 8, their faces were filled with shock. Mu Yan's eyes widened, almost thinking he was hallucinating. "What's wrong with you? How did you get to Level 8? Luin remained calm and answered casually. "I just defeated a sleeping banshee and leveled up to Level 8 with the first clear reward." Silence fell over the room. Mu Yan opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. This was a beginner's level, not a fast food restaurant you could just walk into and out of. How could it be cleared in 8 hours? A dungeon that would take others at least a week to complete, Luin finished in 8 hours? And he even killed the final boss, the sleeping banshee? You should know that among the freshmen every year, there are very few students who actually dare to challenge the boss and successfully complete the dungeon. It's not that they don't want to, but the monsters in the dungeons are meticulously designed. Even a level 8 monster can easily overwhelm inexperienced newcomers. Students have low skills and poor equipment, so it takes them tens of minutes to kill even a single monster. Some classes with weak defenses might spend half an hour just fighting monsters. And Luin? Not only did he survive, but he was also decked out in top-tier gear, even wearing 3 rings. It looked like he'd been looting gear until his hands were sore. This wasn't monster hunting, this was treasure hunting. Everyone's gaze towards Luin changed, from initial disdain and contempt to shock and awe. Mu Yan looked at the silent young man before him, his heart filled with turbulent emotions. He had thought he had seen countless people, but he had never truly seen Lu An's real potential. Mu Yan glanced back at Fong Bowen, a hint of doubt in his expression. "What happened? Did something go wrong in the beginner dungeon?" He couldn't help but ask. Fong Bowen shook his head firmly. "Impossible. The beginner dungeon has always been stable and has never had any problems. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the vortex leading to the dungeon stirred again. 2 freshmen from number 1 high school emerged, looking disheveled and exhausted. Their clothes were tattered, their bodies covered in wounds, and even the wooden swords in their hands were broken in 2. However, when they saw the ramrod-straight figure in front of them, Lewin, they exchanged a glance and visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they weren't the first to emerge. Every year, the first person to quit the beginner dungeon would be ridiculed by the entire school, and naturally, they didn't want to be that lucky one. So they deliberately found a safe corner in the dungeon and hid there for several hours before coming out. Just then, Mu Yan's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves. If there's nothing wrong with the dungeon, how could he possibly clear it in 8 hours? Upon hearing this, the 2 students were immediately dumbfounded, their vision blurring. 8 hours to clear the dungeon? Are you even human? This is outrageous. They instantly realized that they were the clowns on the pillar of shame. The 2 stood there crestfallen, not even realizing how they had managed to escape the dungeon. Seeing their miserable state, Mu Yan understood the dungeon hadn't malfunctioned. But the problem was, this was so shocking that he didn't know what to say for a moment. At this moment, Lewin stepped forward, looked at Mu Yan with a serious expression, and said, "Principal, I have indeed cleared the game. I would like to apply to go to the wilderness to level up tomorrow. Could you give me a certificate?" Mu Yan remained silent for a moment. Generally speaking, the school would only allow newcomers to enter the wilderness after they had reached level 10 and completed the required progress in the beginner dungeon. This was because the wilderness was far more dangerous than the dungeon, with not only more monsters but also the possibility of attacks from other players. But Lewin had already completed the dungeon, and the beginner dungeon couldn't be repeated, so there was no way to delay any longer. After a moment of silence, Mu Yan nodded. "Okay, I'll open it for you, but you must be careful." Fong Bowen also walked over, patted Lewin on the shoulder, and said with admiration, "You must be Lu Shue's younger brother? Truly, heroes emerge from among the young." He then added with a smile, "It seems that the demon warlock class needs to be re-evaluated in terms of strength." Fong Bowen's attitude was clearly very friendly. Lewin looked at him with some confusion and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Fong Bowen, the person in charge of this area. Just call me Brother Fong." Fong Bowen explained, "I was here when your sister Lu Shui came last year. She left a very deep impression on me. I didn't expect her brother to be even more impressive." Lewin simply replied with an, "Oh." But inwardly he thought, "So another one of my older sister's old fans." From childhood, he was used to people trying to curry favor with him just to find out about his sister. But wait. The person in charge. Lu An's eyes suddenly lit up. He was about to take out his phone to play the audio he had recorded. But before he could, there was a knock on the office door. "Hello, principals, one of my staff members has been beaten up by a freshman. I'm here to report this." Fong Bowen was stunned. "An employee was beaten up by a freshman?" The principals looked at each other, their faces full of surprise. When did students become so bold as to dare to hit staff members? Lewin smiled, unsurprisingly. Sure enough, the other party had delivered themselves to his doorstep. This was getting interesting. He silently retreated behind Mu Yan, ready to see how this farce would unfold. The door opened, and Lin Yun let in a man with a bruised and swollen face. It was Zhang Jiaqing. Lin Yun saw Fong Bowen was also there, and immediately nodded respectfully. "Good morning, leader. Today, the new students are entering the beginner dungeon, and we shouldn't disturb you. However, a new student assaulted one of our staff members, which is outrageous. I must report this." After he finished speaking, he gestured for Zhang Jiaqing to step forward. Zhang Jiaqing, clutching a tissue stained with blood, spoke with a wronged expression. "Today, when I was explaining the rules to the new students, I encountered a few students who didn't quite understand the details, so I patiently explained them. Later, I noticed that one of them had a rather unusual profession, so I kindly reminded him that there might be some risks in the dungeon. I never expected him to be so ungrateful. He first cursed at me, then attacked me directly, punching me in the face and causing my nose to bleed on the spot." As he spoke, he waved the tissue around, seemingly trying to use evidence to sway everyone. "As an adult, of course I couldn't fight back, but I was really resentful. Is this society really that materialistic? Should we, who make a living through our professions, be looked down upon? We are human beings too. The principals listened with furrowed brows. Vocational education has long been looked down upon in society, a situation they've been trying to change. They never expected a student to dare to resort to violence in public. Wasn't this just adding fuel to the fire? Lin Yun quickly added, I didn't want to bother the principals, but then I thought about the other students present. They're like blank slates. If they're led astray, the impact would be enormous. Lin Yun's words struck a nerve with the principals. They were more concerned about the student atmosphere. What would happen to the school if everyone went astray? The atmosphere in the office instantly became serious. This is outrageous. They must be severely punished. It can't just be criticism and education. It needs to be recorded in their file, and they must be banned from participating in any official tests. We can't let other students follow suit and go astray. Mu Yan was so angry that his mustache stood on end. This is too arrogant. Which student is it? They must be severely punished. A smug smile appeared on Zhang Jiaqing's lips, as if victory was assured. He is a freshman at number 2 middle school named Luan, a demon sorcerer. Upon hearing this, the faces of the principals, who had been indignant, instantly froze. Chapter 13 Don't touch me with your filthy hands. Everyone turned their attention to Mu Yan without prior arrangement. Mu Yan chuckled dryly and said, Are you sure it's Luan, the demon warlock? As she spoke, she revealed Luan behind her. Upon seeing Luan, Zhang Jiaqing was initially startled, somewhat worried that Luan would confront him face to face. But he soon felt a secret joy in his heart. The instance is still open, but Luan has already left it, clearly abandoning it and forcibly leaving. A piece of trash is indeed a piece of trash. However, if that's the case, then it's even more advantageous for me. Zhang Jiaqing immediately pointed at Luan and said, Yes. It's him, Luan. Only Lin Yun vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Was this Luan really a good-for-nothing? How come he has so much equipment on him? And that robe, it looks kind of familiar. Lin Yun secretly unleashed his appraisal skill, then his eyes widened in surprise. An 8th-level demonology warlock? This is utter garbage? This is quite different from the script we initially discussed. Lin Yun now wished he could sew Zhang Jiaqing's mouth shut immediately. At that moment, Zhang Jiaqing was oblivious to his brother-in-law's expression, still hoping that the principal would uphold justice for him. He's the one who beat me in the beginner dungeon. He can also summon a monster. That monster doesn't look like a power that a normal person would summon. It's pitiful that we, people in our professions, are powerless to even kill a chicken. Even if I were to be beaten to death one day, perhaps I would just have to accept my fate. As Zhang Jiaqing spoke, he forced out 2 crystal-clear tears from the corners of his eyes. Just when Zhang Jiaqing thought Mu Yan would stand up for him, he heard Mu Yan's very gentle voice ask, Luan, do you have anything to explain? Zhang Jiaqing was stunned by the change in Mu Yan's tone. What's going on? Weren't you just angry? Why did your anger seem to dissipate so quickly? Zhang Jiaqing subconsciously looked at his brother-in-law Lin Yun, only to find that he was frantically giving him meaningful glances. Luan stepped out from behind Mu Yan and approached the principals. He took out his phone in front of everyone and played a recording. Your profession is so useless, why waste your time here? Don't believe me? Ask the people at your school, is anyone willing to team up with you? Someone as useless as you would have been better off giving up and going back to manual labor to earn some money. Why waste this time here? You're finished. I'm going to kill you! His sarcastic remarks and threatening words proved that none of what he said before was true. Zhang Jiaqing's face was already pale when the recording started playing. With each provocative word uttered, despair grew on his face. In particular, the way the other principals looked at him gradually changed from feeling indignant to disdainful. It's like a pile of stinky dog poop. It's disgusting. As the recording finished playing, Luan gave Zhang Jiaqing a cold look, and then said indifferently, That's the situation. As for how to deal with him, you can decide. Only, personally, I think we shouldn't let one bad apple spoil the whole bunch. Lin Yun's expression changed. He hadn't expected Luan to use his own words to attack him. just as he was about to defend himself. I can't say that. Mu Yen stepped forward and stood in front of Luan, interrupting Lin Yan's words, and addressed Fan Bowen. Fan Bowen, this is one of your men. You actually encouraged new students to abandon the dungeon. What do you suggest we do about that? Fan Bowen's face darkened. He said in a deep voice, as a staff member of the newbie dungeon, Zhang Jiaqing not only failed to provide proper guidance to the newbies in the dungeon. Instead, they deliberately encouraged freshmen to give up. How dare you distort the truth and frame others? Zhang Jiaqing, from today onwards, go back to your job of slaughtering pigs. I don't need someone like you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaqing immediately became displeased, stiffening his neck and turning red in the face as he spoke. Why should I? Even if what I said was a little harsh. But I'm just stating the facts. He's a demon warlock. Everyone knows it's a useless profession, am I wrong? Lin Yun stared intently at Zhang Jiaqing, as if looks could kill. Zhang Jiaqing must have died dozens of times by now. This teammate is a complete idiot. Fan Bowen snorted coldly. A useless profession? Have you ever heard of someone clearing the beginner dungeon in just 8 hours? Is this what you call a useless profession? If Luan really gives up because of what you said, how much loss would that be? Can you afford it? Zhang Jiaqing looked at Luan in disbelief. He immediately noticed Luan's difference. Especially those bloodshot eyes, they looked like they wanted to kill someone. With trembling hands, Zhang Jiaqing threw out an appraisal spell. Name, Luan. Class, Demonology Warlock, Unique Hidden Class. Level 8. Zhang Jiaqing felt a sudden dizziness, his body went limp, and he eventually collapsed to the ground. Level 8? How so? I had just witnessed him enter the beginner dungeon at level 1 not long ago. It's only been 8 hours. It's become level 8? This is an upgrade at a rocket speed. And did he really clear the game as he said? It's over. Everything is over. I spent the 30,000 yuan I had saved up over the years to get this stable job through my brother-in-law's connections. I just smashed it myself. Zhang Jiaqing deeply regrets his past actions. In desperation, Zhang Jiaqing could only think of one solution, so he ran to Luan. He tugged at Luan's clothes and said, I was wrong. I was wrong. I was just being presumptuous. I'm sorry to have offended you. Please let me go. Luan looked coldly at Zhang Jiaqing, then ruthlessly pushed away Zhang Jiaqing's hand that was pulling on his clothes. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Luan has never been a magnanimous person. He cannot repay evil with kindness. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, that's what Luan believed in. Seeing that this path was blocked, Zhang Jiaqing looked at his brother-in-law, Lin Yun. Lin Yun shook his head repeatedly, signaling to Zhang Jiaqing with his eyes that this matter should be dropped and that he shouldn't be dragged into it. However, Fan Bowen had no intention of letting Lin Yun go, and coldly said, And you too! Don't think I don't know you spent money to smooth things over for him. Now that he has made a mistake, you should punish him as well. You can quit your management position and go back to the front lines to mentor new recruits. Lin Yun stood there stunned. Fan Bowen didn't even glance at them again, but turned to Mu Yan and Luan and said, I'm really sorry, I've only just taken office here, and there are some issues that haven't been addressed yet. Please bear with me. Mu Yan didn't speak, but looked at Luan and asked, What do you think? Mu Yan now puts Luan first. Joke. This guy beat the game in 8 hours. Although it's unclear how he did it, as long as Luan can maintain this speed, that might just secure this year's provincial champion. When the time comes, determining the key points will be a piece of cake. Luan glanced at Zhang Jiaqing, who was slumped on the ground, without any expression on his face. This can be considered an admission of the matter. Mu Yan then handed over a pass. You can get past the guards tomorrow with this, but be careful when you go out into the wild. Luan carefully put away the certificate. After all this commotion, there's only 1 hour left before the newbie dungeon ends. Luan left the lounge and rested to the side. I plan to leave together after the other new students have finished the dungeon. Chapter 14 I want to report this. Luan must have cheated. Mu Yen and Fan Bowen remained in the lounge, waiting for the other students to arrive. However, the conversation inevitably turned to Lewin and his unique profession. Wow, 8 hours to complete the game? There's probably no record like that anywhere in the world. Fan Bowen thought for a moment. Although the beginner dungeons of each empire are somewhat different, the difficulty is roughly the same. Even the fastest person, who was wearing a full set of top-tier beginner equipment, only cleared the dungeon on the third day. The comparison further highlights Lu An's uniqueness. Lewin went in empty-handed, but came out fully clothed. Old Mu, you've really turned things around this time. Last year, Lu Shui helped you secure a spot for a key university admission. This year is even tougher. Lewin might be able to snatch the provincial top scorer title. Mu Yan said. Sigh, leveling up is always fast at the beginning. Some professions may be fast in the early stages but become weak later on. Although he said that, the corners of Mu Yan's mouth turned up imperceptibly. Some are happy, some are sad. Only the female principal of No. 1 middle school had her brows furrowed tightly, her teeth almost grinding to powder. With a prodigy like Lewin around, even with the guild's help, he will have a hard time catching up. Time passed as they chatted. 10 hours later, all students returned to the real world through the instance vortex. A strong smell of blood immediately filled the air. Woohoo, I've leveled up to level 3! Wait for me at Shangqiao Academy. I'm coming! Trash, you're only level 3 and you're getting all excited? I'm already level 4 and I haven't said a word. The excited voices of the crowd echoed throughout the venue. Although most of them were wounded and covered in blood. But their eyes were filled with excitement. This was the first day of their new journey, and even minor injuries did not deter them. The professional priest on the side immediately cast a group healing spell. Quickly restore their status. The excited group of freshmen quickly noticed Lewin lying down and playing games. Everyone felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, I didn't soften my heart and team up with Lewin. Those who leave early have definitely chosen to abandon the dungeon. Moreover, he didn't have a single scratch on his body, so he probably didn't even come into contact with the monster. Many people are also discussing Lewin. How dare you lie there playing games? I wonder if he gave up as soon as he went in. Look at his clothes, there's not a speck of dust on them. Our school has completely lost face. Truly, it deserves to be called the most useless profession. Fan Yen naturally heard what everyone was saying. There was only one thought in my mind. Damn it, Lao Lu really gave up halfway through, that bastard. A burst of angry dialect emerged from the crowd. He has a wound on his arm that is several tens of centimeters long, and the wound is gradually healing. Fan Yen went straight to Lewin. At this moment, Lewin was still immersed in the game world. Please enable voice chat. You motherfucker, do you even know how to play the Frost Mage? You're playing a god-tier class like a pile of shit. Scatter some rice, and even a chicken can peck at it better than you. The game Lewin was playing was called Hero Glory, a 5v5 MOBA game based on historically powerful max-level players. Not only can you learn about the skills of top experts, but you can also learn some knowledge. Of course, more importantly, fun. Fan Yen felt extremely heartbroken seeing Lewin in this state. We agreed to take the entrance exam for Huaxia University together. But you secretly played games to rank up. And they didn't even take me with them. Just as Fan Yen was about to slap the phone away, she saw Lu An's fingers operating the black and white screen. Huh! Why are there so many rings? Fan Yen curiously used his appraisal skill, then his eyes widened in surprise. The sound came out like a duck being trampled. Holy crap! How the hell did you get to level 8? Fan Yen suddenly felt that her hard-earned level 5 was no longer worthwhile. The scream in the dialect prompted the others to unleash their identification skills. The result surprised them greatly. Holy crap, I'm only level 3, and he came out early and he's level 8. Holy crap! Wasn't it said to be a useless profession? No way, I'm reporting him. He must have cheated. The bustling crowd contrasted sharply with the scene of Lewin playing games. Human joys and sorrows are not shared. Lewin just thought they were being noisy. All the students gradually reached a consensus. No one could clear the beginner dungeon in one day. Lewin must have cheated. The rumors of cheating gradually gained traction, and eventually, Fan Yen couldn't stand it anymore and went to the principal to testify. Cheating is impossible in the beginner dungeon. Lewin completed the game in 8 hours and reached level 8. All of you should take Lewin as your role model. Work hard. Mu Yan's words were like a bomb dropped into the crowd, and the discussion among the new students immediately erupted. Level 8 on the first day? Is he even human? Holy crap, I regret it. I should have teamed up with him. He should be level 7 by now. I'm already level 8 without cheating. Oh my god, I cheated and took drugs to only reach level 4. What drugs did you take? Viagra. Among those discussing the matter, Li Ji was the one who regretted it the most. He originally had a good relationship with Fan Yen and often greeted Lewin. However, they made the wrong choice when selecting teammates. He reached level 8 on the very first day. Who can say what level Lewin will reach in a week? If I had stepped forward and chosen to team up with Lewin back then. Unfortunately, there's no going back. Li Ji stared blankly at Lewin, who was still engrossed in playing the game, but he was too embarrassed to go up and greet Lewin. The failure button finally popped up on Lewin's phone, and Lewin cursed angrily. Damn it, what kind of matchmaking system is this? I'm not playing anymore. Trash! My Nightwalker team went 12-0 and we still lost. Trash teammates! Turning around, he saw Fan Yen looking at him with affectionate eyes. Lu Geijai, you're amazing. They've already reached level 8. Please take me with you. Lewin got goosebumps all over his body. Roll! I'll dress up as a woman for you. Please take me with you. Get lost. On the way back, Fan Yen begged Lewin all the way. After paying the price of helping Lewin recharge 648 yuan in the game, Lewin finally agreed to help him level up in the newbie dungeon the next day. As the night passed, the next morning arrived. Fan Yen couldn't find any trace of Lewin no matter what he tried. But then he suddenly received a text message from Lewin. Sorry, I'm going to level up outside the city. Next time, I got a limited edition skin from the recharge gift pack, thanks. Chapter 15 The Huaxia Empire Exchange. Lewin reappeared at the edge of the city wall with dark circles under his eyes. I could have had a good night's sleep last night. But Lilith, however, insisted on demanding that Lewin fulfill the punishment. I tossed and turned all night and didn't get a good night's sleep. Lewin suddenly sneezed twice, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. It seemed that Fan Yen had received his message and was sending him blessings remotely. There are several large characters on the building in front of us. China Exchange. This is an exchange set up by the Chinese Empire. It has 3 types of trading. The first type is auction, where the highest bidder wins within a certain time. The second option is to sell directly to an exchange, which may be cheaper, but the advantage is that it's faster to sell. The third option is to entrust an exchange to sell the product, but the exchange will charge a certain amount as a handling fee. Lewin didn't go directly into the wilderness because he had too many items in his backpack. Lewin wanted to exchange them for money first. Upon entering the exchange, a dedicated person will immediately come to guide and provide services. They led Lewin to a crystal ball. Lewin had learned this from books. This is a tool specially made by a top alchemist commissioned by the exchange. Simply touch this crystal ball to quickly complete all the functions within the exchange. It's even more intelligent than the smart devices of the previous life. Lewin reached out and pressed his hand on the crystal ball. Lewin, a citizen of the Huaxia Empire. Contribution value 0. Permission level 1. The Huaxia Exchange has access levels, and different access levels offer more discounts on certain items. In addition, some important figures will set a level requirement to view the equipment and materials they consign. To level up, you need to earn contribution points. In any case, the more items traded through the exchange, the more valuable they become, and the faster the contribution value increases. Lewin didn't care much, since he had plenty of materials on him anyway. They'll eventually grant the necessary permissions. Lewin clicked the sell button. The materials and equipment I obtained are fairly common, so selling them directly to the trading house is the easiest way. Lewin checked the prices of each item in his backpack. The frog spirit ring costs 100 yuan each, and there are 181 of them in my backpack. All sold. 18,100 yuan was deposited into Huaxia wallet, with a remaining balance of 18,762 yuan. Hearing the wonderful suggestion, Lewin was in a great mood. What could be more satisfying than watching your bank balance increase? Venom cost 10 yuan per serving, and I received 1,810 yuan. Adding in all the miscellaneous materials and equipment, it sold for 1,530 yuan. Lewin then took out the skill scroll, which was the main prize in this transaction. Search for the skill scroll, price of flame resistance. The lowest price is 30,000 yuan. Not bad. After all, it's just a skill book for a regular profession, and Lewin was already quite satisfied with the price. Skill scrolls are all sold on a consignment basis, and Lewin has also put the scrolls up for sale. The amount is set at 29,999 yuan. I just went up. Lewin then heard a ding sound. The transaction is complete. Sold out in seconds. After deducting the auction house's 5% commission, which is considered a shady practice, Lewin received 28,499.05 yuan. The balance in my Huaxia wallet immediately surged to 50,601.05 yuan. Lewin's eyes widened, and he immediately beamed with joy. Awesome! In just half a day, he earned 50,000 yuan. This was the first time he had ever seen so much money in the world. My older sister and I depend on each other for survival. Life naturally wouldn't be too easy. My sister and I only have about 1,000 yuan a month for living expenses, and we both wish we could split the money in half to make the most of it. If their parents hadn't left them a house before they passed away, the two siblings might have been sleeping under a bridge. Lewin searched for general skill scrolls on the exchange. A universal skill scroll for levels 0 to 20 costs 200,000. What once seemed like an unattainable astronomical figure now seems less out of reach. However, Lewin had also calculated it carefully. The main reason for having 50,000 is the skill scroll that drops in the beginner dungeon. Without skill scrolls, my actual earnings would only be a little over 10,000. However, Lewin was not worried, as many dungeons could produce skill scrolls. I'll just take Lilith and the others and be happy brushers then. After leaving the exchange, Lewin walked towards the outside of the city wall. This place is located at the entrance to the city wall, and there is a huge flow of people around it. There are many shops on both sides of the street. Jinlian Department Store, Xinyuan Blacksmith Shop, Hongxing Massage Parlor. All kinds of shops are available. However, its scale is naturally much smaller than the exchange we just discussed. One of the buildings caught Lewin's attention. Bounty Hunter Association. They're called hunters, but they're actually mercenaries. Many of them will post some rather troublesome missions. A reward will be given upon completion. Since I'm going to level up now, wouldn't it be better to take on some quests first, and do it all at the same time? That way, I can earn more money too. This association looked much poorer. It didn't have the crystal ball of an exchange, only a notice board listing the currently posted tasks. Lewin stepped forward to look, and a series of mission information appeared in front of him. Send a letter to the Guardian in the wilderness. Lewin skipped it without a second thought. These delivery missions were tedious, long, and the rewards were pitifully small. Picking red pears. Jump over. Lewin searched through the notice board and finally found his target, his eyes lighting up immediately. Collecting wolf gallbladders. Kill wolves in the wolf den dungeon and collect 300 wolf gallbladders. Note: only on hard difficulty and above will wolf gallbladders drop. The difficulty levels of dungeons are divided into easy, normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the monster's attributes will be. Of course, the experience points and drop rate will also increase accordingly. The reward for this task is 20,000 yuan. Furthermore, there is a small line of text in the mission details stating that an additional reward of 10,000 yuan will be given if the White Wolf King's gallbladder is obtained. Isn't this just right? Wolf Den is a level 12 dungeon in the wild, and the White Wolf King is the boss inside. The monsters inside are also fairly densely distributed, making it ideal for leveling up. Upgrade and earn money at the same time, a win-win situation. Having made up his mind, Lewin immediately went to the counter and told the staff that he wanted to take on the task. The staff member, a very gentle young woman, said with some surprise, "Are you sure? This mission offers a lot of money, but the drop rate of wolf gall is just too low. Therefore, very few people are willing to do this task." Lu Anxin understood. No wonder the task had been posted for a while but had remained unaccepted on the task list. Low drop rate? It does not exist. Lewin nodded affirmatively, and seeing his insistence, the staff helped him complete the task assignment process. Next, you just need to bring back 300 wolf gallbladders and 1 wolf king gallbladder to complete the mission. Before Lewin could turn around, a somewhat shrill male voice came from behind him. "You want to go to the wolf den to kill wild wolves? Should we team up? My name is Gao Yong. We are also assembling a team to take on this task." Lewin turned around and found a thin man. Before Lewin could speak, Gao Yong was somewhat surprised after seeing Lu An's appearance. Lu An's face is too young. He doesn't look like an adult at all. Out of curiosity, Gao Yong frowned and cast an appraisal spell. He immediately performed a Sichuan opera face-changing act on the spot. His voice involuntarily rose 3 octaves. "What the hell are you doing here, you level 8 demon warlock? Isn't this fucking hilarious? You're wasting my time." Gao Yong turned to leave, seemingly muttering, "What a fucking bad luck." A surge of anger rose within Lewin. "You came over to greet me yourself, and then you directed and acted out this whole show all by yourself? Don't you know what it means to be the one who starts the fight?" Lewin stared at Gao Yong's retreating figure and said coldly, "What are you barking about, you dog?" Gao Yong froze, turned around, and stared intently at Lewin. "What did you just say?" Lewin looked at Gao Yong and said, word by word, "I'll talk. You exist. Dog. Call. Some. Varied. What?" Gao Yong was completely stunned. "I told you to say it again, and you actually dared to say it again." Lewin blinked and said, "What? Didn't you hear me clearly? Do I need to say it twice?" A surge of anger rushed into Gao Yong's mind, and he drew a dagger from his waist and pointed it at Lu An's neck. Lewin didn't even blink. Lilith is ready to appear at any time, just waiting for the other side to make the first move. Although city management is relatively loose, one rule remains constant. Human beings are prohibited from killing each other within the town. Of course, if the other party attacks first and Lewin only retaliates, then the situation will be different. A staff member reminded everyone, "Fighting within the town is prohibited." Gao Yong glanced at the staff, then took the dagger out of his hand, glared at Lewin, and said, "You just wait." After saying that, Gao Yong left immediately. However, he kept looking back at Lewin before leaving. Lewin smiled dismissively, having already discerned his true nature. Name, Gao Yong. Occupation, assassin. Level 15. The staff member standing nearby looked at Lewin, hesitated for a moment, and then gave him a reminder. "You shouldn't offend them, they're from the Ango Guild. They're capable of anything." After thanking the other party for their kindness, Lewin made a mental note of the guild's name. Lewin originally wanted to go to the wilderness with him and solve this problem first. Unfortunately, because this was Lu An's first time accepting a mission from the Bounty Hunter Association, the registration process took a little longer. By the time Lewin finished the formalities, Gao Yong was nowhere to be seen. "We can only give up for now." Lewin walked to the entrance of the city wall, and was indeed stopped by the guards. When Lewin handed the certificate to the guard was clearly surprised, but after Lewin took out the pass, the guard still let him pass. After all, every year some wealthy students choose not to level up in the beginner dungeons, but instead find someone to carry them. However, Lewin is the first person to leave the city alone. "Alright, but be careful. The monsters near the east side of the city wall are relatively low level. The threat level will also be much lower. Don't go too far. If you encounter any danger, run towards the city wall." The guard thought for a moment, and then whispered a reminder. Lewin nodded. Thank you, I understand. Are the monsters on the east side of the city wall low level? Then we don't need to go there. The Wolf's Den instance happens to be located to the west. Lewin decided to head west, where he could level up along the way. Stepping outside the city, Lewin headed in the predetermined direction. Soon a small grove of trees appeared ahead. Lewin slipped inside like an eel. As soon as he entered the woods, Lewin immediately felt that the temperature around him had dropped slightly. The faint howls of monsters could be heard not far away. A thin layer of fog in the air slightly reduced visibility. The tall trees perfectly blocked the sunlight overhead. The air was filled with the scent of unknown plants. If you sniff carefully, you can detect a faint smell of blood. Lewin dared not be careless and immediately released Lilith and the vengeful spirit. They are taking precautions against potential attacks. The first thing Lilith did after coming out was to touch her still slightly red and swollen buttocks. Her gaze toward Lewin was filled with fervor. A green snake with white rings was slowly crawling down a large tree nearby. The snake's head is triangular, and its body is half a meter long. Its tongue flicks in and out continuously. Its red eyes were meeting Lewin's gaze. Green-ringed snake. Level 10. Gender female. Strength 50. Agility 100. Spirit 150. Stamina 130. Skills Venomous Fawn, Serpent Tail Assault. Chapter 16 Where is my huge forest? Although both are level 10 monsters, the green-ringed serpent's stats are significantly lower than those of the sleeping banshee. The green-ringed snake bent its body slightly, about to pounce on Lewin. A flaming leather whip had already been lashed out. The snake's carcass fell from the tree. Defeat a level 10 green-ringed serpent to gain an additional 1,000 experience points. Gain green-ringed snake skin +1. Just as Lewin was about to continue forward, a tree root suddenly shot out from the soil and struck Lewin on the forehead. Lilith instinctively used her body to shield Lewin from the attack. He then showed a hint of annoyance. I actually wasted a good opportunity to be punished. Lewin then realized that the tree next to him was not so simple either. Twisted Tree Spirit. Level 11. Strength 130. Agility 0. Spirit 50. Stamina 200. Skills Root Strike Healing. It really is a monster. Lewin immediately controlled Lilith to fly over and whip the tree spirit to death. Defeat a level 11 Twisted Treant, gaining an additional 1,500 experience points. Obtain Wood Crystal, low grade. Wood crystals are materials used by some pharmacists to make potions. Low-grade crystals cost about 50 yuan each, which is not bad if there is enough supply. Lewin cast an identification spell on the trees around him. They discovered that this place was actually a forest of twisted tree spirits. However, the twisted treants don't seem to be monsters that like to attack humans proactively, so most of them remain still. This is why Lewin didn't initially realize that these trees were also monsters. Sure enough, you have to be careful everywhere in the wild, or you'll be attacked by these monsters that are good at disguising themselves if you're not careful. However, upon seeing the grove of trees in front of him, Lewin immediately changed his mind. There are far too many tree spirit monsters here, even more densely packed than in the wolf den. This is simply the perfect leveling spot for Lewin. Lilith and the vengeful spirits immediately got to work. Lewin sat on the ground, and his experience points began to rise rapidly again. Meanwhile, on the other side of this grove of trees, 5 people are fighting hard to kill the twisted tree spirit. Their clothing and equipment clearly indicated that they were not newbies who had just reached level 10. They were at least level 20 experts who had completed their first job advancement. Only level 11 tree spirits were powerless against them. In the center of the group was a girl holding a flaming long sword. She had a neat ponytail and wore a close-fitting leather wallet, looking very clean and efficient. She looked to be about the same age as Lewin, probably a freshman who had just changed jobs this year, but her level had already reached level 6. It's 1 level higher than the dialect used for running dungeons. One of the middle-aged men said to the girl in the middle, "Siahi, these tree spirits are perfect for you to level up now." Although these tree spirits are of a high level, they will not attack people rashly. By the time we've been fighting our way through this huge forest until dark, you'll be around level 9. You're definitely going to be this year's provincial champion. Xiaohe grinned. Thank you, second uncle. If I really get the top score in the provincial exam, I'll treat my second uncle to a massage. As long as Auntie doesn't get angry, haha. Forget it, I can't handle a massage. If I really go back, your aunt will skin me alive. I didn't expect my second uncle to be so henpecked, Xiaohe said, brandishing her flaming longsword and stabbing it at the tree spirit. A pitiful -5 damage value appears. Xiaohe blinked. You just need to wait on the side, you don't need to do anything. Xiaohe shook her head firmly. No, a true strong person is one who defeats the strong with the weak. Otherwise, how could I possibly follow in the footsteps of my idol, the ice and snow goddess? As she spoke, Xiaohe's flaming longsword suddenly burst into powerful flames. Xiaohe shouted, Fierce cross slash! The longsword drew a beautiful cross in the air. The cross-shaped slash formed by 2 flames landed on the tree spirit. -25. Having successfully scorched a small portion of the bark, Xiaohe continued chopping excitedly without being discouraged. The others could only shake their heads indulgently, while simultaneously guarding against any possible attacks. Most new students choose to level up in the beginner dungeons, but some powerful and influential people will naturally think of other ways. For example, teaming up with high-level, powerful players to directly grind monsters in the wild. Although teaming up with high-level powerhouses will result in a significant loss of experience, they also kill monsters much faster. With a sufficient number of monsters, it will be much faster than in the beginner dungeon. At this moment, Lewin was still completely unaware that he was farming tree spirit monsters. A golden light rose from his body. Lewin grunted. Level 9. There are so many tree spirits here, it's definitely a great place to level up. However, once the level gap is narrowed, the experience points gained become significantly less. Lewin decided to leave after he reached level 10. Dungeons like Wolf's Den offer significantly more experience than wild monsters. Lilith and the 20 vengeful spirits were like tireless perpetual motion machines, relentlessly and brutally killing these twisted tree spirits. Their speed was even much faster than Xiaohe and his group. After all, Xiaohe only had 5 helpers. Lu En's experience is far more than that, not to mention that he has all the experience on his own. 3 more hours passed. Lewin looked at the monster that had appeared in front of him. Twisted Treant Boss. Level 11. Strength 300. Agility 0. Spirit 100. Stamina 400. Skills: Root Assault, Tree Spirit Healing, Deadly Entanglement. Lu En's eyes gleamed with excitement. Compared to ordinary tree spirits, this boss's attributes have been significantly enhanced. It's just a pity that I met myself. I now have 98.06% experience points. Killing this boss will allow you to level up to level 10. The tree spirit boss is significantly more aggressive than other tree spirits. Tree roots shot out like pythons. They wanted to entangle Lilith until she died. It's a pity. Too slow. Lilith let out a coquettish laugh. You actually want to tie me up? Dream on. Only Master can treat Lilith like this. Lewin could only pretend not to hear those words, but silently made a decision in his heart. I'll buy rope when I get back. Before the tree roots even reached the little succubus, a whip lashed down. The tree spirit boss's powerful body crashed down. Defeat a level 11 Twisted Treant boss to gain an additional 5,000 experience points. Obtain wood crystal, low grade. Obtain the tree spirit ring. With a surge of experience, Luan's body twitched again, revealing a blissful expression. I've finally reached level 10. Luan glanced at the equipment. The tree spirit's ring. Quality: rare. Spirit plus 20. Skill: Tree Spirit Healing. Tree Spirit Healing. Summon the hidden tree spirit within the ring, which can restore 1% of your maximum health, 30-minute cooldown. The equipment is pretty good. The ring is decorated with a green leaf, which looks quite exquisite. After putting on the ring, Luan glanced at the few remaining tree spirits and decisively gave up. They changed direction and headed towards the wolf den with Lilith and the others. Meanwhile, Xiaohe has finally reached level 8. The 5 high-level professionals were also invigorated. These tree spirits seem to have given us more experience than we estimated. Perhaps Xiaohe will reach level 9 before nightfall. As they spoke, the tree spirit's corpse in front of the 5 people collapsed with a thud. They immediately saw the scene ahead. Xiaohe stood there, mouth agape, sweating profusely, while the other 5 stood frozen in place. The scene ahead was a mess, with tree spirit corpses everywhere in sight. Immediately, a pitiful wail rang out. What happened? Where is my huge forest? Where are those tree spirits? Did they run away on long legs? Chapter 17 The Power of Charm is Revealed. Kneel down. Luan, who had just left the woods, turned back with some confusion. Who's howling and wailing over there? However, Luan quickly shifted his attention back to his original position. Who cares? It's none of my business anyway. I've finally reached level 10. Luan was somewhat excited. Luan was getting really bored with the same old tree spirits all the time. Going to the wolf den is still more comfortable. After reaching level 10, Lilith and the vengeful spirits each learned a new skill. Charm, a natural beauty, she can actively unleash her charm to control enemy creatures. The duration of control depends on the target's will, 10-minute cooldown. This skill can be considered the Succubus's innate skill. It is extremely powerful. This is also one of the main reasons why they are called Succubi. Lilith has become more powerful, and in addition to actively using charm skills, Lilith's every move seemed to possess a special charm, making it impossible to look away. Spirit Absorption, passive skill. Each attack from a vengeful spirit absorbs 0.1% of the target's mana. Stackable. The skills gained by vengeful spirits are also quite applicable. Not bad, the vengeful spirit has firmly secured its position as the top assistant. Luan could already imagine fighting against people in the future, with a group of vengeful spirits instantly draining all the magic power from the mage. A mage without mana is worse than a dog. We were almost at the entrance to the instance. Luan first let Lilith enter his body and put her away, leaving only the vengeful spirit hovering around him. After all, it's the wilderness, so you can't be too careful. There were quite a few people outside this instance location. However, their level was much higher than Luan's, at least level 12. When Luan approached, the crowd fell silent for a moment. The main reason is that the vengeful spirits around Luan looked too frightening. This guy looks like a villain. Are those things floating around me ghosts? Some people curiously used their identification skills to check Luan's identity, and then they couldn't help but laugh. It looks so scary, but it's all just for show. Luan ignored him completely and walked straight toward the dungeon vortex. In the crowd, Gao Yong was suddenly nudged on the elbow by his companion. Hey Gao Yong, isn't that the demon warlock you saw at the association? Seeing that they couldn't find the last like-minded person in the association, Gao Yong and his group decided to try their luck in the Wolf's Den dungeon. Maybe then you'll meet the right person. Upon hearing this, Gao Yong's eyes lit up, and he quickly spotted Luan in the crowd. My eyes lit up immediately. We couldn't take action in the town before. Things are different now, this is the wilderness. How dare they talk to me like that? A beating and a little bloodshed will teach him a lesson. Just as Gao Yong was about to stop Luan, he saw Luan walk into the dungeon vortex. A difficulty selection prompt popped up in front of Luan's eyes. Without a second thought, Luan immediately clicked on the held difficulty level. Luan then disappeared at the dungeon entrance. Gao Yong was stunned. Did he really go to the Wolf's Den dungeon alone? He muttered to himself. Only level 8 and he's already running off to the Wolf Den to die. That saves trouble. His companion made a sarcastic remark from the side. What nonsense are you talking about? Did you go to too many prostitutes last night, and your eyesight is failing you? What level 8? Others are level 10, the only hidden class, Demonology Warlock. That's awesome. I don't know if I can make it out in 3 minutes. Gao Yong's companions clearly also disapproved of Luan. His tone was full of sarcasm. Normally, you would choose to enter a team for a dungeon. No one dares to go in alone. Such a person will either die very quickly. They either die very quickly. Moreover, Luan was a notoriously useless demon warlock. Gao Yong shuddered. Level 10. From that time until now. Less than 3 hours, right? He went from level 8 to level 10? Even novelists wouldn't dare write something like this, right? But to level up to level 10 so quickly, you must have a lot of good stuff, right? A strong desire instantly erupted in Gao Yong's eyes. In the wolf's den instance. As the name suggests, a wolf den is a cave inhabited by a large number of wolves. The most fatal danger of this instance is that it has no light. The cave was completely dark. Luan immediately summoned Lilith. The glimmers of light from Lilith's fiery whip successfully illuminated what was in front of them. There was a lot of blood on the ground, as well as a pile of bones. So, it seems I'm in their restaurant? Luan said self-deprecatingly. Lilith pinched her nose and frowned as she spoke. These lowly beasts stink. My master is the best, he smells so good. Lilith deliberately moved closer to Luan, as if that would prevent her from smelling the peculiar odor from the wolf den. Luan gently ruffled Lilith's snow-white hair. Yes, it feels great. However, it's still not as good as a butt. Suddenly, 2 bright green dots appeared ahead, standing out starkly in the darkness. Wild Wolf. Level 12. Strength, 200. Agility, 230. Spirit, 50. Stamina, 200. Skills, Bloodthirsty Bite, Wolf Howl, Bloodlust Enhancement. As expected of a hellish dungeon, it was just an ordinary level 12 monster. However, their strength has been greatly enhanced. This type of wolf is an extremely troublesome monster among those of the same level, mainly due to its bloodlust enhancement skill. If it cannot be killed directly, the lower its health, the greater the boost to its strength and agility. In particular, their deadly counterattacks have killed countless people. The wolf immediately attacked the vengeful spirits that were drifting nearby. It took a solid bite and smashed its head into the vengeful spirit's body, which then shook its head wildly. The vengeful spirit let out a mournful wail. A series of damage values of over 100 points also appeared above his head, interspersed with a few values of several tens. It should be the additional damage effect from the bloody bite. Luan saw this but did not launch an attack immediately. We need an object to test Lilith's new skill. Lu Anshin had a sudden thought. Lilith quickly appeared in front of the wolf. The wolf immediately sensed the approaching danger and released the vengeful spirit from its mouth. Seeing this, Lilith let out a provocative roar. Lilith's face was frosty, and a black heart mark suddenly appeared on her forehead. At the same time, the same mark appeared on the wolf's forehead, then quickly merged into the wolf's body and disappeared. The wolf's deep growl suddenly changed tone. It turned into the whimpering sound of a dog begging for its owner's reward. The wolf lay on the ground, its eyes filled with Lilith. At that moment, it realized that Lilith was more beautiful than the most beautiful female wolf it had ever seen. It was willing to pay the price of its life to complete Lilith's mission. Lilith's innate royal demeanor naturally manifested itself. The cold voice issued the first command to the wolf. Kneel down. Chapter 18 Wolf Tamer Hikawa Steel Plate. Kneel down. The wolf immediately bent its front legs, adopting a kneeling posture similar to that of a human. Lilith looked up at Luan, her eyes seeming to ask what to do next. Luan asked, How long can this state be maintained? This wolf will never escape this state until it dies of old age, Lilith said proudly, raising her head. Even among succubi, a typical succubus can only control a creature for a few days at most. Only Lilith, being a noble member of the royal family, had her abilities greatly enhanced, and with a tenfold boost from Luan's skills, she achieved such a terrifying effect. Luan nodded. It seemed that this skill was even more useful than he had imagined. However, these are animals after all, and their willpower is inherently weaker. The effects on humans need to be tested separately. Now that we know the approximate time, the next test is compliance. Luan calmly said, Let it commit suicide. The desire to survive is an instinctive urge in all living beings, and it is the best way to test obedience. Lilith issued Luan's order without any hesitation. The wolf stared at Lilith with fanatical eyes, then swiftly dug its claws into its abdomen, tearing out its own heart. He handed it to Lilith as if presenting a treasure. Smelling the blood, Lilith's eyes gleamed with excitement. However, Lilith did not accept wolf heart. The wolf's life was swiftly extinguished, its gaze fixed on Lilith until its very last moment. It is hoped that Lilith will accept its gift. Defeat a level 12 wolf that is above your level to gain an extra 2,500 experience points. Obtain 1 wolf gallbladder. Obtain 1 wolf pelt. Lilith flew back to Luan's side, looking at him as if seeking praise. Luan patted Lilith's head, and Lilith showed a look of enjoyment. Not bad. After this test, Luan basically understood the specific effects of charm. As expected of a powerful succubus. Luan glanced at his experience bar, and his face immediately fell. After reaching level 10, the experience bar increases exponentially. If you had this much experience before level 10, you should have at least 1% experience, but now you only have 0.25%. If I calculate it this way, wouldn't I need to kill hundreds of wolves to reach level 11? The vengeful spirits immediately began to spread out and sweep away the wolves in the wolf den. Luan strolled through the wolf den as if taking a leisurely walk. If anyone could see Luan looking so relaxed in the dungeon right now, they would be absolutely stunned. The terrain inside the wolf den is extremely complex. It presents an overall cone-like shape. As you go deeper into the cave, the space for movement inside will gradually shrink. The stone walls on both sides are covered with countless small holes. A green light would occasionally flash inside. Those are wild wolves hiding inside. When normal people form a team to get here, their speed has to be reduced. We need to clear out these hiding wolves little by little before we can advance with peace of mind. Otherwise, they might be ambushed by wolves. The normal time to clear the Wolf's Den dungeon is usually around 2 days. This is also a major difference between open-world dungeons and beginner dungeons. For ordinary combat professionals, entering a wilderness dungeon is like dancing on a knife's edge every time. They need to remain vigilant at all times for the next 2 days. After all, these monsters can take turns attacking. But people can't do that. This is why teammates are needed. It's not just about relieving combat stress. This is also to increase fault tolerance. Of course, none of these things were a problem for Luan. Luan had calculated that if the current killing speed continued, it will take about 5 hours to defeat all the wolves in this dungeon. Luan stroked his stubble and muttered to himself. This speed is a bit slow. We need to find a way to speed things up even further. It's not that Lilith and the others didn't work hard enough. These wolves are simply too cunning. Darkness is the best camouflage for them. By closing their eyes and relying entirely on their hearing to identify enemies, these wolves can perfectly conceal themselves. Often, it's only after the wolves launch their own attack that their tracks can be found. This is why not many people are willing to run this dungeon. These wolves are so cowardly. Luan, who was concentrating on walking past a rock, suddenly felt a pain in his buttocks. I turned my head and looked. A newborn wolf cub is biting its own rear end. The rock wasn't very big, so Luan never expected that there would be wolves hiding there. Luan grinned and grabbed the wolf cub. Lilith excitedly flew down and said to Luan, Master, this counts as you being attacked once. Lilith is really useless. Master must punish Lilith severely when we get back. Luan was speechless. Just as they were about to kill the wolf cub, they suddenly saw a notification. Wild Wolf Cub Elite. Level 2. Strength 30. Agility 30. Spirit 30. Stamina 30. Skill, Bloody Bite. Status, Capable. Luan's eyes lit up when he saw the words. Capable of being captured. This world has many strange and wonderful summoner professions. Their strength lies in constantly nurturing their monster cubs and leveling up together with them. What they need most are these monster cubs. However, the production of monster babies is very inconsistent, so the price has remained high. Even ordinary wolf cubs can sell for thousands of dollars. This wolf cub is still in elite form and is more suitable for training newcomers who have just changed jobs. Lewin roughly estimated that it should be at least tens of thousands of yuan. Lewin took out the capture capsule that everyone had and put the little wolf cub inside. Another tens of thousands of yuan in hand. This little wolf cub's output might already be higher than the tasks I've taken on. Lu Anmei continued exploring forward with a satisfied smile. With the help of Lilith and the vengeful spirits, the wolves in the area were quickly wiped out. They quickly killed over 100 wolves. Lewin finally advanced to the middle of the wolf den. A goblin holding a flute appeared in front of Lewin. It wasn't very big, and it looked somewhat different from what Lewin had learned about goblins from books. Identification technique released. Wolf Tamer Richuan Steel Plate Boss. Level 12. Strength 100. Agility 300. Spirit 300. Stamina 250. Skills: Wolf Soul Assault, Beastly Frenzy, Wolf Pack Affinity, Bloodlust. Note: because of his exceptionally high intelligence, he was scorned by the foolish goblin race and turned his love for beasts into a profession. A wolf taming master has emerged. Chapter 19. Could he possibly take on 5 opponents at once? Lewin then realized that the eyes of the wolves near the wolf tamer were not just green. It faintly glowed with a reddish light. So this is the effect of Berserk? Rikuwa Steel Plate also noticed Lu An's approach and immediately began to play the flute in his hand. A mournful yet spirited flute melody rang out. Lewin seemed to see a scene of a lonely wolf king wandering on the snowfield. Just as Lewin was about to praise the beautiful music, the lone wolf king charged straight at him. Lilith! Lewin subconsciously called out Lilith's name. Without hesitation, Lily stood in front of Lewin, trying to block the attack. Unfortunately, this lone wolf king was not a physical entity. It passed directly through Lilith's body and appeared in front of Lewin. It let out a loud yelp and bit Lu An's arm. Then the wolf king shook off the snowflakes on its body, and they dissipated into the air. A sharp pain, emanating from the depths of my soul, came over me. Lewin shook his slightly dizzy head. I checked the damage values of Lilith and the others who were transferred there, -800. There was a hint of excitement in Lu An's eyes. Is this psychological attack? It cannot be stopped by physical means. Very strong. But that's all there is to it. Lewin coldly said. Instant flash! Lilith's figure vanished instantly. Lilith appeared near the steel plate of the Nikawa River. Hikawa's steel plate immediately unleashed bloodlust, a red light covering all the wolves around him. The wolves' eyes had turned completely red, and their gazes were filled with a violent emotion. The attributes have been comprehensively improved. These bloodthirsty wolves leaped up fearlessly, attempting to attack Lilith. Lewin continued. Soul Whip! The flaming whip in Lilith's hand suddenly grew longer. The flames quickly turned blue. The long whip was lashed out swiftly. The steel plate from the river, along with the dozen or so wolves nearby, didn't even utter a single howl. It fell straight to the ground. Still not satisfied, Lilith swung her whip and smashed the corpse of Hikawa's steel plate into pieces. He muttered under his breath. You dare attack my master! You're asking for death! A large number of notification messages flooded in. Defeat level 12 Wolf Tamer Richuan Steel Plate, Boss, to gain an additional 4,000 experience points. Obtain the equipment Wolf Summoning Flute 1. Defeat a level 12 wolf that is above your level to gain an extra 2,500 experience points. A flood of messages came in, and Lewin frowned slightly. What is this wolf calling flute? Wolf Summoning Flute. Quality, Rare. Restricted Classes, Summoning Classes. Spirit plus 20. Can summon an elite wolf to fight for you. Lu An's eyes lit up. It's actually rare equipment. Although it restricts the class, it's still worth at least tens of thousands of yuan. This wolf den was worth the trip. Maybe I can earn enough money to buy a universal skill scroll when I get back today. Lewin packed up his things and continued deeper into the wolf den. There are now more than 100 wolf gallbladders. Half of the quantity is still missing. Lewin was in a great mood. He should only need to complete this one run to get 300 wolf gallbladders. This task doesn't seem too difficult. With a 100% drop rate, this kind of material collection task is perfect for Lewin. Suddenly, Lu An's stomach growled. It's been a long time since I've eaten anything. Luan took out the food he had prepared beforehand from his backpack. Extra long and thick version of grilled sausage. This is food made by a professional gourmet. Luan had never been willing to buy it before. Now that I have a stable source of income, I can naturally indulge in a little luxury. Just this one stick is enough to keep you from getting hungry all day. As soon as the sausage was taken out, an enticing aroma filled the air. Lilith flew over curiously, her two fiery red eyes fixed on the sausage. Lilith couldn't help but ask, "Master, is this delicious?" Seeing Lilith's expression, Luan felt a little embarrassed to eat alone. He held the sausage to Lilith's mouth. Luan said, "It's delicious. I like to hold it in my mouth and savor it slowly. Give it a try." Lilith tried to swallow it whole, but the sausage was just too big. Seeing Lilith's appearance, Luan instantly recalled the image of a hamster eating a banana that he had seen in his previous life. I couldn't help but laugh. Lilith kept muttering, "Delicious! So delicious!" outside the wolf's den instance. As time passed little by little, the sky outside gradually darkened. Most of the people who used to be around the bustling dungeon vortex have already left. Only a few scattered people remained. "Hey, are you sure that demon warlock really has something good on him?" Gao Yong's cronies asked in a low voice. They still failed to form a team today, another fruitless day, until Gao Yong told them that Luan must have something good on him. Let them stay and prepare to act when the opportunity arises. Gao Yong took a bite of the white steamed bun in his hand and said confidently, "There definitely is. When I met him in the association, he was only level 8, but when he reappeared here later, he had become level 10. Could you manage without any valuables on you?" "That's true," Gao Yong continued. "Either he has top-tier beginner equipment, or he must have used some item to gain a lot of experience. No matter which one it is, as long as we kill him, all these things will be ours." Gao Yong paused. "Don't forget, this is a great time for freshmen to level up quickly. Take this treasure and give it to the president. It shouldn't be a problem to exchange it for at least several 100,000. Everyone's eyes lit up. Someone hesitated and asked, "But they've been inside for several hours already. Could he, a demon warlock, already be dead inside?" Gao Yong was taken aback. He hadn't considered this possibility. However, Gao Yong soon recalled the scene of him threatening Luan with a dagger. That boy was so calm. Even when his dagger was only a hair's breadth away from his throat, he didn't even blink. Gao Yong didn't even realize that he was developing feelings of fear. Would someone like that die in a dungeon? Gao Yong disagreed and said firmly, "Don't think too much about it, just listen to me. If you really die in there, I'll just take you all to a foot massage place, and I'll pay for everything." "Fine. You said it." Gao Yong glanced at the 4 people beside him. The main reason he was willing to share this news with the 4 people around him was because he felt that Luan was a bit strange. In case Luan has something for self-defense, I don't want to make a mistake. Just in case, Gao Yong was willing to sacrifice some profits to ensure that nothing went wrong. Including themselves, all 5 of them were level 15 powerhouses. The class distribution is also quite reasonable, consisting of warrior, assassin, archer, swordsman, and mage. All that's missing is a healer to handle boss fights. Even if Luan has some connections, could he possibly take on 5 opponents by himself? Gao Yong's only worry now is that Luan might not be able to hold on and leave the instance too late. Compared to the wilderness at night, the daytime is actually much safer. Many monsters that are active at night will appear. These monsters are not only powerful, but what's even more disgusting is that killing them halves the experience gained and they don't drop anything. Gao Yong hadn't expected Luan to be able to clear the Wolf's Den dungeon. Even a regular level wolf den is not something a level 10 newbie can challenge. Chapter 20 Rare Equipment. The White Wolf's Fang. Inside the instance. Just as Lilith was savoring the taste of the grilled sausage, Luan suddenly couldn't help but convulse. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. "I've finally leveled up. I'm level 11 now." Although Luan and Lilith were eating, the 20 vengeful spirits were not idle. They kept killing wolves, Lilith reluctantly licked away the grease from the corner of her mouth. It's so delicious. I have never eaten such delicious food before. Lilith regretted that she ate too fast. Lewin smiled and touched Lilith's cheek. No need to eat so fast, there will be more next time. Fortunately, Lewin had brought other food with him, and he quickly solved his hunger problem. Lewin frowned and looked into the depths of the wolf den. Lewin just glanced at his backpack. More than 200 wolf gallbladders have been collected. However, the wolf den in front of us was almost at the bottom. If nothing unexpected happens, the White Wolf King should be up ahead. Lewin thought for a moment, and decided not to attack the White Wolf King directly. Because once you kill the boss in an outdoor dungeon, you will be teleported away very quickly. He needs the gallbladders of 300 wild wolves. Lewin did not intend to make another trip. There is a cooldown period for entering a dungeon. Once you enter the Wolf's Den instance, you need to wait 24 hours before you can enter it again. Lewin glanced at the backpack and found that there were already 279 wolf gallbladders and wolf pelts inside. There are still 21 more to go. If I wait 24 hours to come back, it will definitely slow down my upgrade speed. Lewin controlled the vengeful spirits to scatter and search for any that might have escaped. Unfortunately, only 8 were found in the end. They were still short 13 wolf gallbladders. Lewin sighed helplessly. It seems there aren't actually 300 wolves in a single instance. No wonder so few people do this task. With no other option, Lewin turned and walked toward the Wolf King's position. This is the deepest part of the wolf den. The one lying there pretending to sleep must be the boss, the White Wolf King. This Wolf King's body was glossy and smooth, and it looked very strong. Its size was almost as big as a cow. And it also has a small tuft of white hair on its forehead. White Wolf King Boss. Level 13. Strength 400. Agility 400. Spirit 400. Stamina 400. Skills: Wolf King's Call, Bloodthirsty Bite, Bloodlust Enhancement, Wolf Howl, Beast King's Intimidation. As expected of the Hell level boss Wolf King, its 4 stats are as high as 400 points, which is almost close to that of a level 1 Lilith. However, the Wolf King's Call is quite interesting. Wolf King's Call: use the power of the Wolf King to summon the wolf pack to aid you in battle. Lu An's eyes lit up. Isn't this perfect? I was worried that I didn't have enough wolf gall, but it turns out it's here. Upon sensing someone approaching, the Wolf King, who had been feigning sleep, quickly stood up and warily stared at the approaching vengeful spirit. Lilith originally wanted to go up and end the fight directly, but Lewin stopped her. Lilith's attributes are terrifying. At level 11, her 4 stats are already as high as 5,500. If she were to go up there, even the White Wolf King wouldn't be able to summon his underlings. He's probably going to kick the bucket. Lewin precisely controlled only one vengeful spirit to approach the White Wolf King. And they even gave a death order. We cannot launch a full-scale attack. Although this vengeful spirit had no consciousness, Lewin seemed to see its resentful eyes at that moment. The vengeful spirit quickly approached the White Wolf King. It gently kissed the White Wolf King and immediately stopped attacking. Even so, the White Wolf King felt as if his brainstem was being drained dry. It viciously bit down on the vengeful spirit's body. It was tearing and biting wildly. The vengeful spirit's expression of pain deepened, and it looked at Lewin with a hint of despair. Lewin shook his head. We can't attack anymore. What if the White Wolf King is killed after being hit a couple more times? Seeing that the vengeful spirits did not continue their attack, the White Wolf King assumed that its powerful strength had intimidated them. They tore at it even more happily. They had absolutely no interest in using their skills. The vengeful spirit let out a mournful wail. Lu An's face darkened. Goodness, he's gotten addicted to biting it. Attack again. The vengeful spirit, as if granted a pardon, gently nibbled at the White Wolf King once more. The White Wolf King was instantly covered in a layer of red light. With health dropping too low, the Bloodlust enhancement significantly boosted attributes. This time, the White Wolf King finally relented and turned to look at Lewin. It let out a low howl at Lewin. It has discovered that Lewin is the real enemy. The White Wolf King suddenly raised its head and let out a howl that was very much in the style of a Wolf King. The Wolf King calls, "Activate!" Suddenly, pairs of eyes glowing green appeared behind the White Wolf King. Lewin rubbed his hands together expectantly. 1 wolf gallbladder, 2, 3. As expected, the White Wolf King did not disappoint Lewin, summoning 20 wolf minions in succession. They discovered that Lewin was not frightened at all, but instead showed excitement. The White Wolf King was immediately enraged and nimbly leaped up from his spot. With a flash of red light, it accelerated even further as it pounced on Lewin. Just as Lewin was about to have Lilith attack, a fierce glint flashed in the White Wolf King's eyes. A powerful aura, unique to wild beasts, intimidated Lewin. Wolf King's intimidation? Psychological attack? Lewin stood there blankly. The White Wolf King pounced on Lewin instantly and bit down on his neck. Unharmed. Not even a scratch, and not a single damage number appeared on the head. The White Wolf King was slightly taken aback. No injury? Before the White Wolf King could figure out why, Lilith rushed towards him like lightning, lashing down with her fiery whip. The White Wolf King immediately suffered a gruesome blemish, let out a painful howl, and collapsed dead. Its wide green wolf eyes were fixed on Lewin. He died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Defeat the White Wolf King, boss, beyond your level to gain an additional 5,000 experience points. Clear the Hell Level Wolf's Den dungeon to receive an additional 5,000 experience points. Obtain material, White Wolf King's Gallbladder 1. Acquired equipment, White Wolf Fang. A golden light rose, and with the experience reward from clearing the dungeon, Lewin finally leveled up to level 12. Lewin stood up, twitching as he touched his neck. That was close. My skin was all red from biting, but thankfully it didn't break. However, Lewin did see clearly the skill that the White Wolf King had activated. Beastmaster's Intimidation. Using the power of the Beastmaster, intimidate all creatures lower in level than yourself for 1 second. Lewin smacked his lips, realizing that in addition to feeling pain, these negative skills could also affect him. That is indeed a weakness. We need to find a solution. But right now, it's harvest time, of course. Lewin immediately took out the White Wolf's Fang. White Wolf's Fang. Quality, rare. Mental recovery speed plus 5%. Additional skill, Beastmaster's Intimidation. Equipment bound to Lewin. Chapter 21, Becoming the Grim Reaper. Reaping Lives. Lewin's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the skill that had just been controlling him? And its equipment of rare quality. This is extremely rare. If it weren't bound to equipment, it could easily fetch tens of thousands of yuan. However, having already bound himself to it, Lewin did not hesitate, and immediately took off the sleeping necklace and put the White Wolf Fang around his neck. The White Wolf's Fang radiated a purple light, making it look quite unique. It has a wild beauty. Furthermore, Lewin discovered that the skills attached to the White Wolf Fang were somewhat different from those of the White Wolf King. The additional skill effect is that it can stun people below its level for 1 second, while the stun time will decrease for people above its level. The deterrent effect weakens by 10% for every second that passes. In other words, this skill becomes completely ineffective against people 10 levels higher than yourself. But it's still pretty good. Lewin only then noticed Lilith, who was standing to the side with her head down. Lilith's beautiful face was filled with self-reproach. Lewin said with a smile, "It has nothing to do with you. I told you not to attack." Although Lewin said this, Lilith's self-reproach did not diminish. Lewin pondered for a moment. "Then how about we punish you a few more times when we get back?" Lilith immediately raised her head, her fiery red eyes wide, and said to Lewin, "Master must punish Lilith severely. It was Lilith who failed to protect Master." After Lewin agreed, a triumphant smile finally appeared on Lilith's lips. Lewin suddenly felt dizzy. The copy is being forcibly terminated. Soon, the Wolf's Den dungeon appeared before Lewin's eyes. I have returned to the real world. It was already quite dark. Did I waste so much time? Most of the people at the instance have left now. Lewin suddenly felt very sleepy and yawned. Suddenly, footsteps sounded behind him. Luan turned around warily. Lilith had already stood in front of Luan. It's so late, yet there are still people guarding outside the instance. Luan simply doesn't believe they have no ill intentions. Gao Yong and 4 other people were walking towards Luan. Gao Yong had originally thought he wouldn't be able to wait for Luan today. Just as I was about to leave, I unexpectedly felt the fluctuations of the instance. Luan actually came out at this moment. It's like heaven is on my side. Looks like today is my lucky day to make a fortune. Gao Yong and his group of 5 had already begun to surround Luan, trapping him in the middle. Luan had already secretly checked the attributes of the others. He immediately frowned. Only level 15? Luan subconsciously looked around. Could there be someone else hiding and preparing to attack me? Unexpectedly, Gao Yong thought Luan wanted to call for help, and Gao Yong revealed a ferocious look and said, "Useless trash, don't even think about it. This is the wilderness, unlike in a town. There are no law enforcement officers here to help you." Luan felt relieved. It seems they really thought the 5 of them could take them down. Luan asked, "Oh? What do you want to do?" Luan wanted to figure out why Gao Yong would specifically hire someone to wait outside the instance for so long to ambush him. Luan did not believe that someone like Gao Yong would be so cunning as to arrange for someone to ambush him just for the sake of a verbal dispute. Gao Yong naturally didn't understand Luan's thoughts. Hearing Luan say this, he thought that Luan wanted to back down when he realized the situation was not good. He's truly a useless coward who won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Just imagining the scene of obtaining the top-tier items from Luan and gaining the appreciation of the guild leader, with a bright future ahead, I couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Gao Yong laughed and said, "Oh, not as arrogant as you were this morning? Aren't you supposed to be stubborn? I can give you a chance to hand over the good stuff you have. Then kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me, saying, 'Master Gao, I was wrong,' and I might consider letting you go." The other 4 were somewhat surprised, as this was not the first time they had done something like this. They had never let anyone pass before. After all, if the other party reports it back in town, it will attract the attention of officials, which will cause some trouble. However, when they saw the mocking look in Gao Yong's eyes, they realized what was going on. This is simply toying with the prey. Luan naturally didn't believe what the other party said, and frowned as he asked, "You want what's on me? What is it about me that attracts someone like Gao Yong? Wolf cubs and wolf-calling flutes." But Gao Yong should have already made this plan before he entered the dungeon. "At that time, I didn't have any valuable equipment," Gao Yong said somewhat impatiently. "It's the treasure that can help you level up quickly." Luan finally understood. It turned out that their attention was drawn to my rapid upgrade speed. Gao Yong thought he had some top-tier item that could level him up quickly, which led him to plot murder and robbery. Among the other 4, a shifty-eyed swordsman stared intently at Lilith beside Luan. My mouth is practically watering. "Brother Yong, the monster he summoned is quite good-looking. I want to have a go." "Don't kill him yet. Let this good-for-nothing kneel down and watch me play, ha ha!" Luan's gaze instantly turned icy as he looked at the reckless swordsman. Now that Luan knows the reason, he naturally won't pretend anymore. He coldly said to Lilith, "Kill these beasts." Gao Yong and the others even wondered if they had misheard. With such an absolute advantage, how dare Luan say such a thing? They've completely lost their minds. But the next moment, Lilith shot out like a red lightning bolt. Before anyone could react, the flaming whip lashed straight at the swordsman's throat. Lilith showed no mercy. With terrifying force, the whip shattered the swordsman's neck, sending his head flying high into the air. Blood gushed out and landed on Lilith's leather armor. The stench of blood instantly filled everyone's nostrils. The others immediately panicked. Is this a level 10 newbie? Even a first-stage expert wouldn't possess such terrifying power. Gao Yong forced down his fear and roared, "Fight him! Kill him! His summoned creatures will also disappear." The group that had originally wanted to escape seemed to have found their leader, and the archers quickly aimed at Luan's position. Gao Yong even drew his dagger and activated his skill. Swift. It suddenly accelerated, intending to rush over and behead the victim. Luan showed no sign of panic, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. It was as if they were mocking Gao Yong's overestimation of his abilities. Gao Yong suddenly noticed that something resembling a wolf fang on Lu En's chest was emitting a dazzling purple light. Gao Yong stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Is this the White Wolf's fang? Equipment that can only be obtained from the Hell Difficulty Wolf's Den dungeon? The boy in front of me just entered a hellish wolf den? And he cleared it in such a short time? Gao Yong instinctively used the appraisal technique. The result of the return was even more disheartening for Gao Yong, who felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. Level 12. The next moment, Lu En's figure suddenly became blurry. In a daze, Gao Yong and the others seemed to see a majestic White Wolf King roaring at them in a terrifying way. White Wolf Fang comes with additional skills. Beast King's Intimidation. Apart from the swordsman who had already died, the remaining 4 were in a state of shock. They stood there dumbfounded, completely at the mercy of others. Their rank is higher than Lu En's level 3. Beastmaster's Intimidate can only last for half a second. But that's enough. The archers, who had been poised to unleash their explosive arrows, never had another chance to fire. Lilith seemed to have transformed into the Grim Reaper at that moment. They swiftly reaped their lives. Chapter 22 Unexpected Double Happiness. When the Beastmaster's intimidation effect ends, Gao Yong only saw a mess. Under Lilith's attack, the other 4 were not even left with a complete corpse. A deep fear was evident in Gao Yong's eyes. So frightened was he that he lost control of his bladder and bowels, leaving a yellowish-white mess on the floor. Lu En covered his mouth and nose with some disgust. Lilith raised her whip high. Gao Yong immediately knelt down in front of Lu En and begged for forgiveness. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been greedy. You can't kill me. I'm from the Ango Guild. If you kill me, the president and his group will definitely not let you get away with this. Gao Yong lied. He was just an unknown member of the Ango Guild. Even if he suddenly disappeared, no one would care. But now all he wants is to survive. He'd be willing to accept anything, even if it meant Lu En was his father. Not to mention lying. Lu En said coldly. Don't worry, you won't even leave behind your corpses after you die. No one will find out about this. This is all thanks to you choosing such a quiet time. They'll just assume you went into the instance and never came out. Gao Yong said in a panic. No! I can help! Before Gao Yong could finish speaking, he saw a flaming whip growing larger and larger in front of him, until he lost consciousness. Lu En looked at Lilith, whose face was stained with a drop of blood and whose eyes were filled with savagery. This is her nature as a monster from the abyss. Driven by the constant killing, this brutal side was immediately exposed to Lu En. But it must be admitted that Lu En liked it very much. Lu En reached out and gently wiped away the bloodstains from Lilith's face, and Lilith's gaze immediately softened. The bloodstains on his body disappeared quickly as the flames burned. Lu En ordered, strip them of all their equipment and belongings, and burn their bodies to ashes. There was also blood on the ground, which was covered with soil. Lilith immediately got to work. Lu En took a few steps forward and took a deep breath of fresh air. I forcibly suppressed the churning sensation in my throat. After all, it was his first time killing someone, so it's inevitable that he would have some physiological reactions. Until Lilith covered up all the traces. Lu En personally inspected the body and had to admit that Lilith was an expert at destroying evidence. No one could possibly find out what was happening here. Only after confirming that no one could discover how many people had died there did they take Lilith into their bodies, allowing the vengeful spirits to scout their way back to the town. Upon returning, Lu En immediately went to the association to submit the completed task and receive the reward. At the same time, Lu En, as the initiator, issued a task. Collect all information about the Ango Guild. The prize money is 5,000 yuan. The Bounty Hunters Guild offers a variety of missions, and they do not restrict the format of the missions. However, the rewards for information gathering tasks are usually much lower. A reward of 5,000 yuan for a mission like collecting Eng Guild items, which doesn't require risking one's life, is already quite good. Although Lu En did not believe that anyone could find the reason behind Gao Yong's death. However, since there had been friction with this guild, Lewin naturally wanted to find out the specifics of their situation, just in case. After dealing with these matters, Lewin went to the exchange. I had a pretty good haul today. Besides the items that dropped in the dungeon, I also got some stuff from Gao Yong and his friends. Although they're all just scrap metal, they can at least be exchanged for a couple of coins. Upon pressing the crystal, Lewin immediately sold all the items that Gao Yong and the others had. In the end, there was only 5,000 yuan in total. Lewin, on the other hand, sold the miscellaneous materials he obtained from running dungeons for a high price of 20,000 yuan. As for what Lewin was most looking forward to, it was naturally the wolf cubs and the wolf-calling flute. These two items might not be of much value under normal circumstances. But now is the perfect time for beginners to get started, and these two things are enough to create a very powerful new summoner. Many people are willing to pay high prices to buy it. Lewin listed the elite wolf cub, originally worth 50,000 yuan, for 100,000 yuan, and it was sold out in just a few minutes. The wolf summoning flute, which sold for 100,000, was also sold out instantly. Lu An's wallet balance instantly surged, and with his previous earnings, it increased to a whopping 270,000. Lewin did not immediately purchase the Universal Skill Scroll. Today's events served as a wake-up call for Lewin, reminding him that it's still necessary to protect his personal information. Lewin searched for the hidden stone. This is an item crafted by a high-level alchemist. It can be used to hide one's professional rank information. However, it is extremely expensive. Hidden stone, small, a masterpiece of a high-level alchemist. When worn, it hides the level, class, and other information of creatures up to 20 levels above the user's own level. It can also hide the color of equipment. Maximum level, 40. This is the lowest grade of concealment stone, and it costs at least 50,000. Without the slightest hesitation, Lewin immediately chose to buy and wear it. Instantly, Luan's equipment turned dusty and dull, as if it were all ordinary grade equipment. As for others who want to use the appraisal skill to view Luan's information, there are only two possibilities: either their level is more than 20 levels higher than Luan's. Either the other party's level is 40 or higher. Level 40 is already the threshold for the second job advancement. Lewin was already considered a top figure in this small city, so he wasn't worried that the other party would notice him. Only then did Lewin search for the Universal Skill Scroll he had been looking forward to. It wasn't until Lewin took the picture and actually held the scroll in his hands that he finally understood. Only then did he realize that he had actually earned more than 200,000 yuan in just 2 days. Lewin put the scroll into his backpack, preparing to study it again when he got home. However, Lewin had just returned to his apartment building when he received a call from an unknown number. "Hello, Manhwa Express. You have a package that has arrived. Please come down and sign for it in person." Lewin frowned. Manhwa Express was the safest courier company. It claims to never lose a package. And it will be delivered within 1 day no matter where you are. High-quality service naturally comes with a high price. Even the cheapest order has a service fee of 5,000 yuan. This was the first time Lewin had received a package from this courier company. I happened to be downstairs when I saw the staff from Manhwa. After verifying his identity, the other party respectfully said, "Hello sir, this is your package. Please inspect it in person." The delivery man handed Lewin a tightly sealed package. Then, a professional instrument was used to scan the package. The seal on the package was also randomly broken. Lewin tore open the package and scanned it. After seeing what was inside, Luan's pupils suddenly contracted. After quickly signing the papers, Lewin took the things and returned home. Then he took one of the items out of the package and held it in his left hand. General Skill Scroll, levels 1 to 20 randomly learns one skill of your class up to level 20. Lewin held the Universal Skill Scroll he had just purchased in his right hand. Goodness. Just the day before yesterday, I was worried that learning new skills was too expensive. Do I have 2 scrolls in hand right now? Lewin suddenly felt a heavy weight in his hands. That's 400,000 yuan. But who would suddenly send me this? Lewin had a vague guess in his mind. There aren't many people who can be this good to you. You could even say there's only one person like that in the whole world. There was another item in the package, a letter. After opening it, I saw several lines of very elegant handwriting. Lewin smiled knowingly. It was indeed his older sister's handwriting. It seems my older sister is doing quite well since she went to Huaxia Academy. She can even send back general skill scrolls as gifts. Okay, so your wings have grown strong now, haven't they? They didn't even tell me I changed classes to demon warlock. If I hadn't heard it from someone else, when were you planning to tell me? I'm still trapped in the secret realm and can't get out. I had someone bring these things out for me. Human determination can overcome nature. Don't be influenced by others. You should learn this skill scroll as soon as possible. Don't let others leave you too far behind. Take advantage of the college entrance exam to give it your all. I'll be waiting for you at Huaxia University. If you don't pass the exam, you're dead when I get back. Chapter 23 New Skill. Soul Blast. If you don't pass the exam, you're dead when I get back. Looking at the last line of the letter, Lewin instinctively shivered. This older sister is great in every way, except that she has always been very demanding of herself since she was a child, and she not only forces herself to work hard to exercise. They even practice martial arts. Especially since she changed jobs a year earlier than me. She even used the skills she learned to force herself to train in combat. Of course, all of this is within one's own tolerance range. When Lewin first transmigrated, he was almost tortured to death. Lewin knew, of course, that his older sister meant well for him. After all, in this world, the more power one has, the more security one has. However, Lewin sometimes wondered why his older sister worked so hard. Put those thoughts aside. Lewin opened one of the scrolls, which was covered with mysterious patterns. He placed his hand on the scroll and concentrated intently. The scroll in front of them suddenly burst into flames. It quickly turned into a pile of ashes. Gain skill Soul Blast. Soul Blast, level 1 condenses abyssal power to launch a soul attack on an enemy creature, dealing 5 points of spirit damage, with a certain chance to interrupt spellcasting, 10-minute cooldown. Luan's spirit points have now reached 300, which means he can deal 1,500 points of damage. Look at the upgrade button below. Lewin pressed the button without hesitation. The skill attributes underwent a dramatic change. Soul Blast, max level condenses abyssal power to launch a soul attack on an enemy creature, dealing damage equal to 50 points of spirit. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional effect, ignores level and status effects, forcibly stunning the target for 1 second. The damage instantly increased tenfold, becoming 15,000 points of damage. Most importantly, in addition to the significant increase in damage, it also adds a force stun effect for 1 second. What does this mean? Even if Lewin were to kill a max-level expert right now, he could still use this skill to forcibly control the opponent for 1 second. That's incredible skill. Lewin forcibly suppressed his excitement, and placed his hand on the second scroll. The scroll also quickly burst into flames. Gain skill Abyss Sacrifice. Abyssal Sacrifice, level 1 sacrifice the summoned abyssal monster. The death of the sacrificed monster generates a death ripple, dealing damage equal to 1/10 of the monster's health to units within a 1-meter radius. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Upgrade your skills with a single click. Abyss Sacrifice, max level sacrifice summoned abyssal monsters. The death of the sacrificed monster generates a death ripple, dealing damage equal to the monster's health to enemy units within a 50-meter radius. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Luan's eyes lit up. This is a high damage area of effect skill. Although the cost is the loss of a summoned abyssal monster, it is entirely acceptable compared to the high returns. Of course, Lilith herself would never sacrifice herself. However, he still has a large number of vengeful spirits. Except for its attack power being 0, the vengeful spirit's attributes are far superior to those of monsters of the same level. Lewin is now level 12, and the vengeful spirit's stamina has already reached 960 points. Even defensive classes that specialize in increasing their HP generally need to undergo a first job advancement before they can achieve this attribute. In other words, if you sacrifice a vengeful spirit at this stage, enemy units below level 20 will definitely die. Luwen forcibly suppressed his idea of going out into the wild that night to find a monster to try his hand at. Lilith was released. The punishment for today hasn't been carried out yet, and Lilith is already impatient. The next morning. The genius is dim and indistinct. Luwen immediately set off. Luwen went to the association first, and many people there had already given him information about the Imbu Guild. Guild leader, Li Kuang, level 43, bloodthirsty berserker. Vice President, Li Sui, level 35, great sword master. The guild founded by the two brothers harbored a large number of social scum and scoundrels, and frequently bullied casual players in the wild. They are extremely protective of their own. Offending them is like being targeted by a hyena that will keep trying to bite you. They've spent a lot of money to apply for a territory outside the town as their guild headquarters, and they're currently enjoying great success. There have been multiple reports of this incident, but because there is no evidence of what happened in the wild, they have been able to escape each time. Luwen frowned. This Eng guild is really no good. Fortunately, I erased all traces yesterday. After memorizing this information, Luwen selected the person who provided the most complete information and awarded them the prize. Then they left and went into the wilderness. However, this time Luwen changed direction and did not continue westward. I've already defeated all the tree spirits there, and now they're at the same level as me. Without the experience reward for killing enemies above your level, leveling up is just too slow. Luwen decided to go directly to another instance, the Blazing Forest, where the monsters were all at least level 18 and there were many of them. This is perfect for Luwen's upgrade needs. Lilith flew behind Luwen, tucked the flaming whip into her slender waist, and massaged Luwen's shoulders with both hands. The force was just right, neither too light nor too heavy. Suddenly, I felt all the fatigue from last night vanish. However, they didn't walk more than a few steps in the wild. A goblin warrior appeared before Luwen's eyes. Goblin warrior. Level 11. Strength, 150. Agility, 100. Spirit 30. Stamina, 150. Skill unknown. Just then, Luwen decided to let him try out his new skill. The goblin warriors also spotted Luwen and quickly rushed towards him. Luwen deliberately controlled Lilith and the vengeful spirits to prevent them from taking any action. The goblin warrior successfully approached Luwen, holding a huge battle axe in his hand. After getting close enough, the goblin warrior suddenly gripped his battle axe with both hands and raised it behind him. This is the goblin's signature move, the battle axe throw. If hit by a thrown battle axe, one would be severely injured. Now! Luwen stared intently at the goblin warrior, his lips slightly parted, and uttered 4 words. Soul Blast! A powerful mental shockwave instantly struck the goblin warrior's brain. The goblin warrior, who had been gripping his battle axe tightly, suddenly loosened his grip. He covered his head with both hands and fell to the ground. The battle axe fell limply to the ground. His body bent into a semicircle as he let out a painful roar. An exaggerated number appeared above their heads. -15,000. The goblin warrior died. Defeat the goblin warrior to gain 666 experience points. Obtain goblin battle axe 1. Luwen nodded in satisfaction. I am very satisfied with this skill. As for the battle axe, Luwen glanced at it, and finding it to be a common quality weapon, simply ignored it. This kind of trash equipment can be easily dumped on the exchange. Luwen was now completely unmoved by these ordinary pieces of equipment. Only rare or higher-grade equipment could attract Luwen's attention. However, since there are no large groups of monsters at the moment, Luwen has temporarily shelved the idea of testing the Abyss sacrifice. Luwen then continued onward, hoping to find a monster similar to the tree spirit he had encountered yesterday. It must be in large quantities and of a higher level than oneself. This is the only way to ensure Luwen's upgrade efficiency. With this in mind, Luwen wandered around for an hour. Perhaps things went too smoothly before. This time, Luwen only saw a few scattered monsters. It's simply not suitable for my current upgrade situation. Just as Luwen was feeling disappointed, he suddenly noticed 6 people standing in a grassy area ahead. These 6 people didn't look like Gao Yong, a material hunter who was doing extremely poorly. Several pieces of his equipment faintly emitted a blue glow. In particular, one of the girls who was being protected was holding a long sword that was burning with flames. It looks extraordinary. In the wild, people aren't so friendly. Generally, unless they know each other, they will not take the initiative to approach each other, to avoid misunderstandings. Therefore, Lewin did not intend to deal with them and planned to bypass them. Chapter 24 Random Dungeon. 7-person team required. He looked at the blue vortex behind her that was about to collapse, her face showing obvious unwillingness. After the tree spirits were all killed by someone yesterday, my leveling speed has slowed down a lot, and I'm still only level 8. If things continue like this, I'll never be able to reach level 13 in the college entrance exam like my idol. And it was at this moment that they unexpectedly encountered this legendary random secret realm. Random dungeons are unlike fixed instances. Although they may feel similar, if an instance is explored multiple times, the loot will be largely the same. But these random dungeons are different. There have even been claims that a hidden job change scroll was found in a random dungeon. Take off directly from the spot. In short, it's not surprising that anything can be found in the secret realm. Some people achieve great success overnight, while others simply gain experience. Unless you actually run through a random dungeon yourself, you'll always be curious about what you might get. But at least they can gain a lot of experience. With the help of this secret realm, wouldn't it be easy for them to become the top scholar? However, this secret realm requires 7 people to enter together, but they only have 6 people. What's worse is that the secret realm is about to dissipate, with less than 20 minutes left. Even Lu Hao, the fastest skilled member, couldn't get here in 20 minutes. He gripped the long sword in her hand with some disappointment. It felt like buying a bunch of lottery tickets and then not being allowed to see the winning numbers. Xia Tianhu was preparing to leave with Xia He and the others. This instance is visible but intangible. Isn't it frustrating to stay here? Suddenly, he stopped abruptly, alert, and took the heavy sword from behind him. Looking at the dense weeds ahead, Xia Tianhu shouted, "Who is it?" The others blocked the entrance to the secret realm behind them and took out their weapons to deal with any potential dangers. Unexpectedly, a young-looking boy emerged from the bushes nearby. Xia He's eyes lit up, and she immediately tugged at Xia Tianhu's clothes, then gestured with her eyes to the obscured blue vortex. Xia Tianhu understood Xia He's meaning, but shook his head. The boy looked to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. Furthermore, a large number of strangely shaped vengeful spirits were hovering around him, making it difficult to understand his situation. If he came here specifically to farm materials, his appearance doesn't seem to suggest it. But aside from bounty hunters who are fearless, who else would dare to venture out alone in the wild? Xia Tianhu wanted to understand Lu An's situation first, so he stepped forward and said, "Young man, you." Lu An hadn't expected them to be so vigilant. Even though they were quite far away, they still managed to spot him. Before the conversation could finish, Lu An shrugged and said, "I was just passing by. Don't worry about me, you guys continue." After Lu An finished speaking, he continued walking towards the blazing forest. Seeing that Lu An had actually left, Xia Tianhu and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Was I really just passing by? Seeing Lu An's figure gradually disappear, Xia Hu immediately felt relieved. It seemed that the other party was really just passing by. In an instant, he remembered the secret realm behind him, but Lu An was alone in the wild and his attributes could not be seen, so he was inevitably a little worried. Xia He said, "We are the Lion Guild, there's no need to be so afraid, and besides he doesn't seem to be that old." Xia Tianhu glanced at the expectant crowd and gritted his teeth, saying, "Okay, I'll go ask. If his level is below level 20, we can invite him." Xia Tianhu was very cautious. After all, his primary responsibility was to protect Xia He and help her level up. If Lu An's level is beyond their control, Xia Tianhu would rather give up than invite Lu An to team up. Seeing that no one else objected, Xia Tianhu rushed towards Lu An. Given his level, his speed was naturally terrifying when he approached Lu An. They quickly caught up with Lu An. Lu An naturally knew that a creature was approaching, and subconsciously told Lilith to prepare to attack. It turned out to be someone they had just met. Lilith's whip was already lashing out when Lewin quickly stopped her. Otherwise, even if the man in front of her had already turned one level, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand a single basic attack from Lilith. Xia Tianhu had no idea that he had just taken a stroll in front of the Yama's palace. Lewin frowned as he looked at the man he had just met and asked him warily, "What do you want to do?" Xia Tianhu stood 10 meters away, stretched out his empty hands to indicate that he was not carrying any weapons, and said, "We mean no harm. Here's the thing, we want to find a random dungeon. One person is missing from the 7. I don't know if you're interested." Lu An's heart stirred. Random dungeons? He had naturally heard of such things before, and his interest was immediately piqued. Xia Tianhu continued, "If you're interested, would you mind sharing your information publicly? I can't view your information." "This is my information." Xia Tianhu had just used his appraisal skill, but it showed that the information was unknown. In order to show his sincerity, Xia Tianhu took the initiative to disclose his information. A string of documents instantly appeared above his head. Name, Xia Tianhu. Class, Warrior. Level, 23. Lewin immediately understood the other party's intention and opened his information without hesitation. Xia Tianhu's eyes widened. Level 12, Demon Warlock. No problem. That certainly eliminates the danger. But isn't this a bit too weak? Xia Tianhu continued. Then come with me, and we'll discuss the rest of the matter in more detail. Lewin was indeed very curious about what would drop in this random secret realm. After all, he has a 100% drop rate bonus. If there are good items in this secret realm, I'm sure I can get them. Lewin followed Xia Tianhu back to where they had just been, and Xia Tianhu said a few words to them. Xia He and her group immediately showed the same surprised expression. Lewin, however, was already used to being stared at like this and didn't take it to heart. Xia Tianhu stepped forward, extended his hand to Lewin, and said with a smile, "Hello, let me introduce myself again. I am Xia Tianhu from the Lion Guild." Lewin was slightly taken aback, but still reached out and shook hands, saying with some doubt, "Lion Guild? Is it the top-ranked guild in Jiang'an City right now?" A hint of pride flashed in Xia Tianhu's eyes, but he still feigned modesty and said, "It's definitely this guild. However, I really dare not accept the title of number 1. Lewin couldn't help but glance at Xia Tianhu a couple more times. They noticed that the heavy sword in Xia Tianhu's hand was faintly emitting a purple light. Rare equipment. The number 1 guild is indeed rich and powerful. Chapter 25, just filling in the numbers. A 10,000 yuan bonus. Lewin had heard of the Lion Guild. It is said that their guild leader is already level 58, almost at the 3rd job advancement, and is very loyal and kind to his subordinates. The guild's reputation is also quite good. Then Xia Tianhu said to Lewin, "Young brother, I'll be blunt. We originally brought Xia He here to level up, but we unexpectedly encountered this random dungeon. Unfortunately, they needed 7 people, and the secret realm was already on the verge of collapse. There wasn't enough time to find more." Lewin suddenly realized, no wonder. I was just thinking that since they are a large guild, they shouldn't be unable to find 1 or 2 talented people. As Xia Tianhu spoke, he kept an eye on Lu An's expression. "It's just a coincidence that we ran into each other. It must be fate. Look at this. You can join our team to make up the number of people. We'll give you 5,000 yuan as a reward for your hard work, and I promise you won't get hurt in the secret realm. Our team has a guardian knight who can draw aggro, so the monsters won't attack you. What do you think?" To be honest, Xia Tianhu's offer wasn't low at all. He offered 5,000 yuan just for getting 1 person to join, and there was also the guardian knight class as a guarantee. You should know that for an average person, they might only earn 40,000 to 50,000 yuan a year. However, the amount of money was not very attractive to Lewin. It's far less attractive than the treasures that might appear in a secret realm. Lewin decisively shook his head and refused. "You disagree?" Xia Tianhu frowned, wondering what Lewin was up to. He tentatively suggested, "How about I give you 10,000 yuan?" Lewin shook his head. "You misunderstood. I can form a team to enter this secret realm for free, but I hope to be charged according to normal cooperation terms." Xia Tianhu's expression was somewhat strange. You mean it's calculated based on the percentage of damage dealt to the healer? The more you work, the more you get? Luan nodded. Are you sure that your level is only 12, and your profession? Xia Tianhu hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. Everyone knows the legends of demon warlocks, so it's perfectly normal to have such concerns. Luan said calmly. You don't need to worry about that. I only have this one request. After discussing it with the others for a few minutes, Xia Tianhu said, Okay, I agree. Luan's request was not a problem for Xia Tianhu at all. No matter what Luan was up to, his rank was such that he couldn't possibly do anything underhanded. Once an agreement was reached, the others also shared the information with Luan. Summer Tiger, level 23 warrior. Miao Miao, level 22 assassin. Jiangping, level 21 priest. Hiantail, level 21 guardian knight. Hebuping, level 20 fire mage. Xiahe, level 8 crimson lotus swordsman. Lu Andao glanced at Xiahe a couple more times. It turned out she had a hidden profession. No wonder he was carrying 5 people to help her level up. However, with so many powerful fighters, he's only level 8 now. That's a bit slow. Perhaps they, like me, haven't found a suitable group of monsters? Xia Tianhu shouldered his heavy sword and shouted. All right, let's get ready to go. Luan then saw the hidden vortex that they had concealed. The flickering blue light proved that this secret realm was about to dissipate. After accepting Xia Tianhu's invitation to team up, the 7 of them simultaneously touched the blue vortex. A flash of light appeared before my eyes. Luan and the others vanished from their spot in an instant. The originally blue vortex turned gray. No one else can enter. Luan and his group appeared in a swamp. The entire space seemed to be shrouded in a black veil, and the scenery in the distance was very blurry. Furthermore, no monsters could be seen. Only a few places had slightly dried soil, the rest was muddy. All around were dead trees, and from a distance, it seemed as if there was no living thing left in this swamp. The edge of the swamp was also out of sight. Luan disliked the sticky feeling under his feet. Information about the secret realm popped up in front of them. Random dungeon, dark swamp. Limited to 7 people. Recommended level, 20. Introduction. This place was originally a paradise, with fertile land and strong cattle and sheep. Fine wine and delicious food are irresistible. Until one day, she came. The idyllic paradise no longer exists. This place has completely degenerated into a paradise for dark monsters. Clearance condition, defeat the boss. P.S. Once you start the challenge, you cannot end it midway. Xia Tianhu looked at everyone and said, You've all seen it. Once this secret realm begins, there's no way to leave. This is the last chance. What are your opinions? A level 20 dungeon might be a bit dangerous, but I should be able to handle it. Captain, you're already level 23. I also think it's fine, and the higher level, the better for helping Xiahe level up. If we quit now, this secret realm will probably collapse immediately. I won't be able to sleep for a month if I don't open this reward and take a look. Xiahe was even more excited, shouting, Go! 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 The lottery results are in! Xia Tianhu thought about it, and realized it made sense. He was already level 23 and had some new good equipment, so what was there to be afraid of in a mere level 20 dungeon? Alright. Then I'll choose to start the challenge. Everyone get ready, and Tao, remember to protect them both. The Guardian Knight, clad in thick armor, nodded and raised his hand, leaving 2 shield-like marks on Luan and Xiahe. Xiahe explained softly to Luan. This is a Guardian mark. For the next half hour, the aggro of any monsters that want to attack us will be transferred to him. Guardian Knight is a high-level class. Although it's not a hidden class, it's still a highly sought-after talent by various guilds. The group slowly advanced forward through the swamp. Now that they were in a team, Luan released Lilith from his body. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wow! So beautiful, so tempting. She's really sexy. Hebuping, the fire mage in the group, stared so intently that he almost stepped directly into the mud. Xia Tianhu pulled him up anyway, As Lilith's master, Lewin has become very adaptable to Lilith's charm. But this was the first time any of them had ever seen a succubus. I was immediately captivated. Xia, he asked in surprise. Is she your summoned beast? My appraisal skill only shows that she's a succubus. Did you hide her attributes? Xia Tianhu immediately said. Ahem, you can't just pry into other people's privacy. Xia He stuck out her tongue a little shyly. Lewin didn't mind Xia He's use of the identification technique. In this world, summoned beasts can hide their attributes. As long as the owner doesn't disclose the information, no one can see the summoned beast's data. Now that no monsters have appeared, Xia He, who rarely sees someone her own age, started talking nonstop. Did you switch jobs last year? How much do you earn a month as a bounty hunter? Why don't you come to our Lion Guild? We have great benefits. It comes with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Before Lewin could answer, Xia Tianhu suddenly gripped his heavy sword tightly and addressed the crowd. Watch out, a monster is coming! Chapter 26 Fire Mage He Booping. Xia He instantly forgot about her previous question. Excitedly, he looked around for the monster. Soon, 4 ragged, humanoid monsters with a faint aura of darkness emanating from them appeared before the group. Lewin cast an appraisal spell, and the monster's information immediately appeared before his eyes. Dark Corpse. Level 20. Strength, 450. Agility, 450. Spirit, 450. Stamina, 450. Skills, Corrosive Poison, Dark Enhancement. Its stats are only slightly better than the Hell-level White Wolf King I farmed. The 5 dark, rotting corpses rushed at the group as soon as they spotted them. Xia Tianhu shouted, Be careful of the putrefactive poison! Don't get scratched! Xia Tianhu himself was already prepared to fight back. His greatsword drew an arc in the air and struck a rotting corpse directly. Most of its flesh and blood had been cleaved off. But the opponent seemed to have no idea what was going on. Surrounded by dark energy, he pounced on Xia Tianhu with even greater speed. Xia Tianhu activates his skill, head-on strike. The heavy sword cleaved down from the corpse's head. They cleaved the rotting corpse in 2. Only then will experience points be credited to your account. The other 3 were also dealt with by the other people. Lewin was too lazy to compete with them. This was just the beginning. Lilith flew to Luan's side and lowered her voice. Master, the atmosphere here is strange. I could smell the stench of those rats hiding in the darkness. Rats in the dark, isn't this secret realm called the Dark Swamp? I thought you were part of the darkness in the abyss. Lewin asked, somewhat puzzled. Lilith explained. No, we are born as creatures of the abyss, and the blood of demons flows in our veins. But those creatures in the darkness are different. If you're willing to be controlled by the darkness, you'll become one of them. They're all a disgusting bunch. Lewin touched his chin. This is new information. Lewin had never seen any related records when he was in school. Of course, it's also possible that because they are still in high school, some information is not available to everyone. Suddenly, Lewin noticed Xia He's shocked expression. Xia He stammered. She can talk. And she called you master? After Xia He finished speaking, she subconsciously took a step back. The way he looked at Lewin was full of vigilance. It was as if the word pervert was written all over his face. Lewin helplessly shrugged. I was going to try to explain myself. But thinking about what I've been doing these past few nights. That seems to be true. A faint roar came from the depths of the swamp once again. A few more scattered, rotting corpses came running over. Lewin did not make a move directly, but observed Xia Tianhu and his group's fighting style. It turned out to be similar to the online game that Lewin had played in his previous life. The tank warriors stand in front, while the assassins wait for the right opportunity to deal damage. The mage cleared the back row. The priest will then apply status effects to everyone. It was a good treatment for everyone, allowing them to quickly regain their strength. 4 small fireballs shot out from He Booping's wand in succession. The last 4 rotting corpses were perfectly finished off. He Booping casually slung the magic wand over his back. He raised an eyebrow at Lilith. Lewin then realized what was happening. This guy was actually attracted to Lilith. Unfortunately, Lilith's gaze was not on Hibuping, but was fixed on Luin. It was as if Luin was the only one in their eyes, and there was no room for anyone else. Hibuping revealed a look of disappointment. Ever since discovering that Lilith possessed her own consciousness, Hibuping had been trying to attract Lilith's attention. However, it has never been successful. Another half-hour passed. The group ventured even deeper into the area. The monsters in the swamp have remained unchanged, always being rotting corpses. Gradually, the group relaxed somewhat. The sound came from ahead again. Luin quickly deduced that the sound indicated that about 20 or so rotting corpses were rapidly approaching them. Just as Luin was about to have Lilith and the vengeful spirits clear the area, Hibuping stepped forward and said, "Let me do it!" The others smiled knowingly. This guy was about to go up and show off again. After all, they had been teammates for so long, and they knew what Hibuping was thinking. Hibuping didn't have any bad intentions. Men, after all, always want to show off their best side to attract the attention of beautiful women. Hibuping approached these rotting corpses without making any response. Until the rotting corpse got within a meter. Hibuping shouted softly, "Flame resist!" A ring of fire instantly spread out from Hibuping as the center. The ring of fire appeared out of nowhere, instantly raising the temperature in the swamp slightly. The closer the distance, the higher the damage of this skill. Under the crushing force of the ring of fire, the two rotting corpses closest to Hibuping died instantly. As for the few enemies at a distance, the damage was reduced, but they were still bounced away by the flames. Hibuping took a few steps forward and gracefully threw a fireball. Precise targeting and elimination. As the last rotting corpse crashed to the ground, Hibuping's face lit up with a triumphant expression. Raising an eyebrow, he said to everyone, "How about it? This is a new skill I learned the day before yesterday, which cost me 29,999 yuan. Not bad, right?" After Hibuping finished speaking, he continued to secretly look at Lilith, but found that she still did not react. Luin chuckled inwardly. It turns out that the skill scroll that I posted and was instantly snapped up was actually bought by him. Amidst the insincere praises of the crowd, Hibuping continued, "Captain, look! In the damage statistics, I now account for 90% of the output. I've already surpassed you." Xia Tian, who brandished his heavy sword at him. "You brat, you still want to compete with a middle-aged man like me, huh?" Everyone else smiled knowingly. It's clear that this group of people often work together and have a good relationship with each other. Xia Tian, who turned to Luin and said, "Sorry, he just likes to show off. I didn't mean anything by it, please don't mind. We'll give you the 10,000 yuan as usual after this is over." Luin smiled, realizing he wasn't that petty. However, Luin suddenly noticed bubbles rising from the swamp next to Hibuping. Xia Tian, whose keen combat instincts immediately turned around, and he also noticed the abnormality in the swamp. A hint of tension flashed across his face, and he shouted loudly to Hibuping, "Watch your step!" Hibuping, who was basking in his own handsome appearance, was stunned for a moment and didn't realize what Xia Tianhu was saying. The next moment, a rotting hand grabbed Hibuping's leg directly from the swamp. Hibuping only had time to shout once. "Ah! What the hell is this thing? Captain? Help!" Before he could finish speaking, a terrifying force came from that hand, forcefully pulling Hibuping down. And it was dragged deeper into the swamp. Chapter 27. I'm really only level 12. During this time, Luin had already obtained the relevant information about the monster. Swamp mud seeds. Level 20. Strength 500. Agility 450. Spirit 50. Stamina 200. Skills: Swamp Stealth, Corrosive Poison. Luin frowned. It seemed that this monster had been hiding in the swamp, following Luin and the others, waiting for the right opportunity to attack. However, since they had been together all along, it would have been difficult to achieve anything even if they launched a sneak attack. They finally seized the opportunity, and immediately launched an attack. Xia Tianhu and his friends also became anxious. This monster was very agile, and the speed of the group was greatly restricted in the mud. In this situation, the attack should be carried out by a remote attacker. But the one who's been captured now is the one with the long-range attack. Meow Meow's eyes were icy cold. A flash of black light. Skill, launching blade activation. The dagger shot straight out and embedded itself in the swamp creature, then bounced several more times into other directions of the swamp. Despite the considerable damage, it did not stop the monster's movements. Seeing this, Meow Meow gritted her teeth, her eyes glistening with tears. Damn it! Xia Tianhu cursed helplessly. His profession was never suited for long-range operations, and now he was even further out of reach. The monster dragged He Booping away at an undiminished speed. He Booping's terrified face gradually shrank in front of everyone. A vibrant red has now appeared on the swamp, which was originally a dark yellow and murky color. Furthermore, several other swamp mud creatures appeared beside He Booping. He Booping's shrill screams echoed in their ears. Xia He's face was deathly pale. He Booping, who was just moments ago so imposing, was now being dragged away like a chick. They didn't even have the power to resist. Actually, this was related to He Booping's own lack of caution. Without knowing the specifics of the monsters in the secret realm, he left the group in order to show off. Furthermore, the only defensive skill for fire mages in the early stages, Flame Resist, is used as a means of killing monsters. This led to the tragedy. He Booping was about to disappear from everyone's sight. Xia Tianhu noticed that Luan had taken a step forward. Xia Tianhu, suppressing his grief, reached out and grabbed Luan. Don't go over there might be hidden monsters around. Meow Meow's projectile blade just now proved that there are still hidden swamp mud seeds in this mud pit. We cannot escape. We now have less remote output. If they get caught. Xia Tianhu didn't finish his sentence. But everyone knew what he meant. Once captured, death was almost certain. This also applies to He Booping, who was captured. Xia Tianhu took a deep breath and said, "This time, I misjudged the situation. This secret realm will be very dangerous. You must be careful at all times. As for the injustice, I'll apologize to the president when I get back." Luan suddenly shook off Xia Tianhu's hand. He said calmly. Instant flash. As soon as he finished speaking, Lilith, who was fluttering around Luan, disappeared instantly. Meow Meow's eyes widened. Instant flash? This is a divine skill that can only be learned after an assassin undergoes their first job advancement. I still haven't mastered this skill. Why can this weak guy use his summon beasts? Luan continued. Soul Whip! He Booping, who was dragged through the swamp by the mud seed, had a face covered in mud. Its arms and legs were being held firmly by 6 swamp mud swarms. The excruciating pain combined with poisoning caused He Booping to experience a blurring of vision. But then I suddenly saw an absolutely beautiful face. Sexy and alluring, she wielded a huge whip blazing with blue flames. The whip lashed out heavily. Her face looked even more alluring in the blue flames. Wherever the whip struck, all the monsters turned to ashes. A large amount of water vapor rose up. He Booping clearly felt the swamp beneath him instantly turn into solid clumps of mud. However, it was quickly soaked by liquid seeping in from other places. He Booping stared wide-eyed in shock. All of this was beyond his comprehension. The monster that he himself was helpless against was actually solved by this stunningly beautiful goddess. But isn't her owner only level 12? However, after the initial shock, He Booping quickly realized that he didn't have to die. Has the seemingly certain death been resolved? A huge surprise welled up in He Booping's heart. Adding to the poisoning, He Booping's head lolled to the side and he fainted. However, before completely losing consciousness, He Booping subconsciously murmured something. Goddess! Defeat a level 20 swamp muddling seed, gaining plus 2000 experience. Obtained 1 corrosive potion. Luan pursed his lips. Although these monsters were of a high level, the experience points gained were too few because they entered as a team. As for the corrosive poison, it should be a reward from the secret realm, used to fight the monsters here. Xia He and the others stood there stunned. Because they were in a team, they also received a kill notification. What happened? That seemingly weak summoned creature dealt with the swamp mud seed so quickly? How long has it been? Instant kill? And isn't Lewin only level 12? When the little succubus brought back the unconscious He-booping with a flaming whip, everyone looked at Lewin differently. Xia, he stammered. He. Lewin calmly said. He's fine. He was poisoned. There should be medicine available for him in the public space. As for other minor injuries, the priest should be able to handle them. Items dropped while in a team will be placed in a shared space, and you need everyone's permission to take them out and use them. In this situation, naturally no one would disagree. The potion was given to He-booping, and the priest continuously cast healing spells to restore He-booping's condition. Taking advantage of this time, Lewin ordered Lilith to search for the monsters hidden in the swamp. As Lilith flew over the swamp, a large number of swamp mud seeds immediately tried to pull her into the water. Unfortunately, their speed was far inferior to Lilith's, which inadvertently revealed their location. Now everyone can see it clearly. With a single lash of its sensual and alluring whip, the monster in the swamp was ripped to pieces. Sold out instantly. It really was a 1-second kill. For a time, all the other swamp mud plants went silent, not daring to show themselves at all. Who would dare to come out? Showing your face means certain death. But that's enough. There are too many monsters around. In this wave alone, Lu An's damage output has reached 70%. They instantly overtook He-booping. Xia Tian, who stared at Luan as if he had seen a ghost, swallowed hard, and said, "You're really only level 12? Is he really a demon warlock?" Meow Meow shook her head frantically. "Impossible! I haven't even learned the instant flash skill yet. Your summoned beasts all know how to do it. You must be some expert pretending to be a newbie, right?" Lewin helplessly shrugged. "What's there to pretend about? I'm really only level 12. Chapter 28 Ice and Snow Goddess YYDS. Although Lewin repeatedly emphasized that he was only level 12, it was clear from the looks in Xia Tianhu's eyes that he did not believe him. They have already concluded that Lewin is pretending to be weak while actually being strong. Xia He excitedly ran up to Lewin and said, "Damn, you're amazing! A level 12 character can instantly kill a level 20 monster. Even my idol isn't this amazing." Lewin asked with some curiosity, "Who is your idol?" Xia He's face showed a hint of piety. "My idol is the senior from the previous year, the ice and snow goddess Lu Shui." Lewin was stunned. Xia He's idol is actually her older sister? Did my older sister's charm really reach this level? Has it appealed to both men and women? Lewin thought for a moment and then asked, "Why her?" Xia He said, "Because she's very capable. Everyone knows that last year she was admitted to Huaxia University with a level of 14 and first place in both theory and practice. She's the pride of our Jiang'an city, and she's really beautiful and cool. The ice and snow goddess is amazing." The moment Lu Shui was mentioned, Xia He instantly transformed into a devoted fan, praising her highly in her words. Lewin almost burst out laughing. Xia He suddenly remembered something and exclaimed with delight, "By the way, you're so strong, you must be from the previous year, right? Do you know her?" In fact, Lewin looks about the same age as Xia He, but because his strength level is too terrifying, Xia He's first reaction is that he is her senior. This automatically negates the possibility that Lewin was in the same year as him. Lewin smiled and nodded. "Yes, I know him. Not only do we know each other, we're actually very close." However, Lewin did not say the last sentence. Xia He said, "Really? Then tell me about her." Lewin opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. "What should I say? Talk about how my older sister used to spank me when I was little? Or did she eat candy with her snot running down her face when she was little? My older sister's image as an ice goddess will probably collapse." Fortunately, He-booping finally woke up from his coma and let out a muffled groan. Xia He and the others quickly surrounded him with concern, telling Lewin not to worry about how to describe his older sister. After He-booping woke up, the first thing he looked at was Lewin. Forcing himself to stand up, He-booping limped toward Lewin. He bowed deeply to Lewin and said, "Thank you for saving me." Lewin waved his hand and said, "We're all teammates, it's only right." He-booping stared intently at Lilith as he spoke. "May I know her name?" Lewin shrugged. You can ask her. If she wants to tell you, she will. He-booping looked at Lilith's stunningly beautiful face with trembling eyes and asked. Goddess of salvation, may I know your name? Lilith didn't even look at He-booping directly, instead flying behind Lewin with a hint of disdain. And it gently massaged Lewin with its black heart-shaped tail. He-booping's eyes were practically glued to the screen. Ah. Is this the difference between people? He-booping felt like his heart was about to break. They returned to their previous positions, dejected and disoriented. He took out 2 pieces of bread from her backpack and handed them to Lewin. Lewin didn't stand on ceremony, said thank you, and accepted it. Refined bread provides energy and satiety for a day after consumption, and increases constitution by 1 during this period. As expected of people from a big guild, even the food they eat has special effects. Lewin handed one of the pieces to Lilith. While munching on her bread, he said to Lewin, What's your secret to being so good? I want to be as strong as you. He was sincere. Lewin looked to be about the same age as her, maybe just 1 year older. In just 1 year, Luan's strength had already surpassed that of Xia Tianhu and the others. Lewin casually remarked, Perhaps it's because I always do solo runs? Solo? He was so surprised she almost dropped her bread. How could that be? Usually, only teams of several people dare to enter dungeons. Going solo can easily lead to accidents. However, he then remembered Luan's terrifying strength. Perhaps it's because Lewin has been playing solo from the very beginning. True strongmen emerged from arduous and extraordinary struggles. Xiaohe's eyes lit up, and before she had even swallowed the bread in her mouth, she spoke to Lewin. Thank you? I understand. I will try my best. I will become as strong as you. No! I'm stronger than you. Lewin scratched his head. What do you understand? I was just making things up. However, Lewin didn't say anything more. He had figured it out. Although Xiaohe is not a bad person, she seems a bit dim-witted. Most people wouldn't ask someone how to become stronger right after meeting them. The rest was much simpler. The group continued deeper into the swamp. Both the vengeful spirit and Lilith can fly, making them much faster than Lewin and the others can walk through the swamp. Whenever the swamp monsters peeked out along the way, before they could even attack anyone, Lilith would finish them off with a single whip strike. The group, who had originally come to help Xiaohe level up, experienced being carried for the first time. Holy crap, Captain, he's way stronger than us! He already accounts for 94% of the output. The remaining 6% was because he didn't compete with us for it at the beginning. Meow Meow tossed the dagger around listlessly, not because she was slacking off, but because she really had nothing else to do. Although these monsters are 8 levels higher than Lewin, they are still far inferior to Lilith and the vengeful spirits. Most of the monsters had been wiped out by Lilith and her group. The few that escaped were like monks who had been celibate for over 10 years suddenly seeing a widow. It pounced on it with a howl. This, combined with He-booping's long-range strikes. The rare monster let out a mournful howl and quickly collapsed, becoming part of the swamp. If it weren't for the constant experience prompts, Meow Meow would have even wondered if there were too few monsters here. 2 hours later. The group finally reached the deepest part of the swamp. The end of the swamp is just ahead. Everyone was invigorated. Is it finally time for the lottery draw? Suddenly, the mud and water in the entire swamp began to churn. Muddy water rushed towards the group, and without saying a word, the guardian knight He-Anteo immediately stood in front of everyone and raised his shield high. Shield protection! A beam of pure white light emanated from the shield, enveloping everyone within its protective barrier. The muddy water seemed to transform into sharp arrows, constantly bombarding the shield that He-Anteo held up. He-Anteo's health continued to drop, but fortunately, the priest among the group kept healing him. This maintained balance for a brief moment. However, everyone knew that He-Anteo couldn't hold on for long. Lewin keenly observed his surroundings and finally discovered a clue in the eastern corner of the swamp. It was a monster wearing a large black robe. Although the robe was large, it did not completely cover its body, and rotting flesh could be vaguely seen on its outstretched hand. Dark Servant Elite. Level 20. Strength 200. Agility 600. Spirit 600. Stamina 100. Skills: Mud Bomb, Mud Wave Surge, Dark Summoning, Life Sacrifice. Chapter 29: The Dark Witch. Darkness devours. Lilith shot out like lightning. The whip lashed down. Before the dark servant could even see Lilith's face clearly, it was killed by the whip. It was poured into the mud. But before he completely sank into the mud, he suddenly flew into the air and hovered in midair. It looks extremely strange. Lewin frowned. Something was wrong. I did not receive any advice or reminders from others. Lilith lashed out with her whip several more times, but she could no longer harm the corpse of the dark servant. Furthermore, Lilith was certain that this dark servant was no longer alive. The pressure on Hianteo's side has lessened somewhat, but the attacks continue. Does this monster not provide experience points? Lewin thought to himself. Suddenly Xiao Tianhu shouted, I have a dark servant here! This is unacceptable! Everyone's attention was drawn to Xiao Tianhu. Xiao Tianhu swung his heavy sword in a full semicircle, and a silver-white sword aura slashed towards the monster in front of him. He Booping responded quickly, firing a series of small fireballs. After Xiao Tianhu unleashed this skill, he immediately planted his heavy sword in the ground, already somewhat exhausted. The crescent slash had already caused significant damage to the dark servant, and he Booping added to that with his finishing blow. This dark servant is experiencing the same thing that just happened. The body was suspended in midair. Hianteo couldn't help but say, Hurry up! I can't hold on any longer! Xiao Tianhu and his companions were still unaware of what had happened, even though the monsters had clearly been killed. But why is the attack still continuing? If no solution can be found, once Hianteo is unable to resist, apart from Lu An's ability to transfer damage, it will be difficult for the others to hold out. Especially Xiaohi. Looking at the corpses floating in the air on the east and west sides of the swamp, Lu An's heart stirred. Immediately send Lilith and the vengeful spirit flying to the north and south respectively. As expected, each of these sides also had a dark servant. Lilith and the vengeful spirit immediately took action. Suddenly, 2 more corpses appeared, suspended in midair. The good news is that the relentless mudslides have finally stopped. Hianteo breathed a sigh of relief and gave Lewin a grateful look. He looked at the 4 corpses rising around her and subconsciously gripped Lu En's clothes tightly. Even if she were incredibly thick-skinned, she couldn't help but feel fear upon seeing this situation. What's going on with these corpses? Aren't they all dead? How can they fly? Xiao Tianhu said in a deep voice. I'm afraid things are not that simple. I tried to attack these corpses just now, but I couldn't cause any more damage. It seems there's some kind of rule at play. Suddenly, as if pulled by a mysterious gravitational force, 4 corpses appeared in the center of the swamp. Before Lewin could react, the 4 corpses suddenly began to burn simultaneously. The raging fire quickly engulfed the corpse, and a nauseating stench filled the air. As the corpses began to burn, the sound of gaining experience finally rang out. Xiaohi, who was standing next to Lewin, suddenly let out a muffled groan. Lewin looked over, puzzled. Xiaohi had an unusual blush on her face. Looking at Xiaohi's expression, Lewin was somewhat disgusted. Can't you even tolerate the thrill of leveling up in broad daylight? Xiaohi noticed Lewin staring at her, but instead of feeling embarrassed, she tilted her head back, revealing her fair neck, and said to Lewin, Thank you? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be this efficient. Lewin nodded as a matter of course. That was indeed the case. After killing so many monsters above her level, even though several other high-level players shared the experience allocated to Xiaohi was still terrifying. This was the second time she had let out a soft moan since entering the secret realm. I couldn't resist the pleasure even once. In less than 2 hours, Xiaohi's level skyrocketed from 8 to 10. In her eyes, this was already like a miracle. As he was speaking, Lu En's body suddenly tensed up. He gritted his teeth even more. Jiangping! Come quickly and see this! Has he been infected? Xiaohi didn't dare delay and immediately called the pastor over to check on Lu En's condition. Booping's story has taught everyone that it's not surprising for any monsters to appear in this swamp, and that we must be careful to guard against possible attacks. Jiangping was about to get closer. Luin had returned to normal and let out a long sigh of relief. He waved his hand to indicate that he was alright. That feels fucking good. He stared wide-eyed in shock. Have you upgraded your relationship? Luin has finally reached level 13. However, the fact that the two of them had leveled up did somewhat dispel Xiao's inner fear. Lilith whispered to Luin, I remember my master, this is their summoning ritual. Summoning ritual? Luin suddenly remembered that the 4 monsters seemed to be called dark servants. If there are servants, then there must be masters, right? Under everyone's watchful eyes, the corpse turned into a cloud of ashes. Most of the black ash fell into the swamp, while a small amount drifted around in this space. A figure flew out from the ashes. She was covered in swampy mud, like a monster made entirely of mud and water, so much so that even her face was obscured. It was only vaguely determined to be a woman based on her figure. Luin recalled the woman mentioned when he entered the instance. Could it be her? Without hesitation, Luin offered up his appraisal technique. Dark Witch Boss. Level 20. Strength 200. Agility 800. Spirit 800. Stamina 500. Skills: Darkness Descends, Darkness Devours, Eternal Night, Mud Explosion, Mud Control. Note: the Swamp Witch, who was originally kind and protected the villagers, was considered a devil and was burned to death by the swamp by those she had once helped. She escaped with the help of the swamp, but fell into darkness and became a dark witch in order to take revenge. The idyllic paradise thus fell into her hands. Xia Tianhu also saw the relevant information and immediately shouted, "Beware of darkness swallowing us!" But as soon as Xia Tianhu finished speaking, the dark witch waved her hand at everyone. Everyone suddenly realized that all the light in front of them had disappeared, and they couldn't see their own fingers. However, one could still vaguely see the dark witch standing in front, her finger pointing at the crowd. The dark witch looked strange from their perspective. The view was from above, making it seem as if they were flying. The truth is, everyone was immediately enveloped in darkness by the dark witch's finger. The darkness, like a black prison, dragged everyone out of the swamp and left them suspended in midair. Chapter 30 Legendary Equipment. Dark Amulet. In the dark prison. Xia Tianhu tried to cleave through the darkness before him with his heavy sword. Even the crescent slash was forcibly released again. But it couldn't do any harm to this dark prison. Xia Tianhu plopped down, saying in despair, "It's over. I saw this skill once during a guardian battle. The prison will gradually shrink. Eventually it will slowly engulf us in darkness." The group was shocked, and he asked anxiously, "Is there no way to break it open?" A deep fear flashed in Xia Tianhu's eyes. "There's no way. Those who contracted the virus died. Luckily, I was far enough away that I wasn't affected, otherwise." Hearing Xia Tianhu say this, everyone except Luin felt somewhat devastated. Booping, unwilling to give up, unleashed a fireball spell, wanting to break this dark cage. But it was all in vain. This darkness is not a skill in the normal sense, it's more like a rule. The fireballs that landed on the dark prison were all annihilated. Not even a spark was produced. Luin did not give up. Instant flash! Lilith's figure disappeared, but reappeared in the same spot the next moment. As for Lilith's whip, it couldn't cause any damage to the dark prison. Lilith said with some helplessness, "Master, this place is covered by a layer of rules. We cannot break through this prison with just physical and elemental power." The light in their eyes completely disappeared. "I never expected that even someone as strong as Luin couldn't do it," Jiangping said in despair. "Is this the end? Are we all going to die here?" As a support class priest, Jiangping was completely helpless in this situation. Seeing that even Luin was at a loss, his mental defenses collapsed. Despair also appeared in the eyes of the others. This skill was simply too abnormal and unreasonable. Xia Tianhu looked at Xia He and said with a wry smile, "This time I misjudged and didn't anticipate the difficulty of the secret realm." This caused everyone to Although Xia He also had tears in her eyes, she said in a trembling voice. This has nothing to do with you. This decision was made by all of us. To be honest, this is also the reason why I've always wanted to enter this secret realm. Before Xia He could finish speaking, Luan interrupted her with a frown. Are you just going to give up? Who told you were doomed? Upon hearing Luan's words, everyone looked at him. Xia He wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and said tremblingly, Do you have a way? But I just saw that your summoned creatures can't get out either. If we can't open this dark cage. A smile appeared on Luan's lips. Who said we need to break out of this cage? Although neither physical attacks nor elemental powers were effective. But Lu Ank has more than just these methods. Amidst the puzzled looks of the crowd, Luan looked at the dark witch outside the cage, raised a black death staff, and said softly, Soul Blast! A soul shockwave was released, and a powerful soul attack shot directly towards the dark witch. The dark cage, which had been impossible to break through by any means, seemed to exist entirely for the soul's shockwave. Xia He stood up excitedly, staring intently at the dark witch, as the shockwave quickly struck her. For the first time, a ferocious look appeared on the face of the expressionless dark witch. A piercing scream of agony escaped her lips. Ah! The soul impact released by Luan proved remarkably effective in dealing with this situation. This skill, Dark Devour, is extremely powerful. However, it requires the user to continuously cast spells. Now that the dark witch has been attacked by a soul, the forced stun effect for 1 second takes effect immediately. The dark cage that had trapped the group shattered like a glass mirror. Luan felt his feet suddenly give way, and he was about to fall from midair. Lilith was prepared and caught Luan from behind, landing him safely on the ground. Others, however, did not receive such favorable treatment. The moment the dark cage shattered, Xia He and the others fell into the swamp before they could even rejoice. Everyone was covered in a thick layer of mud. Hebuping subconsciously looked at Luan, still worried that his goddess might be alright. When he saw Luan being held and slowly put down, he almost ground his teeth to powder. The 1 second forced interruption period has also ended. At this moment, the dark witch also regained her ability to move. A hint of annoyance flashed across the dark witch's face. Everyone except Luan was now covered in a thick layer of mud. The dark witch parted her lips slightly. Mud! Before the word, explosion, could even be uttered, Lilith, wielding a whip, appeared beside the dark witch with terrifying speed in an instant. Soul Whip! The whip, burning with blue flames, lashed heavily across the dark witch. A crisp sound rang out. By the time Xia He and the others stood up from the mud, the kill notification had already refreshed. Defeat the level 20 Dark Witch, boss, to gain 5,000 experience points. Obtain Dark Amulet 1. Obtain Skill Scroll, Mud Blast 1. Holy crap! He's dead? Holy crap, an instant kill? Luan, are you really a second-tier powerhouse who's come back to mess with us? Everyone stood there, stunned. He looked at Luan in disbelief. Although I already knew he was very strong, this is no longer just strong. This is fucking outrageous. The score is on the plane. However, everyone quickly perked up, since the boss had been killed. Then we and the others could survive. Luan was internally ranting and raving at that moment. Only 2 items? After all that effort, I only managed to get 2 items. I thought the dungeon would drop tons of rewards when it ended. Luan was extremely disappointed. Luan then opened the team's backpack. But a yellow light nearly blinded him. This is legendary equipment. Dark Amulet. Quality, legendary. Strength plus 100. Spirit plus 100. Agility plus 100. Constitution plus 100. The skill, Eternal Night, can be activated, enveloping the area in darkness for 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, the wearer and their units gain a 50% attribute boost, a 50% damage reduction boost, immunity to all pain, and immunity to crowd control abilities. Cooldown 3 days. Luan was shocked. This attribute truly lives up to its legendary quality. The 10-minute enhancement effect is based on a percentage of the attributes. This kind of equipment can be called divine equipment, regardless of Lu An's level. This equipment can be used indefinitely. In particular, the special effect of eliminating all pain made Lu An envious. After all, what bothers me most right now is that even though I can transfer the damage, I still feel the pain. This equipment perfectly solves this problem. No wonder there are only 2 items. In fact, even just this one legendary item would be a huge win. Skill Scroll, Mud Explosion. Level Restriction, Level 20 and above. Restricted Class, Earth Mage. Infuse the mud with special magic to cause it to explode. The explosion damage is directly related to the size of the mud block. It's also a pretty good skill scroll. However, Lu An felt somewhat disappointed that the Dark Witch's job change manual was not revealed. It seems this boss won't drop job change scrolls. Otherwise, with Lu An's 100% drop rate, let alone a job change book, you'd be stripped bare. Lu An looked up at the others. Xia He and Xia Tianhu also checked their backpacks, and the moment they saw the attributes, everyone gaped in astonishment, their breathing becoming rapid. Chapter 31 Demonology Warlock Exclusive Skill Scroll. Legendary Dark Amulets and Skill Scrolls. It would be a lie to say that anyone wouldn't be tempted by these 2 things. None of them are associated with any user, regardless of whether you use it or not. They could fetch an astronomical price if sold elsewhere. Lu An gazed at them with a quiet, melancholy expression. I had already made up my mind. If they want to use their numerical advantage to distribute all the rewards to themselves, once he leaves the instance, Lu An will take action immediately. Kill everyone and take the reward. Lu An was certain that Xia Tianhu and his group would be no match for him. In this world, you either have to be ruthless, or you'll be bullied. Lu An was well aware of this. A moment later, Xia Tianhu looked at Xia He, and the 2 made a final decision. Xia He took out the 2 items and put them into Lu An's arms. Take these things. Lu An looked at them in surprise. Xia He pursed her lips and said, It was originally agreed that the distribution would be based on output. Your output already accounts for 95%. It's not unreasonable for you to take all of these things. Xia Tianhu also laughed and said, Yeah, besides, if it weren't for you, we might have already died in the dungeon. Our goal was to help Xia He level up, and it's only been less than 3 hours. Xia He has already won 2 levels in a row, so for us, this secret realm is already a win. The others looked at Lu An, and although they didn't say anything, they all conveyed the same meaning. Lu An smiled and asked, What about your 5% contribution to the output? Xia He tilted her head and said, Then, let's just consider the 10,000 yuan per person fee as offset. Lu An's impression of Xia He and her group improved. Since ancient times, wealth has been a powerful motivator, not to mention something of such immense value. Lu An didn't hesitate any longer and put the mud explosion scroll into his backpack. As soon as he put on the dark amulet, he felt a powerful surge of energy coursing through his body. Attribute values have skyrocketed. Name, Lu An. Class, Demonology Warlock Unique Hidden Class. Level, 13, 5.53%. Strength, 230. Agility, 240. Spirit, 470. Stamina, 260. Equipment, Dark Amulet, Black Death Staff, Sleeping Robe, Treant Ring, Sleeping Ring, Red-Eyed Ring, Frog Spirit Ring, Sleeping Necklace. Pets, none. Skills, Abyss Summoning, Max Level, Absolute Control, Passive, Soul Blast, Max Level, Abyss Sacrifice, Max Level. A legendary piece of equipment is almost better than Lu An's own attribute bonuses. Of course, the main reason is that Lu An's level is too low. Normally, it's not common for legendary items to drop in secret realms. It's fair to say that if Lu An hadn't been there today and hadn't ultimately killed the boss, even if anyone else had been able to bring Xia He and the others out safely. However, the items that were found may not include this amulet. The secret realm has now ended, and the blue teleportation vortex of the secret realm has appeared ahead. The group stepped out of the secret realm and left. Looking around at the familiar scenery, Everyone said their goodbyes and left. He Booping stared intently at Lilith, who was massaging Lu An's shoulders, and said, "Take good care of her." Luan nodded. "Don't worry, I will." Lilith stuck out her tongue and licked away a bit of mud and water from Lu An's cheek. He Booping was struck dumb. People are in a terrible state. Ugh, why did I have to see this? Xia Tianhu and Xia He came to Lu An's side. Xia Tianhu extended his hand to Luan and said, "If you want to join a guild in the future, you can contact me. Our Lion Guild will always keep its doors open for you." Xia He added, "However, I still suggest you consider whether you can take the exam again. With your strength, it would be a real waste to just be a bounty hunter." Luan smiled and nodded, without directly answering the question. "It's very likely that this will be the only time I'll ever meet them. There's no need to tell them everything about your situation." After everyone left, Luan also embarked on his journey to the Blazing Forest dungeon once again. The Forest of Blazing Flames. This is probably the most bustling instance in Jiangnan City, because there are a wide variety of monsters inside. It is also the most powerful instance near Jiangnan City. Unfortunately, Jiangnan City is geographically remote. While this may sometimes mean greater safety, it also means that strong individuals cannot emerge from here. This can be seen from the fact that the president of the number 1 guild in Jiangnan City is only a second-tier powerhouse. When Luan arrived at the Blazing Forest instance, the place is already packed with people. Besides powerful dungeons like the Blazing Forest, this area also has some lower-level dungeons. It can be considered a central location for instances. We need one more mage for the Goblin Tribe dungeon, but not a wood-type mage. Looking for a support character to speedrun the Lost Village dungeon. No priest needed. A series of energetic shouts rang out. This was the first time Luan had ever seen so many combat professionals. Besides the shouts recruiting teammates, there were also many stalls selling the items they had just acquired. This place is practically like a small market. Come on, don't miss out! 1,000 yuan won't break the bank. A must-have for beginners. Come on, look at this equipment. It's top tier for mages. A must-have for beginners. I don't know if it's because this is the time when new players are changing jobs, but basically all the vendors are shouting that these are essential items for beginners. However, Luan checked the attributes of these equipment. Bronze ring. Quality average. Spirit +1. Price 500. Luan fell silent. So, essential for beginners actually means something that specifically targets newbies. No wonder nobody uses it. This is outrageous. Anyone who buys this is an idiot. Keep walking forward. Luan suddenly stopped in front of a stall. This place is called Beginner's Department Store. The owner was a chubby middle-aged man who greeted Luan warmly when he saw Luan stop. Look, I have great quality products at low prices. See what you want, and I'll recommend something to you. As the chubby boss spoke, he secretly tried to check the information. But they found they couldn't see anything. The fat boss's eyes lit up immediately. His business was based on catering to different customers. The person in front of me who is willing to spend money specifically to buy the concealment stone must be someone extraordinary. It's a big, fat sheep. The fat boss's smile grew even brighter. He told Luan to choose whatever he wanted and look around. Luan's gaze swept across the stalls one by one, finally settling on a dusty, gray scroll. Skill scroll life drain. Restricted class, Demonology Warlock. Draws life force from the enemy to restore the user. The rate of absorption depends on the user's mental strength. A skill scroll exclusively for Demonology Warlocks? Chapter 32 Finding a Bargain. Absorbing life. A skill scroll exclusively for Demonology Warlocks? How could I possibly see something of this value here? Wait a minute, Luan realized that the price of these hidden profession-specific scrolls is usually very difficult to assess. The price for such a powerful hidden class is naturally not low, but the scrolls for a class that is generally considered useless, such as Demonology Warlock, are easy to end up stuck with. This is a good opportunity for me. However, Luan did not make a fuss, as none of the items in the store were priced. If you show your desire to buy, the other party will definitely raise the price on the spot. Lewin casually pointed to a dark, unremarkable staff next to him and said, "How much does this staff cost?" "Goblin staff. Quality average. Spirit +3. Spellcasting speed +1%. The fat boss said. "Oh my, this equipment is top-notch for beginners. I've only ever had this one hand in all the time I've been setting up my stall here. I see you're destined for this, so I'll buy this equipment for you for $1,000. Lu An's face darkened. Damn, the rings at that stall were only selling for 500. This guy is definitely treating himself like a lamb to the slaughter. Lewin said with some disdain. It's too expensive. This staff isn't worth 1,000 at all. I'll go look somewhere else. The fat boss's eyes darted around, and he grabbed Lewin, saying, Hey, don't go, brother. If you're really serious about buying it, I'll give you a 20% discount. Lewin looked back at the scroll next to the staff and said hesitantly, Never mind. 800 seems a bit expensive. The chubby shopkeeper said with a mournful face. Heaven and earth bear witness, my prices are really not expensive. Lewin hesitated for a moment. Then how about this, you give me this scroll as a prize? The portly boss looked Lewin up and down, and his businessman's intuition made him keenly aware that something was amiss. Is it okay or not? If not, forget it. I already thought it was too expensive. Lewin lifted his leg to leave, giving the fat boss no time to think. Seeing that Lewin was about to leave, the fat boss didn't care about anything else anymore. He had finally found a fat sheep. The portly boss glanced at the scroll, then said with an expression of utter envy, Deal! After receiving Lewin's transfer, the fat boss had a look of having been taken advantage of. But inside, I was overjoyed. The fat shop owner bought this scroll for 10 yuan. It's already changed hands several times. I originally thought it was a rare commodity that I could profit from. But then I realized how strange this thing really is. It's been sitting in my hands for 2 years now, and I still haven't been able to sell it. Nobody is interested at all. Those staffs are only 20 yuan each at the trading post, and you can buy them in bulk. A huge profit. After Lewin walked away, the fat boss took out another identical staff and placed it back in its original position, waiting for the next fat sheep to be slaughtered. In particular, a large number of newbies will be coming out of the beginner dungeon in a couple of days. That's the perfect time to make money. Lewin gripped the scroll tightly, his heart pounding. 200,000. I got it for 800 yuan. Is this the joy of finding a bargain? Lewin found a secluded spot and decisively used the scroll. As a pile of ashes fell, Lewin successfully learned a new skill. Life Drain, Level 1 continuously consumes the user's own mana to continuously drain the target's life force to replenish the user's own, dealing 50 damage per second. Note: taking damage will interrupt the skill. Other skills cannot be used during its execution. There is an upgrade button below. One-click upgrade. Life Drain, max level continuously consumes the user's own mana to continuously drain the target's life to replenish the user and summoned creatures, dealing 1% of the target's maximum life as damage per second. Note: this skill can only be interrupted by crowd control abilities, and you can use other skills during its execution. Lu An's pupils suddenly contracted. It's a percentage-based lifesteal skill, and it can only be interrupted by crowd control skills. This means that even if a god were to appear now, Lewin could kill the god in less than 2 minutes using this skill. Of course, this is on the premise that the god does not have any healing skills, and they won't retaliate. But this is still quite astonishing. Especially when facing monsters with high physical strength, this percentage-based lifesteal skill is simply the best. Lewin shook off the ashes that had settled on his body with a cheerful expression. Lewin headed towards his chosen destination, the blazing forest. Just as I arrived at the edge of the dungeon vortex, a man's voice suddenly came from behind me. Hey bro, wanna run some dungeons? Should we hire a game booster? I can carry you through the Goblin Horde dungeon on hard difficulty. It's cheap, only 5,000 yuan. The loot and equipment will be split in half. Lewin turned his head and saw a young man with dyed yellow hair looking excited. The Goblin Tribe dungeon is a level 10 dungeon, 2 levels lower than the Wolf Den dungeon. The danger level of the monsters inside has also been reduced considerably. It's much more comfortable than Wolf Den in terms of geographical conditions alone. The blonde-haired man looked confident. He was known in the neighborhood for his excellent reputation. The price of 500 yuan is fair and reasonable. Moreover, Luan in front of me looks quite young, so he should be in the right place to be farming this dungeon. Luan said expressionlessly, "Thank you, but I don't need it." After Luan finished speaking, he walked into the dungeon vortex without any hesitation. Dungeon selection, Blazing Forest. Difficulty setting, Hell. Note: the recommended level for this instance is 20 or higher. Please confirm whether you wish to enter. Luan confirmed without hesitation. Joke. Surely no one is actually honestly grinding dungeons of the same level, right? Luan's figure gradually disappeared. The blond man watched as the vortex in the blazing forest lit up for a second. After a moment of stunned silence, he yelled, "Damn it! That's absolutely amazing. This greenhorn actually went in and soloed the blazing forest dungeon?" Everyone around looked at the blonde-haired man. "Yellow hair, you must be mistaken. The new students are still in the beginner dungeon. How could there be a child here? Still farming the blazing forest dungeon? Are you asking for death?" Huang Mao couldn't see Luan's rank, but based solely on Luan's appearance, he was certain that Luan was a freshman. "Hey! I'm not lying, even though I can't see his information. But he's definitely no older than 20, even if he's not a newcomer, he just switched jobs last year." "Bullshit! Even those who changed jobs last year dared to solo the blazing flame dungeon? Yellow hair, tell me, did you dare back then?" Huang Mao felt a little guilty when questioned. In the second year after his awakening, he was still below level 15 and was soloing the blazing forest dungeon? That's courting death. Unless there is an absolute level advantage, anyone who dares to solo is dancing on the edge of a knife. Even now, I'm only level 19 and it's already quite impressive that I dare to guarantee that I can take people to run level 12 dungeons. The blonde-haired man insisted. "You'll see when he escapes." No one around believed what Huang Mao said. Only the blonde guy stubbornly waited at the dungeon entrance, trying to prove that he hadn't lied. Chapter 33. Lily has a sliver of health left. Inside the blazing forest. A forest appeared before Luan's eyes. A forest ablaze with flames. The smell of burning wood kept getting into Luan's nostrils, and the temperature around him rose even higher. The heat wave hitting him caused fine beads of sweat to appear on Luan's forehead. Luan immediately released Lilith to prevent any potential attacks. Luan recalled the details of the blazing forest dungeon in his mind. The monsters living in the blazing forest are all a fire attribute. Fire resistance is very high, so fire attribute attack skills will be weakened here. Its boss is a fire-devouring demon. Enveloped in flames, possessing fire attribute skills that deal significant area of effect damage. If Luan remembers correctly, this fire devourer boss also drops a skill scroll called Exploding Fireball. It's essentially a plus-enhanced version of the fireball, with significantly improved damage and speed. It is also an extremely sought-after mage skill scroll. However, the drop rate is very low. A smile appeared on Luan's lips. I love dungeons with such low drop rates. Low drop rates mean high value. Luan entered the blazing forest. The raging flames partially obscured Luan's vision. Even distant objects appear exceptionally distorted. Lilith, on the other hand, was very excited, her face flushed. She particularly loved this environment with burning flames. A fireball suddenly shot out from the flames. Luan was already used to the monster's sudden attacks, and subconsciously ordered Lilith to come up and take the bullets. The small fireball landed on Lilith, but it didn't even produce a spark. Luan finally discovered the monster hidden in the flames. Fire Sprite. Level 18. Strength 0. Agility 500. Spirit 800. Stamina 200. Skills Fireball, Firewall, Flame Vortex. When the Fireball spell failed to work, the Fire Sprite immediately activated the Firewall spell. They wanted to stop Luan's attack. Luan wanted to try out the Life Drain skill. He pointed his Black Death Staff at the fire spirit through the wall of fire. Skill, Life Drain activated. A black ray of light connected from Luan's body to the fire spirit's body. The fire sprite's health begins to decrease at a rate of 1% per second. A continuous stream of life force surged toward Luan. Upon discovering that Luan's life force was at full strength, these life forces flowed towards Lilith and the vengeful spirits, restoring them to their full potential. However, Luan frowned. While this skill does indeed absorb a percentage of the opponent's health as described, there is still a hidden condition that is not clearly stated. Luan's magic power was being consumed at a rate of 2%. In other words, even if Luan is at full mana. With this skill, Luan can only deal damage equal to 50% of the opponent's maximum health before running out of mana. Luan was somewhat disappointed. Although the skill was quite powerful, it had this drawback. I wonder if there will be other ways to improve this later. Luan also lost interest in continuing the test and ordered Lilith to deal with the fire spirit directly. Lilith didn't even need to use flash. With terrifying speed, it swiftly flew over the wall of fire and appeared beside the fire spirit. The whip lashed down. The fire spirit is dead. Defeat a level 18 fire spirit, gain 4,000 experience points. Obtain material, fire sprite hide 1. A monster gives 4,000 experience points. Luan was fairly satisfied considering that he had only gained 5,000 experience points from killing bosses when he was farming in the secret realm before. Of course, the experience points from that secret realm were originally quite generous, since they were shared among 7 people. The fire wall dissipated as the fire spirit died. Under Luan's control, the vengeful spirits scattered. Rather than waiting for these annoying fire spirits to attack, it's better to let the vengeful spirits take the initiative. In a short time, the pleasant slapping sound rang in Luan's ears again. The experience bar began to move slowly again. However, Luan was not satisfied. Although I have now reached level 13, if I were to follow the standards of previous year's college entrance examinations, I should have no problem getting into Huaxia University. However, Luan's ambitions extended far beyond that. If you're going to do it, you should do it to the best of your ability. Simply meeting the admission requirements is far from Luan's goal. Luan immediately began to consciously search for a type of monster unique to the blazing forest. Finally, we spotted it in a patch of fire. Fire Sprite Elite. Level 18. Strength 0. Agility 800. Spirit 800. Stamina 300. Skills: Fireball, Firewall, Flame Vortex, Flame Mark. This monster is considered one of the most troublesome monsters encountered by others after entering this instance. Regardless of anything else, the main reason is that before it dies, it uses the Flame Mark skill to cause all nearby fire creatures to actively attack the marked creature. Once this skill is used, the flame sprite will die, so most people will avoid this monster when they see it. Even if it attacks, it won't fight back, because it's afraid of getting entangled with it. Many people were initially unaware of the function of this skill. This results in being marked by flames, which in turn attracts the attention of all the monsters in the instance, and leads to an attack. But this skill has a different use for Luan. Luan said calmly, "Charm!" Without hesitation, Lily used her charm on the fire sprite. The flame elf, whose body was made entirely of flames, suddenly had a black heart appear on its forehead, and immediately bowed down to Lilith. Luan continued, "Control the flame spirit to cast a flame mark on this vengeful spirit." The flame sprite looked at Lilith with reluctance, activated the flame mark skill, and its body instantly melted, turning into a flame that merged into the vengeful spirit designated by Luan. Defeated a level 18 flame sprite, gaining 4,500 experience points. Obtained 1 flame sprite hide. The moment the vengeful spirit was marked, the outer perimeter of the blazing forest erupted in chaos. All sorts of fire monsters seemed to be controlled by this strange desire. He only wanted to tear the marked creature apart, and burn its body to ashes with flames before he would be done. Luan had already instructed Lilith and the other vengeful spirits to guard the marked vengeful spirit. Waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump. Instead of expending a lot of effort searching the outskirts of the forest, it's better to wait for the other party to come to you. This is much more efficient. Less than a minute later. A snake engulfed in flames crept stealthily along the trees toward the vengeful spirit, its vertical pupils filled with chilling killing intent. Flame Serpent Elite. Level 18. Strength 800. Agility 500. Spirit 300. Stamina 500. Skills: Fire Fang, Entangling Roots, Flaming Whip. The fire serpent stealthily approached the nearest tree to the vengeful spirit. Its body curled up like a spring, then it launched itself from behind the vengeful spirit. Its powerful physical strength allowed it to quickly approach the vengeful spirit in midair. As soon as you touch the body of the vengeful spirit, it will immediately begin to entangle and whip you with flames. End this blazing marker. It is an extremely deadly danger in the blazing forest. Countless newbies have perished under its attacks over the years. A cold smile appeared on Lu En's lips. Finally, the first monster has arrived. Suddenly, a sexy and alluring face appeared in front of the fire serpent flying in the air. The whip lashed down. The fire serpent was killed by the little succubus while it was still in midair. The fire serpent's corpse, severed in two, fell to the ground. Its body was still writhing, and the flames on its body gradually died down. Defeat a level 18 Flame Serpent Elite to gain 4,000 experience points. Obtain Fire Poison Potion 1. Obtain Material, Fire Python Hide 1. Luin was somewhat surprised. It turned out that these venomous pythons could produce fire poison. This potion is a must-have for any normal person going into a dungeon. The monsters in this blazing forest can easily poison you, and once poisoned, you will continuously lose health. You will also receive a debuff that reduces damage taken by 20%. Luin had considered buying it before, but a bottle of fire poison would cost 1,000 yuan. Luin then chose to give up. In any case, even if her current attributes are reduced by 20%, it will not affect Lilith's performance at all. As for losing blood, that makes it even simpler. Lily has a lot of health. Chapter 34 Eng Guild. A powerful clearance. With the death of the flame serpent, what followed was an endless onslaught of fire monsters. Lilith's whip was almost constantly in motion. Each lash of the whip reaped the lives of countless monsters. A kill against a higher level opponent. A kill against a higher level opponent. A notification sounded indicating that a large amount of experience points had been gained. Luin grinned from ear to ear. This method not only allows you to quickly gain a large amount of experience points, but more importantly, it's safe. All the monsters' hatred was focused on that vengeful spirit, and none of them attacked Luin. Even when monsters passed by Luin, they ignored him and rushed straight towards the vengeful spirit. As time passed little by little, almost all the monsters on the outskirts of the forest have been attracted here. The mass killings made Lilith's eyes even redder, and her gaze gleamed with excitement. Luin observed carefully from the side. Finally, the last monster stepped into the 50-meter range of the vengeful spirit. Luin unleashed his skill without hesitation. Abyss Sacrifice. Target: the marked vengeful spirit. The vengeful spirit's body instantly shattered. A ripple of death spread rapidly from the location of the vengeful spirit. The death ripple is invisible. Only Luin, as the one who releases it, can see it. All monsters that come into contact with the death ripple are struck by an irresistible force. As soon as the monster in front died, the monster behind immediately filled the gap. These monsters all have decent attributes, but they are far inferior to the vengeful spirits. The level 13 vengeful spirit already has a stamina value of 1040. Furthermore, the damage from the sacrifice is doubled, making it impossible for any creature in the blazing forest to withstand this attack. After the death ripples dissipated, there were no more surviving monsters in front of Luin. All that remained were corpses scattered on the ground. The experience points from kills were constantly being refreshed. Luin's body tensed suddenly as a flood of experience rushed in. Luin, who had just been upgraded, experienced the feeling of being upgraded again. He breathed a long sigh of relief. Cool. Luin's backpack was packed full of items, almost filling the entire backpack space. Looks like I can upgrade my backpack when I get back this time. Luin thought to himself. Then Lewin waved his hand and summoned a vengeful spirit to fill the void. Only then did they head deeper into the blazing forest. Outside the instance, the portly shop owner is enthusiastically recommending products to a customer. Look at this long sword, even though it's rusty. However, it deals a lot of damage. Think about it when you use it to fight monsters. You can stab them with your sword and only scratch their skin. That will keep him losing health, tetanus, right? It's a god-tier passive ability. This is a hidden passive ability. It's not shown in the attributes, so selling it to you for $5,000 would be a huge loss for me. The other person looked at the weapon the fat boss was carrying with disdain. A rusty iron sword. Quality average. Strength +1. In the end, he left with a look of disgust, and the fat boss sighed helplessly. It seems that the kind of easy targets like those we just encountered are still a minority. What a pity. The fat boss put the weapon back on the stall. The once bustling small market was suddenly greeted by a group of uninvited guests. Everyone, get out of my way! Eng Guild clears out. All irrelevant people, get out of here! This group of people arrived in a grand procession, their attitude extremely arrogant and domineering. The man at the head was dressed in a rare quality suit, and held a slender sword that gleamed with purple light. Their information is brazenly made available to everyone. Li Sui, level 35, Great Sword Master. Beside him was Li Chao, a teenager who had reached the 8th level of academic achievement. Those arrogant words just now came from the mouths of this group of people. The seasoned street vendors all changed their expressions when they saw this person. The fat boss hurriedly packed his things, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, why are they clearing out the area again? This second-ranked guild is even bigger than the Lion Guild. Despite the insults, they didn't dare to slack off in their actions. And Guild, the name sounds quite artistic. But what they actually did was inhuman. Dominating dungeons and stealing equipment are things they often do. The fat boss and his men had already been driven out of their fold, and they even left before they could pack up some of their equipment. The members of the Eng Guild watched these people's reactions with satisfaction. The mess they left behind was actually proof of their strength. Li Sui, holding the hand of the level 8 boy, walked to the front of the dungeon vortex. Li Sui touched Li Chao's hair and said excitedly, Chao, this year is your time to shine. Bring the provincial champion back. Then your father and I can finally hold our heads high in front of those bastards from the Lion Guild. Li Chao nodded confidently and said, Second uncle. Don't worry, this year's first place will definitely be mine. Good, that's spirited. I, your second uncle, will guard this spot today and not let anyone disturb you. You guys go with Chao into the dungeon to level up. Several powerful players in their 20s nodded and teamed up with Li Chao to enter the dungeon. However, they did not enter the blazing forest. Instead, they went to the goblin tribe, where the monsters were more docile and less likely to cause accidents. After watching Chao enter the dungeon, Li Sui's expression turned cold, and he glanced at his other subordinates. You guys go and guard the people outside. I will not allow anyone to come here to upgrade. Especially that girl from the Lion Guild. Anyone who shows up here. Kill them without mercy. Yes. The rest of the Eng Guild responded in unison. Then Li Sui turned to his trusted confidants. And you guys go and farm the blazing forest. A month has passed. It should have been updated by now. Yes. Li Sui looked around at the empty scene and a smile appeared on her lips. Everyone assumed that the Eng Guild was only occupying this dungeon location to show off their strength, since they used to come here every 10 days or so. However, what no one knew was that the reason Eng Guild came so frequently was to cover up something. There is an item in the blazing forest with a market value of up to 200,000. This item is extremely rare. It only appears in nightmare difficulty, or higher levels of the blazing forest dungeon. And most importantly, once this thing is revealed, it will only reappear after 1 month. That's why the members of the Eng Guild come here every now and then. To avoid being discovered, they even deliberately disrupted the regularity of the clearing time, just in case someone noticed something was amiss. Today marks exactly 1 month since the last time we cleared the dungeon. That's why we had to clear the area today. Now that everyone is forced to leave the instance, isn't this treasure a piece of cake? Chapter 35 Hidden Boss. Lava Behemoth. The outer area occupies more than 70% of the entire blazing forest. Only 30% of the area is internal. The closer you get to the center of the forest, the higher the temperature will be. Furthermore, the monsters inside have become much stronger. After all, they need to withstand such high temperatures. For example, the monster in front of Lewin. Its streamlined shape is no more than half a meter long, but it is extremely beautiful. It has a long, slender mouth and an extremely long beard. His eyes were lively, yet also held a hint of bloodlust. And it has two tails behind it. One of them is a regular gray tail that is fluffy and looks very cute. Flames were constantly burning on the other tail. Flaming twin-tailed fox, elite. Level 18. Strength 100. Agility 600. Spirit 800. Stamina 500. Skills: Flame Vortex, Blazing Iron Tail, Charm. The other skills are all fine. Lewin hadn't expected that this fox would also have charm skills. It seems the title, Fox Spirit, wasn't without reason. The fiery twin-tailed fox gripped the ground tightly with its front paws, its eyes fixed intently on Lilith. The monster did not target Lewin. Instead, they were initially drawn to Lilith's hatred. Suddenly, the two tails of the fiery twin-tailed fox joined together to form a heart shape. A red light flashed in his eyes. Allure. Launch. Lilith, who was being stared at by the fiery two-tailed fox, immediately flew towards it. A hint of smugness flashed in the intelligent eyes of the flaming twin-tailed fox. The flaming tail behind her suddenly stood upright, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Lilith at any moment. Just as Lilith was about to reach the flaming twin-tailed fox, the flaming twin-tailed fox suddenly lunged forward to attack. But then he noticed a strong sense of mockery in Lilith's eyes. The flaming whip lashed out heavily. The flaming twin-tailed fox let out a mournful cry and collapsed, dead. Defeated a level 18 elite flaming twin-tailed fox, gaining 4,500 experience points. Materials obtained: Love Potion. Lewin was puzzled. What was this thing? Love Potion, a liquid containing powerful aphrodisiac substances. Some skilled alchemists might be able to transform it into something magical. This is the material used to make Viagra? Lewin understood. I don't know how much this thing can sell for. However, Lewin felt it probably wouldn't be very cheap. After all, anything related to that is quite valuable. Lewin immediately became excited and quickly swept away the monsters around him. Unfortunately, there don't seem to be many flaming twin-tailed foxes. It wasn't until Lewin had almost completely cleared out the monsters inside the forest that this continued. Lewin only received 8 portions of the love potion. Things are valued for their rarity. Lewin was not disappointed. Lilith suddenly flew to Luan's side and pointed to the left, saying, "Master, there is something there. The temperature has risen considerably closer to that area." Lewin was a little puzzled. Everyone knew the map of the blazing forest, and going that way should mean they were almost out of the inner circle of the forest. What could possibly exist there? After glancing at the direction of the boss on the right, Lewin decided to trust Lilith and go check it out. This road is really difficult to travel. There were many burning thorns along the way. Although they weren't monsters, you could easily get scratched if you weren't careful. Fortunately, Lilith had cleared the area beforehand, allowing Lewin to pass through unharmed. After passing through this fiery thorny thicket, Lewin also felt the surging heat wave. A cave in the rocks appeared ahead. It looks like everything inside is completely natural, without any trace of artificial carving. There was a faint glow of fire inside the cave. Lewin glanced at Lilith, whose flames had intensified, clearly indicating that she felt more comfortable the closer she got to the cave. Lewin crawled into the cave. The entrance to the cave was very narrow when we first entered. Lewin even had to crouch to continue walking. After walking for several dozen meters, Luan's view suddenly opened up. Looking at the scene ahead, Lewin was somewhat surprised. Beneath this cave, large swathes of lava were found. Lewin picked up a stone and threw it into the lava. Almost instantly, This rock then became part of the lava. Lilith happily circled around Lewin. Master, this is it. There was lava in the place where I used to live. It's so comfortable. May I go downstairs to take a shower? Bath? Lewin immediately agreed to the idea. Of course, the main reason was that Lewin was curious about how Lilith bathed in lava. It has nothing to do with whether or not Lilith takes off her clothes when she takes a bath. After obtaining Luan's consent, Lilith removed her leather armor. She revealed her stunning figure, especially since there was a clear handprint on her buttocks. Lewin blushed upon seeing this. To Luan's astonishment, Lilith strolled into the lava. The terrifying heat of the lava was like a hot spring to her. Lilith's face showed an expression of extreme enjoyment. It must be said that Lilith's snow-white hair stood out even more against the backdrop of fiery red lava. Lewin couldn't take his eyes off it. Lilith then waved to Lewin and said, Master, come down and play with me. Lewin shook his head frantically. Joke. Although the damage is transferred by going down, you still have to bear the burning sensation yourself. Lewin coughed lightly twice. You can make it yourself. I've been feeling irritable lately, so a lava bath isn't suitable for me. Lilith then gave up. Suddenly, huge waves surged within the lava. Lilith immediately went ashore, put on leather armor, and entered combat mode. A huge monster emerged from the lava. His body seemed to be cast from rock, and he was nearly 3 meters tall. Furthermore, large amounts of orange-red lava were constantly dripping from its body. However, his head is so small that the whole picture looks a bit comical. Lewin immediately unleashed an appraisal spell. Lava Behemoth Boss. Level 18. Level 18. Strength 800. Agility 300. Spirit 200. Stamina 1000. Skills: Lava Jet, Rock Blast, Flame Jet, Flame Vortex. Note: a powerful creature born from lava, possessing great abilities but also restricted to surviving only in magma. Its entire body is made of heat-resistant rock, giving it extremely strong defensive capabilities. He's just not very bright. This was the first time Lewin had ever seen a monster with a physique exceeding 1000. I never imagined that so many things were hidden in the blazing forest. I had never heard of this underground lava cave in the blazing forest before. Lewin even suspected that the flames on the ground that had never gone out actually originated from this place. The lava behemoth raised its enormous fist, but before it could fall, it saw Lilith flying towards it with icy eyes. Lilith flew to the lava behemoth's side, her eyes filled with disdain as she looked at it. He said coldly, "How dare you spy on Lilith while she's taking a bath? Only the owner can do this." Others saw it. They all have to die. Chapter 36. Another instant kill. The blazing forest is cleared. They all must die. As soon as she finished speaking, the whip in Lilith's hand suddenly grew longer, covered by blue soul flames. A whip lashed down. The enormous lava behemoth thought it was just a normal attack and tried to withstand it with its powerful defense. But when that seemingly gentle whip actually landed on him, the lava behemoth then realized its mistake. And it's completely wrong. His once proud rocky body was shattered into pieces by the opponent's ferocious whip. Health points instantly reached 0. The lava dripping from the lava behemoth gradually dried up, losing its vitality, and it collapsed heavily into the magma on the ground. It even merged with the magma. Only then did Lilith return to Luan's side and speak to him. "Thank you, Master, for allowing me to kill this madman." Lewin has absolute control over Lilith, and Lilith's idea to kill the lava behemoth was only done after Luan's approval. However, Luan's attention was not on this at the moment. Instead, there was something extra in his backpack, dropped by the lava behemoth. Heart of Lava, the core of the lava behemoth. Grants 5% damage reduction from fire attribute skills upon use, can only be used once. Fire attribute skill damage reduction by 5%? Lewin was shocked. This thing would fetch at least 200,000 on the exchange. Damage reduction items are extremely expensive. Such things exist in extremely small numbers. Without hesitation, Lewin took out the Heart of Lava and held it in his hand. The fiery red lava heart melted rapidly. Finally, a strange energy merged into Luan's chest and flowed into his heart. Use the special item Heart of Lava to gain 5% damage reduction from fire attribute skills. Luan laughed happily. He could never have too many of these special props. Luan then instructed Lilith to search the underground cavern again to see if there were any other discoveries. Unfortunately, it seems that the lava behemoth was a surprise hidden inside. After emerging from the cave, Luan headed straight for the location of the Fire Devourer. The Fire Devourer is located in the very center of the blazing forest. When Luan got closer, he realized that the center of the blazing forest was indeed connected to the underground cavern he had just passed through. All the flames erupted from there. What the Fire Devourer does here is to continuously absorb flames to become stronger. The tall figure in front is the boss of this instance, the Fire Devourer. The Fire Devourer was 3 meters tall, with an extremely ferocious face, looking like a demon. They feed on fire, possess enormous fiery bodies, and their flames are extremely powerful. Information about this monster had already appeared before Luan's eyes. Fire Devourer Boss. Level 18. Strength 800. Agility 800. Spirit 800. Stamina 800. Skills Pillar of Flames, Flame Brand Pyromania, Exploding Fireball. The Fire Devourer also spotted Luan and roared angrily at the insect that dared to provoke it. The flames throughout the entire blazing forest surged even higher as the Fire Devourer grew and raged. The temperature immediately rose a few degrees. Large beads of sweat appeared on Luan's forehead. Goodness, it can even heat up. Global warming is all thanks to you, isn't it? The Fire Devourer opened its massive maw, preparing to greet Luan with its most familiar skill. A bright orange fireball, as large as Luan, was poised to be unleashed. Not only was it larger, but its temperature was also significantly higher than that of a regular fireball. It was too hot, and Luan couldn't help but feel irritable. Luan pointed the Black Death Staff at the Fire Devourer and said coldly, "Soul Blast!" The soul attack interrupted the Fire Devourer's skill. The enormous fireball in the Fire Devourer's mouth suddenly vanished, leaving behind a plume of black smoke. Lilith flew out rapidly, her terrifying speed suddenly bursting forth. Using the 1 second of forced control, he appeared next to the Fire Devourer. Lilith lightly lashed out with her whip. The Fire Devourer revealed a mocking, anthropomorphic smile. "This tiny creature isn't even enough to tickle me." But when the whip actually struck the Fire Devourer felt itself crack open. A crack in a physical sense. His last glance before he died was directed at Luan. He didn't understand. Why is it that a level 14 newbie can instantly kill a level 18 dungeon boss on held difficulty? The Fire Devourer let out a howl and collapsed, dead. Defeat a level 18 Fire Devourer boss to gain an additional 6,000 experience points. Obtain Skill Scroll, Explosive Fireball 1. Equipment obtained Fire Magic Staff 1. Equipment obtained Fire Demon Armor 1. First clear of the Blazing Forest dungeon, plus 6,000 experience points. Luan opened the equipment panel to check the attributes. Fire Magic Wand. Quality, Rare. Level of Restriction 18. Spirit plus 30. Agility plus 30. Additional skill, Exploding Fireball. Exploding Fireball. Focus your spirit and summon fire element to attack enemies, dealing skill damage equal to 10 times your spirit. Armor of the Fire Demon. Quality, Rare. Level of Restriction 18. Constitution plus 50. Strength plus 50. Both pieces of equipment had decent stats, but they required level 18 to equip. Luan put them in his backpack first. Once I reach level 18, I can become even stronger. Luan was quite curious about what it would feel like to unleash a burst of fireballs. After the Fire Devourer died, a blue vortex appeared beside its massive body. "You can leave now." Luan walked straight towards the exit of the dungeon. Outside the instance, Li Sui sat in a chair with his eyes closed, resting and waiting for his people to return. The dungeon vortex suddenly fluctuated, and Li Sui opened his eyes. 3 powerful members of the Eng Guild appeared near the dungeon vortex. All 3 looked rather grim, and Li Sui frowned as she asked, "What happened? We didn't get the lava heart?" The 3 exchanged glances, and one of the water-type mages forced himself to speak. "After we went in, we used stealth to go directly to that lava cave. But the lava behemoth is no longer inside." Li Sui's face darkened. "Impossible! I was the one who brought people to farm lava heart last time, and it's been exactly a month now. It is impossible for it not to exist. Or are you trying to pocket it all?" Danger flashed in Li Sui's eyes. His first thought was that the 3 of them wanted to steal the heart of lava. The 3 were shocked. The assassin inside immediately said, "Vice President, how could we dare? We did not find the monster after we entered. Could it have already been rejected by someone else?" Li Sui calmed down at this moment. These 3 people are all his trusted confidants, and it's unlikely that they would actually want to embezzle the money. Even if they did have such an idea, they wouldn't be so blatant about it. Could it be that someone accidentally entered the cave and killed that monster? Just as Li Sui was thinking to himself, the vortex in the blazing forest instance has started to fluctuate again. Chapter 37: The Disgusting Eng Guild Again. Everyone was taken aback. Are there still people in the instance? Everyone stared intently at the dungeon vortex. They wanted to know who had secretly picked the peaches. Soon, a young man appeared beside the dungeon vortex. It was Luan. Li Sui immediately used his appraisal technique. Although blocked by the concealment stone, Li Sui's level was already 20 levels higher than Luan's, so he was still able to see Luan's information. Name: Luan. Level 14. Class: Demonology Warlock. Li Sui was completely puzzled. This guy is only level 14, and a useless class like Demon Warlock. How is he able to enter the Flame Forest? Li Sui had already decided in her heart that Luan could not be the one to reap the rewards. After all, the difference in strength is too great. However, the others thought differently. Their level had not reached 35, meaning that they could not see Luan's information within the hiding range of the concealment stone. Now, naturally, they won't let Luan off the hook. The water elemental mage immediately walked up to Luan and asked him condescendingly, "Kid, did you just farm the blazing forest?" Luan frowned. He didn't even know who these people were, let alone their arrogant tone, which displeased him. He said coldly, "What's it to you?" The water mage was so angry that he immediately rolled up his sleeves, while Li Sui said calmly from behind, "Forget it, he's only level 14, it's impossible for him to solo nightmare level Flame Forest." It wasn't him. However, since we've booked the entire venue today, let's make him pay a toll of 10,000 yuan. Although Li Sui was convinced that the person couldn't possibly be Luan, she was naturally unhappy that the treasure she had almost obtained was now gone. Since Luan has the money to buy the concealment stone, paying 10,000 yuan is not unreasonable. The water elemental mage glared at Luan and said fiercely, "Did you hear that? Today, our Eng Guild has booked the entire event. Our vice president is being kind, just pay him 10,000 yuan and he can get lost." The assassin beside him chimed in, "Don't just stand there, pay up. If you don't have that much cash, equipment and props are also acceptable. I think the concealment stone on you is quite good." Looking at their faces, it was clear they believed that Luan was the only one who could control him. Luan squinted. It was in Good Guild again. Luan's aversion to this guild had reached an unprecedented level. Gao Yong's previous actions had already made Luan somewhat unhappy. Luan said coldly, "You think you can just book the whole place like that? What if I don't pay?" The water elemental mage laughed, grinned, and climbed onto Luan's shoulder, pointing at Li Sui as he spoke. "So you're a newbie? I've never heard of our Eng Guild before? This place is now completely surrounded by members of our Eng Guild. Look, that's our guild's vice president, a level 35 great sword master." A smug look appeared on Li Sui's face. The water elemental mage continued, "If you don't want to pay, that's fine too. Then don't blame us if we don't hold back later." Luan stared at the other person with a half-smile and said, "Oh? How exactly are you being impolite?" The assassin said sternly from the side, "Then you can choose for yourself. Should we chop off an arm or a leg? Before Lewin could speak, Li Sui suddenly got up from his seat, looked at Lewin, and asked, Are you a new student who just transferred this year? Li Sui suddenly remembered that his son had mentioned to him the day before yesterday that a freshman at number 2 middle school had changed his class to demon warlock. Could this be the person standing right in front of me? Lewin replied calmly. So what if it is? Li Sui clapped his hands and exclaimed, It's only been 3 days since you changed jobs, and you've already reached level 14. Wow, this leveling speed is amazing. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. The water mage and the assassin were both stunned, not knowing what their vice president meant. Could it be that they see this kid has ability and want to recruit him for their own use? Lewin said coldly. What do you mean? Li Sui glanced at Lewin, then turned and walked towards his chair, leaving only Lewin and the others with his back to her. No sound was heard. Don't break his arms or hands. This kind of young hero naturally deserves the highest treatment. Kill him. Li Sui's words were so casual, yet with a mere gesture, he sentenced Lewin to death. Human lives were as insignificant as ants in his eyes. Li Sui knew very well that when a genius was discovered, one should either befriend him from the beginning or nip him in the bud before he could grow up. My nephew is aiming for first place this year. If you want to clear the way for your nephew, it would be better to nip Lewin in the bud. The assassin and the water mage breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought the vice president had other intentions, but it turned out he was just worried that they hadn't been ruthless enough. Kid, did you hear that? It's not too late to commit suicide now. They spoke of suicide as if it were a blessing. Lewin touched his nose. I'll pass this on to you all as well. Seeing that Lewin refused their offer of favor, the two were furious and immediately activated their skills. Since we've given you a choice, and you're unwilling to do it, then we'll torture you to death. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Lilith within Lu En's body had long been unable to restrain herself. They arrived immediately. The water mage and the assassin were initially startled, but then both revealed mocking expressions. Lilith lashed the whip at the two of them. The assassin even had an expression of enjoyment on his face, and took a step forward to get closer. But what kind of power can a level 14 summon beast have? On the contrary, being whipped by such a beautiful summoned beast is the real enjoyment. But as the whip actually fell, the assassin's expression changed. This is terrifying power. Even the strongest boss I've ever faced wasn't this strong. The assassin didn't even have time to scream before he was smashed into a cloud of blood mist. The water mage fared even worse. He was not good at close combat to begin with, and now he had carelessly gotten close. It was only lightly brushed against by the whip. His body was torn to pieces, and blood gushed out. The other members watching from the sidelines gasped in surprise. Li Sui glared at them, annoyed. It's just killing a level 14 weakling, why are you so shocked? Suddenly a spurt of blood shot onto the back of Li Sui's head. Li Sui reached out and touched his hand, frowning upon seeing it covered in bright red blood. He said sternly, Have you forgotten what we said last time? No blood is allowed to be everywhere. Li Sui turned around angrily, about to unleash her fury. Upon seeing the scene before him, his pupils suddenly contracted. The ground was littered with limbs and fragments, especially the head of the water mage, which was staring right at him. If you looked closely, you could almost see the terror in the water mage's eyes. A cloud of blood mist appeared in the air, and when the wind blew it, it all landed on Li Sui's face, filling the air with a strong, pungent smell of blood. As for the level 14 kid, he stood there unharmed, with a succubus splattered with blood beside him. Lilith stared at Li Sui, her eyes gleaming with excitement. That was the desire to tear open Li Sui's chest and take out his heart. Lilith can sense Lu An's feelings through the contract, including his anger at this moment. Li Sui subconsciously took 2 steps back, panting heavily. That's impossible. Both the assassin and the water mage were level 31 powerhouses. How could they be so utterly defeated, getting wiped out in an instant? With a thought, Lewin summoned 20 vengeful spirits, who all stood respectfully beside him. A cold smile appeared on Lu En's lips. I booked this place all to myself now, since you're all here. Prepare the toll fees. However, I don't want money. I just want my life. I almost forgot, I'm also giving you a choice. It's not too late to commit suicide now. Li Sui immediately waved his hand behind him and shouted. Go! Kill him! The 20-odd members of the Eng Guild exchanged glances, forcibly suppressing their fear as they charged toward Lewin. The vengeful spirits scattered and attacked. Although the people Li Sui brought all had at least the strength of level 20, first rebirth. However, it was still no match for the attacks of the vengeful spirits. For a moment, screams of agony filled the air. Ah! What kind of monster is this? Yeah! Where did my health bar go? There are too many of them. Several people who knew each other launched a coordinated attack and, after much difficulty, killed a vengeful spirit. Before they could catch their breath, Lewin waved his hand, replenishing the lost vengeful spirits. Despair filled everyone's eyes. These people were originally thugs and hooligans, and after witnessing the power of Lilith's whippings several times, they were terrified. They scattered and fled, wishing their parents would give them 2 more legs. The vengeful spirits, like evil ghosts, relentlessly harmed these people. Their small bodies were instantly drained of life points with a gentle suck from the vengeful spirits. Lilith is even more terrifying. Each lash of her whip can take away a large number of lives. Blood splattered everywhere. The pungent smell of blood hit us. Li Sui stared wide-eyed in horror, the sword in his hand trembling slightly. Even though he often witnessed some bloody scenes, it was completely different. Originally, he only needed to watch from a high position as the other party was tortured. This is the first time I've ever witnessed a scenario where one's own side is being unilaterally slaughtered. A group of level 20 players were like pigs waiting to be slaughtered in a slaughterhouse, completely powerless to fight back. Li Sui also planned to sneak away. Lewin had been watching his movements closely and said coldly, "Instant flash!" Lilith's figure vanished from the spot. Chapter 38 The Vice President Stripped Naked. The next moment, Li Sui suddenly realized that Lilith, who had been some distance away from him, had suddenly appeared in front of him. A black heart mark quickly appeared on the forehead of that stunningly beautiful face. The fear in Li Sui's eyes vanished instantly. Only an infatuation with Lilith. The screams gradually subsided. Lewin suppressed the urge to vomit and slowly walked over the corpses to Li Sui's side. Have him call over everyone else from the Ango Guild. Lewin has no intention of letting anyone go. Both the information he had gathered and the situation he had witnessed firsthand indicated that the Eng Guild was clearly a bunch of beasts. Now that he had decided to take action, Lewin did not want to leave any loose ends. Li Sui, with a blank expression, took out his phone and called over all the Ango Guild members patrolling nearby. Within 10 minutes, the remaining 30-odd members of the Eng Guild had all arrived. They were stunned by the hellish scene before them. The ground was littered with severed limbs and broken arms. The stench of blood was overwhelming. One of the men mustered his courage and asked Li Sui, Vice President, what happened?" Li Sui just stared blankly at Lilith, without responding to him. Lewin said coldly from the side, "Kill them all!" Li Sui was the first to draw her long sword and pierce the heart of the man who had just questioned her. Skill strike activated. The man stared in shock at the long sword that had appeared on his chest, collapsing before he could utter a single word. The others were stunned at first, then took off running. "He's gone mad! Li Sui has gone mad! Run! I'm going to die! I'm going to die!" The main shocking thing is that Li Sui attacked the guild members. They never expected Li Sui to do this, and no one even noticed Lewin standing to the side. The vengeful spirits swiftly attacked, and together with Lilith and Li Sui, they created a one-sided scene, slaughtering all of the Ango Guild members who had gathered under orders. A moment later, Li Sui was covered in blood, but he tirelessly stripped everyone of their valuables. He presented it to Lilith with both hands. Lewin casually put these things into his backpack, intending to sell them for money when he got back. Then he made Li Sui take off all his belongings. After learning about the location of the Eng Guild and the information about its leader, Li Kuang, Lewin spoke coldly. "Commit suicide." Without hesitation, Li Sui raised his long sword and slashed his own neck. He died very soon after. Lewin picked up the long sword. Wow, a rare level 35 weapon. Not bad, not bad. Luan's backpack was almost full, and even when looting, he would only take equipment of rare quality or higher, otherwise his backpack simply wouldn't be able to hold it all. Lewin was helpless. He should have bought the dimensional backpack expansion first. Lilith danced quietly beside Lewin, her eyes filled with savage killing intent. His expression softened only when he looked at Lewin. Lilith is gone. Lewin called out and left, leaving behind a field strewn with corpses. Lewin felt no burden about killing these people. When someone tries to kill you, they must bear the consequences of being killed in return. As for the people who were summoned later, Lewin could only say, when an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Lewin led Lilith and the succubus away through a side path. This time, Lewin did not clean up the scene, because Lewin had already made the decision to eliminate the threat completely. The location is more than 1 kilometer away from the instant's gathering point. A large group of people were waiting here. They had originally been near the dungeon's vortex area, but were driven over by the Eng Guild. The Angel Guild members who had been guarding this place not long ago left, and those who were driven away immediately began to complain. Damn it, the Eng Guild is too domineering. They can clear this dungeon whenever they want. Even the Lion Guild members didn't do that. They're ranked second, yet they're still so disgusting. Damn it, if I could beat them, I would have fought them to the death. It's funny, but when the people from the Eng Guild were standing by, they didn't utter a single word. They're only starting to get indignant now that no one's watching over them. On the contrary, the stall owners seem to have gotten used to it. The fat boss even laid out a blanket he had prepared beforehand on the ground, lay down on it, rolled over, and said disdainfully, "Who told them to have more people? Okay, stop babbling. I'd rather just take a nap. Let's wait until they've all left before going back." While others may complain, it's impossible for them to lead a rebellion. It wasn't until half an hour later that this happened. Everyone began to realize that something was wrong. Where were the Angel Guild members patrolling? In the past, there would always be someone watching over the group to prevent anyone from getting close. After discussing for a while, the group decided to go and take a look. If I run into someone from the Eng Guild, I can just back out. The group set off towards the dungeon vortex. The blonde-haired man in the crowd suddenly rubbed his eyes. He seemed to have just seen that familiar figure on the side path. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Damn, if he abandons the dungeon now, he's probably going to get ripped off by the Eng Guild." After the commotion caused by the Eng Guild, Huang Mao lost interest in proving to everyone that he hadn't lied. As the group quickly approached the location of the instance, they gradually realized that something was wrong. I still haven't seen a single member of the Eng Guild. Have they already left? Really? They usually take up half a day, and with so many people around when they leave, we're bound to notice. What could possibly go wrong? It can't be that they've all entered a dungeon, can it? Everyone was puzzled as to why they hadn't encountered a single member of the Eng Guild. This is not scientific. As they drew closer, a faint, metallic scent of blood began to waft through the air. Many people had a guess in their minds. However, this guess was too frightening for them to be certain. The crowd quickened their pace and hurried over. After passing through a forest, the scene before the dungeon vortex was finally revealed to everyone. The group of people all gasped in shock. Ah, this? They're all dead? Did a powerful monster appear here? Sometimes, exceptionally powerful monsters will randomly spawn in the wild, with their strength even far exceeding that of nearby monsters. However, such things are very rare. Look! That's Li Sui! She's been stripped naked! Someone recognized Li Sui immediately. She exclaimed in surprise. Li Sui, who was so powerful not long ago, is now dead here, stripped naked. It's truly heartbreaking. Some people with strong analytical skills quickly came to a conclusion. This couldn't have been caused by a monster. Monsters aren't interested in equipment. They might eat corpses, though. All the valuables on these corpses have been taken. They must have been murdered. Everyone was shocked. Li Sui was a level 35 great swordsman, yet he couldn't even escape. There are still so many people, not a single one survived. The chubby boss in the crowd couldn't help but mutter. It seems that Eng Guild has offended someone incredible. Jiangnan City is probably about to change. The blonde guy stood there dumbfounded. He had a bold guess in his mind. That kid was so confident when he entered the Hell Difficulty dungeon in the blazing forest, and I even saw him leaving not long ago. In addition, there are so many corpses here. Even a fool could tell there's a connection. But does he really have such terrifying strength at only level 10? I looked at the corpses in front of me. It was a scene straight out of hell. Huang Mao shuddered involuntarily, and silently made up his mind. Regardless of whether it was the kid I had met before, I had to keep this to myself. Otherwise, if word gets out, the other party might come after me to silence me. Instead of getting any closer, everyone scattered and left, not wanting to get involved in these matters. Engo Guild isn't one to suffer in silence. There's bound to be more to this story. I just don't know how it will end. Just after the crowd left, the dungeon vortex fluctuated again. Chapter 39, 7,000 against 10,000. The advantage is in my hands. Li Chao emerged from the instance. He looked somewhat dejected. Only one of his companions remained, and he was seriously injured. Although the danger in the goblin tribe was extremely low, Li Chao couldn't resist causing trouble and forcibly provoked an elite monster that could blow a horn. As soon as the horn sounded, a large number of goblin monsters rushed out. In order to rescue Li Chao from the monster horde, everyone else had to pay the ultimate price, leaving only the captain to use his wind mage speed to forcibly exit the dungeon with Li Chao. Now that he's left the instance, Li Chao's first instinct is to find his second uncle. Look up. Everything before my eyes was blood red. Li Chao's eyes widened. What happened? Second uncle? Where are you? The captain who brought Li Chao out was already prepared to be punished, but he was stunned when he saw this scene. Li Chao quickly spotted his second uncle lying on the ground with his throat slit among the corpses. She immediately burst into tears. The captain immediately pulled Li Chao up and said, "Young master, it's probably not safe here. We need to get back to our base as soon as possible. The sooner the better." Li Chao wiped away his tears and said sternly, "Fine. I'm going back to tell my father whoever did it. I'll make him pay the price. I'll make his whole family pay with their lives." With Li Chao in one hand, the captain, aided by his skills, quickly headed towards the Eng Guild's headquarters. His speed was actually much faster than Lu An's. In addition, given the Wind Mage's familiarity with Eng's territory, he naturally knew which road was the shortest. They set off later and even arrived back at the Eng Guild's headquarters before Luin. The Engo Guild's headquarters are not located in a town. Instead, they built their own territory near the town. This was also part of the reason why Luin decided to take action. After all, no one really investigates what happens outside of town. Many people die in the wild every day. Luin initially believed that the conflict with Gao Yong was just an accident. I never expected that everyone in the Eng Guild would be such scum. To solve the problem once and for all, Luin decided to eliminate them all. Luin had already learned about the strength of the Engu Guild from Li Sui. The most powerful one is naturally the guild leader of Eng Guild. Li Kuang, level 43, bloodthirsty berserker. A highly skilled professional who has already completed 2 job advancements, possesses a bound legendary weapon. Under normal conditions, the strength attribute reaches 2,000 points. However, considering the passive skill of Bloodlust Berserker, the lower the health, the greater the increase in strength. Even under extreme conditions, the strength value can exceed tens of thousands. Of course, in that situation, Li Quan wouldn't survive either. This was all information provided by Li Sui. Under the influence of his charm, he wished he could expose even the color of his own brother's underwear. This was done to gain Lilith's favor. Luin opened Lilith's attribute panel. Name: Lilith. Race: Succubus. Level: 14, same as owner. Gender: female. Strength: 7,000. Agility: 7,000. Spirit: 7,000. Stamina: 7,000. Skills: Soul Lash, Blink Charm. Note: Noble royal succubi, their silver-white hair is a symbol of their bloodline, and they possess not only great strength. Its cognition and senses are also closer to human preferences. Lilith currently has 7,000 points of balanced attributes, while Li Quan can reach 10,000 points of strength in his ultimate state. 7,000 to 10,000. The advantage lies with me. Luan felt that he had a very good chance of winning. Now that we've offended the Eng Guild, given their history of bullying, they definitely won't let this go. Luan must strike first. After an hour, Luan finally saw the stronghold of the Ngu Guild in the distance. Li Chao has now returned to the guild headquarters and told his father, Li Quan, what he had seen. Li Quan was naturally furious and summoned all guild members to gather at their headquarters. She wanted to avenge her younger brother. But once everyone had gathered together, Li Quan suddenly realized the problem. They don't even know who their opponent is this time. Even with a large number of people, it's all in vain. If you can't find the enemy, who are you going to fight? A sense of powerlessness surged into Li Quan's chest. In the past, Li Sui had always played the role of strategist in such situations. Although Li Quan is very strong in combat, he doesn't like to use his brain, and now his own brother is dead. Li Chao suddenly stood up and said to Li Quan, "Dad, although we don't know who it is now, there were quite a few people there when my second uncle and I went to the dungeon. Why not arrest them all? Someone's bound to know something. We can always torture them." A ruthless glint flashed in Li Chao's eyes. Although he was the same age as Luan, having grown up in the Ngu Guild, his heart was black. Li Quan stroked Li Chao's hair with satisfaction. "Chao has grown up. Your second uncle would be very pleased to know this in the afterlife." Li Quan then immediately began arranging for people to search for those who were near the Vortex dungeon at the time. A total of over 100 guild members formed teams of 5. Each team has at least one expert at level 20 or above. The goal is to capture all of them. Meanwhile, Li Quan and Li Chao waited at the guild's headquarters to torture those people and force them to reveal the truth. What Li Quan didn't know was that his men had just stepped out of the guild's headquarters when they ran into Luan, who was on his way. "Get lost, don't come here and bring bad luck." Someone shoved Luan aside and cursed. "Our Ngu Guild has something to attend to today and is not accepting new members, so please make way." "Hey, your summoned beast is pretty good. Can you play with it?" A man with a scar on his face said, extending his hand to Lilith. Because of Luan's youthful appearance, they all mistook him for a newcomer who wanted to join the Ngu Guild. Little did they know, standing beside them was the Grim Reaper. The scarred man's groping hand reached directly towards Lilith's chest, and Luan snorted coldly. "Kill them all." The scarred man was taken aback, thinking Luan was speaking to him, and cursed. "You little brat." Before he could finish speaking, Lilith plunged one hand into his chest and yanked him hard. They ripped his heart out. The scarred man belatedly looked at Lilith, his eyes filled with terror, before collapsing to his death. With her high stats, Lilith's damage is still too much for them to bear, even without using weapons or skills. Lilith's sudden move immediately drew everyone's attention. Luan stepped forward and said softly, "Let me save you some trouble. I'm guessing you're going to look for someone. I was the one who killed Li Sui and the others in front of the blazing forest instance. No need to search everywhere anymore. To save you the trouble." The group of people were all taken aback. They killed members of our Eng Guild and then dared to swagger into our guild's territory? That's incredibly arrogant. Chapter 40. I'm really only level 14, don't you believe me? A brief silence fell over the crowd. Everyone quickly realized what was happening. "He killed the vice president. There are so many of us, let's kill him." "Yes, there are over 100 of us. If we kill him, the guild leader will be very generous." He wondered what kind of reward the guild leader would give him if he killed this arrogant kid in front of him. Maybe it'll be the position of vice president? Everyone was tempted. "Kill him! Kill him! Charge!" Hundreds of people rushed toward Luan's position. They wanted to use their numerical advantage to overwhelm Luan here. Unfortunately, this was precisely the reason why Luan deliberately revealed his identity. Some people with ranged attack capabilities launched their attacks from a distance. Fireballs, wind blades, and piercing arrows rained down on Luan. However, before it could even attack Luan, Lilith blocked it with her body. These people's skills didn't even cause Lilith any damage. As for the melee fighters, they quickly approached, wanting to engage in close combat. Luin neither dodged nor avoided, but instead controlled the vengeful spirit to fly towards the group of people. The person charging at the front wielded a great sword, his powerful attack ready to strike. As soon as the vengeful spirits arrived in front of them, Luin began to silently chant in his mind. Sacrifice to the abyss. Launch! The man wielding the great sword suddenly realized that the vengeful spirits in front of him had vanished, and death ripples were spreading out. The great sword in the man's hand fell limply to the ground. Not only him, but everyone within a 50-meter radius died. In a short time, the sounds of weapons hitting the ground and heavy objects falling were incessant. Those who were throwing skills from a distance were all dumbfounded. Dead? How come there are only a few of us left out of more than 100 people on our side? They couldn't see the death ripples at all. All that is known is that after the vengeful spirit suddenly disappeared, everyone near it collapsed and died. What kind of skill is this? Is it demonic? My God, who have we messed with? Those who witnessed this scene were terrified. They immediately lost the will to resist and turned to flee in all directions. Luin immediately issued the order. Hunt down anyone who tries to leave. The vengeful spirit scattered, but Lilith remained with Luin. I stepped over a pile of corpses. Luin walked straight towards the Good Guild's headquarters. With such a commotion outside, Li Kuang obviously noticed it, and immediately had Li Chao follow him out. Li Kuang was startled when he saw the pile of corpses in front of him. So many people, and they were all wiped out in an instant. Li Kuang suddenly had a bad feeling. Li Kuang gripped the battle axe in his hand tightly. Luin and Lilith had already appeared in front of him. Li Kuang immediately used his appraisal technique. Li Kuang was stunned when he saw the attributes that appeared in front of him. Level 14? Demonology Warlock? The one who killed so many members of my guild was actually a legendary useless class? Li Kuang's first reaction was that it was impossible. He didn't directly see Luin unleash the abyss sacrifice to kill people, and guessed that someone must be hiding behind it, and the boy in front of him was just a bait. Li Kuang shielded his son behind him and said to Luin, "You're only level 14. Who was the one who actually made the move? Tell him to get out here." Luin was taken aback, but quickly realized what he meant and said with a wry smile, "If you mean the person who killed Li Sui, and those people just now, I definitely killed him, there was no one else." Li Chao, standing behind Li Kuang, pointed at Luin and shouted in a sharp voice, "Impossible! How could a level 14 piece of trash like you possibly kill my second uncle?" Li Chao then said to Li Kuang, "Dad! Don't believe him, he must be lying. Arrest him first, and we'll find ways to uncover the people behind him. Our Guild cannot let this go unpunished. We will tear this brat's family to pieces." Lu An's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, "You're not very old, but your heart is just like the people in your Guild. It's all rotten." Li Kuang swung his battle axe and said in a muffled voice, "I'll take you down first, and the people behind you will naturally follow suit." Li Kuang used a gentle force to push Li Chao aside, then pushed off with his feet and charged straight at Luin. Lilith appeared in front of Luin immediately. Li Kuang had no intention of backing down. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his lips. "What a beautiful girl! It would be so satisfying to chop her into mincemeat." A red light flashed on the battle axe in Li Kuang's hand. Skill activation, battle axe throw. The battle axe, imbued with all its power, flew from its grasp, spinning as it hurtled toward Lilith. Li Kuang was very confident that with this strike, Lilith, who was standing in front of Luin, would definitely die. Once I capture Luin, I can get any information I want. The next moment, Li Kuang's eyes widened in shock. His confident toss of the battle axe failed to even pierce Lilith's leather armor when it struck her. Lilith suddenly lashed out with her whip. A sudden, instinctive sense of crisis made Li Kuang stop in his tracks. This sense of crisis is his instinct, and it has helped him through many dangerous moments. The end of the whip swept past Li Kuang's face. Li Kuang broke out in a cold sweat. "That strong?" Li Kuang's gaze towards Luin instantly changed, displaying the caution one would show when fighting an enemy of equal strength. Li Kuang spat on the ground and said, "I didn't expect you to be so strong? Level 14? Bah! You've fabricated your own information." Luin spread his hands. "I really didn't falsify any information. I really am only level 14, don't you believe me?" Li Kuang caught the swinging battle axe, slashed his arm with it, and blood instantly flowed out. Li Kuang's eyes immediately filled with a bloodthirsty desire. Li Chao, who was watching from the sidelines, looked surprised. He naturally couldn't tell how strong Luin was, but he knew his father very well. This is clearly a technique used when encountering a very powerful enemy. Li Kuang's profession is a bloodthirsty berserker. In addition to increased strength, he also has a special hidden effect when he is injured. Ignoring all control. The downside is that rationality is reduced to the extreme, and the only goal is to kill one's own enemies. Luin learned this information from Li Sui, and now, somewhat skeptical, unleashed a soul blast at Li Kuang. As expected, although the soul blast caused considerable damage to Li Kuang, it did not stop him in the slightest. Li Kuang roared and charged at Lilith, swinging his battle axe. Luin wanted to test Lilith's strength, so he ordered Lilith to fight freely. Luin wanted to see if Lilith could defeat Li Kuang, who had already completed his second job advancement. Only in this way can Luin know how strong an enemy he can deal with at his current limit. Upon receiving the order to fight freely, Lilith's eyes lit up, and she lashed out with her leather whip, striking Li Kuang hard across the chest. Li Kuang's chest was instantly torn open, revealing his ribs, and his blood volume plummeted to almost nothing. The red light covering Li Kuang's body was incredibly strong. His power has reached a terrifying 8,000 points. It has even surpassed Lilith. Lilith swung her whip again, this time with blue flames burning on it. A soul-crushing lash. Chapter 41: The Fall of Jiang'an City's Second Guild. The long whip was lashed out. The damage from Soul Whip was even more terrifying. Li Kuang didn't even have a chance to dodge. It was hit directly. Li Chao, standing behind him, was on tenterhooks, fearing that something might happen to Li Kuang. Luin originally thought that Li Kuang would die after this attack. But a golden light appeared on the battle axe in his hand, enveloping Li Kuang's body. Although Li Kuang's health points had dropped to the last bit, he did not die. Li Kuang's expression turned completely manic. "I never expected you guys could actually go this far. Before I die, I'm going to take you with me to hell." Li Kuang has now reached his limit, with his strength reaching tens of thousands of points. Even Lilith doesn't dare to be directly attacked by the battle axe. Li Kuang swung his axe at Lilith, but Lilith, her face cold, dodged with her superior speed. Fortunately, although Li Kuang was powerful, his speed was far inferior to Lilith's, and he was unable to catch up. Lilith is a powerful abyssal monster with royal-level succubus blood. In terms of combat experience, how could Li Kuang possibly be her match? Lilith lashed out with her whip, striking Li Kuang's hand, and a golden light flashed across Li Kuang's body. But they were completely unharmed. Lilith showed a hint of doubt. Li Kuang laughed maniacally. "It's useless! It's useless! This is a death throes. I am invincible for these 3 minutes, and even when it's over, I will die. I will twist all your heads off." Death counterattack is a skill that comes with Li Kuang's battle axe. It can keep the user in a near-death state for 3 minutes, after which the user dies immediately. For those 3 minutes, Li Kuang was invincible. Seeing that he couldn't attack Lilith, Li Kuang immediately changed direction and decided to kill Luin first. Although Li Kuang's speed was not fast enough to catch up with Lilith, catching up with Luin would be a piece of cake. Killing Luin would be incredibly easy. At least that's what Li Kuang thinks. Li Kuang rushed towards Luin, his battle axe growing larger and larger. Li Kuang licked his lips excitedly. Luin couldn't dodge this attack. If the summoned beast rushed down to save him, it would definitely expose an opening. Then I can take the opportunity to kill that summoned beast. No matter what, my battle axe strike will surely draw blood. Li Kuang couldn't help but tremble all over. But he found that Luin in front of him was not flustered at all, and did not have the expression he expected to see. Luin said calmly, "Only 3 minutes? You really are not long-lasting enough." Lewin stretched out his hand and waved it towards the sky. The night will last forever. Launch. This is a powerful skill from the Dark Amulet. Darkness descended in an instant. The entire area within a 1-kilometer radius of Lewin turned into darkness. Li Chao, who was watching the game, was stunned. Everything in front of him became blurry. He couldn't even see where his father was. A sense of fear began to spread through his heart. What's going on? What kind of skill is this? People outside the Ango Guild's territory noticed this strange celestial phenomenon. Holy crap, are some big shots having a magical duel? Even the celestial phenomena have changed. This kind of ability can only be achieved by a powerhouse who has reached at least the 3rd level of cultivation. I love it! Is this the aura of a strong person? As the one who released Lewin, he felt an unprecedented sense of power. All attributes increased by 50%. Not only Lewin, but Lilith was also affected. Her 4-dimensional stats instantly surged from 700 to 10,500 points. Li Quan was plunged into darkness, completely at a loss. Although his profession is very passive and he won't fall into abnormal states, not being able to see his surroundings at night is not an abnormal state. It is a normal physiological phenomenon. If Li Quan still had any sense, perhaps he could calm down and find a way to break the deadlock. But now his rationality had dropped to freezing point, and he recklessly swung the battle axe down towards Lu An's original spot. Bang! Dust flew everywhere. The battle axe crashed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Li Quang's heart sank. This feeling indicated that his attack probably hadn't hit Luan at all. As darkness fell, Lilith teleported to Lu An's side and took him away. Li Quan wildly swung his battle axe and shouted, "Where are you? Come out here!" Lilith let out a soft laugh to Li Quang's left. Li Quang instinctively swung his battle axe to the left. It didn't work out. "You bastards! Where are you all? Come out here!" In this darkness, Luan is the ruler. The darkness did not affect Luan and Lilith's vision, and Lilith's agility was now stacked to a terrifying level of nearly 10,000. Li Quan couldn't even touch Lilith's hair. When Luan activated the skill, Eternal Darkness, the outcome was already decided. Since Li Quang's skill can maintain invincibility in a near-death state for 3 minutes, Luan naturally wouldn't confront him head-on. Instead, he stood by and watched coldly as Lilith toyed with the other party. 3 minutes later, Li Quan let out an angry roar, his voice filled with despair. The skill, Death Counterattack, seems very powerful, granting 3 minutes of invincibility. However, after 3 minutes, it was certain death that no one could save. Li Quan never expected that his trump card skill would fail to achieve any effect. Li Quan collapsed and died, powerless. The darkness gradually began to dissipate, and the sky returned to the colors of dusk. Li Chao waited anxiously for the outcome of the battle. When Li Chao was finally able to see everything clearly, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Li Quan, whom he regarded as a god of war, was dead. Meanwhile, Luan and Lilith, who were smiling broadly, looked at him as if he were a demon. Li Chao's pants instantly became soaked. He cried out in terror, "Devil! Devil!" At this moment, he had lost all his support, and completely forgot the vicious curse he had previously uttered against Luan. Now they don't even have the courage to pick up a weapon. The vengeful spirits that had been sent out to hunt them down returned to Lu An's side. Not a single person escaped. With a thought, Lu Anxin summoned Lilith to Li Chao's side, easily ending his life. After looting the corpse, Luan collected all the items valued at least as rare equipment. Then he had Lilith burn the encampment down, to erase the traces of one's existence. The reason Luan immediately interrupted the Dark Knight Eternal skill after Li Quang's death was because he didn't want to be discovered. After all, it caused such a big commotion. It's hard to guarantee that it won't attract official attention. Watching Lilith set the entire encampment ablaze with the flames burning on her whip, Luan breathed a sigh of relief before leaving. It was getting late. Luan also lost interest in continuing to grind dungeons. Let's sell the equipment and items we've acquired first. This matter has finally come to an end for Luan. However, the impact of this incident on the entire Jiang'an city was beyond Lu An's imagination. Lu Ang had just left. Immediately, a large number of media outlets rushed to the vicinity. These media outlets are like bloodthirsty sharks, eager to dig up a big story. The celestial phenomena that were clearly unusual were certainly extraordinary. They all wanted to know who had changed the celestial phenomena. A horrifying scream suddenly rang out from the rioting crowd. Ah! It was a female reporter, who pointed ahead in horror. The others looked in the direction she pointed. When they saw the scene of corpses strewn across the field, they were all stunned, their mouths agape. Someone said, trembling, That seems to be the new headquarters that the Ang Guild applied for. Ang Guild is gone? They originally came to write a news article about a mysterious powerful figure who changed the celestial phenomena, but they never expected to witness the fall of the second guild of Jiang'an City. That's an entire guild. A guild with at least 300 members, just like that, gone? In particular, the president of the Ang Guild is a well-known strongman in Jiang'an City. Although the Ango Guild is corrupt, it doesn't stop them from being incredibly powerful. So many people died so quietly. Even if the top guild, Lion, were to intervene, they might not be able to accomplish that, right? Some people silently swallowed their saliva. Too powerful. This powerful figure who changed the heavens wiped out a guild in such a short time. Some people are starting to feel fortunate. Fortunately, we didn't encounter that powerful figure when we arrived, otherwise, if he had tried to silence us, we would probably have been in serious trouble. A gentle breeze blew by, carrying with it the stench of blood mixed with the smell of burning corpses. Ugh! Ugh! Everyone vomited repeatedly. Chapter 42. Mr. Lu, are you sure you want to sell all of these? The headquarters of the Lion, the number one guild in Jiang'an City. Xia Tianlong put down his phone. As the president of Lion Club, he received the message immediately. Xia Tianlong frowned as he looked at the horrifying scene in the picture. In just a few hours, the Ang Guild, which had always been against them, was wiped out. Xia Tianlong believed that he might be able to kill the other party if he were in their shoes, but he would definitely not be able to do so unscathed, and it would not take him more than a few hours. Although Lions holds an advantage in the rankings, it's not fair to say they have an absolute dominant position. Xia Tianlong had long known that with the Ang Guild's character, this day would come sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. His keen intuition told him that this matter must be related to the powerful figure who altered the celestial phenomena. A thought suddenly flashed through Xia Tianlong's mind, and he realized a possibility. He immediately called Xia He over. Xiao He, tell me more about the boy you met in the secret realm, especially the dark amulet you got at the end. Xia He didn't connect the two things at all and carefully told Xia Tianlong what had happened. Listening to Xia He's description, Xia Tianlong remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was in turmoil. It was him. It must be him. Xia Tianlong felt incredibly fortunate. Fortunately, Xia He and the others got along well with the boy, and no friction or conflict arose. Xia Tianlong pondered for a moment, then spoke to Xia He. Remember! If you meet him again, never offend that boy. Xia He was puzzled. What's wrong, Dad? Did something happen? Xia Tianlong simply shook his head without explaining. He knew very well that Lu An's actions showed that he did not want to reveal his identity, especially in this situation. Both major media outlets and official law enforcement personnel will want to find the murderer. Therefore, even if Xia Tianlong had guessed part of the truth, he could not tell Xia He. Finally, he simply instructed. Just do as I say. Xia He nodded, not understanding. At the same time, because many media outlets discovered this, the news quickly spread online. No matter what world you're in, you should never doubt the speed at which the media spreads information. Various eye-catching headlines are emerging one after another. Shocking! A mysterious powerful figure's rampage through the Ango Guild members was all for her. Murderer? A mysterious powerful figure who altered the celestial phenomena, or the culprit behind the downfall of the Ango Guild. Great news! The Ang Guild has finally disbanded. Here's the story I had to tell about Guild leader Li Kuang. Before Luan even reached the exchange, a group of people around him started discussing it in public. Have you heard? Everyone in the Ango Guild is dead. The guild has disbanded. Huh! Good riddance. Those bastards from their guild stole my stuff last time. I still haven't gotten over that. Wow, I bet there's a touching love story behind this. A mysterious powerhouse, in a fit of rage for a woman, destroyed the Eng Guild with a wave of his hand. Hey! You should read less romance novels. But with such a large-scale operation, won't the law enforcement be watching? One of the men, a fat man with shifty eyes, said, I'll tell you some inside information. The law enforcement officers were overjoyed when they learned of this. The Ango Guild was a major headache for them, and they were just hoping someone would take them in. Really? The law enforcement officers are just going to let it go like that? The fat man scoffed. What can we do if we don't care? They were just doing a good deed for the people, and they didn't even leave any clues to follow. Even the guild's headquarters was burned down. I heard the fire was impossible to extinguish. By the time it was completely burned, there was nothing left. Hearing these discussions, Lewin was truly at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. However, to Lewin's surprise, most people seemed to applaud the news about the Ango Guild. It's clear that quite a few people have been bullied by the Ango Guild, but they've all just silently endured it. Lewin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The task now is to dispose of the stolen goods. This is Lewin's real purpose in coming to the exchange. It's a pity about that legendary battle axe that Li Kuang was bound to. Lewin was quite interested in the skills attached to that weapon. However, because it was a bound piece of equipment, Lewin was unable to remove it, let alone use it. Lewin was not worried about the source of these things being exposed at the exchange. The Huaxia Empire Exchange doesn't care about the origin of these items. Countless items flow into the Empire Exchange every day, making it impossible to trace them. Lewin placed his hand on the crystal ball of the exchange. I have too many things to sell, and it would obviously take a lot of time to sell them one by one. Fortunately, Lewin saw the button for human assistance nearby and pressed it, which brought up a prompt. To apply for manual services with level 1 access, the transaction amount must exceed 50,000 renminbi. Please confirm. Lewin immediately clicked to confirm. Just kidding. If I didn't even get 50,000 yuan after robbing an entire guild, then all the members of the Ange Guild might as well find a block of tofu and kill themselves. Soon, a professional woman in a blue and white suit walked out, swaying her hips. They led Lewin to a small room. Hello, I am your trader for this session, Huang Qiu. How can I help you? Huang Qiu wore a standard smile, but a fleeting look of disappointment crossed his eyes. The exchange gives them a commission based on the transaction amount, which is 1%. So when she saw Lewin's face, she knew it was a small order, probably only 50,000 yuan. Even so, her service was still very attentive. Lewin took the items out of his backpack one by one. Huang Qiu's expression gradually shifted from calm to turbulent, until finally she couldn't help but open her mouth wide. They could even stuff a grilled sausage into their mouths. Rare level 25 equipment? Lots of it? Huang Qiu picked up a necklace and stared wide-eyed. Rare level 30 equipment? A rare long sword of level 35? Huang Qiu was completely confused. What happened? Why are rare items being thrown out like cabbages? And that's not all. Lewin continued to retrieve equipment from outside. Although he couldn't take Li Kuang's battle axe, Lewin didn't hold back on taking any of the other non-bound equipment. Lewin took out all of Li Kuang's other equipment and placed it on the table. Huang Qiu's breathing suddenly became rapid, and his chest heaved. Finally, he couldn't help but murmur to himself. A rare level 40 quality set, a symbol of power? There are 4 pieces in total, a breastplate, a helmet, a necklace, and a ring. Collecting all 4 pieces grants an additional 500 points to strength. Huang Qiu looked at Lewin in disbelief and asked, Mr. Liu, are you sure you want to sell all of these? Chapter 43 Exchange Permission Upgrade. Level 3 Permissions. Mr. Liu, are you sure you want to sell all of these? It's no wonder Huang Qiu had this question. First of all, it's very difficult to collect the complete set, given the drop rate restrictions. What's more, this is a complete set of rare equipment. Anyone would be reluctant to use such a powerful weapon, as strength is the primary guarantee for survival. In the past, their exchanges often featured individual items, such as only the chest armor, but even so, the price was as high as 200,000 yuan. The supply cannot meet the demand. Lewin frowned slightly. What, you're not accepting it? Lewin thought the other party had some other concerns and subconsciously asked. Huang Qiu shook his head hastily and quickly added. No, sir, I just wanted to confirm with you again. Since you're sure, that's fine. Huang Qiu carefully observed the reaction of the god of wealth in front of him, and then added. How about this? I'll take you to the VIP lounge so we can talk. Please follow me. After thinking about it, Lewin agreed to the other party's request. With a wave of his hand, Huang Qiu placed all the equipment into the exchange's temporary storage space. Led by Huang Qiu, Lewin arrived at a much more luxurious room, with a layer of fur on the floor. Huang Qiu placed some fruit and snacks next to Lewin. After organizing his thoughts, Huang Qiu said to Lewin, Mr. Liu, it's like this. The price of the level 40 rare set power symbol that you are selling is 200,000 per piece. Normally it's 800,000, but because we've collected all the set bonuses, we can add an extra 200,000 as the individual value of the set. That's the price our exchange can offer. As Huang Qiu spoke, he kept an eye on Lu An's expression. Seeing that Lu An's face remained expressionless, he gritted his teeth and continued speaking. Of course, this is a direct acquisition by our exchange. You can also choose to have it auctioned, but that would take a week and the price might be a bit higher. It's up to you to decide. Suppressing his excitement, Lewin calmly said, Then let's sell it to your exchange. Lewin naturally wouldn't choose to wait a week, since he only had 4 days left before taking the college entrance exam, and it was more important to improve his abilities first. Huang Qiu smiled and put the set into the temporary storage space, then pointed to some other equipment and said, As for these pieces of equipment, we can give you a package price of 230,000. Lewin nodded. The value was about the same as he had initially anticipated. After clearing out all the equipment, Lewin took out the materials he had initially farmed, as well as 2 skill scrolls, Mud Blast and Explosive Fireball. Huang Qiu raised an eyebrow. Skill scrolls were very rare, and he didn't expect Lewin to give away 2 at once. However, considering that Lewin doesn't even care about rare level 40 sets, it seems to make sense. The value of these materials can be packaged together for 50,000 yuan. These 2 skill scrolls, Mud Burst being even rarer, can be worth up to 100,000 yuan. The exploding fireball is relatively stable in the blazing forest, so its price is slightly lower at 80,000 yuan. Huang Qiu said with a smile. Of course, these are the prices at which they are sold to our exchange. If you choose to participate in the auction, the price will fluctuate. Lewin waved his hand. It's all right, just sell it directly. Okay. Please wait a moment. Huang Qiu smiled, stood up, and took out a crystal ball used by staff to operate it. Lewin, on the other hand, was idly tasting the fruit in front of him. The sweet grapes melted in his mouth. Lewin recognized these grapes. They were called golden grapes. It's quite valuable. Even this small bunch would cost at least 500. As long as you have the ability, you can receive preferential treatment no matter where you are. Huang Qiu acted quickly, swiftly completing all the sales, and then bowed to Lewin. Mr. Liu, all items have been sold, totaling 1.46 million yuan. After deducting the 5% handling fee, 1.387 million yuan remains. The money has been directly deposited into your bank account, and you can check it now. Lewin took out his phone and, sure enough, saw a text message notification that 1,387,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. Huang Qiu was grinning from ear to ear. She could earn more than 10,000 yuan in commission from the exchange just from Lu An's deal, which was more than 2 months' salary for her. Lewin suddenly remembered and said, Oh right, I still need to buy some things. Can I do that directly here? Although this was not within Huang Qiu's job responsibilities, Huang Qiu nodded decisively. Just kidding, I really want to cling to this powerful figure. Maybe my rise to prominence will depend on this benefactor. Lewin immediately stated what he needed. I need to expand my backpack space. I also need to purchase a batch of general skill scrolls. The overall price should be kept around 1.3 million. Huang Qiu immediately began searching, and after a moment he looked up at Lewin and said, Mr. Liu, I suggest you buy a master-level dimensional backpack, which can expand your backpack space to 300 slots. The price is 300,000 yuan. That leaves you with 1 million to purchase universal skill scrolls. Someone just sold some at a low price, but I can buy them from them at an employee discount price. If you need more, you can add another 30,000, making it 1,030,000 for 6 universal scrolls. Huang Qiu was determined to cling to Lu An's coattails, even going so far as to violate regulations by providing his own employee benefits to the customer. Of course, this is actually a common tactic used by traders and exchanges. Lu An agreed to the plan without hesitation. For an extra 30,000 yuan, you can get a universal skill scroll. This deal is incredibly worthwhile. Lu An knew exactly what Huang Qiu was planning, but Lu An wasn't bothered by it. After all, it would not only save him trouble but also save him time, so why not? Under Huang Qiu's guidance, Lu An quickly received the dimensional backpack and 6 universal skill scrolls. Just as Lu An was about to leave, Huang Qiu respectfully handed Lu An a blue card and said, Mr. Liu, based on the details of your transaction, I have applied for a special privilege upgrade for you. Your current trading permissions are level 3. Enjoy special personalized service and a VIP trading room. You can contact me anytime you come back. My contact information is here. Is it level 3 yet? Lu An smiled and took the card. Huang Qiu breathed a sigh of relief and escorted Lu An to the entrance of the exchange. In fact, the points Lu An earns from selling items alone are not enough to reach level 3. However, once you reach level 3, you can enjoy personalized services. That's why Huang Qiu made a special application for Lu An, naturally hoping to get close to this powerful figure. However, that's all they can do. Unlocking permissions at level 3 or higher requires trading in sufficiently rare items. Back at the exchange, other traders immediately surrounded him. Wow, Sister Huang really went all out this time, even paying out of her own pocket to help people level up. Is this person worth investing so much effort in? Huang Qiu rolled her eyes at them and joked. Get lost! Huang Qiu knew very well that there were probably only a few people in Jiang'an City who could sell so much powerful equipment. However, people with this ability are usually quite old, and most of them can only stay at this stage afterward. But Lu An is young, and Huang Qiu sees many possibilities in him. This is the reason why Huang Qiu was willing to do this. Chapter 44 Ignore Dungeon Cooldown. Lu An returned home. I immediately used the master-level dimensional backpack, which instantly expanded the backpack space to 300 slots. It shouldn't fill up so easily now. Today, because his original backpack space was simply not enough, Lu An could only selectively take equipment. If I'd bring all the equipment, I can probably sell it for a small amount of money. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. However, Lu An wasn't bothered by it. He was already quite satisfied with what he had gained so far. Lu An took out 6 general skill scrolls. 6 scrolls were neatly arranged on the table. Lu An took a deep breath. Generally speaking, there aren't many skills available from level 1 to 20. For example, a typical fire mage only has 4 active skills to learn before level 20. No one knows how many skills a demonology warlock will have. In addition to his passive skill Absolute Control, Lu An now possesses 4 active skills: Abyss Summoning, Soul Blast, Life Drain, and Abyss Sacrifice. The general skill scrolls are random. If you encounter a skill you've already learned, you'll waste 200,000. After thinking about it, Lu An decided to give it a try. Unfolding one of the scrolls, Lu An focused intently on placing his hand on it. A raging fire immediately ignited on the scroll. Lu An's face darkened. Gain skill Abyss Summoning. Skill learned, cannot be repeated. 200,000, no, 30,000 yuan went down the drain. Lu An forced himself to comfort himself with the idea of discounted prices. Lu An took out another scroll and unfolded it, choosing to use it immediately. After the flames burned out, ashes fell. Gain skill Soul Blast. Skill learned, cannot be repeated. Lu An's face darkened further, as if he were an unlucky person. Lu An nearly coughed up blood. Had all his luck been used up on the 100% drop rate? Lu An was unwilling to give up, so he gritted his teeth and pulled out another scroll. I refuse to believe it today. The scroll burned, and this time a hint of joy appeared on Lu An's face. Finally, it's not a repetitive skill anymore. Very nice. Gain skill Life Drain. Life Drain, level 1 consumes 30% of your own health to convert it into 10% of your mana. Cooldown, 1 minute. Lu An's eyes lit up. This skill seemed to be a perfect match for Life Drain. However, 30% for 10%. This is such a rip-off, it feels like some unscrupulous intermediary is profiting from the difference. Without hesitation, Lu An immediately chose to reach max level with one click. Life Drain, max level consumes 5% of your own health to convert it into 10% of your mana. 1 second cooldown. That feels good. Lu An finally felt better. Lu An had discovered this problem when he tested Life Drain before. The mana was being consumed too quickly. Now he has this skill to replenish it. I can finally use this skill with peace of mind. Lu An collected the 3 remaining scrolls on the table. Knowing when to stop, Lu An had no intention of trying anything further for the time being. In total, Lu An now possesses 5 active skills. It's better to continue using it than to waste 600,000. Lu An still preferred to keep these scrolls and give them to his older sister. This is how you maximize your profits. Release Lilith from your body. Lilith worked hard today, and Lu An decided to reward her properly. A conflicted look appeared on Lilith's face as she hesitated before speaking to Lu An. Owner. Lilith doesn't want a reward. Lu An was somewhat surprised and used his finger to lift Lilith's chin. Then what do you want? Lilith swallowed hard. Lilith wants Master to punish Lilith. Lu An understood. Why hasn't the rope I ordered the day before yesterday arrived yet? The next morning, Lu An appeared before the vortex of the blazing forest dungeon, sporting 2 heavy dark circles under his eyes. Yeah, it was already 6 a.m. when I finally wanted to go to sleep last night. Lu An decided not to sleep and arrived at the instance early. To their embarrassment, they discovered that the cooldown period for the blazing forest dungeon hadn't expired yet, so they had to wait there for the time being. The bodies that were scattered here yesterday have all disappeared. This is the work of those monsters in the wild at night. They are like ghouls, devouring all creatures in the wild, including corpses. Only a few dried bloodstains can still be faintly seen on the ground, as if reminding people of what happened here. There aren't many people here today. In particular, many of the merchants who used to set up stalls here have left, and even the fat boss that Lu An had dealt with is gone. So it looks very deserted. Even those who come here are very careful, worried about offending someone they shouldn't, and becoming the next Angle Guild. Just as Lu An sat helplessly to the side waiting for the cooldown time to pass, he suddenly saw Xiaohe's familiar figure. Lu An frowned and muttered, What's she doing here alone? Xiaohe appeared before the dungeon vortex still dressed in sportswear, but Lu An did not see Xia Tianhu and the others. Although Xiaohe is currently level 10, she shouldn't be able to solo a dungeon, right? Moreover, Xiaohe is the daughter of the Lion Guild's president, so it's very strange that she's here alone. Xiaohe didn't notice Lu An and walked alone to the Goblin Tribe dungeon vortex to enter the dungeon. Lu An didn't dwell on the matter too much and quietly sat down to rest. I'll be able to enter the dungeon in half an hour. About 15 minutes later, the Goblin Horde instance vortex suddenly started to fluctuate. Xiaohe's figure appeared ahead. He looked extremely disheveled. I don't know if she was ambushed, but her hair was all over her body and her clothes were stained with a lot of blood. I don't know if it's hers or the monster's. Under Lu An's gaze, something seemed to appear in Xiaohe's hand, and after a flash of light, Xiaohe stepped into the Goblin Tribe instance once again. Lu An touched his chin. That's interesting. Xiaohe's appearance just now clearly indicated that she hadn't been able to defeat the monsters in the dungeon, so she forcibly quit. The problem is that even if you force yourself to quit, the instance will still go into cooldown mode. However, Xiaohe can ignore the cooling effect and re-enter. Lu An suddenly became interested. Is it related to the light that was flashing in her hand just now? Is it some kind of prop? Lu An had never heard of such a thing before. Lu An's cooldown was still more than 10 minutes away, so he decided to wait. Lu An was certain that Xiaohe would reappear soon. After all, their strength speaks for itself. This time it was even faster, in less than 15 minutes. Only about 10 minutes had passed. Xiaohi's figure appeared in front of the dungeon vortex. Chapter 45. Boss, did you choose the wrong difficulty level? Moreover, Xiaohi looked even more disheveled than before. He still had many wounds on his body. He plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. Fortunately, she was prepared and took out the recovery potion she had bought earlier. He gulped it down. Xiaohi's eyes blazed with fighting spirit once again. This time it will definitely work. Just as Xiaohi was about to set off again, Lu En's voice suddenly came from behind her. Excuse me, what are you doing here? What should we play? Lu En carefully considered his words, not wanting to discourage Xiaohi too much. Unexpectedly, Xiaohi jumped up from the ground as soon as she heard Lu En's voice. He grabbed Lu En excitedly and said, Wow! Boss, you're here too! Please tell me the secret to soloing the goblin horde. I've tried twice already, it's so difficult. I was attacked by 3 goblin warriors as soon as I went in, I almost died inside. Lu En asked, Why are you soloing dungeons? Although Lu En had heard that some people started to challenge themselves by speedrunning dungeons after reaching a certain level of strength. But Xiaohi should clearly be focusing on upgrading right now. Xiaohi explained, I also want to become as strong as that expert. Didn't you say that the reason you became stronger was because you were always soloing dungeons? Lu Anren was completely dumbfounded. Lu En remembered that he had indeed casually said those words while farming in the secret realm. But this sounds so unreliable, how could anyone believe it? I knew this girl was a bit silly, but I didn't expect her to be this silly. Lu En was silent for a moment, then asked, I'll tell you the soloing secrets later, but first tell me why you can ignore the dungeon cooldown. Xiaohi immediately opened her hand and held out something in her palm. It's because of this. My dad bought it for me specially. Lu En looked over and saw that the object looked like a fist-sized piece of crystal, containing a liquid that resembled mercury. It looks quite exquisite, but the amount of mercury inside has decreased by 10%. Cooling Stone, small a masterpiece of alchemy, it resets dungeon cooldowns. 9 uses remaining. Usable only in dungeons below level 20. So this is why Xiaohi can reuse it to enter the dungeon. This thing is pretty good. Lu En thought for a moment, then took out his phone and sent a message to Huang Qiu. How much does a cooling stone cost for users below level 20? Huang Qiu replied almost instantly. Cooling stones are special items that can only be made by alchemy masters. There are no readily available items on the market. The price is generally between 500,000 and 800,000. Orders need to be placed a week in advance. There are specialized companies that can recharge them, with each recharge costing 200,000. Mr. Lu, do you need to make a reservation? Lu En replied. No need, I was just asking casually, it doesn't seem to work well. Lu En originally thought that In Good Guild was quite wealthy, but now he realized how poor they were. He robbed a guild and sold off their assets, but only made a little over 1 million. Look at the Lion Guild. The items Xiaohi uses to upgrade are so expensive. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. Lu En couldn't help but curse Li Kuang and his gang in his heart, thinking they were really useless, unable to save any money even through swindling and cheating. Lu En forgot that Li Kuang and his group had just spent a lot of money to apply for a guild headquarters, and the money was almost gone. Moreover, they already live a life of constant danger, so why would they think about saving money? They spend as much as they have. After putting down his phone, Lu En looked at Xiaohi with shining eyes. Turns out she's a young, wealthy woman. Lu En coughed lightly. Didn't you want to know what the secret manual is? That way, I'll take you to run dungeons, and you just need to reset my dungeon cooldowns. Xiaohi's eyes lit up. What teacher could be better than Lu En, who taught by example? Xiaohi immediately nodded in agreement with Lu En's opinion. However, Xiaohi immediately added, Just once. You take me into the dungeon once, and after I learn the technique, I'll reset the dungeon cooldown for you, and then I'll go solo. Good. After reaching an agreement, Lu En and Xiaohi formed a team. Lu En's decision to invite Xiaohi to join his team was made after careful consideration. First of all, Xia He is not a bad person. This can be seen from the secret realm and the recent rush into the dungeon. At most, she is a bit silly. Secondly, his true strength had already been exposed to Xia He. In addition, the experience bonus for two-player teams is the highest and most cost-effective, and most importantly, Luin can also take advantage of Xia He's cooldowns. Why not? Luin headed directly towards the vortex of the blazing forest dungeon. Xia He was stunned and subconsciously said, "Boss, you've come to the wrong place. That's a level 18 dungeon. I should have farmed the goblin horde instead." However, since Luin is now the team leader, Xia He's words cannot stop him from entering the dungeon. The scene before my eyes suddenly began to spin. A forest engulfed in flames appeared before them. Xia He was stunned. The powerful aura of the monsters around her made her tremble uncontrollably. She may be a bit silly, but she's not stupid. This isn't just an ordinary blazing forest. This is at least a nightmare-level dungeon, right? Big boss. Did you choose the wrong difficulty level? Luin snapped his fingers and said, "That's right, it's hell level." Hell level? Xia He felt a sudden darkness before her eyes. This time, there are no guardian knights to draw aggro. Xia He had no doubt that if a level 18 hellish dungeon monster touched her, she would lose most of her life. "Boss, this is no joke, people could die," Luin calmly said. "I'm not joking. Didn't you want to know how to solo? I'll teach you. Watch closely, and follow me." Before Xia He could react, she saw Luin already walking forward. The vengeful spirits were scattered all around, wary of any approaching monsters. Lilith led the way. Luin looked around. He remembered clearly that the flame sprite was nearby. Xia He frowned and asked, "Boss, what are you looking for?" "Looking for the flame sprite," Luin replied casually. Xia He was immediately taken aback. "Why are you looking for a flame sprite? Those things are terrifying. One of our guild's teams was marked by one and wiped out." Although Xia He had never actually entered this instance, she had been exposed to it since childhood and was deeply aware of the terror of these monsters. There was an uncle in that team who was always very kind to Xia He. He always carried a piece of candy in his pocket to make Xia He happy, but he never came back. So when Xia He learned that Luin was looking for this terrifying monster, fear welled up inside her. Luin casually replied, "Don't worry, it's fine." Finally, Luin found the flame sprite again. Having learned from her previous experience, Lilith skillfully flew to the side of the flame sprite. Charm skill activated. A black heart flashed briefly on the flame sprite's forehead, and the fireball in its hand instantly extinguished. He then looked at Lilith respectfully. The next moment, the flame mark was activated, and the flame sprite's body melted and attached itself to a vengeful spirit. The monsters on the outskirts of the blazing forest instantly erupted into a riot. The roars of various fire monsters reached Xia He's ears, and the roaring sound kept getting closer. Soon, Luan's familiar old friend, the flame serpent, appeared in his field of vision, just passing by Xia He. Xia He's face turned green. He instinctively drew his longsword, ready to fight. Luin calmly said, "No need to be nervous. It won't attack you." Chapter 46. This is how I soloed it. Have you learned it? Xia He forcibly suppressed the urge to attack the fiery serpent, gripping the longsword tightly in her hand, large beads of sweat dripping down her face. A fiery venomous python, as thick as Xia He's waist, slithered in an S shape around Xia He's feet. Xia He held her breath, not daring to make a sound. Fortunately, the flaming serpent's attention was entirely focused on the vengeful spirit in front of it, and it quickly pounced on the vengeful spirit. However, it was attacked and killed by other vengeful spirits while still in the air. Only then did Xia He gasp for breath and say, "There will be more and more monsters later. What are your plans? Once that vengeful spirit dies, these monsters should turn their attacks on us." Luin put a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. "Wait a little longer." Luin was, of course, waiting for all the nearby monsters to surround him. 10 minutes later, Xia He looked at the ever-growing number of monsters ahead, and a cold sweat broke out on her back. Even in the blazing forest, she felt a chill. The powerful horde of monsters created a unique pressure that made Xia He almost unable to breathe. Subconsciously, he wanted to persuade Luin to withdraw. But then Luin suddenly raised the black death staff in his hand and said calmly, "Abyss sacrifice." The vengeful spirit, surrounded by a large number of monsters, suddenly shattered. A death ripple, visible only to Luin, spread out. Any monster hit by the ripples instantly lost all its health and collapsed to the ground, dying instantly. It was as if an invisible Grim Reaper was standing there, mercilessly wielding his scythe, reaping countless lives with each strike. Xia He stood there, stunned, completely numb. What is this? Why are these incredibly powerful monsters being ruthlessly harvested like leeks? Is this Luan's method? What's the reason he's able to solo dungeons? Before Xia He could recover from the shocking scene, a golden light rose up. The intense pleasure she felt made her almost unable to stand, and she instinctively grabbed Luan's arm. Xia He's level was too low, and the experience points provided by this wave of level 18 monsters instantly propelled her to level 11. Luin glanced at his experience bar. Ha, this wave of monsters only increased my experience bar by 40%. After Xia He finished experiencing the thrill of leveling up, she asked in a daze, Is it over? Are all the monsters on the perimeter gone? After receiving Luan's affirmative answer, Xia He was somewhat confused. People in the guild are always very cautious when talking about the Flame Forest dungeon. To prevent accidents, each entry requires a team of at least 7 people who know each other well, and all personnel must be properly equipped. Healing, melee, and ranged combat are all essential. Not to mention the various output methods, knowing which skills to be careful of when facing which monsters is a skill in itself. Who else can be like Luin, with 1 skill per person? They cleared the area out completely? Moreover, the instance that Luin entered was a nightmare-level instance. The attributes have already been greatly enhanced. Xia He even had an absurd idea. Is there any possibility? Luin didn't graduate last year. He's a freshman who just started working full-time this year. Xia He hadn't considered this possibility before. After all, it had only been a few days. How could there be such an amazing freshman? But what if Luin always solos the hellish dungeons? It's not impossible. Xia He finally couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, Big brother, you're not a freshman this year, are you? Luin glanced at Xia He in surprise. It seemed she wasn't as foolish as she thought. Luin smiled and nodded, knowing that Xia He would know it was him when the results were announced anyway. Xia He's eyes widened. It turned out to be a freshman this year. A huge sense of frustration instantly welled up in Xia He's heart. I was originally planning to aim for the top scorer in the province this year. I never expected the gap between me and Luin to be so big. Xia He's peculiar thought process suddenly realized the problem. That's not right. I thought you were from the previous year, and I even asked you about my idol. If you're in this year's class, you probably don't know Lu Shui. Luin said calmly. Yes, I know her. She's my sister. Xia He stood frozen in place for 3 seconds. Then a scream loud enough to rip Luan's eardrums rang out. You're the younger brother of the ice and snow goddess. No wonder you're so strong. I just touched your arm. It's like I touched the ice goddess. 3 black lines appeared on Luan's forehead. I'm strong, what does that have to do with my sister? Is this the terror of brainless fans? Lilith held the leather whip and cracked it sharply beside Xia He, coldly watching her. Xia He then quickly covered her mouth. Luin reminded him. Let's go. Even if we clear out the monsters on the outer perimeter, there are still monsters in the inner circle. There are no shortcuts to clearing the inner circle, and the process is much slower compared to the outer circle. Along the way, Xia He's fear of monsters seemed to have vanished, and she stayed by Luan's side, subtly inquiring about Lu Shui's situation. What does your sister like to eat? Luosafen, river snail rice noodles. What does your sister usually like to do? Hitting someone. Xia He's expression was strange. Hitting someone? What kind of hobby is that? Luan's lips twitched as those less than pleasant images immediately surfaced in his mind. Lilith could sense Luan's thoughts, and deliberately wiggled her buttocks in front of him. Lewin was immediately delighted. If I think about it that way, it seems like I also like to hit people? No, it should be fighting succubi. It took more than 3 hours to finally clear out all the monsters in the inner area. Lewin also deliberately let Lilith take a look at that underground cave. Unfortunately, there was nothing there. It seems to be a randomly appearing monster. I thought I'd get a lava heart every time I entered the blazing forest. However, Lewin wasn't too disappointed, as the dungeons became more challenging as he grew stronger, offering even more valuable items. Soon, Lewin met his familiar old friend, the Fire Devourer. While the fire-devouring demon was still gathering its explosive fireball, Lewin waved goodbye to it from a distance. Lilith vanished from her spot and instantly reappeared in front of the Fire Devourer. Soul Lash activated. The Fire Devourer collapsed to the ground with a thud. The explosive fireball vanished before it could be released, leaving a plume of black smoke billowing from the Fire Devourer's mouth. Defeat a level 18 Fire Devourer, boss, to gain an additional 6,500 experience points. Obtain Skill Scroll, Explosive Fireball 1. Equipment obtained Fire Magic Staff 1. Equipment obtained Fire Demon Armor 1. A muffled groan rang out, and Lewin bent over, convulsing. A golden light rose from Lewin's body. Lewin has finally reached level 15. Although Xiaohe hadn't leveled up, she glanced at her experience bar and realized she was only 3% away from leveling up. In just half a day, he had already made such a breakthrough. If I play with Lewin a few more times. Although there's no chance of him becoming the top provincial scorer. But isn't it a sure thing to get into Huaxia University? Xiaohe's eyes almost lit up, and she couldn't help but smile. Lewin turned to Xiaohe as his pleasure ended, coughed lightly, and asked, "That's how I soloed it. How about it? Have you learned it?" Chapter 47 The luck of a big shot is just different. Have you learned it? I've failed at it. Xiaohe gave an awkward yet polite smile. Joke. Is this something a human could learn? Who would dare to approach a flame sprite and then let it cast a mark on them? Is this something a human could do? Lewin nodded and said, "Once you've learned it, all the loot will be mine according to the normal dungeon loot distribution method." Xiaohe nodded, her eyes vacant, as if she were somewhat absent-minded. Lewin was initially worried that Xiaohe would notice the abnormal drop rate, but Xiaohe seemed completely unconcerned. Lewin was finally relieved. In fact, Xiaohe was still struggling with how to get Lewin to continue teaming up with her to level up. After exiting the instance, Lewin held out his hand in front of Xiaohe, saying, "Give it to me." Xiaohe took out the cooling stone. "Hold it in your hand, think of the specific dungeon name, and squeeze it hard to clear the cooldown time." Lewin took the cooling stone, thought of the blazing forest in his mind, and squeezed it hard. A cool, refreshing sensation entered Lewin's body. The cooldown of the blazing forest dungeon is instantly reset to 0. This way, Lewin could enter the dungeon twice a day, which greatly increased his leveling speed. Xiaohe blinked. "Boss, there might be some details of the operation that I don't quite understand yet. Why don't you take me through a few more times so I can figure it out properly?" "We'll share the cooling stones." Lewin finally couldn't hold back his laughter and said, "Okay, but there's one condition. You're not allowed to ask me about my sister anymore." Xiaohe looked conflicted. But faced with curiosity and the choice of social status, Xiaohe quickly made the right choice. Lewin secretly rejoiced. From the very beginning, I had been hoping to take advantage of Xiaohe's cooldowns. There are 3 days left, I can take advantage of it every day. I'll rub it in a few more times, and I'll feel good. Re-enter the blazing forest. Xiaohe behaved much more normally this time, following Lewin along the way without making a fuss. Some even curiously poked at the burning trees. Then he immediately fell into a state of fire poison. He immediately became flustered, but fortunately, Lewin had a large amount of fire poison in his backpack. I sold it to her for 3,000 yuan a bottle. Xiaohe kept giving Lewin friend card. Seeing the vengeful spirits being marked again, Xiaohe now understood the process, and knew she needed to wait a while. Standing next to Lewin, he asked curiously, By the way, which university are you planning to go to? With your abilities, no university would refuse you. Chinese universities? Or would you consider top universities in other empires? Luan said dismissively. I won't consider other empires. I'll probably go to Huaxia University. My older sister is there too. Xia He had an I knew it look on her face. Actually, even if you weren't planning to go to Huaxia University, I was still going to recommend it to you. You may not know that Huaxia University is undergoing reforms this year. They created some kind of special training camp. It said that only new students who have reached level 14 will be invited, but you're already level 15, so it shouldn't be a problem. Luan frowned and asked, What special training camp? What are the benefits? My older sister never mentioned anything about the training camp to me. Xia He said excitedly. I don't know, but it's a Chinese university, so it must have something good if they specially made this. Luan rolled her eyes at her. It seems you don't know anything about it either. Then why are you so excited? Soon, the monsters surrounded the vengeful spirits. Luan regained his composure and calmly released the abyss sacrifice. The invisible Grim Reaper reappeared, and vast swathes of leeks were mercilessly harvested. Xia He's small mouth opened slightly. Such a breathtaking scene is unforgettable no matter how many times you see it. The two swiftly traversed the fiery forest. With Lilith leading the way and vengeful spirits protecting them, they were surrounded by others. Xia He even had a strange feeling. It didn't feel like he was playing a dungeon, it felt like he was freely exploring Lu An's own backyard. As the fire devourer fell to the ground, a plume of black smoke emerged from its mouth, just like last time. Xia He's eye twitched. This was practically a replay of her previous success. Defeat a level 18 fire devourer, boss, to gain an additional 6,500 experience points. Obtain skill scroll, explosive fireball 1. Equipment obtained, fire magic staff 1. Equipment obtained, fire demon armor 1. Even the equipment and skill books that dropped were exactly the same as last time. Speaking of which, it seems like Luan drops a lot of equipment and materials? Xia He couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The boss's luck is just different, all the good stuff has dropped. After leaving the instance, it was already getting dark, so the two agreed to meet there at 9 o'clock the next day. The next morning, Luan arrived 10 minutes early. The dungeon area was noticeably busier, with people who had previously set up stalls springing up like mushrooms after rain after realizing that nothing had happened yesterday. However, the matter of the Eng Guild remains a topic of conversation among everyone. Even in this area, there were always some reporters with handheld cameras conducting random interviews. However, they didn't expect that the culprit was squatting next to the dungeon vortex, eating bread. Now it's the last 3 days of the freshman sprint. Starting today, some of the more outstanding students should gradually leave the newbie dungeon and want to aim for higher-level universities. This is also the happiest time for street vendors. These vendors have incredibly sharp eyes. They can almost instantly spot who is a newcomer. In their words, the students who had just finished clearing the beginner dungeon had a kind of clear naivete in their eyes. Combined with their various essential for beginners signs and their readily available deceptive rhetoric, this time of year is always a bountiful harvest for them. Luan was originally waiting for Xia He, but unexpectedly a chubby boy walked out of the market. The boy was still enthusiastically greeting the business owners. Thank you, boss. This ring will definitely bring me good luck. Lu An's lips twitched. This person was covered from head to toe in essential beginner gear. Isn't that just a dialect? Luan used his identification technique to throw it out. The information in the dialect popped up immediately. Name Fan Yen. Level 10. Class Sword and Shield Master. Wow, you actually reached level 10 in the beginner dungeon so quickly. Luan guessed that Fan Yen was probably looking for someone to team up with to farm the goblin tribe. Xia He arrived at Lu An's side just 1 minute before he was late. Let's go, let's begin today's enjoyable leveling up journey. Luan looked at Fan Yen and said, I want to bring him along. I still owe him a 648 yuan gift package. If you don't want to team up. Xia He followed Lu An's gaze and quickly noticed Fan Yen, saying with a smile, I don't mind. You were the one who carried me through the levels, and you were the one who dealt all the damage. I was just cheering from the sidelines. He paused for a moment and then added, by the way, if you want to take him to run the blazing forest, I can reset his dungeon cooldown as well. Lewin asked in surprise. Are you sure? We used the cooling stones 4 times yesterday, leaving us with 6. If we reset them once a day, it will only last us 2 days. Recharging a cooling stone isn't cheap. Chapter 48. I'll take care of the indiscriminate slaughter. He'll take care of the wailing. He was absolutely certain. When Xia Tianlong returned home yesterday, he was shocked to find that Xiao's level had skyrocketed from 10 to 12. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He quickly asked Xiaohe what had happened. Upon learning that Xiaohe and Lewin had teamed up because of the cooling stone, he immediately beamed with joy. My first thought was that this cooling stone was totally worth buying. He then instructed Xiaohe to cling to his powerful backer, as this was the shortcut to a prestigious university in China. Seeing that the other party was so certain, Lewin did not refuse any further. Call Fan Yan over. Fan Yan saw a long sword appear in Luan's hand and gritted his teeth as he spoke. You old bastard, you said you'd take me with you and then ran away. Now let's fight to the death. Just so you know, I just bought a lucky ring. The hidden passive ability can randomly drop meteorites to attack you. A lucky ring? Lewin subconsciously glanced at Fan Yan's right hand. Lucky ring. Quality average. A good name symbolizes good luck, wishing you good fortune every day. Xiaohe burst out laughing from the side. Lewin sighed helplessly. Alright, stop fooling around, let's team up, I'll take you to run a dungeon. Fan Yan's expression changed instantly, and she pounced overexcitedly, saying, I knew it! How could Lu Geizhai possibly forget me? Don't worry, I'm very strong. We can try farming the goblin tribe on hard difficulty. Lewin sighed and pulled Fan Yan toward the dungeon. Seeing where Lewin was heading, Fan Yan suddenly felt a chill. Wait a minute, Lao Lu, you've gone the wrong way. That's the blazing forest. Don't go. It'll. Before he could finish speaking, the scene before Fan Yan's eyes suddenly changed. They have already appeared in the blazing forest. Sensing the rapid rise in temperature, Fan Yan frowned and stood in front of Lewin. You've entered the wrong instance. I'll block you. Quickly, select exit. A shield shimmering with black light appeared in Fan Yan's hand. It seemed as if they were determined to withstand all the damage. Lewin patted Fan Yan on the shoulder. You didn't go into the wrong place, you've entered the hell-level blazing forest. Just follow us. Hell level? Fan Yan's big face squeezed together to form the character. He muttered to himself. It's over. Looks like the lucky ring is useless now. I'm going to die here. Lewin had already walked forward, and only his voice could be heard. If you don't keep up, you might really die here. Fan Yan put away his shield and followed angrily. In level 18 held difficulty dungeons, it doesn't matter whether you use a shield or not. They would die if touched even once. Old Lu, what are you trying to do? Fan Yan asked, puzzled. Knowing Lewin as he does, he wouldn't do something he's not confident about. Lewin said mysteriously. Of course, it's to help you level up. The dialect became a jumbled mess. What newbie would dare to try and level up in an 18th level dungeon? Seeing that Lewin didn't speak, Fan Yan looked at Xiaohe and found that Xiaohe was trying not to laugh, which made him even more embarrassed. Suddenly, Lilith flew past Fan Yan, who stared wide-eyed. Holy crap, Lao Lu, I think I just saw a goddess fly right in front of me. Are there such beautiful monsters in the blazing forest? Lilith stared coldly at Fan Yan. Lilith, somewhat angry that he was being compared to a monster, flew to Luan's side and gently massaged his shoulders. In that instant, Fan Yan's eyes changed. Wow! Old Lu said this profession is useless, but just for this summoned beast, even a useless profession would be worth it. Roll! Soon, Lewin found the flame sprite. Lilith went up and used the same trick again. A large number of fire monsters rapidly approached. The moment the dialect test report was handed out, my legs went weak. Holy crap, this is an elite monster, the flaming serpent. Holy crap, This fire spirit's stats are insane. He took out 2 stick-shaped breads and handed them to Lewin. Hey, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? There's another one for Lilith. Fan Yen looked at He as if she had seen a ghost. What's wrong? Do you think what I see is different from what you see? How can you still be in the mood to eat? Can't you see all these monsters? The next moment, Fan Yen ignored the matter and stared blankly at Lilith. At that moment, Lilith held the stick-shaped bread in both hands and put it in her mouth. Because the bread was so big, Lilith had to swallow it little by little. Fan Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Lewin stepped forward to shield Lilith behind him, cleared his throat, and said, Abyss sacrifice. The experience gain notifications kept refreshing, and a huge amount of experience points poured in instantly, causing Fan Yan's body to suddenly tremble. Wah! Fan Yan's body shone with golden light, indicating that he had reached level 11. Lewin glanced at his experience bar. Fortunately, he should be able to reach level 16 today. Fan Yen turned around stiffly, then froze on the spot as if struck by lightning, his mouth agape as if he could fit a sausage inside. Where did those monsters go? How come they're all dead? They've all turned into corpses? If it weren't for the extremely powerful aura emanating from each of those monsters, Fan Yen might have even doubted whether he had entered a beginner dungeon. No, even beginner dungeons aren't this easy. Let's go, I've already had breakfast. Here, take the bread, Lewin said casually, then stuffed the bread he had given him into Fan Yan's wide-open mouth. He walked up to Fan Yen, who was still in a daze, and said casually, Let's go. It was just killing a few monsters. Is there any need to be so surprised? Dialect? How many of these corpses do you call this? He walked ahead, her smile completely uncontrollable. She finally understood how Lewin had felt yesterday. Fan Yen, having recovered from his shock, quickly inquired about Lewin's rank. Fan Yen was completely stunned when she learned that Lewin had reached level 15. This? Lu Shui, who ranked first in last year's college entrance examination, is only in the 2014 cohort. How come you're already level 15 with only 3 days left? Are you trying to defy the heavens? However, Fan Yen quickly realized what was going on, just like He. If you run this dungeon a few more times, won't your goal be within easy reach? Soon he will be able to pass the entrance exam for Huaxia University, become a third-tier powerhouse, serve as the guild leader, marry a beautiful goddess, and reach the pinnacle of life. Fan Yen couldn't help but burst into laughter. He frowned and asked Lewin, Why is your friend making a cawing sound? Lewin pondered for a moment. Because my job is to kill indiscriminately. He's in charge of Gaga? 3 days later. The day that everyone has been waiting for has finally arrived, the National College Entrance Examination. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the principals all appeared outside the assessment and trial site. There was a designated rest area where they could see every student who approached. The college entrance examination is divided into 2 stages, the first stage being the theoretical test. This test was completed before the job change, but in order not to affect the candidate's exam performance, the theoretical scores will be announced together with the practical test after it is completed. However, the theoretical exam actually accounts for a small percentage of the total score, with a maximum score of only 300 points. And now comes the second phase that everyone has been waiting for. All students need to arrive here before 9 a.m. to enter the trial space for practical testing. Oh my, this is Feng Hao from our number 3 middle school, he's in the 2011 class. The principal of number 3 middle school said with a smile. That guy from our number 5 middle school who just passed away, he's in the 2012 class. The other principals got along fairly well, except for the female principal of number 1 middle school and Mu Yen from number 2 middle school, who didn't exchange a single word. Everyone knows that the 2 schools are competing for the only spot to be promoted to a key high school this year. Chapter 49 True Strength. Terrifyingly powerful. A young man walked towards us from the distant horizon. He stood tall and proud, like a rooster surveying its territory. He was wearing a set of shiny, top-tier beginner gear, as if afraid that others wouldn't notice him. The principals were somewhat surprised. Oh dear, this silly student must have been scammed by those vendors. The principals didn't even bother to check his profile. After all, someone who could be fooled like that probably had no brains. But as more and more people noticed him, the boy decided to reveal his information. Dialect, Sword and Shield Master, level 14. Holy crap! Level 14? He must be this year's provincial top scorer. Damn, that's so flashy. But so strong. If you had that kind of ability, you'd be even more flamboyant than him. Ah, she's just a little chubby, otherwise I'd love her. Wake up, bro, you're a man. Mu Yan's eyes lit up. Level 14. With Huaxia Academy secured, how could I possibly lose my spot at a top-tier high school? Mu Yan coughed lightly and said to the other principals, I'm sorry, these are students from my number 2 middle school. They're not very worldly, so please excuse their ignorance. Mu Yan's smugness was palpable. The female principal of number 1 middle school was so angry she almost ground her teeth to powder. She had already killed Mu Yan 1,000 times with her eyes. Suddenly, the female principal looked into the distance, saw the figure, and stood up abruptly. He exclaimed excitedly, Level 16! Breaking the record! That's Xiaohe from my high school! Mu Yan's smile froze. Level 16? The highest score ever achieved in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan City is only 14, and no one has ever reached 15. How is this possible? Mu Yan, refusing to believe it, checked Xiaohe's attributes and almost tore off his own beard in the process. The female principal said softly to Mu Yan, Oh, it's all right. After all, Fan Yan is a boy young and impetuous. Plus, with a level 14 strength, it's normal for him to want to show off. Unlike Xiaohe, who is a girl, even the class of 2016 is so low-key. Mu Yan snorted coldly, and when he looked at the flamboyant Fan Yan again, he suddenly felt that he couldn't stand him no matter what. The female principal raised her eyebrows. But Principal Mu, there's no need to be too discouraged. After all, your school still has Luin. The female principal's seemingly comforting words were actually deadly. Even if Luin is incredibly powerful, can he be as awesome as Xiaohe? This is backed by the largest guild in Jiangnan City. Level 16? That's enough to compete for first place in the whole country. The female principal imagined that under her guidance, the school would produce a national champion. I instantly reached a climax. I was so excited I almost died. Mu Yan glared at her, then said nothing more. Mu Yan did have high expectations for Luin, but Xiaohe's level 16 was just too outrageous. In Jiangnan City, where no one had ever reached level 15, a level 16 score suddenly appeared, which was a direct blow to those who were above their level. Time passed by bit by bit. It was almost 9 o'clock, and Luin still hadn't shown up. The principal's smug expression became even more pronounced. Just as Mu Yan was worried that Luin would miss the exam due to the time constraints, Luin ran over, dressed in drab gray gear. Phew, that was close. The rope I ordered yesterday finally arrived. I was kept up so late by Lilith that I almost missed my alarm this morning. Luin looked at the last minute displayed on his phone. We arrived at the testing site. Mu Yan's heart sank. Oh no, all of this kid's equipment is still at the basic level. Could it really be as I suspected? Is Demonology Warlock weak in the late game? Mu Yan threw out the appraisal technique in disappointment. The principal's strength had all reached the second rank or above, exceeding level 20, so the concealment stone could not restrict them at all. Luin, Demonology Warlock, level 18. Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Am I seeing things correctly? Level 18? Mu Yan slammed his hand on the table, shattering it into pieces. Hey Lao Mu, what's wrong with you? There's no need to be so angry. Alright, it's just a top-tier high school. We'll try again next year. The other principals offered words of comfort to Mu Yan, but Mu Yan pointed with trembling hands in the direction of Luin. He's reached level 18. The expressions on their faces changed drastically, especially the female principal, who immediately exclaimed, Impossible! You can say he's good at everything else, but level 18 is absolutely. Before the female principal could finish speaking, she saw the results returned by the appraisal technique, and the rest of her words were stuck in her throat, forced down her throat. The principals immediately left the room. Mu Yen moved with lightning speed and quickly arrived in front of Luan. He stared intently at Luan. Now that they were so close, Mu Yen was even more shocked. Luan's equipment was far from ordinary. He was holding a fire magic staff that was perfect for level 18, and he was also wearing the corresponding level 18 fire magic armor. However, the glow of all the equipment was hidden. Having seen many storms, Mu Yen quickly realized that Luan was carrying the concealment stone. Mu Yan's expression turned strange. When Luan first entered the beginner dungeon, he had no equipment at all. Now, he not only wears equipment from the same level dungeon, but also has extra money to buy concealment stones. It seems that Luan has been having a comfortable time lately. Several other principals also rushed over. The female principal stepped forward, frowned, and asked, "Why are you in the 18th grade? I'm warning you, if you use cheating methods, it will be detected when you enter the test later." The other principals also looked at Luan with curiosity. This is absolutely amazing. Level 18. Has this level never been reached in history? Luan scratched his head. Why is it level 18? Luan decided to tell the truth. Because once my level is the same as the Blazing Forest, I get very little experience from running the Blazing Forest dungeon. Moreover, there are no higher level dungeons near our Jiang'an city. This caused my upgrade speed to be significantly slowed down. I suggest that we build a teleportation array in Jiang'an City that connects to the neighboring Jiangfeng City. This would make it much easier to farm the level 20 dungeons there. This suggestion came from Luan's heart. If it weren't for the day wasted on transportation, Luan would have really gone to farm that dungeon. Several school principals silently wondered what was going on. Is that why you were at level 18? The female principal continued to question. The Blazing Forest is an 18th level dungeon. Players of the same level need to form a team to enter. Are you implying that you've been grinding the Blazing Forest all this time? How is that possible? Did you use some kind of cheating method? Mu Yen immediately stepped between the female principal and Luan, saying, "What you're saying is going too far. Our competition is a matter for the school. Don't target students." The female principal realized that what she said was a bit harsh, but she was already in a bind and had to bite the bullet and say it anyway. This has nothing to do with the direct competition between our two schools. I simply don't want students to compete through unfair means. Since he claims he's been grinding in the Blazing Forest, surely there's some evidence. No sooner had the female principal finished speaking than a clear female voice came from beside her. "Principal, I can vouch for you." Chapter 50. A beautiful woman massaging your legs during the college entrance exam? The female principal frowned and turned around, wanting to see who was talking nonsense. Unexpectedly, I saw Xiaohe. His previously furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and he said, "Xiaohe, this has nothing to do with you. Just wait over there for the test to begin." Xiaohe firmly replied, "No, Principal. I'm here to prove that Luan didn't cheat. In fact, if Lu Enkin hadn't taken me and Fan Yan to grind in the Blazing Forest, our levels wouldn't have increased so quickly." The female principal's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. She never expected that Xiaohe's rapid level increase was related to Luan. Furthermore, Xiaohe, as a student of her school, is now essentially slapping her in the face in public. Suddenly, a large head speaking in a dialect popped up among the principals. "That's right, I can prove it too." Mu Yen fiercely defended his son, saying, "Now even people from your own school are vouching for Luan, and the equipment Luan is wearing was all dropped from the Blazing Forest. Now that we have both witnesses and physical evidence, are you still going to continue with your baseless speculation? I will report what happened today to the education department." The female principal instantly deflated and slunk away. Xiaohe winked at Luan and left to participate in the test. She and Fan Yan had originally come to meet up with Luan, but they unexpectedly witnessed this scene. The other principals looked at Mu Yen with envy. Their number 2 middle school was incredibly lucky to have produced a student like Luan. Mu Yen was in a great mood and patted Luan on the shoulder, saying, "Very good! Very good! Even better than your sister." The notification sounded that the test was about to begin, and Mu Yen said with a smile, "Go ahead and prepare for the test." Give it your best. The two nodded emphatically. Go to take the test. The college entrance examination test is conducted in a trial space, access to a teleportation array similar to a dungeon vortex. However, you need to queue up for testing before entering the vortex. There is a dedicated detection instrument that records your level experience, including the source of each level of experience. This is to ensure that no one levels up by cheating. It is also the first preliminary screening. All combat classes below level 8 will be disqualified from the test. Beep, level 11, experience source confirmed. A staff member kindly reminded us. You can go in now. Once inside, please wait patiently for the test to begin. Beep, level 10, experience source confirmed. You can enter now. Once inside, please wait patiently for the test to begin. They arrived in Lewin not long after. Ding, level 18, experience source confirmed. You can go in. No, wait a minute. The staff member, sweating profusely, said apologetically to Lewin. I'm sorry, there might be a problem with the equipment. Please wait a moment. Lu Anping said calmly. The equipment is fine. I'm level 18. The staff tried to check Lu An's information but couldn't see anything. I don't think so. This instrument has been here since last year, and it probably just happened to break down. Wait while I get someone to give me feedback. Lewin sighed, grabbed the staff member who was about to leave, and revealed his information. The staff's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. It really is, level 18? Lu An's actions also caused severe psychological trauma to the others who were still queuing behind him. What? This person is level 18? Holy crap, I'm only level 10. Holy crap. I'm really shocked. Lewin sighed helplessly and said to the staff, Can I go in now? The staff nodded vigorously. It's all set, please come in. Once inside the testing area, just wait patiently for further instructions. I wish you the best of luck in your studies. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Lewin came into contact with the blue vortex, and his figure gradually disappeared. Lewin appeared in a place covered with black floor tiles. Is this the test space? Lewin examined it carefully. There were no boundaries in sight, as if this space had no end, and Lewin did not see any other classmates. Looking around, all you can see are standard-sized black floor tiles. As for the sky, there was nothing but darkness. Lewin released Lilith and the vengeful spirit from his body, preparing for battle. Lilith excitedly swung the whip, and a faint red mark could be seen on her fair leg. The cold, mechanical voices suddenly came from all directions. The college entrance examination practice test is about to begin. Please be prepared, all candidates. The use of props is prohibited during the exam. Your inventory space will be temporarily restricted. The examination process is divided into 4 stages. Basic testing phase, advanced testing phase, infinite testing phase, challenge testing phase. If you encounter any danger during the exam, you may choose to withdraw at any time. Please pay attention to safety. The National College Entrance Examination, NCE, is a selection method implemented all over the world, and all empires attach great importance to this examination. In the proctoring center of the trial space, a group of middle-aged men and women with very serious expressions sat in high positions. They are the proctors for this major exam in Jiangnan City, and they come from various universities and the high-ranking officials of the Huaxia Empire. Each of them is a prominent figure, and there is an electronic screen in front of their seats. The screen displayed real-time footage of each trial space, which they could switch between at will to easily monitor the situation within each trial space. Basic mode begins. The test lasts for 20 minutes. Those who exceed the time limit or fail to kill all enemies will receive a base score of 0. As the sound faded, 15 poison dart frogs suddenly appeared in front of Lewin. It looks exactly the same as the one in the beginner dungeon, but its level has been adjusted to level 10, and its attributes have been strengthened accordingly. The poison dart frogs wanted to attack Lewin as soon as they appeared. The vengeful spirit floated out and gently licked it. 15 poison dart frogs died instantly. All sold out instantly? Lewin pursed his lips. Only 15, not even enough to go around to the vengeful spirits. However, Lewin did not receive any experience points, let alone any equipment. TSK, it seems there are no items or experience points to be obtained in this test. Lewin sat on the ground, bored, while Lilith vigorously massaged his legs. Lewin sighed and said, "Sigh, looks like I'll have to wait these 20 minutes in boredom." Meanwhile, in the proctoring center of the trial space, these proctors were watching the trial space with extreme boredom. The monster chosen for this year's basic test seems pretty good, a level 10 poison dart frog. Yes, although the poison dart frogs are a bit low level, there are still 15 of them, which can cause a lot of trouble for students with weaker combat abilities. This is a good opportunity to test their combat skills. It seems that the person in charge of testing this year has put in a lot of effort. Several proctors who were familiar with each other spoke in hushed tones. Suddenly, a proctor in the corner let out a gasp. "Holy crap, how come all the poison dart frogs in front of this examinee are dead? And why did he have a beautiful girl massaging his legs during his college entrance exam?" Chapter 51 Reunion with the familiar White Wolf King. Other invigilators? His trial number is 0023333. In an instant, everyone's screens switched to Lu An's trial space. In the scene, Lilith is gently wiping away Lu An's fatigue from last night's hard work with her little hands. There were also 20 vengeful spirits with hideous faces watching from the side. As for the 15 poison dart frogs, they were already lying on their backs on the ground, clearly dead beyond any doubt. A rather attractive female proctor murmured, "What's that next to him? A succubus? She's so beautiful." The proctors looked at each other in bewilderment. Is the focus now on whether the succubus is beautiful or not? Finally, someone curiously clicked on Lu An's personal information and was immediately struck dumb. He murmured, "He's an 18th level demon warlock? Is this reasonable? Level 18? Demonology warlock? Instant kill?" These 3 words seem fine on their own, but when put together, they are quite shocking. Level 18, has anyone in our Chinese empire, no, in the whole world ever reached this level during the college entrance examination? A deep, steady male voice suddenly rang out from the monitoring room of the trial space. "No, never!" The man was dressed in a low-key black suit, and the other proctors all looked at him with respect. He is the chief person in charge of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan City. Nie Qingshuang, level 72, Holy Light Swordsman. A hidden powerhouse who has already reached the 3rd job advancement. Nie Qingshuang said to the group of proctors, "Precisely because it has never happened before, his matter will be reported to the top leadership of China." While observing him, invigilators, please don't forget the other candidates. The proctors then snapped out of their daze and switched the camera to show other people. "Huh! This girl is pretty good. A Crimson Swordswoman? Is that a hidden class?" In the scene, Xiaohe holds a flaming long sword and swings it forcefully at the 5 remaining poison dart frogs in front of her. A fiery red sword aura erupted from the longsword, causing significant damage to all 5 poison dart frogs. Xiaohe rushed forward and picked off the poison dart frogs one by one with her sword. They quickly wiped out all the poison dart frogs. His level is still quite high, but his combat skills seem a bit weak, and he expended a lot of stamina. What is this student doing? Why is his whole body turned purple? How much poison did this child get? A student who had just graduated from level 9 held a rusty iron sword in his hand. 10 poison dart frogs were spraying him relentlessly, turning his skin purple. Left with no other choice, they could only shout that they were giving up. The proctors immediately felt relieved. This was the proper way to conduct the exam. Although the basic test is not particularly difficult, many candidates still suffer setbacks at this stage. Especially when they are poisoned, they have no choice but to give up. In the exam space, the mechanical voice sounded again. Basic test complete, assessment finished, 100 points earned. An information panel suddenly appeared in front of all the candidates. The screen displays each student's exam score and ranking. Among the 14,323 people, Lu An's name was at the top of the list. Luan, time taken 0.05 seconds, points earned, 100, total points, 100. Xiaohe, time taken, 1 minute 46 seconds, points earned, 100, total points, 100. Sun Yi, time taken, 1 minute 50 seconds, points earned, 100, total points, 100. Dialect, time taken, 2 minutes 38 seconds, points earned, 100, total points, 100. This test is only for initial screening and is not very difficult, so you can get 100 points as long as you pass it. The place where strength can be demonstrated is in the amount of time everyone spends. He looked at the information in front of her, and a wide smile appeared on her lips. It only took 1 minute and 46 seconds. If we don't count Lewin, I should be considered to have broken the record, right? He has now automatically blocked Lewin out. Even if Lewin does something strange, she will think it's perfectly normal. As for first place, that's even more normal. It would be illogical if Lewin didn't get first place. However, not everyone was like Xiaohe. A heated discussion broke out in the testing space. 0.05 seconds? Did he use a full-screen instant kill mode? I suspect the monsters that appeared there are only level 1. This is inhuman. There's something fishy going on. I want to request an investigation. There must be something wrong with his data. Although the test takers could not see each other, they reached a consensus at this moment. There must be something wrong with Lu En's data. Nie Qingshuang's voice suddenly rang out in every testing space. I am Nie Qingshuang, the chief person in charge of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan City. The data of Lewin is true and valid. Other students can apply for review after the exam if they have any objections, and may raise further questions during the exam. Half of the points will be deducted, and the candidate will be disqualified from the exam. All the students fell silent instantly. Fan Yan grinned and said, as expected of Lao Lu, this must be the first time he specifically clarified something for students during the college entrance examination. That's real prestige. Lewin remained expressionless, quietly waiting for the next round of testing. Advanced test begins. Please select the challenge difficulty level if you are a combat class user. A row of choices appeared in front of Lewin. Normal, hard, nightmare, hell. In the proctoring center, all the proctors simultaneously switched to Lewin's page, wanting to see how Lewin performed in this assessment. Without hesitation, Lewin chose the hell difficulty level. I want to see what the difference is between this hellish difficulty and the dungeons. Difficulty level selected. Successful completion of hell difficulty grants an extra 100% bonus. Challenge mission: survive the White Wolf King's attack for 10 minutes. A familiar, threatening growl suddenly came from in front of Lewin. A White Wolf King with a body as strong as an ox appeared in front of Lewin. And it also has a small tuft of white hair on its forehead. White Wolf King boss. Level 13. Strength 400. Agility 400. Spirit 400. Stamina 400. Skills: Wolf King's Call, Bloodthirsty Bite, Bloodlust Enhancement, Wolf Howl, Beast King's Intimidation. Goodness, its stats and appearance are exactly the same as the Hell level Wolf Den dungeon. Lewin frowned. With my current level 18, even just the spirit of the Vengeful Spirit has reached 2,700. This Wolf King might not last 10 minutes. But since it's just a time requirement, even if I kill it, it should still be completed, right? Everyone in the proctoring center breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lewin frown. It seems that even he felt some pressure facing this White Wolf King. Chapter 52, Another Instant Kill. The infinite test begins ahead of schedule. The White Wolf King in the Hell Dungeon is a challenge that only people at least level 15 would dare to take on, even if they were in a team. Although he is level 18. But since it's just one person, it's normal to feel pressure. One of the proctors voiced what the others were thinking. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a vengeful spirit beside Lewin floated towards the Wolf King in the scene. Do you want to use vengeful spirits to entangle the Wolf King? Heh, the Wolf King's Beast King intimidation is no joke. Sheer numbers won't work against him. Before the proctor could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly widened, as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. The vengeful spirit quickly approached the Wolf King and gently nibbled at him. It was just a light, casual suck. The Wolf King died. Lewin sat down cross-legged again, and Lilith continued the massage. I wonder how long I'll have to wait this time. Lewin suddenly regretted it. He should have brought a deck of cards with him. The examination room was completely silent. Another instant sellout? While the idea of instantly killing a poison dart frog is absurd, it's not entirely unbelievable. After all, its level is very low and its attribute values are average. But you also instantly killed the White Wolf King? Only Nie Qingshuang looked at the screen and laughed. He instructed the staff. There's no need to make him wait 10 minutes. Since the White Wolf King is dead, he has already completed this test. Let's move on to the next test. I want to see where his limits are. Advanced test challenge complete. Assessment finished. 200 points awarded. Bonus 200 points awarded. The sudden sound startled Lewin. So it's possible to hand in the exam early? The leaderboard in front of Lewin is updated in real time, and Lewin is far ahead of Xia He in second place with a total score of 500 points. The other invigilators performed their duties, checking on the other candidates. Hey, this Xia He is pretty good too, she chose Nightmare difficulty. In the entire Jiang'an city, there are 5 people who chose the Nightmare difficulty level, 3 of whom have hidden professions and 2 have advanced professions. However, 1 person has already been eliminated, and the other high-level professional seems to be in a precarious situation. I saw him too. That guy named Sun Yi is pretty good. He seems to be a hurricane mage? He probably didn't come from a school. His combat skills are very refined. He must have been trained by a family. Oh? Come to think of it, our Jiang'an city has produced a lot of talented people this year. If it weren't for that little monster named Lewin, these guys would all be pretty good too. Xia He's challenge with dialects was much simpler than Luan's. Their scene changed to the Goblin Tribe instance, and all they had to do was kill 50 Goblin Warriors and 10 Goblin Mages in the Nightmare difficulty Goblin Tribe instance to complete the mission. The biggest challenge is that goblin monsters always appear in small groups. The most important thing is to minimize the damage taken when surrounded. Fan Yan used his professional skills to ambush and killed 2 goblin warriors before quickly running away with his shield behind him. With a casual glance, he saw Lu En's points. Holy crap, Lao Lu is awesome! He's already solved the hellish level problems. Why bother running? Let's just fuck him. Fan Yan, full of fighting spirit, stopped and turned around with his shield in hand. A fireball the size of an orange-red fist appeared before my eyes. The scorching heat made the dialect instinctively raise its shield. Skill, shield counter. Activated. The fireball struck the shield and bounced back like light hitting a mirror. The fireball landed on the goblin mage again. There were 3 goblin warriors beside this goblin mage. Fan Yan chuckled, originally intending to strike a cool pose, but the fireball he retaliated with completely enraged the goblin mage. The staff was raised. Fireballs in rapid succession. Fireballs, like Gatling guns, shot towards Fan Yan. Fan Yan's face instantly turned awkward. Damn, he's still not as awesome as Lao Lu. I miss the days when I was in charge of Gaga. Unlimited test begins. There is no time limit for this assessment. Candidates need to kill as many monsters as possible. Each dead monster will be converted into points. The next wave of monsters will spawn in 10 minutes. Please proceed according to your abilities. If you encounter any danger, please end the challenge immediately. Is it in infinite mode? A slight smile appeared on Lu En's lips. That's good, at least I won't be bored anymore. Suddenly, all sorts of different monsters appeared ahead. There were goblin warriors wielding battle axes. There was also a fire sprite that Lewin was very familiar with. There were even minotaurs and chicken-headed men that Lewin had never seen before. However, their levels are all limited to level 10, and their attribute values are very even, with only 100 points in each of the 4 dimensions. It's a standard attribute template. But their numbers were terrifying, seemingly endless. Once Lewin falls into their siege, their endless stream of skills will be enough to give him a hard time. In the examination room, the proctors exchanged glances but remained silent for a long time. The slap in the face came too quickly. Lu En's every move was beyond their expectations. But looking at the sheer number of monsters displayed on the screen, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, and someone spoke up. He can't possibly kill it instantly again this time, can he? His words immediately sparked a lively discussion, with everyone chiming in with their own opinions. How is that possible? Although these monsters have average attributes, there are a full 200 of them. Monsters possess diverse skills, including many with control abilities. Once caught in a monster horde, it's extremely difficult to escape. That's right, the infinite mode every year is when the real gap is widened. A monster is worth 30 points, and for mages with wide area attacks, this is the best time to steal points. There are techniques to stealing points. If you waste too many skills earlier and run out of mana here, then a manaless mage is worse than a chicken. Suddenly someone noticed Lewin making a move and immediately warned. Sure, don't say anything, he's starting to act. Everyone immediately focused their attention on the screen. Under Lewin's control, Lilith, an avengeful spirit, charged towards the oncoming monster horde. What is he trying to do? Does he think he can take down these monsters with just 2 summoned beasts? Why don't the vengeful spirits around him take action? Trying to stall for time? But the new monsters that appear every 10 minutes don't mean the original monsters will disappear. The increasing number of monsters will only lead to despair and people quitting. Wait a minute! Look! Aren't those 2 summoned beasts moving way too fast? At this moment, Lilith and the vengeful spirit advanced side by side, rapidly approaching the monster horde like 2 bolts of lightning. Until Lilith's whip was able to hit the first monster. A smile suddenly appeared on Luen's lips. Instant flash! Chapter 53 Infinite Test. Instantly slaying the monster horde. Lilith vanished along with her vengeful spirit. When they reappeared, they were already in the very center of the monster. These monsters immediately focused their hatred on Lilith and the vengeful spirits that had just appeared. In a short time. Small fireball, tomahawk throw, chicken foot kick. All skills are instantaneous. Lewin calmly unleashed his skill. Abyss sacrifice. Target, vengeful spirits. The vengeful spirit at the center of the monster's body suddenly shattered. Ripples of death spread. The terrifying, invisible Grim Reaper appeared in the testing space for the first time, stunning everyone. The monster that was just baring its fangs and claws collapsed as the death ripples spread. It's as if it's made of paper. As for the skills they unleashed, they didn't even leave a mark on Lilith. Almost instantly, the entire testing space then returned to calm. Only Lewin and his summoned beast were left standing alone in the test space. The examination room was completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. A moment later, the sound of everyone swallowing saliva could be heard. Another instant kill? Is he really a freshman? What kind of skill is this? Why have I never heard of it before? And was the movement skill his summoned beast just used the blink skill, which can only be learned by assassins after their first job advancement? Everyone was shocked. Lewin has repeatedly pushed their limits. A smile appeared on Luen's lips. Lilith's blink skill has only a 5-minute cooldown. Since her own abyss sacrifice lasts for 10 minutes, and the monster respawn time is also 10 minutes, it's much simpler. All she needs to do is have Lilith take a vengeful spirit and teleport into the monster group after each wave of monsters spawns to act as a human bomb. Lewin had already cleared the first wave of monsters in the infinite mode and was waiting for the next wave to spawn. A candidate, dressed in an elegant gown, stood atop a ruin. He is Sun Yi, currently ranked 3rd, a level 14 Hurricane Mage. I chose the Nightmare difficulty Goblin Tribe dungeon, and now only one quest requirement remains to be completed, as shown in the upper right corner. Kill the Goblin Warrior, 49 of 50. However, Sun Yi didn't seem to care, as if he was letting time pass by bit by bit. Many proctors noticed his behavior and praised him, saying, "This candidate is not bad." Knowing to use exam time to recover one's condition so as to face the monsters in endless mode in the best possible state. Sun Yi kept a close eye on the information on the points leaderboard. 3 people have already completed the advanced test, as evidenced by the increase in their scores. Sun Ye's ranking also dropped from 3rd to 4th. Looking at the changes in Lewin, Xiaohe, and Fa Yan's scores displayed above, Sun Ye's lips curled into a mocking smile. Don't they even know how to preserve their status? And some people even chose the held difficulty level. To pass this test, one must have some ability. Unfortunately, brute force alone won't make you number 1. At the same time, the Invigilation Center has already transmitted the real-time statistics of this college entrance examination. As of now, a total of 15,631 people have participated in this year's college entrance examination. The first round of basic tests has concluded, eliminating 1,308 students and allowing 14,323 to pass. The second round of advanced testing is underway. 5,618 people have been eliminated, and 8,702 people are still undergoing testing. 3 people have already passed. The current overall rankings are as follows. First place, Lewin, with a total of 500 points. Second place, Xiaohe, with a total of 400 points. Third place, Dialect, total points, 400. Mu Yan's breathing became rapid as he looked at the published data. Several principals who were close to him couldn't help but say enviously, "Old Mu, you've really taken off. 2 out of the 3 people who passed are from your number 2 middle school." "That's right, and even Xia he only got to this level because of Lewin, so you're definitely going to get into the top program this year. He might even win first place nationwide. I think Lewin has a chance." "That's a must. Old Mu, you're treating us." Mu Yan beamed and waved his hand with great enthusiasm, saying, "It's just treating people. No problem. If Lewin becomes number 1 in the country, I'll treat you all to the most expensive 5-star restaurant." "Well, you said it yourself, and I recorded it." In the test space, 10 minutes felt like an eternity to Lewin. Fortunately, Lilith was there to keep Lewin company, adding a touch of fun to his otherwise mundane waiting time. Finally, a large number of monster figures appeared at the end of the line of sight ahead. The same wave of monsters as before has appeared again. However, their levels all became level 12, and their 4-dimensional attributes also became 120 points. Lewin yawned, feeling sleepy. With a casual wave of her hand, Lilith and the vengeful spirit set off once more. The people in the proctoring center stared wide-eyed. What is he going to do? These monsters have had their attributes enhanced. He won't want to. The words had barely left his mouth. Lilith's vengeful spirit vanished once more. The abyss sacrifice arrived as scheduled. Clear the area? The stunning scene reappeared. The monsters were as fragile as paper. They collapsed and died on their own without even a breeze. A level 12 monster horde? And one-shot with a single skill? Just how overpowered are his skills? Is he really a freshman? Or is that big shot just messing with us? Someone gave a wry smile and said, "I'm starting to worry about one thing. Is this test even meaningful to him?" The National College Entrance Examination, NCE, is designed to test candidates' combat skills and abilities. These monsters are no match for Lewin. They haven't even forced him to use any of his other skills. Nye Qingshuang frowned and said to everyone, "No need to rush. It's a good thing that Lewin is strong. As for his limits, they will eventually be tested. We're in infinite mode here. Once the monster's level increases, he will naturally be unable to kill it instantly. Then we'll know his true strength. It'll just take us a little more time." The proctors all nodded in agreement, acknowledging Nye Qingshuang's judgment. Nye Qingshuang gazed at the boy in the picture, who was sitting cross-legged enjoying a massage, and a smile appeared on her lips. In all his years as the person in charge of the college entrance examination, Lewin was the first person who gave him such a headache. The proctors also began to turn their attention to Xiaohe, who was still undergoing the infinite mode test. One ferocious monster after another kept attacking Xiaohe. Xiaohe, carrying a long sword, faced the countless monsters ahead and roared with all her might. Fierce cross slash! Chapter 54. I'm definitely going to be number 1 in the country. The flaming longsword drew 2 streaks of fiery sword energy in the air, forming a cross as it fell towards the monster horde. Any monster that came into contact with the sword energy was put into a near-death state. Xiaohe rushed forward and pierced the monster's heart with her sword, delivering the fatal blow. The proctor watching lamented, "What a pity!" After Xiaohe completed the attack, she realized something was wrong. She had actually ventured deep into the monster horde. Xiaohe's face showed a hint of unwillingness. She stepped on the body of a dead monster and leaped high into the air, avoiding the attack coming at her. Xiaohe activated her skill while still in midair. Red lotuses dance wildly. The attack is swift and powerful, each strike unleashing a burst of intense crimson sword energy that deals massive damage not only to the monster it hits. It will also deal additional sword energy damage to nearby enemies. Xiaohe swung her long sword rapidly, so fast that a lotus flower, formed from the sword's afterimage, even appeared in the invigilator's view. The proctor exclaimed. Knowing he was in deep danger, he decisively unleashed all his damage to maximize his chances of success. That was quite prudent. With this burst of attacks, all the monsters around Xiaohe were wiped out. However, Xiaohe was also exhausted and was panting heavily. Large beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Although he had killed some of the monsters, a massive horde of monsters was still attacking him. Seeing the continuous stream of skills coming her way, Xiaohe chose to end the challenge without hesitation. The monster in front of her vanished instantly, and a beam of light fell from the sky, shining down on Xiaohe. Xiaohe's minor injuries began to heal immediately. A mechanical sound rang out. The infinite mode test has ended. The assessment is complete. A total of 23 monsters have been killed, earning 690 points, for a total of 1090 points. Please wait patiently for everyone to finish infinite mode. Challenge mode will then be activated collectively after everyone finishes. The leaderboard in front of Xiaohe has also been updated. First place, Xiaohe, with a total of 1090 points. Second place, Dialect, total points, 860. Third place, Huan Yashuan, with a total of 531 points. Luan, who was originally in first place, has fallen to outside the top 20s. Fan Yen tried his best in the infinite mode, but he lacked area of effect damage. This resulted in him not gaining much of an advantage. Seeing her score reach 1090, Xiaohe couldn't help but let out a groundhog scream. Ah! That's amazing! I got the same score as last year's Ice and Snow Goddess. Is this the bond between me and my idol? Oh! Will anyone call me the Crimson Lotus Goddess from now on? Ah! The proctor, who hadn't had time to switch pages, silently clicked the mute button. The annual unlimited mode is the highlight of the college entrance examination. Because countless people have set their sights on this track, hoping to overtake on the curves. For example, Sun Yi. He is a hidden class, the Hurricane Mage. It possesses powerful area of effect attack skills and has restored its mana and spirit to their optimal state in the previous test. Looking at the horde of monsters that appeared ahead, Sun Yi grinned. This year's provincial champion, no! The national champion, must be me! Skill. Hurricane Strike activated. A small tornado appeared in Sun Ye's palm, and upon closer inspection, a faint gray light could be seen flashing within it. With a slight shake, the tornado rapidly grew larger and flew towards the group of monsters. The tornado successfully pulled all the monsters together, causing continuous damage and controlling them for up to 3 minutes. However, this control is not stable. Enemy creatures can still use skills normally in the tornado. If used to fight against people, they can easily get away if the opponent's level is much higher than Sun Ye's or if the opponent has a movement skill. However, it is indeed very useful for controlling monsters, and many monsters released skills on Sun Yi in the tornado. 2 hurricanes appeared beneath Sun Ye's feet, increasing his speed to dodge ranged attacks like fireballs and wind blades, while simultaneously unleashing hurricane bombs at the monsters. Each skill that hits a monster will create a small gust of wind, like a small bomb. And so Sun Yi precisely targeted and killed the monsters that were restricted by the tornado. 1, 2, 23, 24. Sun Yi precisely managed his mana, and finally depleted it all before the tornado disappeared. A total of 26 monsters have been killed. Sun Yi smiled with satisfaction. This was true art. Seeing the monster lunging at him out of control, Sun Yi smiled and chose to end the challenge. The monster's form gradually dissipated. The infinite mode test has ended. The assessment is complete. A total of 25 monsters have been killed, earning 780 points, for a total of 1180 points. Please wait patiently for everyone to finish infinite mode. Challenge mode will then be activated collectively after everyone finishes. Sun Ye's name instantly topped the list, appearing at number 1. Sun Yi glanced at the leaderboard and didn't see Lu An's name in the top 10. He muttered. So he must have used up too much energy in the earlier stages, which caused him to underperform in the final stage. But it doesn't matter anymore. Last year's national champion only scored 1120. First. It must be mine. Monitoring Center. The proctors paid no attention to Sun Yi. They were all focused on Lu An's test. The monsters that appeared this time have reached level 18. It's on par with Lu An's own level. The proctors were already numb. Lu An had already annihilated 2 waves of monsters, one level 14 and the other level 16. This is an amazing achievement no matter which year it is placed in. It's worth noting that although this mode is called the infinite mode, in reality, almost no students were able to clear out even the first wave of monsters that spawned. Not to mention so many waves. If we say that Lu An crushed the monsters earlier by virtue of his level advantage, then this wave of monsters of the same level as Lu An will be the best test subjects. This time, maybe, it won't be an instant kill. It's impossible to kill him instantly. Look, Lu An's mana is almost gone. It's probably almost empty. Such a terrifying skill must consume a lot of mana. So, will we get to see that succubus next to him make a move this time? Many people showed expressions of anticipation. After all, you can't use props in the testing space, so you can't even take drugs. Lu An also noticed that his mana was being depleted. While Abyss Sacrifice is useful, it does consume a huge amount of resources. But what does mana consumption count for? Skill, Life Drain activated. Lu An's health points instantly decreased by 5%, while his mana points were restored by 10%. Holy crap! Did he cheat? Why has my mana been restored? Someone quickly searched for information about demonology warlocks. Life Tap. That's a demonology warlock skill. But this skill should consume 30% of your health to restore 10% of your mana. His skill level seems ridiculously high. Although this skill doesn't require killing monsters to improve, did he practice Life Drain at home while consuming health potions? Chapter 55. How dare this tiny place provoke us? After unleashing Life Drain, Lu An didn't stop. The skill's cooldown was only 1 second. Lu An released the power almost as soon as it cooled down. Lu An's mana was restored to full, but his health dropped to 50%. Lilith and the Vengeful Spirit strike again. Blink appeared amidst the monster horde. Abyss Sacrifice. An invisible wave of death spread out, and hordes of monsters of the same level died as easily as mowing grass. The people in the monitoring room were stunned. Someone jumped up from their seat. This is outrageous. This is a monster of the same level. Why was he able to kill them so quickly? Wait. One of the monsters didn't die this time. Someone keenly noticed that at the back of the monster horde, a lone wolf had escaped the brunt of the attack and was still stubbornly charging towards Lu An. Lu An just used his skill. He can't just kill everyone again this time. All eyes were fixed on the wolf. They wanted to know how Lu An would handle the situation. The wolf approached quickly, and a smile appeared on Lu An's lips. This wolf was deliberately left behind by Lu An. It feels better to have half of my health points depleted and then restore them to full. Life is in our grasp. A white lifeline connected the wolf's body to Lu An. This wolf is now at the same level as Lu An, and its physique is already similar to Lu An's. The wolf's health bar is decreasing at a rate of 1% per second. Lu An, on the other hand, is rising at a rate of 1%. At the same time, a vengeful spirit appeared next to the wolf, attracting its hatred and allowing the wolf to attack. 50 seconds later, Lu An's health was restored to full. The vengeful spirit that had been fending off the wolf's attacks finally took a bite of the wolf. The wolf died. The people in the proctoring room were dumbfounded. Is Demonology Warlock really a useless class? Why did I see an all-around class? It has powerful summon beasts, area of effect skills, and can even heal itself? I really don't understand. Their worldviews have been turned upside down. Why does Lu An's test seem so unscientific? Even Yeching couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. Just then, a news story quietly broke out across the internet. The top freshman in the Sakura Kingdom, Kubu Kawachi, challenges a powerful freshman from the Chinese Empire? He only seeks defeat. The news report also included a video recorded by Kabuchi Kawanai. The video features a boy from Japan with a gloomy face and a hooked nose, a distinctly Japanese appearance. Esteemed new powerhouses of the Chinese Empire. On behalf of myself, I challenge you all. I will be waiting for you in the final round of your college entrance examination. I hope you won't let me down. Not only the proctoring room, but almost everyone in China received the relevant news. The online discussion exploded instantly. Damn it, this tiny little place dares to challenge us? Any expert from any city, no, even a county, could easily crush him. Hit him. Make him feel the pain. Damn it. What kind of person is he? The endless tests should all be over by now, right? What about the rankings? Hurry up and smash that son of a bitch's balls. Nie Qingshuang's face was gloomy. The other cities had already ended the infinite mode. Only in Jiang'an City is the process still ongoing and not yet finished. Several proctors asked, "What should we do?" Judging from the current points, Sun Yi is in first place, but the result will definitely be different after Luan comes out. If we don't end the infinite mode, Sun Yi and the others won't be able to proceed to the next challenge. Nie Qingshuang waved her hand. I know, but ending it now would be very unfair to Luan. 10 minutes later, another video appeared. Kubuchuan Nike stood on a white jade arena with a look of disappointment. The video deliberately switched to his surroundings, but there was no one there. Kabuchi said loudly, I am very disappointed. I thought the Chinese Empire was a country that valued strength. Surprisingly, no one dared to take on the challenge. However, I understand that it's probably hard for anyone to accept their own failure. No matter what, I will keep waiting. The media, secretly manipulated by Japan, quickly spread this information widely. The mighty China, using the excuse that the infinite mode hasn't ended, avoids battle. Do they already know they're doomed to lose? A newcomer challenged 10 minutes ago. The Chinese Empire dares not accept. What's wrong with our generation of freshmen? The Chinese people on the internet are discussing this extensively. What's going on? Why isn't the assessment over yet? It usually doesn't take this long, does it? Damn it, I'm so angry. If I weren't a tailor, I would have gone up and beaten him to death. You really don't dare to fight? What are this year's freshmen doing? In the invigilation room of Jiang'an City, Nie Qingshuang's phone was ringing off the hook. Nie Qingshuang tried her best to explain. Yes, but Luan is still in the test. If the test is interrupted, he will lose a lot of points. That's unfair to him. These points are extremely important at the university. An aged voice came from the other end of the phone. Japan is putting pressure on us and is also fabricating news internationally. They say our professions are declining. Look at what kind of messages their media spies are spreading. They came prepared. As a special case, the assessment will be completed first, and Luan will continue with the testing. Let the others deal with that scumbag who's not wearing underwear. Looking at the disgusting headlines popping up on her phone, Nie Qingshuang said heavily, I understand, I know what to do. After hanging up the phone, Nie Qingshuang immediately took over the mechanical prompting tone and addressed all the examinees except Luan. The infinite mode test has ended. The top 3 candidates, please prepare to enter the next round of challenge tests. The remaining candidates should leave via the teleportation vortex in the trial space. Other proctors couldn't help but ask. In a normal challenge test, the top 3 in the city should be able to challenge those with lower scores, and the winners should take 10% of the opponent's points. What should we do about this challenge? Nie Qingshuang waved his hand and said, Now that Japan has launched a challenge, let's unite against them first, and discuss other matters later. Watching the other candidates gradually leave, a hint of worry flashed in Ye Cheng's eyes. Since Japan dared to make such a big fuss, would they really fight an unprepared battle? Japan is notorious for its constant, underhanded tactics. Sun Yi, Xia He, and Fan Yen disappeared from the trial space at the same time. They reappeared in an extremely spacious white jade square. Besides the 3 of them, freshmen from other cities also appeared here. Each person's information and corresponding score are displayed above their head. Xia He subconsciously looked around, but found that she did not see Luan. Is Luan still testing? Xia He vaguely guessed this possibility. After all, Luan's information had not been updated while they were still in the testing space. And now, none of the people appearing in the square have a score higher than Sun Ye's. A line of information suddenly appeared before the eyes of all the powerful candidates from the Huaxia Empire. Challenge test requirements: defeat the provocateur from the Sakura country and receive a 30% bonus of their points. Note: this round of challenges will be broadcast live nationwide. Chapter 56. I respect you as a true man. Sun Yi is awesome. Challenge test requirements: defeat the provocateur from the Sakura kingdom and receive a 30% bonus of their points. Note: this round of challenges will be broadcast live nationwide. What's going on? Have people from Japan come to provoke us? Xiaohe and the others suddenly gasped for breath, as they had no idea what had happened while they were in the testing space. I was furious when I found out that someone from Japan had come to provoke us. There had been friction between the two countries before, but there had been no open conflict. How dare they come to provoke us this time? What gives you the right to provoke our Chinese empire from your tiny, insignificant territory? We are all passionate young men and women. Who doesn't have a burning patriotic heart? All the new students from Huaxia turned their gazes toward the central arena. There was already a man standing there, shirtless. There was a line of information above his head. Jiu Buchuan Nei Ku, level 16, Spirit Master, 1000 points. Seeing that people had finally appeared around the arena, a mocking smile appeared on Kabuchi Kawachi's lips. So the Chinese nation finally dares to fight? I thought you were all cowards who dared not show yourselves. Jiubu Chuan Naika speaks very standard Chinese. Fan Yen took a step forward and angrily shouted. Who the hell are you cursing? What are you yelling about here without even wearing underwear? Although Kabuchi Kawachi knows some Chinese, it's not very fluent, and he can't understand the second half of a sentence spoken in dialect. However, he noticed the score above Fan Yan's head and mocked. You only have 860 points, you weakling, you are not worthy to fight me. Kabuchi pointed at Sun Yi and said, You! Highest score, come up here and die! Sun Yi stared intently at Jiu Buchuan Naiku. You want war? Then let's fight! Sun Ye's eyes burned with rage as he walked step by step toward the arena. News of China finally accepting the challenge also spread. And a live stream was started. Everyone saw Sun Yi walk towards the arena. The live stream chat was filled with comments cheering for Sun Yi. Damn it! Kill that son of a bitch! Coming here to provoke us! Go Sun Yi! What is the profession of this psychic? Who cares about his profession? Sun Yi is a hurricane mage! He's even stronger! Fuck him! Go Sun Yi! The arena covers an area of 500 meters and is subject to special rules that prevent it from being destroyed. Once the word surrender is uttered on the ring, the match ends, and neither side can continue attacking. Sun Yi and Jiu Buchuan stood on opposite sides of the ring. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Jiu Buchuan Naika's mouth. If this number one person in China is defeated, China's face will be completely destroyed. As the countdown above the arena ended, Sun Yi quickly retreated. For a mage, maintaining distance is the key to victory. Sun Yi's right hand was already gathering power, and the hurricane was ready. Meanwhile, Jiu Buchuan Naiku remained calm and composed, forming a hand seal with one hand, and a series of talismans unique to spirit mediums appeared on his hand. Finally, he pressed it onto the ground. Spiritual communication! Bloodheart Toad! A toad the size of a bull appeared in front of Kabuchi Kawachi, its skin a blood-red color. A cold yellow light flashed in his fist-sized eyes. Bloodheart Clam Elite. Level 13. Strength, 200. Agility, 300. Spirit, 300. Stamina, 200. Skill unknown. Kubu Chuan Naiki deliberately flaunted his summon beast's attributes, only hiding its skills. Everyone's expression changed. This attribute is even close to that of a boss of the same level. Is Sun Yi really capable of handling this? Kabuchiko jumps up and stands on top of the Bloodheart Clam's head. A black beam of light connected Bloodheart Clam and Jibuchuan Naiku. Sun Ye's expression was solemn as he cautiously threw the hurricane towards the ugly toad. The hurricane-like tornado grew rapidly in the wind, creating a powerful attraction that trapped the Bloodheart clan within. Sun Yi remained calm. Although his opponent was 2 levels higher than him, the hurricane could control him for at least a minute. Unless the opponent has a movement skill, it is impossible to escape. At such a distance, even if the opponent has a skill that allows them to attack from that distance, I can easily dodge it. Taking advantage of the moment, Sun Yi immediately released the hurricane bomb. Every shot was aimed at the top of the Bloodheart clan's head, at Kubu Kawachi. The hurricane bomb rapidly approached in the air and exploded the instant it was about to reach Kabuchi Kawachi. However, it did not have any effect. All of these damages were deflected by the black beam of light. A slight, disdainful smile appeared on Jibuchuan's lips. A flash of black light appeared beneath the Bloodheart clan's feet, granting it an astonishing boost to both speed and jumping ability. It actually jumped out of the hurricane's control range. Sun Yi was startled. How is this possible? Logically speaking, the effectiveness of Jiubuchuan's skills should be reduced, but it shouldn't be possible to get rid of them so easily. Something's not right. That black beam of light and the black light itself are not normal. The Bloodheart clan had already moved its body closer. Sun Yi couldn't think about it. He released hurricane speed with his left hand, and 2 other small hurricanes appeared under his feet. With his right hand, he drew a special pattern in the air, and a small gray hurricane flashed by. A long, thin tongue suddenly shot out from the Bloodheart clan's mouth, and Sun Yi turned and fled. But the black light on that tongue reappeared, its speed suddenly increased, and it struck Sun Yi heavily. Sun Yi lost his balance and fell to the ground instantly, losing more than half of his health points. I tried to get up from the ground, but felt a numbness in my body. Oh no, I've been poisoned. Jiubuchuan Naika stood on the top of the Bloodheart toad and came to Sun Yi, then jumped off the Bloodheart toad. He stepped on Sun Yi's head. This is the number 1 from your China? A bit disappointing, how could it be so bad? Sun Yi was trampled underfoot, his eyes wide open, almost spitting fire. Kubu Chuan Nei grinned maliciously. Little trash, admit defeat on behalf of China. Although Sun Yi was paralyzed and unable to move, he still gritted his teeth and cursed. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. China, we will never admit defeat. Oh? You said it yourself? A cruel smile crept onto Jiubuchuan's lips. Fan Yen stared wide-eyed from the sidelines. Why won't he admit defeat? Xia He bit her lip tightly, her body trembling with anger. Because he now represents China, not just himself. Jiubuchuan Nei Ku grabbed Sun Ye's hair and lifted him up, the shoe print on his face still clearly visible. He didn't rush to kill Sun Yi, as if he were showing off his prey. The longer this moment lasts, the better the effect he wants to achieve. Suddenly, Sun Yi forced his mouth open and said with difficulty, Explode! Kubu Chuan's expression changed, and he abandoned Sun Yi, intending to leave. But it was too late. A compressed hurricane suddenly exploded to Sun Yi's right. Hurricane blades exploded out from within, slicing deep, bone-revealing wounds into Sun Yi's body, causing blood to gush out instantly. At the critical moment, a black light suddenly emerged from Jibuchuan Naika's body, deflecting most of the wind blades, with only a few hitting and causing minor injuries. Sun Yi, clinging to his last shred of consciousness, clearly saw the extent of Jiubuchuan's injuries. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He still hadn't succeeded. Sun Yi noticed something was wrong from the start, so he deliberately released another skill at the same spot. Hurricane Hidden. Release a hidden hurricane in advance, and you can choose when to release it. After it bursts out, it will form countless hurricane blades, causing a lot of damage. Even if it means serious injury or death for myself, I will drag him down with me. Because China cannot be humiliated. Sun Yi closed his eyes and collapsed on the arena, his figure slowly disappearing. He had completely lost consciousness and was teleported away. The entire audience watching the live stream fell silent, and then everyone else followed suit after the first person typed a comment. Sun Yi! I respect you as a real man. Sun Yi is awesome! Sun Yi is awesome! Sun Yi is awesome! Chapter 57 Summoning. Yamada no Orochi. Blood dripped onto the ring. The score above Jiobu Chuaniai's head had become 11-18, but he showed no joy. They did not achieve their goal at all. Standing in the center of the arena, with the giant blood heart toad beside him, Jiobu Chuaniai mocked the others in the arena. Your number one is already like this. Is there anyone else who dares to step forward? As long as no one dares to challenge themselves, the result will be the same. Jiobu Chuaniai arrogantly looked around at the other examinees. Among the other examinees were some level 14 experts, but they did not dare to meet his gaze and subconsciously lowered their heads. They didn't think they could beat Kabuchi Kawana, and if they went up there and embarrassed themselves, they would lose face nationwide. Jiobu Chuan laughed coldly, his single-handedly suppressing the entire nation of China, leaving no one daring to utter a sound. Fan Yan's face turned bright red. Just as he was about to go on stage regardless of the consequences, Xia He suddenly reached out and stopped him. A clear, crisp female voice rang out. I'll do it! Xia He, holding a long sword burning with flames, walked step by step toward the arena. Jiobu Chuaniai frowned, only then realizing that the Huaxia Empire actually had a freshman in the 16th level. Fan Yan watched anxiously from below the stage. Something was wrong with Jiobu Chuaniai. Could Xia He really hold on? Lao Lu! Where are you? Where did you go? Damn it, come out and beat him to death! Xia He stood on the arena, looking at Jiobu Chuaniai with an icy expression. Xia He wasn't entirely confident of victory, but with the entire nation watching the live stream, she couldn't let Jiobu Chuaniai run rampant. Sun Ye's failure was not in vain. I already know a lot of information. Kubu Chuaniai glanced at the others and sneered. I didn't expect that the Chinese would need a woman to stand up for them. Then he flipped over and straddled the blood-heart clam. Flames blazed on Xia He's long sword as she nimbly darted out. Her playing style is completely different from Sun Ye's. Sun Yi chose to harass from a distance, while he himself insisted on engaging in close combat. Jiobu Chuaniai's eyes flashed with disdain, and Xue Xianha leaped up from the spot, rapidly closing the distance between the two. The blood-heart clam opened its mouth and spat out a tongue that shot towards Xia He. Without hesitation, Xia He raised her hand and unleashed a blazing cross slash. Two streaks of fire drew a beautiful cross in the air. After unleashing this slash, Xia He rolled over without hesitation. Looking up again, the blood clam's tongue had begun to retract, with faint traces of burning on the tip. Xia He pushed off with her feet and continued to approach. The comments section was filled with cheers. Beautiful! So cool! Awesome! Kill that bastard! Xia He rushed to Jiobu Chuaniai, raising her long sword high. Despite his composure, Jiobu Chuan remained calm and waved his hand, causing the black pillar of light to reappear and envelop him. Seeing the other party's reaction, Xia He smiled slightly. Crimson Lotus Dance. Activate. Target. Blood-heart clam. Sun Yi has proven one thing: when the black pillar of light is present, Jiobu Chuaniai is in a special state and cannot be harmed at all. To defeat him, you must first destroy his summoned beasts. Crimson Lotus sword energy bloomed, and slashes rained down on the blood-heart toad. Kabukawa's pupils dilated in shock. What? Why did she choose to attack the blood-heart toad? A sharp sword aura emanated from the blood-heart toad, and a faint, fiery red lotus flower appeared before Xia He. Seeing the blood-heart clam's health rapidly decreasing, Kuba Kawakami's expression changed, and he quickly altered his hand gestures. Skill. 100 Ghosts Possession activated. Suddenly, Xia He felt a series of needle-like pains in her mind. A group of ghostly figures, appearing and disappearing in the distance, appeared before them. Xia He gritted her teeth, forcibly enduring the excruciating pain, and continued to unleash her slashes. We can't lose this time. 2 streams of bright red blood flowed from her nostrils. Kubu Chuaniai was shocked. Damn it, why is this woman so crazy? In the past, his enemies were unable to control themselves after being hit by the 100 Ghosts possession, so why does she still have the will to fight? Xia He brought down her final sword strike with tremendous force. The blood-heart clam finally died when its health points were depleted. Xia He planted her long sword on the ground, panting as she looked at Jiu Buchuan and Iaiku. Everyone was excited. This was the first time they had gained the upper hand since Sun Ye's defeat. Kubuchuan and Iaiku sneered and looked at Xia He, saying softly, "Not bad, but you think you can defeat me with this? Still a bit too weak." Kubuchuan's gestures changed again, and black lines appeared on his face, becoming more and more obvious as they gradually outlined his features. It eventually transformed into the shape of scales. Kabuchi Kawana pressed his hands to the ground and shouted, "Summon! Yamata no Orochi!" A massive burst of black light. A terrifying black snake with 8 heads appeared in front of Jibuchuan Naiku. Its body was several hundred meters long, but one of its 8 heads appeared to have withered and died, lying to one side. The terrifying aura made Fan Yen tremble uncontrollably. He just stared blankly at the terrifying monster and threw out his appraisal spell. Yamata no Orochi, Spirit Form. Level 16. Strength 800. Agility 800. Spirit 800. Stamina 1,000,000. Skill unknown. What is this thing? Why is its stamina like this? The comments section exploded with discussion. Holy crap! Isn't this cheating? Isn't Yamata no Orochi their national guardian beast? How come it's here? How do we fight this? Cheating! This is cheating! The Sakura Kingdom has been paying close attention to the situation of Kubukawa Naiku and provided an explanation immediately. Kubuchuan Naiku was fortunate enough to form a contract with Yamata no Orochi and become Yamata no Orochi's only psychic. It can summon the spirit of Yamata no Orochi and share its life points with Yamata no Orochi. This is due to his own ability, not cheating. The live stream chat was filled with insults. Spirits? What the hell is the difference between this and cheating? You guys are just saying everything. Yeah, you guys went too far. It was an unfair victory. Trash. You can't say that. I think it's also part of their strength. We should be brave enough to admit defeat. Hey, you upstairs with the IP address from Jiangnan City, are you some kind of walking 500,000? I'm going to report you right now. In the monitoring room, Nie Qingshuang suddenly stood up and muttered, "This is impossible. The Yamata no Orochi should have been killed by Elder Sun in cooperation with the Golden Dragon. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Why is it still alive? Does each of its heads represent a life? No, Xia He is no match for her. I have to think of something." In the test space, Luin was still waiting idly for the monsters to respawn. He cleared out the previous wave of level 22 monsters using the same method. Luin murmured, "I've done so many rounds, I should be able to get first place now, right? Shall we try 2 more waves?" To be honest, Luin was getting a little bored waiting for the refresh to happen. Lilith, standing beside Luin, suddenly exclaimed warily, "Master, a very powerful creature is approaching." Luin frowned. This is the National College entrance examination, Gaokao. Who would dare to come to their testing space at this time? A man dressed in a low-key suit approached Luin step by step. Luin asked first, "Are you Nie Qingshuang?" Nie Qingshuang was taken aback. She hadn't even introduced herself yet. "How did you know?" Luin pursed his lips. At this time, the only people who can appear in the college entrance examination testing space are the people in charge. Either the Chinese Empire collapsed and was invaded, or more likely it was. I'm more inclined to believe the former possibility is greater. Nie Qingshuang was both amused and exasperated. "You're right about part of it." Nie Qingshuang quickly informed Luin of what was happening outside. "I don't want to interrupt your testing process. After all, points are still very important, but the situation is indeed very urgent right now. The other side has been using international pressure, and we..." Nie Qingshuang hadn't finished speaking. Luin suddenly said, "Let's go." Nie Qingshuang was taken aback. "If we end it now, it will be beneficial to your points." Luin waved his hand and said, "It's just a few points. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Hopefully he's not too weak. I'm pretty bored right now. Although Luin spoke casually, a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Chapter 58. Will Yamada no Orochi die too? Challenged the spatial arena. Xiaohi's equipment was all tattered and in terrible condition. He was panting heavily on the arena, and his health was almost depleted. Kabuko and Naiku, enveloped in a black pillar of light, stood on one of the heads of the Yamada no Orochi. He wasn't in a hurry to defeat Xiaohi, but instead deliberately teased her, trying to force her to admit defeat. Xiaohi also gritted her teeth and persevered. She shared the same thought as Sun Yi, admitting defeat was impossible. Even death could not represent China in admitting defeat. At the same time, Xiaohi also had another expectation in her heart. Luan. As long as Luan gets here, he'll definitely be able to deal with this guy. Only. Luan, why aren't you here yet? I can't hold on much longer. Fan Yen stared nervously at the stage, his fists clenched so tightly that he didn't even notice his fingernails digging into his flesh. I'm just too weak. It makes others not even have the desire to take on the challenge. Kubu-chuan Naiku, riding the spirit of the Yamada no Orochi, slowly approached, controlling one of its heads to spew a cloud of black mist at Xiaohi. Anyone who gets touched by this black mist will suffer a continuous loss of health. Xiaohi forcefully twisted her body, flipping over to avoid the encroachment of the black mist. A smug smile crept across Jiobuchuan's lips as he watched Xiaohi dodge in such a disheveled manner, filling him with a powerful sense of accomplishment. Among the new students in China, those with the highest scores and the highest levels are not his opponents. This was practically a resounding slap in the face to the Chinese Empire in front of the whole world. To kill someone is to destroy their spirit. Just as Kabuchi Kawachi was immersed in this pleasure, a calm voice suddenly came from the side of the arena. I said, since you want to challenge for first place, why didn't you wait for me? Hearing the familiar voice, Xiaohi turned around in surprise and looked in the direction from which the voice came, almost bursting into tears of excitement. Fan Yen shouted, almost in a broken voice. Old Lu! You're finally here! Kabuko and Naiku frowned and looked toward the direction from which the sound came, his pupils dilating instantly. Luan, level 18, Demonology Warlock, 42,500 points. This is impossible. He only reached level 16 with the help of Yamada no Orochi, so why did he reach level 18? And his points? Why did he score over 40,000 points? The comments section was filled with shock. Holy crap! This is the true strength of China! It'll shock Japan for 100 years, ha ha ha! This guy Luan is awesome! Level 18! I only graduated from freshman year with a level 18! Beat that guy who's not wearing underwear to pieces! Beat the shit out of him! But isn't his class, Demonology Warlock, the worst class? How come? Who cares about him? So what if he's awesome? Seeing Jiobuchuan Naika's reaction, Luan picked at his ear impatiently. Hey, can you understand what I'm saying? Or is it that people from your Sakura country can't understand human language? Kubu Kawanai frowned and asked. Are you a freshman this year? Luan grinned. As long as you can speak Chinese, you're a genuine freshman. After saying that, Luan looked at the scores above the heads of the other people around him and added. Well, he should also be number 1 this year. I heard you're going to challenge for first place? Then why are you looking for Xiaohi? Looking for me? Kubu Chuanuchi had a gloomy face. Xiaohi breathed a sigh of relief, straightened up, and endured the pain as she spoke to Jiobuchuan Naiku. My strength is meager, and I cannot represent China. I only represent myself in admitting defeat. You want to challenge us for the title of number 1 in China? He's here, go find him. If you have the guts. The barrier around the arena was lifted, and Xiaohi stepped off the stage, passing by Luan. Luan said softly, Well done! Goddess Red Lotus! Xiaohi froze, her nose tingling with the soreness. Her composure was almost instantly shattered, and with red eyes, she excitedly shouted, Beat his balls out! Lu An's lips curled into a slight smile. Of course! Their conversation was simultaneously broadcast live, and the chat was immediately flooded with comments in unison. Well done! Crimson Lotus Goddess! Goddess Crimson Lotus! Mighty! Go Luan! Smash his balls out! Lewin stepped onto the arena, and 2 prompts appeared before his eyes. Challenge test requirements: 1. Defeat the provocateur from the Sakura Kingdom and receive a 30% bonus of their points. 2. Defeat the provocateur from the Japanese nation to receive 100% of their score reward. As the countdown ended, the challenge has officially begun. Lilith and the vengeful spirits scattered immediately. This time, Jiobu Chuan Naiku dared not be careless at all. He immediately controlled one of the snake heads to open its mouth and spew a flame at Lewin. Lilith appeared in front of Lewin immediately. The powerful flames poured down on Lilith. Kabukawa was overjoyed. He had actually dared to use his summoned beast to resist the attack of Orochi. Before long, Lilith will be melted into a puddle of minced meat. Kabukawa quickly realized something was wrong. It seems that it didn't cause any harm to Lilith? In fact, Lilith's face looked even more alluring in the firelight. Although this Yamata no Orochi looks terrifying, it is, after all, just a spirit, and its attribute values are limited. The skill that releases 800 spirit points is like a tickle to Lilith. Everyone except Fan Yen and Xia He was shocked. The live chat even paused for a moment. I can't believe my eyes. That succubus actually tanked the attack head-on. I don't even think her health bar budged. Wow, don't you think she's beautiful? She's gorgeous. Her looks are amazing. Wow, Lewin is so handsome and strong. I want to have his babies. On the arena, Lilith kept withstanding her opponent's skills. The vengeful spirits didn't stop. They flew over and fought with the other snake heads, constantly sucking the life force of the Yamata no Orochi. The moment the flames died down, Lilith flew to Kabuchi Kawachi's side. A soul-crushing lash. Release. Lilith's whip, imbued with the flames of her soul, lashed down, striking both the snake head and Jibuchuan Naiku simultaneously. The black beam of light emanating from Kabuchi Kawachi deflected the attack, causing no damage to him. As for the Yamata no Orochi beneath his feet, it took the hit head-on. However, the health bar did not decrease at all. Kubuchuan Naiku instantly calmed down and sneered. No matter how strong you are, it's useless. The great Yamata no Orochi will not let me get hurt. The spirit shares life points with the real Yamata no Orochi. You want to beat me? Impossible! The comments section erupted in an uproar. This is so unfair. How the hell can we win with so much health? What the hell is the difference between this and having cheat codes? Holy crap! Japan is truly disgusting. Damn it, no wonder they came looking for trouble. They had already planned their escape route from the beginning. They're shameless. Lewin stroked his chin and tentatively asked, What if I kill this spirit? Won't Yamata no Orochi die too? Chapter 59. Kneel down, slap yourself, and admit your mistake. Kubuchuanichi smiled coolly. Upon hearing Lewin's question, Kubuchuanai laughed loudly. He felt as if he had heard a huge joke, until he realized that Lewin was looking at him sincerely, as if waiting for his reply. The smile on Kabuchi Kawachi's face gradually froze, then turned into a hint of annoyance. You ignorant fool! The Yamata no Orochi is the guardian beast of our Sakura Kingdom. You dare challenge its divine might? Divine might? Lewin scoffed. It's nothing but a long worm. What divine might is there to talk about? Lewin didn't believe that the monster in front of him, with 8 heads, one of which looked dead, was a god. The live stream chat was flooded with comments. Hilarious! The mythical creature of Japan is a long worm. 666, it really is a long worm. Only our Chinese 5-clawed golden dragon can be considered a divine beast. Lewin is really arrogant. Is he really planning to kill a god? So what if I'm arrogant? I like arrogance. Kabuchi Kawachi's face darkened completely, and he opened his mouth to speak. Skills, life absorption and release. A white life connection appeared between Lewin and the spirit of the 8-headed serpent. As soon as the connection appeared, the terrifying health bar of the Yamata no Orochi suddenly started to move. It changed from 100% to 99%. The entire Chinese population watching the live stream was shocked. Am I seeing things wrong? Its health bar seems to have moved. Holy crap, it really has decreased to 99%. And it's still decreasing. So he wasn't just talking. Maybe he really can kill a god. I'm not trying to discourage you, but this is a fighting arena. If your opponent can't beat you, they can just admit defeat. You can't kill them. The IP address upstairs is from the United States. I've already reported it. You're welcome. Even Fan Yan and Xiaohe were shocked, even though they were used to Lu An's rampage in the dungeon. But after all, I've never seen Lu An's skill before. It's just too overpowered. Fan Yan shouted excitedly. Yes. That's it. Kill that bastard! Xiaohe bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Kabukawa's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, What kind of skill is this? The next moment, Lu An suddenly let out an extremely comfortable groan. There are too many. That's way too many health points. The Yamada no Orochi's life points had long since far exceeded Lu An's total life points. Not only Lu An, but also Lilith and the vengeful spirit froze abruptly. Lilith couldn't help but let out a soft moan. This surge of energy felt even better than last night, making her feel full and swollen all over. The chat suddenly went silent for a second. Oh, is this something I can see? I'll type with both hands to prove my innocence. AWSL. Damn it, I want to become that Succubus's summon beast. Whip me all you want. Hey upstairs, you're a real pervert. Get in line, let me go first. Lilith gained countless fans with just one soft moan. On the arena. Enraged, Jubuchuan Naiku simultaneously channeled energy into his 7 snake heads and launched an attack on Lu An. Black mist, flames, ice, lightning, venom, wind, curses. 7 different skills are fired simultaneously. This put everyone on edge. Lilith stood alone in front of Lu An, taking all 7 skills, which only caused her minor damage. Almost instantly, his health was fully restored. With this extra time wasted, Orochi's health has been reduced to 74%. Kabuchi Kawakami stared wide-eyed, when a deep, somewhat panicked voice suddenly echoed in his mind. What happened? Why is my life fading away? You're fighting with Jinlong from China? This was the voice of the Yamada no Orochi in its true form, Kabuchi Kawana explained respectfully in his mind. The Yamada no Orochi in its true form said angrily, Useless trash! Get back here right now! You're a disgrace! The head I took in someone else's place hasn't recovered yet. It can't afford any more damage. Kubuchuan Nei Ku frowned and explained. Although I don't know what this skill is, it consumes a lot of mana. At this rate, he will run out of mana at most when it reaches 50%. It can no longer cause you any harm. Don't worry, I'll admit defeat immediately if I detect anything amiss. After waiting for a while, the voice of the Yamada no Orochi did not sound again. Jiobuchuan Naiku breathed a sigh of relief and sneered. Keep draining, I want to see what you can do after you've drained all your mana. Kabuchi began to focus on dealing with the vengeful spirits that were constantly harassing and sucking at her, although he was unable to cause much damage to Lilith. However, vengeful spirits can still be dealt with. Finally, Orochi's health dropped to half, and Lu An's mana was also depleted. Kabukawa Naiku, urging the Yamada no Orochi forward, taunted Lu An. Now! It's my turn! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu An activated his skill. Life Diversion. Lu An's mana instantly recovered by 10%, and his health bar was immediately replenished by Life Drain. Kubu Kawanai was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? You don't have any weaknesses, right? The urgent voice of Orochi echoed in his mind once more. Only 49% left. Admit defeat immediately. Although Kabuchi Kawanai was unwilling, he dared not disobey the will of Orochi. He gritted his teeth and said to Lu An, Don't think that you've won just because of this. This time it was just that I wasn't prepared in advance. Everyone watching the live stream cheered excitedly. TCH, you call this not being prepared? You might as well just kill a god-level old man, stuff his soul into your ring, and then come back to challenge us. It's a shame, damn it, they provoked us and we just gave up so easily. Yeah, he hasn't even smashed his balls yet. There's nothing we can do. They're shameless enough to rub their own country's face on the ground. In the testing space, as long as the opponent says he concedes, the restrictions on the arena will be lifted, and at that time Lewin will no longer be able to make a move. Kubu Kawanai gritted his teeth and said, I admit it. Before he could finish speaking, Lewin became agitated. If I could seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill the Yamata no Orochi, I could get so many amazing loot. Not to mention they have experience. Lewin instinctively fired a shot, his soul exploding. Lewin was only trying it out, but he didn't expect that the black pillar of light would actually be unable to stop the soul attack. The last word that Kabuchiko hadn't yet uttered stuck in his throat. I was forced into a state of dizziness for a second. Lu En's face lit up with joy, and he continued speaking. Instant flash! Lilith's figure suddenly vanished. The next moment, he appeared in front of Kabuchi Kawachi. Charm! A black heart-shaped mark flashed across the center of Jiobu Chuan Naika's forehead. Lilith immediately relayed this to Lewin. His spirit must have been enhanced by Orochi, it's very powerful. I can only control him for 1 minute. Lewin nodded and checked that the Yamata no Orochi's health was still at 48%. Yes, that's enough. Seeing that Kabuchi Kawana was full of love for Lilith, Lewin gave the order. Make him kneel down, slap him, and admit his mistake. At Lilith's request, Kabuchiko couldn't possibly refuse and jumped off the Yamata no Orochi. He was kneeling on the ground, still shouting loudly. I was wrong! I shouldn't have come to the Huaxia Empire to provoke them. Jibuchuan Naikyu slapped himself hard across the face, and blood flowed from his nose. I was wrong! Our Japan is just a tiny island nation, yet we dare to invade China's beautiful land. Another slap landed, knocking out his own teeth. I was wrong! We shouldn't have resorted to tricks, deliberately manipulating global media opinion to attack China, and then stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. It was all a conspiracy. With repeated slaps, Jio Buchuan's cool face quickly swelled up. Chapter 60. With such meager strength, they dare to challenge China? I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to the Chinese Empire to provoke them. I'm sorry. We were wrong. Our Japan is just a tiny island nation, yet we dared to invade and occupy the beautiful land of China. We are sorry. We were wrong. We shouldn't have resorted to tricks, deliberately manipulating global media opinion to attack China, and then stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. It was all a conspiracy. We're sorry. Everyone watching the live stream was shocked. They were thrilled. This was the first time in history that the Japanese nation had apologized. Well done! That felt good. This kind of person deserves a proper apology. Damn it, if only my grandpa could have heard them apologize before he died. Lewin is awesome! The young man slew the evil serpent. Not only those watching the live stream, but also a large number of mainstream media outlets quickly produced and reposted related news, which immediately attracted a large number of viewers to the live stream. The number of viewers once exceeded 100 million. On the arena, the roar of the Yamata no Orochi continued to echo in Kabuchi Kawachi's mind. What the hell are you doing? Admit defeat right now! Kabukawa Naiku internally roared in response. Shut up! Don't interfere with my sincere apology to Lady Lilith! The Yamata no Orochi was dumbfounded. Who is Lady Lilith? What does a sincere apology mean? My health is almost gone. Who are you apologizing to? A fierce verbal battle ensued between the man and the snake in their minds. Lewin, meanwhile, was constantly absorbing life points and continuously releasing life-draining abilities to ensure he had enough mana. Soon, the spirit of the Yamata no Orochi was finally exhausted. 5%. 4%. 3%. 2%. 1%. The Yamata no Orochi cursed in Kabukawa Naika's mind before completely losing its connection with him. Health points have reached 0. The Yamata no Orochi, hiding far away in the land of cherry blossoms, was angrily whipping its tail. 2 of its 8 heads had already closed their eyes and were dead. One of them is the snake head that originally possessed the ice attribute. The other 6 snake heads cursed in unison. Useless! Even with my power, you still got beaten up. This must be a trap set by that golden dragon guy. It knew I would retaliate, so it deliberately waited for me. It seems we can't appear for the time being, we need to be careful. The 6 snake heads looked at the 2 dead snake heads and said, Fortunately, the light snake head, which was originally killed by the golden dragon, is almost recovered. We will revive the frost snake head then. Then I will be able to return to my strongest state. But who is this Lilith? Is she some kind of helper the golden dragon found? On the arena. Lewin was still rubbing his hands together expectantly. This is a monster of divine beast level. With its 100% drop rate, what kind of things can it drop? The notification sounded that the kill had finally been achieved. Defeated a max level Orochi, divine beast, ice, gaining 100 million experience points. Obtain the unique skill scroll, extreme ice hell. Obtain the unique item Orochi ice. Lewin frowned. This description seemed a bit off. And only 2 items were dropped, which doesn't make sense. Ice? Lewin remembered that one of the heads of the Yamato no Orochi was of the ice attribute. Could it be that he had actually killed only one of the heads of the Yamato no Orochi? Before Lewin could think about it further, Lu En's body suddenly bent and convulsed, the extremely pleasurable feeling almost causing him to lose his balance. A golden light rose up. Lewin has leveled up to level 19. Feeling great. After the refreshing feeling subsided, Lewin immediately checked his experience bar. Normally, it was impossible for him to have only gained 1 level with so many experience points. Checking my experience bar, I realized I was stuck at level 19 with 100% experience capped because I hadn't completed the job change quest, causing my experience points to exceed the cap. All the extra experience was wasted. However, once you complete the first job advancement quest, you will automatically level up to level 20. At that time, more summoning slots will be unlocked. Lewin almost vomited blood. If he had gained so much experience, he might have been able to level up to the second job advancement after his first job advancement. He had wasted so much experience. Lewin began to examine the scroll. Unique skill scroll, extreme ice hell. Restricted classes, ice attribute combat classes. Restriction level, unrestricted. Concentrate the power of extreme ice, transforming the area in front into an ice hell, causing massive area of effect damage. The damage and range depend on the user's mental strength. Note, this skill originated from the Frost Serpent head of the Yamato no Orochi. It was forcibly removed after the Frost Serpent head's death, making it a unique skill. Lewin had a vague guess in his mind. Was it because his 100% drop rate forced him to steal other people's signature skills? After thinking for a moment, Lewin put the skills scroll into his backpack space. Then he looked at the last item, which looked like a small Yamato no Orochi, except that it only had 1 ice attribute snake head. Yamato no Orochi Ice. Special props. This item gathers the primordial power of Orochi's ice form. Upon the wearer's death, it will be destroyed, and the wearer will be fully revived. Note, wearing this item near Orochi will attract additional aggro. Orochi needs to reclaim its source to revive the Frost Serpent head. Lu An's eyes lit up. An item that can take someone's place in death is more useful than any equipment, so Lewin put it on without hesitation. As for the hatred of the Yamato no Orochi, Lewin didn't care too much. This was China, after all. Would the Yamato no Orochi's true form dare to come here and court death? I can go find him when I become stronger, since a snake head can take my place once. The Yamato no Orochi actually has 6 heads. Lewin snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the Yamato no Orochi spirit lying on the ground. Kabuchi Kawachi, who was kneeling beside him, kept apologizing, with only half a minute left. Lewin walked to the snake carcass and stepped on its head. He said casually, "With this little strength, you dare to challenge China?" A colossal snake corpse and a tiny boy, a ferocious snake head and the innocent Lewin. There's also Kabuki Kawanai, kneeling to the side and constantly apologizing. As the audience members closest to the scene, Xia He, Fan Yan, and the others were stunned. Fan Yan's face turned bright red. He was so excited that he wanted to say something, but he found that words could not express his feelings. Xia He's eyes were filled with tears, and the anger she had felt from the humiliation was finally released at this moment. It wasn't just Xia He and the others who felt this way, This scene deeply touched a nerve in everyone's hearts. Yet Shuang, who was guarding the examination room, didn't even notice that the microphone in his hand had been crushed into pieces. He murmured, "He actually did it! He actually did it! Ha!" Some of the other proctors even quietly wrote down the test space number for Luan. "This is something I can brag about for the rest of my life when I'm drinking with people." Heavy breathing could be heard from the room where the principals were, and Mu Yen nervously clutched his chest. They watched the entire live stream, from Sun Ye's regrettable defeat at the beginning to Xia He taking the initiative to play. They didn't miss a single moment. Faced with matters of principle, they didn't care which school the students were from. They only cared whether they were injured. "Can we preserve the dignity of China?" When Luan finally appeared, Mu Yan's hands trembled with nervousness, and his heart was in his throat. Unexpectedly, Luan actually accomplished this feat. Not only did it save face for China, but it also dealt a heavy blow to Japan, exposing Japan's conspiracy to the public. This incident affected more than just them. Someone posted a screenshot of the scene on Weibo with the caption, "Those who offend China, though far away, will be punished." This Weibo post instantly became the #1 trending topic. It was not only widely shared by netizens, but also received praise and reposts from mainstream media such as China Daily. The news spread like wildfire. Chapter 61, Trial of Heroes. 2 chances to clear. "Old Lee! Did you see the news? Those bastards from Japan apologized. Where is it? Let me see." In a veterans' sanatorium, a group of disabled veterans excitedly turned on the television, and the overwhelming news quickly brought them to the scene they were looking at. Some of them were blind. If someone can't see the picture, they ask someone else to tell them. Even if someone has a broken leg, they push a wheelchair to make sure they can see the picture clearly. They were all soldiers who had fought against the invasion of the Sakura Kingdom, but were forced to retire due to injuries and receive care from the country. A group of veterans were moved to tears at this moment. "How many years has it been? Finally, we can hold our heads high. I've finally waited for this. Ha ha ha, I can die without regrets if I can see these scumbags apologizing in person. This is really awesome. So cool. Fatty Zhang would be so happy to hear this from the afterlife. Ha ha ha, there's also Captain Li, Brother Sun, Kid Zhang. There are too many to count. I miss them." The group of veterans even spontaneously saluted the spot where their comrades were buried on the horizon, wanting to bring them this good news. On the arena, the black heart on Jibuchuan Naiku's forehead shattered silently, and his eyes regained their clarity. His expression changed drastically. He clearly remembered everything he had done during the seduction. "It felt like I was Lilith's most loyal lapdog, with my primary goal being to complete Lilith's orders." Kubu-chuan Naiku turned around in disbelief and saw the enormous corpse of the Yamata no Orochi and Luan standing on its head. Why? Jibuchuan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Looking at Lilith, he screamed in terror. "It's you! You're a devil!" Luan feigned a hint of surprise. "Oh, you found out? She really is a demon. You can see for yourself by looking at my profession. I'm a demon warlock, after all." Kabukawa's expression changed in an extremely complex way as he tried to contact Orochi in his mind, only to find that he received no response at all. "It's over. What have I done?" A misjudgment resulted in the loss of one of Orochi's heads. He also apologized on behalf of Japan. "If I were to return to Japan, I would face a punishment even more severe than seppuku." In despair, Kabuchi Kawachi took the small knife off his body, preparing to commit suicide. Lu En's eyes narrowed. This couldn't be allowed. What if you commit suicide and my challenge mission doesn't count as completed? Lilith unleashed a terrifying burst of speed, flying to the front of Jibuchuan Naiku and lashing down with her fiery whip. "Jibuchuanchi is cool." A notification popped up in front of Luan indicating that the challenge was complete. Challenge test completed, all provocateur points earned, 1227. Lu En's score was updated in real time to a terrifying 43,727. A mechanical voice rang out. "This year's college entrance examination has concluded. Candidates are advised to prepare to exit the examination room." Apart from Luan, all the candidates present were transformed into a beam of white light and forcibly removed from this space. Nie Qingshuang slowly appeared in front of Luan. Nie Qingshuang said to Luan with a smile, "You gave me a very big surprise. Actually, the kill reward was just to encourage you. I was already thinking it would be good enough if you could even defeat it. I never imagined you would actually go this far, even killing the spirit of Yamada no Orochi." Luan didn't speak immediately, but looked around. Nie Qingshuang said with a smile, "The live stream has been turned off, and no one knows about our conversation now." Luan said calmly, "Since he dared to insult China, he should pay the corresponding price. However, I have a question." Nie Qingshuang put on an expression that said she was all ears. "The Yamada no Orochi's main body shouldn't be dead yet, right? I only killed one of its heads?" A look of surprise flashed across Nie Qingshuang's face. After a moment of contemplation, he frankly replied, "That's right, the Yamada no Orochi should still be alive. Some time ago, our Chinese heroes joined forces with the guardian beast to take action and kill him, but today it seems that they only killed his luminous serpent head. There were indeed many suspicious points beforehand, since nothing was revealed after its death." "Nothing was found?" Luan silently memorized this information. "There are still 7 more items for taking someone's place to obtain." Nie Qingshuang continued, "However, this matter should be revealed soon. After all, today's live broadcast was seen by people all over the world. If Orochi is not dead, it should come out to clarify." "That's not something you need to worry about. I came to ask you a question." "Luan, what's the problem?" Nie Qingshuang, "I want to know which university you plan to attend?" A hint of anticipation flickered in Nie Qingshuang's eyes. Given Luan's performance today, it was safe to say that all the academies in the entire Huaxia Empire would be willing to accept him, and not just those in Huaxia, but also people from other empires. Without the slightest hesitation, Luan said, "Huaxia University. My sister is there, and it's the strongest university in all of China." Nie Qingshuang nodded in satisfaction. "I understand. I have already reported to the higher-ups that you forcibly interrupted the test of the infinite mode today. Since you want to go to Huaxia Academy, I will directly apply for a spot in the heroic soul trial realm of Huaxia Academy as compensation. In addition, given your performance today, I will apply for an extra spot, so you will be able to enter twice." Luan nodded calmly, but inside he was overjoyed. The Trial of Heroes is a special secret realm built by Huaxia Academy. The trials encountered every 20 levels are different, and there are generous rewards for the first time you run it. However, since it is a secret realm built by oneself, the consumption of each person entering is huge, and under normal circumstances, it is necessary to consume a lot of points to apply for a spot. I never expected that I would have 2 opportunities to enter the university before I even enrolled." Luan immediately made up his mind. He was currently stuck at level 19 with 100% experience, so he would go to the academy to farm the rewards first, then go for his first job advancement, and then farm again. This is how you maximize your rewards. Nie Qingshuang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I came here to tell you this. By the way, the government has kept your information confidential. No one can find out anything about you. There are quite a few of your Seising fans out there right now. I suggest you buy a hat or a mask or something. I believe we'll see each other again soon." With a smile on his lips, Nie Qingshuang gradually disappeared into this space. Luan's face instantly turned sour. Oh no, how can there be such terrifying things as obsessive fans? What if there are some really good-looking fans among them? What should I do if I can't control myself? With a worried expression, Luan finally disappeared into the white light. Upon opening his eyes, Luan found himself back in the teleportation array. Luan was shocked by the scene before him. Why are so many new students still gathered here? What do you want to do? Luan is out! Luan is so handsome! And that succubus is so beautiful! My idol, please sign your name on my chest! Chapter 62. What are you waiting for? Run! Luan stared in disbelief at the surging crowd ahead. He then gave a wry smile, realizing that he had shown his information once when he entered the test, and it had probably been leaked, which was why someone was waiting here specifically for him. Fortunately, the staff nearby quickly came over to maintain order. "This isn't a concert! Get out of here! Get out of here!" A burly staff member chased away all the fans surrounding Luan. Just as Luan was about to say thank you, the other person grabbed Luan's hand. "Idol, please sign this for me. This is so awesome! We should teach those Sakura fans a lesson!" Luan was speechless. He could only sign his name, then found a piece of clothing to cover his face and left. At the gate, Luan saw Xiaohe, who was also surrounded, while Fan Yan was all alone. Luan rushed over, grabbed Xiaohe and Fan Yan's hands, and ran wildly. The three of them were naturally much faster than other freshmen, and they quickly left them behind. Finally, it stopped in a secluded corner. The three of them were out of breath from running, but the next moment they all burst into laughter. Fan Yan grabbed Luan's neck and said, "That was so exciting! Especially when you stepped on the head of the Yamata no Orochi. I really feel like I'm about to climax." Xiaohe snorted coldly from the side and rolled her eyes in disdain. Fan Yan glanced at Xiaohe and mercilessly exposed her past. "What are you humming about? I saw someone crying back then. Is that right, Goddess Crimson Lotus?" Xiaohe's face flushed red instantly, and she angrily drew her long sword. "Come on, try saying another word." Fan Yan retorted. "Hey, I knew it! What happened? Ha!" Xiaohe chased after Fan Yan in a playful fight. Seeing this scene, Luan felt extremely comfortable. After a while, both of them were tired. Fan Yan rubbed his stomach and said, "I'm hungry, shall we go get something to eat?" Xiaohe thumped her chest loudly. "What do you want to eat? Today's bill is on me, Goddess Honglien." Fan Yan's eyes lit up. "How about we go get some skewers? I know a barbecue place that's really good. Their grilled pork belly is fatty but not greasy, and it bursts with oil when you bite into it." Xiaohe became interested upon hearing this, and both of them looked at Luan with shining eyes. Luan shrugged. "Then let's go." "Yeah!" The three of them arrived at a barbecue restaurant called Lao Wang Night Beer, chatting and laughing. On the way, they also bought a large hat for each of them, using the brim to cover themselves completely. It's called a barbecue restaurant, but it's actually just a roadside food stall, full of lively, smoky atmosphere. There were many people sitting here, so the three of them deliberately found a secluded spot. The sky was dim, and with their long hat brims, even the waitress who came to take orders didn't recognize Luan and his group. Fan Yan expertly pointed to their signboard. 30 skewers of grilled pork belly, please. 3 servings of roasted pig brains, and 3 servings of roasted sweet potato skins. I want this one too, this one. And that one. Fan Yan ordered over 100 skewers in a row, and Xiaohe whispered a reminder. "Are you sure you want to order all of these? There are only 3 of us." Fan Yan was taken aback and quickly apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, I forgot about the 2 of you. Waiter, could you double the portions of everything?" "Xiaohe?" Luan couldn't help but laugh out loud. After the waiter left, Fan Yan introduced the situation with great enthusiasm. "The owner of this restaurant is a level 25 grill master. His skills are very good. Remember to dip it in chili sauce later. I'll go get 3 more pitchers of beer. They brew it themselves. Eating barbecue and drinking ice-cold beer is just so great." On the table next to them, someone was watching a recording of the challenge match, with the sound played aloud. Hearing a voice coming from inside. "With this little strength, you dare to challenge China?" Luan suddenly blushed. Why did it sound a bit childish now? But then I heard someone at the next table excitedly slamming their hand on the table, shouting, "Holy crap, well done!" A smile suddenly appeared on Luan's lips. After slurping up a mouthful of the freshly served grilled pork belly covered in chili peppers, Luan picked up an ice-cold beer and took a big gulp. "Cool." Fan Yan, who was standing next to him, suddenly looked at his phone excitedly and said, "Old Lu! The college entrance exam results have been updated! The national rankings have all been updated!" Xiaohe, whose face was flushed from drinking beer, said, "Let me see it! Let me see where I am!" Luan's name appeared prominently at the top of the list. First place, Luan, theoretical test, 200 points, practical test, 43,727 points, total, 43,929 points. Undisputed number 1. Both in this year and in history. Xiaohi's gaze lingered on the list, scrolling downwards. Second place, Sun Yi, theoretical test, 200 points, practical test, 1180 points, total, 1,380 points. Fan Yan sighed from the side. TSK, Sun Yi is quite a man. If it weren't for Lao Lu this year, he would be number 1 in the country. Third place, Xiaohi, theoretical test, 193 points, practical test, 1,090 points, total, 1,283 points. When Xiaohi saw that she ranked 3rd in the country, she was so excited that she danced with joy. Before, she had only hoped to get into a prestigious university in China. Who knew that this gamble would result in a 3rd place finish nationwide? As for dialects, their scores were relatively much lower. 75th place, dialect and theoretical test, 108 points, practical test, 860 points, total, 968 points. I actually lost too many points on the dialect section of the theory test. Otherwise, I should have been able to get into the top 50. Lu En's phone suddenly vibrated. Upon opening it, I found it was an email. Lu En was invited by Huaxia University to participate in the freshman training camp. The content of the special training was not mentioned. It was only said that the number of participants would not be too large, and that only students from the class of 2014 and above who were interested in Huaxia University would be invited. The number of participants in the special training camp will not exceed 20. The departure time is 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, and a train ticket was also attached to the email. Xiaohi's phone received the same text message a few seconds later. The two subconsciously looked at Fan Yan, who shook his head helplessly. He did not receive a text message, and the training camp had a maximum of 20 participants. If you calculate it, the dialect's ranking is not within the top 20 nationwide. While it cannot be ruled out that some candidates may choose other universities, based on past experience, Chinese universities remain the top choice. Fan Yan forced a smile and said nonchalantly, "It's nothing, it's just a special training camp, you guys go ahead. I'll come find you guys again when school starts." Speaking in his local dialect, he downed the remaining half-serving of beer in one gulp. Lu En and Xiaohi exchanged a glance, just about to offer their words of comfort. Fan Yan's phone suddenly vibrated. After glancing at it, Fan Yan abruptly stood up. He laughed loudly at Lu En and the other person. "Ha! I've been invited too. I was also invited by Huaxia University." Such a commotion naturally attracted everyone's attention. "Hey! Isn't he the one who cheered in that video?" "Yeah, but the two people next to him, they wouldn't." "Oh my God! I can't possibly be eating at the same restaurant as the Crimson Lotus Goddess." Seeing that the crowd was gradually approaching, Fan Yan smiled sheepishly. He then grabbed the unfinished skewers from the table and shouted at the two of them. "What are you waiting for? Run!" Chapter 63 The Strongest Second-Tier Damage Skill. Meteor Fall. The next morning, the three boarded an express train to Huaxia University. Huaxia Academy is located in the north, more than 10,000 kilometers away from Jiangyan City. However, with the express train, it only takes half a day to get there. Fan Yan is in carriage 12, seat 14F. Xiaohi and Lu En are in carriage 8, seats 11A and 11B, respectively, and are not in the same carriage as Fan Yan. After discussing it, Lu En and Xiaohi went to Fan Yan's place. There were two young people next to him, and judging from their conversation, they were going on their honeymoon. After seeing that it was Lu En, the other party was very easy to talk to. After asking for an autograph, they agreed to the change. Before leaving, they gave Lu En and his family a bag of fruit and a pack of wedding candy that they had bought. Such kindness from strangers always brings joy. Eating fruit and looking out the window at the exotic locales, the three were in high spirits. There were quite a few other passengers in the carriage, and every now and then one or two babies could be heard crying. Soon you can hear the mother gently coaxing the child. Occasionally, you can hear passengers in the front row talking about yesterday's college entrance examination. Fan Yen suddenly whispered with a grin next to Luin. By the way, Lao Lu, haven't you logged into Weibo lately? Luin was a little puzzled. Why are you asking this? The previous owner of this body did indeed register a Weibo account and apparently posted some embarrassing content on it. Luin himself wasn't interested in that, so he stopped following it. Fan Yen suppressed a laugh and said, You should still take a look. If that doesn't work, just delete your old Weibo posts. After all, you have a lot of followers now, it's kind of embarrassing. Lu An's expression changed drastically. Oh no, did they dig up that Weibo post? I quickly opened my long-dormant Weibo account. The number of followers has increased from single digits to over 3 million, and it continues to rise every second. The account has also been officially verified by Weibo. The champion of the 2023 college entrance examination for freshmen of the Chinese Empire defeated the strongman of the Sakura country. Lu An's fingers trembled slightly as he swiped down and saw a series of shameful posts. The most handsome Shaonin reposted the Weibo post and commented, May good people have a peaceful life. Email, 1234. Luin clicked into the comments section to take a look. Let me have a bite first. Oh, I didn't expect the top scorer to also be asking for torrents. I've already sent 2 terabytes of torrents to your email. Please check your inbox. Heart wall, ha 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 ha, as expected, your tastes haven't changed no matter what. Look at this woman's figure, it's a bit like a succubus's, but of course, her face is still quite different. Swipe down. The coolest little Anin, starting today, if my older sister spanks me again, I won't eat. Lu An's lips twitched, and he clicked on it to take a look. Sexy young woman, come find me, I won't spank you. You can spank me, though. Iko, Lu An's younger brother is so handsome, how could his sister be so heartless? By the way, does anyone know who his sister is? Luin couldn't take it anymore and frantically deleted all his Weibo posts. Finally, he changed his Weibo name to Ordinary Unremarkable Teenager. Then save the seed file from your email. After completing all of this, Luin finally breathed a sigh of relief. A news headline popped up on my phone. Japan clarifies. A conspiracy by the Chinese Empire? Luin clicked to view and found a declaration issued by the Prime Minister of Japan, stating that Japan had never sent Kubu Kawanai to China to provoke China, and that everything he did had nothing to do with Japan. The video also mentions that Kabuchi Kawakami is only half Japanese, and that his mother is Chinese, implying that it was all a Chinese conspiracy. Finally, they clarified that the Yamata no Orochi was not dead and released a video of the Yamata no Orochi. Luin saw it clearly. In the video, only 6 of the 8-headed serpent's heads were visible. The other 2 heads were obscured by its massive body. The page suddenly refreshed automatically, showing that the news had disappeared. It seems the strongest mythical beast, the river crab, has made its move. Xiaohi chimed in. These people from Sakura are shameless. They can call black white. Luin felt he was already used to it. He would only be surprised if the other party didn't do it this way. Looking out the window, Fan Yen exclaimed in surprise. Look, there's a shooting star. There are no shooting stars in broad daylight, you must be seeing things. Xiaohi said dismissively, then stuck her head out the window to look before revealing a look of surprise. Huh! There really is a shooting star. Luin curiously parted the curtains to look out, and saw a fiery red shooting star streak across the distant horizon. It really was a shooting star? Xiaohi joked. I heard that wishes made when a shooting star is streaking across the sky are especially effective. Then Xiaohi looked at the shooting star and closed her eyes. Fan Yen muttered, somewhat puzzled. Why does it feel like this shooting star is heading straight for us? Luin frowned, realizing something was wrong, and Xiaohi also opened her eyes. The meteor grew larger and larger, and the distance between them decreased. Luin and Xiaohi exclaimed at the same time. A meteorite? Fan Yen looked completely bewildered, having no idea what Luin and the others were talking about. Second-tier fire mage skill, meteor shower. Summons a meteorite to fall, dealing high area of effect fire damage. This skill is the strongest damage-dealing skill for fire mages after the second job advancement. Its drawback is the long delay time. It takes at least 30 minutes from casting the skill to it taking effect. Therefore, this skill is both the strongest and the most useless. The key problem is that Lewin and the other two are currently on an express train, and their speed and direction are fixed, so the other side can easily predict their location. Lewin had a gut feeling that this skill was aimed at him. It seems I've really been targeted this time. They even went so far as to hire a powerful expert, at least a second-tier cultivator, to use a ranged skill to kill me, and they didn't even spare the other passengers on the train. As the meteorite falls, Lewin himself will be fine. Even if the meteorite's attack is strong enough to instantly kill Lilith, he can still revive himself using the Orochi Ice item. But the other passengers on the train, as well as Xiaohe and her group, were in danger. Lewin glanced at the other people on the train. Most of them were just doing odd jobs and were completely helpless in the face of this situation. Lewin immediately stood up, wanting to find the train conductor to stop the train. But before Lewin could take 2 steps, a burst of intense flames suddenly erupted in front of him, accompanied by a deafening sound. Lewin instinctively covered his ears, but the buzzing sound continued to ring in them. Lu Anqing realized something was wrong. It was too late. The meteorite fell with pinpoint accuracy, smashing the middle carriage of the train to pieces. The terrifying heat instantly vaporized the core area. A strong tremor came from beneath Lu An's feet. What happened? Mom! My child! Oh my God, what's going on? Chapter 64. Is it worth killing so many people for a bounty of 10 million? Everyone in the carriage panicked. They had no idea what was happening. Lewin was startled. Now that the train has been destroyed by the meteorite and broken into 2 pieces, the remaining half of the train where Lewin and the others are located is very likely to derail. Lewin immediately shouted, "Hold on tight! Be careful!" Before Lewin could finish speaking, a strong sense of weightlessness suddenly struck him. Some of the people in the carriage hadn't even realized what was happening before they lost their balance and were thrown out. A series of piercing screams erupted as many people were flung into the air and crashed heavily to the ground. It was clear that he wouldn't survive. Lewin also felt the intense weightlessness and was lifted into the air. Fortunately, Lewin had already prepared himself mentally. Lilith immediately flew out of her body and grabbed Lewin, preventing him from being thrown away. Lewin turned around and saw a baby being thrown past him. It was too late for Lewin to reach out and grab it. The baby was thrown dozens of meters into the air and landed covered in crimson blood. Lewin looked back at his previous spot and saw that Fan Yen had produced a shield, firmly wedging him and Xiaohe between the seats. That's how they avoided being thrown off. Both of them were panting heavily, their eyes filled with intense terror. Most of the people in the carriage were thrown out, and their fates are unknown. Only a small number of quick-witted people understood Lu An's meaning and managed to grab onto chairs or similar objects, thus surviving by sheer luck. A few minutes later, the remaining half of the train finally crashed into a pile of boulders and came to a stop. The front of carriage number 12, where Lewin and his group were located, had been melted, and Lewin could even see bloodstains on the ground outside. And the land that was vaporized by the high temperature. The cries of agony filled the air, a scene resembling a major catastrophe. Xiaohe and Fan Yen forced themselves to calm down and walked out of the carriage with Lewin. Due to inertia, their carriage number 12 was thrown to the front. Xiaohe and Fan Yen turned around and immediately covered their mouths in horror. Carriages number 12 and beyond were thrown out in a long arc after derailing, and countless people were flung out onto the ground. Some of the people who did not die cried out in agony. Blood was everywhere. The accident occurred in the middle of carriage number 8, where the meteorite fell, and the huge shockwave spread out from carriage number 8. Now, carriage number 8 of the entire train has completely disappeared, vaporized under the high temperature, and the people inside have been completely destroyed. The other carriages, 5 to 7 and 9 to 11, were also affected by the high temperature, and some carriages were even melted beyond recognition. Xiaohe said with a sob in her voice. They're attacking. Lewin said with certainty. They're after us, those bastards. Fan Yen stammered. Are they from Japan? Then, the couple who changed seats are on their honeymoon. There was nothing left in the original carriage number 8. The young couple, of course, also. A fire was burning in Lu An's heart. Was this an undeserved disaster? Lewin said in a deep voice. You two go and rescue them first. And what about you? Luan stepped out of the carriage and said coldly. Since the other party has gone to such lengths to try and scheme against me, then there's definitely more to it than that. They'll definitely come to confirm if I'm really dead. Xia He wanted to come and help, but Fan Yen grabbed her arm and slowly shook his head, signaling her not to go. Fan Yen had known Luan for so long and knew his personality well. At this moment, what Luan needed most was for the two of them to help other people in need. Moreover, their strength is considered quite formidable among the freshmen. However, in such a complex situation, they are clearly not qualified to face a professional killer with experience in killing. Xia He sighed as she watched Luan leave, then took out a potion from her backpack and ran towards a nearby child with a broken arm. Luan walked step by step toward his original position in the 8th carriage. The road was long, and there was a lot of blood on the ground, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. These people were all thrown out from other carriages. Wailing cries filled the air. With each wail he heard, the fire in Luan's heart burned even brighter. Every time a splash of crimson appeared in his sight, Luan's heart trembled. Luan's anger reached its peak when he suddenly saw a piece of wedding candy in a pool of blood. Although Luan could be the murderer when facing the Good Guild, he had no psychological burden even if he killed the entire guild. But these people are different. They didn't do anything wrong, and they're not like the scum in the Guild. Among them were young couples on their honeymoon. There were also mothers and children visiting relatives with their babies. They didn't deserve this fate. Luan gripped the fire magic staff in his hand, wanting to find the culprit. Finally, Luan noticed that 4 people dressed in black robes had appeared in carriage number 8. Luan's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of cold killing intent flashing across them. Did they do it? The 4 men, all dressed in black robes, covered their faces with huge hoods. One of them was noticeably more robust. Luan walked towards them step by step. Because they were still far away and their attention was not on them, they did not notice Luan's approach at all. Luan secretly used his appraisal technique to obtain their information. Jiang Feng, level 33, magic swordsman. Jian Yang, level 32 archer. Li Yuding, level 30 fire mage. Tang Yin, level 32 shadow assassin. Luan frowned. Not from Japan? Judging from their names, they should all be of Chinese descent? Luan's anger intensified. These people were only level 30 professionals. Meteor Fall is a second-tier skill. There should also be a fire mage above level 40. Where is that person? Luan looked around but did not find the hidden expert. Just then, the fire mage named Li Yuding, one of the 4, spoke to the burly Jiang Feng. Brother Jiang, there's no need to be so cautious. That was the strongest attack skill at the second job advancement. The entire carriage was vaporized. Even if that kid is very powerful, he shouldn't have survived. Jiang Feng looked around warily. That's true, but that kid is a bit strange. Didn't you see that the Yamada no Orochi with so many health bars died? One of them laughed and said, Brother Jiang, your news is outdated. The Yamada no Orochi is alive and well and has already come out to clarify. Don't you think that kid could possibly kill a divine beast? Jiang Feng was stunned for a moment, then smacked his lips. Oh, is that so? Then this money was wasted. A bounty of 10 million, but just to get that old guy to use a skill cost 3 million. Hee, that's all thanks to Boss Jiang for his connections. He knew they were in carriage number 8 today. With just one piece of information, we made 7 million. This is a huge profit. Hearing the flattery from those around him, Jiang Feng smiled smugly before speaking. All right, remember to take a picture. You'll need it to collect the bounty later. Luan's suppressed anger rang out from behind them. Is it worth killing so many people just for a 10 million bounty? Chapter 65 The Dark Organization's Bounty Order. The 4 men cautiously drew their weapons and turned around. Upon discovering that it was Luan, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the 4. Jiang Feng quickly realized what was going on and said, Looks like you're in luck. You swapped places with someone and found a scapegoat. Luan said coldly, You haven't answered my question yet. Is it worth killing so many people just for a 10 million bounty? Jiang Feng drew his long sword and looked at Luan with a cold smile. That's 10 million! Do you think it's like cabbage on the street? Once we get this money, we can retire from this life of crime. As for the dead, they have nothing to do with us, and we didn't use the skills. Even if law enforcement wants to investigate, they shouldn't be targeting us. Lewin frowned and asked, Did you pay someone to cast that meteorite skill? Who was it? Jiang Feng shrugged. Yes. Before he could finish speaking, the long sword in Jiang Feng's hand was covered with a layer of ice crystals, and suddenly grew longer as it slashed down at Lewin. Lilith, with her superior agility, helped Lewin evade the attack. A long trench was left on the ground, with some ice crystals attached to the soil around it. Without Jiang Feng's prompting, the other three immediately took action, attempting to forcibly surround and kill Lewin. Lewin remained calm, raised his fire magic staff, and coldly said, Soul Blast! The target is that fire mage. Lilith followed instantly, lashing out with her whip. The female fire mage died before she could even utter a word. In team fights, Lewin understood the principle of prioritizing eliminating the backline damage dealers. The others' expressions changed, and the shadow assassin vanished from his spot. Assassin's ultimate skill, instant flash. The next moment he appeared behind Lewin, and a cold dagger slashed heavily across Lu An's neck. Skill, throat slit. Activated. A hint of joy appeared on Jiang Feng's face. Although he had lost one member, it was all worth it as long as Lewin was dead. And there's one less person to share the 10 million. With the skill hitting its target, Shadow Assassin Tangan breathed a sigh of relief. He is level 32, and has never survived a skill attack that has successfully hit him. Tangan suddenly realized something was wrong. His companions all looked shocked. Before he could figure out what had happened, several vengeful spirits approached and simultaneously sucked at him. The Shadow Assassin is inherently a fragile class, and its health can drop to 0 in an instant. Tangan collapsed, and the last thing he saw was Lewin touching his neck, but there was no sign of injury. There wasn't even a trace of blood. How could this be? Unfortunately, Tangan will never have the chance to figure this out. Jiang Yang fired a burst arrow, which Lilith easily blocked. Jiang Feng suddenly felt his legs go weak. They had already overestimated Lewin, even spending a lot of money to hire someone to snipe him, but they never expected Lewin to be so strong. In just one exchange, both of his teammates, the Fire Mage and the Shadow Assassin, were killed. A ruthless glint appeared in Jiang Feng's eyes, and the long sword in his hand was suddenly covered with a layer of lightning as he slashed down heavily towards Lewin. Lewin didn't even try to dodge, coldly saying, Charm! A black heart flashed across Jiang Feng's forehead. The long sword, crackling with lightning, stopped 5 centimeters away from Lewin. The lightning above also suddenly dissipated on its own. Jiang Feng released his grip, and the long sword fell directly to the ground. Lewin stopped looking at him and turned to look at Jiang Yang, who was using a bow and arrow. 20 vengeful spirits swarmed forward. Quickly suck him dry. Lewin said coldly. Kneel down! Now I'll ask you questions, and you'll answer them. Jiang Feng knelt down, his eyes fixed on Lilith, and answered without hesitation. Yes. Who are you? Who do you work for? We are professional hunters. We don't work for anyone. We will take any job that is offered for money. Lewin frowned. Someone has put a bounty on my head? Who is it? Yes, someone has offered a reward of 10 million for you, but I don't know who it is. The person who posted the reward is kept confidential. Lewin snorted coldly. Who else could it be but the forces of Japan? Who unleashed that meteor shower skill? Jiang Feng immediately replied. I don't know. We just issued a mission, and someone codenamed Spark accepted the bounty, but I don't know their real name. After a moment's thought, Lewin asked, How did you know I would be in carriage number 8? The tickets were purchased directly by Huaxia Academy in Lu An's name. If internal information from Huaxia Academy has been leaked, then Lewin needs to reconsider whether the academy is safe. Jiang Feng replied. My sister works at the transportation department, and I used her access to check your travel records. Lewin breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't a problem with Huaxia University. A small group of people rushed over from ahead. They were all armed and at level 20 or above, having reached the first job advancement. Judging from their clothes, they should be security personnel specifically responsible for the train. Luan asked. One last question, how did you learn about your mission? Jiang Feng pulled out a cell phone. This is a cell phone issued by the Dark Organization. All missions are carried out through this cell phone. Luan said coldly. Remove the password, give it to me. After Jiang Feng deactivated the password, he handed the phone to Luan. Luan put it into his backpack space, then looked at the security team that had arrived and said, You're too late. These were the people who instigated the attack, including one codenamed Spark. The security personnel exchanged glances. They recognized Lu An's appearance but did not question his words. The leader of the group stepped forward and said to Luan, Thank you for your timely intervention, which prevented the situation from worsening. We are very sorry that our carriage was too far away after the derailment, and the treatment of the injured people also delayed our time. However, we have already notified the patrol team, and they should be here soon. Luan looked at the bloodstains on their bodies and knew what they had been through. Luan did not kill Jiang Feng directly. So many people died this time, and someone had to take responsibility. There has always been a dedicated patrol team along this route, composed of powerful individuals who have already completed their second job advancement. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the patrol team arrived. After explaining the situation in detail, Luan personally handed Jiang Feng over to them. Only then did he leave to find Xia He and the others. Luan glanced at his specially made phone on land and found that there was no information on it that could be used for tracking, only an urgent bounty on him. Jiang Feng said that the bounty missions are issued irregularly, and they will disappear after a certain period of time. It is unknown whether they are completed by someone else or for other reasons. Looking at the 10 million reward offered for him, Luan felt an intense irritation. Half an hour has passed since the accident occurred. Those who survived are doing their best to help the injured patients. Luan finally saw Xia He and the others. They were busy among a group of wounded people, and both of them were covered in blood. It was all blood from other people. After seeing Luan, Xia He handed the life potion in her hand to Fang Yan and ran over. He gritted his teeth and asked, How is it? Have you found those scumbags yet? Luan nodded, and Xia He choked up, saying, That's good. Too many people died. There were more than 300 people in our carriage, and no more than 20 survived. Luan noticed the corpse lying to the side and spoke after a moment of silence. We can't take the car anymore. We need to find another way to get to Huaxia University. Chapter 66 I am a heartless middleman. After Luan explained the situation to Xia He and the others, everyone agreed to stop using this type of public transportation. After all, no one wants what just happened here to happen again. The three worked together to move the nearby injured to safety while waiting for a professional medical team to arrive. After the survivors received effective treatment, the three left. Following the tracks, the three of them walked straight through a grove of trees, where their oppressive mood eased somewhat. Fan Yan hesitated for a moment and slowly asked, Since we can't use transportation that requires real name registration, we can't just walk there, can we? Xia He tentatively suggested. How about I go buy a car? Luan said. Sure, provided that either of you can drive. Xia He and Fan Yan stared at each other, feeling discouraged. Luan shook his head and said, Forget it, let me think of a way. I know someone who might be able to help us. Luan took out his phone and found her among his few contacts. Huaxia Exchange Huangqiu. The call was answered quickly, and Huangqiu's surprised voice came through. Mr. Lu, I was just thinking about calling you to congratulate you on getting first place in the college entrance examination. Is there anything I can help you with? Luan smiled as he heard the familiar voice on the other end of the line and said, There are 3 of us who want to get to Linen City within a week, but we don't want to use public transportation with real name registration. Is there any other way? The email was dated a week later, so they had plenty of time. Huangqiu, being very sensible, didn't ask Luan why, but directly gave a solution. There are 2 ways that meet your needs. The first is to buy the swift shoes made by alchemists. They are very fast and should be able to arrive within 2 days. The downside is that they will stop immediately if attacked, and they can only be used once. The price is 100,000 yuan. Luan immediately rejected the plan. Leaving aside the fact that 3 people would cost 300,000 yuan, if they encountered monsters or were ambushed along the way, that 300,000 yuan would be wasted. Huang Qiu continued. I see. Then I suggest you choose the second option, which is to arrange special services for beast tamers through our exchange. Special services offered by animal tamers? This was the first time Luan had ever heard of such a thing. This exchange seems a bit shady. Huang Qiu smiled and said, Since our exchange handles most of the buying and selling channels, it naturally includes service-oriented transactions like this. In total, it should only cost 80,000 yuan. The downside is that it will take a little longer, about 3 days. If you choose this option, since you will need to rest in the wild, I also suggest you buy a shielded tent, which will make it more convenient to sleep at night. In total, 150,000 yuan should be enough. The shielding tent is an essential item for resting in the wild. It can be used multiple times and will conceal your presence inside, preventing you from being attacked by monsters. Luan thought about it, and felt that the second option was not bad, so he chose it. All he needed to do next was to go to the town ahead and find the exchange to receive the goods. Before hanging up the phone, Huang Qiu suddenly asked, Excuse me for asking, Mr. Lu, are you going to Huaxia University? Will you be staying there from now on? Huang Qiu had this question from the beginning. The most famous place in Linen City is Huaxia Academy, and Luan got first place in this exam. It's perfectly normal for them to go to school there. Is there something you need? Huang Qiu repeatedly denied it. It's nothing, I was just asking because we have a plan to transfer people soon, and I might be able to work in Linen City at that time. Luan laughed and said, That's fine. It will make it easier for me to find people later. Okay, feel free to contact me if you need anything. I won't bother you any longer. Have a pleasant trip. After hanging up the phone, Huang Qiu immediately ran to find her superior, wanting to be transferred to Linen City for support. In fact, the climate of Linen City is not suitable for living, so there are not many people willing to work in Linen City. Almost every year, people have to be transferred to Linen City Exchange for support. Now that Huang Qiu has volunteered to go there, her superiors are overjoyed. However, she still asked Huang Qiu repeatedly, Have you thought it through? That place is not like our Jiangnan city. Huang Qiu nodded firmly. You have many opportunities in your life, but you are only aware of a few of them. Huang Qiu was certain that Luan was a powerful and influential man. If he didn't go to Linen City with Luan, it wouldn't be long before that slut there bewitched him completely. By then, she might not even know who Huang Qiu is, and all her previous efforts would be in vain. How could she possibly accept this? After Luan hung up the phone, he noticed the shocked expressions on Xia He and Fan Yan's faces. Lu En's call was being played out loud, so the two of them heard it clearly. Xia He asked in shock, You were just in contact with people from the China exchange? Luan nodded. Fan Yan and Xia He's lips twitched simultaneously, and they couldn't help but ask, Why is she being so nice? What is your exchange access level? Luan shrugged. Only level 3? What? Are they all usually so rude? Xia He exploded. What do you mean only level 3? My dad's only level 3 too. And he's the guild leader. Fan Yan said indignantly. Their attitude wasn't that bad, just very cold, like a robot, unlike the one you contacted who was so enthusiastic. And you called someone's private number, didn't you? I asked for the trader's number before, but she said it was company policy not to give out phone numbers. That's too much. How can you be so hypocritical? Fan Yan looked Luan up and down and muttered. He's not that much more handsome than me. They won't appreciate my inner qualities. Connotation? Do you want someone to cut open your stomach and see the fat intestines inside? Xia He retorted. Luan knew why, so he didn't continue the topic. By the way, you all heard it just now, it's 150,000 in total, which works out to 50,000 each for us. Please remember to transfer the money. We do not accept cash. With our relationship, do we really need to settle this score? Fan Yan said with a grin. Luan pondered for a moment. That's true, it does feel awkward for us to be so calculating about our relationship. Then, Xia He, you don't need to give me anything. Fan Yan, just give me 200,000. Fan Yan. It would have been fine if I had given it all, but how come there's an extra 50,000? Lewin pointed to himself and said, I'm a heartless middleman. Fan Yen was speechless for a moment, while Xia He covered her mouth and laughed. In fact, Lewin still has more than 1 million yuan in his account, all of which came from selling the equipment and materials he obtained from farming in the blazing forest over those few days. However, Lewin did not intend to waste the money, since the later expenses would be substantial. A universal skill scroll for levels 20 to 40 costs 1 million each, so Lewin definitely needs to plan ahead. The three of them soon arrived at a nearby town. After entering the exchange, they found that Huang Qiu had already prepared the items he wanted to buy. After making the payment, Lewin found several more items in his backpack. These consist of 3 rings and 3 shielding tents. Chapter 67, The Elf Assassin Su Su. Spirit Ring Swift Horse. Special props. The swift horse, carefully trained by a beast tamer, lives in the spirit ring and obeys the ring holder's commands. Current validity, 2 days. These rings will lock after a certain period and must be returned to the exchange. If the money is not returned, the customer will either have to pay a penalty of 500,000 yuan or be blacklisted by the Huaxia exchange. This is also a little trick for beast tamers to make money. In addition to beasts that can be used as mounts, high-level beast tamers can even tame monsters that help them in battle. The three of them walked out of the exchange with the rings in their hands. Lewin put on the spirit ring and silently chanted to release the swift-winged horse. A wave of humid heat washed over him as the swift-winged horse, fully saddled, appeared before Lewin. As soon as it appeared, it snorted, as if complaining about having waited too long inside the ring. The swift-winged horse's coat has a faint blue tinge, giving it a very elegant appearance. Swift horse. Level 20. Strength, 250. Agility, 1000. Spirit, 250. Stamina, 250. Skills: Gale Acceleration, Long Distance Travel. Gale Acceleration activates the power of wind, greatly increasing the user's speed. Long Journey, passive gradually and slowly increases speed while moving forward, stackable. A hint of anticipation flashed in the eyes of the three as they looked at the Gale horse in front of them. He mounted his horse. Drive! Lewin rode ahead of everyone else, raising a cloud of sand. Fan Yen and Xia He were not to be outdone, urging their swift horses forward at full speed. The three chased each other, and riding on horseback at breakneck speed gave them a unique feeling. There aren't many people in this town, so it's rare for anyone to pass by on the street like this on ordinary days, which immediately attracted a lot of attention. Seeing the three of them in such a state, a poet sighed. In the prime of youth, dressed in fine clothes and riding spirited horses, we lived life to the fullest, knowing the joys and sorrows of life. As a creature specifically designed for long-distance running, the swift horse is naturally quite fast. As dusk settled, Lewin checked the map and found that if they maintained this speed, they should be able to reach the academy on the 3rd day. During this time, news of the train accident had already spread. However, Lewin was somewhat surprised that the official report did not mention Xingho, the culprit who released the meteorite, but only stated that the suspect had been arrested. Lewin also received a call from Huaxia Academy. After learning that the three of them were safe and sound, he told them to be careful and not to take public transportation. As for the Dark Organization, Huaxia Academy would handle the matter accordingly. However, Lewin still wanted to find Xingho and asked for a clear conscience. With plenty of time to travel to Huaxia Academy, the three found a cave to rest in the wilderness. Lewin took out the shielding tent and handed it to Fan Yen and Xia He. You guys take care of the tents and stuff first. I'll go out and check out the situation around here. If you want to rest in the wild, you must make sure there are no powerful monsters nearby, otherwise, even with a shielded tent, the monsters will not attack you. But what if you accidentally get hurt by 2 powerful monsters? Lewin and his group tried to stay close to the railway tracks as much as possible. The monsters in the vicinity should be cleared out by special personnel every day, but Lewin still felt it was better to be cautious. This also allows Lilith to get some fresh air. Although Lilith is just Lewin's summoned beast, he often regards her as a living person when facing such a highly intelligent creature. As soon as Lilith appeared, she happily circled around Lewin. After a few moments, Lilith licked her lips and said to Lewin in a coquettish tone, "Master, Lilith wants to eat grilled sausage." Lewin smiled helplessly, then lovingly took out a grilled sausage, which Lilith immediately and excitedly put in her mouth. Feeling the warmth of the grilled sausage and its rich juices, Lilith's eyes revealed a satisfied expression. Although Lilith doesn't need to get nutrition from these foods, she actually grew to like the feeling after tasting human cuisine. While eating with Lilith, Lewin surveyed the surroundings and, after confirming that there were no particularly powerful monsters nearby, led Lilith back into the cave. Xiaohe and Fan Yan were roasting some sweet potatoes. A spark flew from Xiaohe's longsword, igniting the firewood he had gathered. The sweet potatoes skewered on sticks were quickly roasted until they sizzled and oozed oil, filling the air with their aroma. Seeing Lewin approach, Xiaohe smiled and handed over a sweet potato. "Hey, Fan Yan brought a bunch of weird and wonderful foods. Let's grill some and try it before it gets completely dark." Lewin waved his hand. "I just ate something with Lilith, so I'm not hungry." "Goodji." The sound of their hungry stomachs came from inside, and Xiaohe and Fan Yan both laughed. "You still say you're not hungry?" Lewin frowned. The voice wasn't his. "Who's there?" The opponent had approached the three of them silently, so their strength must be extraordinary. Lilith appeared in front of Lewin immediately, and Xiaohe and the others also took out their weapons. Suddenly, a clump of grass next to the cave trembled, and before anyone could emerge, a girl's voice rang out. "Sorry, that's just my stomach growling." She emerged from the bushes. Although the light was dim, Lewin could still see the bloodstains on her face and the mud on her body. She was wearing leather armor and was probably a few years older than Lewin and the others. She was clearly not a novice. She had no weapon in her hand. Instead, she spread her hands out in front of the three men to prove that she meant no harm. The girl said somewhat shyly, "Sorry to bother you, I was just passing by, but I didn't expect to smell such a wonderful fragrance. I left in a hurry and didn't bring any food with me. Could you give me a piece of sweet potato?" The girl stared intently at the sweet potato skewer in Xiaohe's hand, swallowing hard. Lewin cautiously threw out the appraisal technique. Su, level 41, Elf Assassin. Elf Assassin? For the first time, Lewin subconsciously looked at Su's ears, and they were indeed quite different from other ears. With her long, pointed ears, Su noticed Luan's attention on her ears and raised her hand to tidy her hair, covering her ears. Luan's hostility towards her lessened slightly. After all, the other party was far superior to the three of them in terms of level, yet she was still so polite, which at least proved that she was not a bad person. Lewin took the sweet potato from Xiaohe and threw it to Su. "We can give you something to eat, but please leave after you finish eating." The other person is clearly not in a normal state. Judging from her appearance, she seems to be being chased. Now, Lewin and Xiaohe naturally didn't want to get involved in this mess. Su caught it in one go. The sweet potato had just been roasted and was very hot. Most people wouldn't dare to eat it. However, Su seemed to have been starving for a long time, and she didn't care about her image at all, even eating before peeling the shell properly. "I only realized how hot it was when I bit into it, and I kept inhaling to cool it down." Xiaohe couldn't help but say, "Eat slowly, be careful, it's hot." Su grinned at the three of them. A small piece of sweet potato residue still stuck to her front teeth. "It's alright, it smells so good, I'm so satisfied. I'll finish eating and leave right away. I won't cause you any trouble." Before Su could finish eating, a whooshing sound came from the air. An arrow gleaming with white light suddenly shot into the cave and landed at Su's feet. Su's expression changed drastically. "Oh no! They followed us!" The white light suddenly split into 4 parts, appearing on Su, Fan Yan, Xiaohe, and Lewin respectively. Chapter 68 Ambush. Crimson Thorns. Su carefully put the sweet potato she hadn't finished eating into her backpack. She reached out and pressed her hand against the bushes where she had previously hidden. A flash of emerald green light appeared. Su looked up at Lewin and the other two with a face full of apology and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect them to catch up so quickly. I'd cast a spirit shield on this patch of grass. You can hide there without anyone finding you for an hour." Xia He and Fan Yan immediately looked at Luan. Luan frowned and gave her a deep look. Her level increased from 41 to 40. Is the release condition for this spirit guardian actually consuming one level of experience? Su Su's anxiety intensified as Luan led Fan Yan and Xia He into the bushes. Upon entering the grove, Luan had a peculiar feeling, as if he had become one with the grove. You can even feel the tree's friendly attitude towards you. Is it an absolute concealment for 1 hour at the cost of consuming one level? However, it seems that suitable plants are needed as cover. Despite its many limitations, it is still an extremely powerful talent. Su Su stood in front of the bushes, a dagger shimmering with purple light appearing in her hand. Her eyes instantly turned from gentle to cold. He said coldly, "I'll kill that archer later and then lure them away. That way they won't find you, and you can leave when it's safe." Not long after, a rustling sound came from the side. 5 figures approached Su Su in a surrounding manner. Luan frowned as he stood in the bushes. Through the gaps in the bushes, he could clearly see some of their features. Like Jiang Feng and his group, they were all wearing black robes with long hoods that completely covered their faces. The most conspicuous person among them wore a very eerie black and gold mask. The mask fit his face perfectly, with a pattern of a red spider lily on his right cheek. Luan immediately used his appraisal skill, and the other party's information appeared before his eyes. Qiu Ling, level 41, plant summoner. The other 4 are an explosive archer, a fire mage, a light healer, and an assassin. Except for the light elemental healer who was level 39, everyone else was level 40 and had completed their second job advancement. Qiu Ling stepped forward and said to Su Su, "Tisk, why did you stop running? Weren't you so amazing?" The explosive archer looked around warily, scrutinizing the surroundings, and said in a deep voice, "Qiu, something's not right. I just clearly felt that 4 targets were marked. But now there's only 1 left." Qiu Ling's eyes narrowed, and he immediately looked into the cave, where he discovered traces of the fire that Luan and the others had lit earlier. Combined with the aroma of sweet potatoes permeating the air, Qiu Ling immediately understood. "It's all right, they're probably just some low-level wanderers who have been protected by her spirit guardians. If they were truly her teammate, they wouldn't need to hide this way. Using Elf Guardian requires paying a level penalty each time." Qiu Ling looked at Su Su and said, "What? Are you starving? You've gone to beg from the homeless? Don't you want to drag others down with you now?" Su Su didn't speak, holding the dagger in her hand, her eyes fixed on the other person. Qiu Ling laughed and said, "If you don't want to harm the innocent, then why resist?" Seeing that Su Su remained silent, Qiu Ling continued, "Don't worry, the mission only requires your body, it doesn't require you to live or die. Once I kill you, the elven protection will naturally cease, and I won't even spare your wandering friends. Don't blame me, blame yourself. Who told you to drag them into this?" A cold killing intent flashed in Su Su's eyes. His speed increased exponentially, and he rushed towards Qiu Ling. Qiu Ling sneered, and a huge man-eating flower sprouted from the ground in front of him. The flower bud, as big as 2 human heads, was covered with dense teeth and actively tried to bite Su Su. The speed of the man-eating plant is terrifying, even surpassing that of warriors of the same level. The others nearby weren't idle either. Various attack skills were unleashed towards Su Su's location. Explosive arrow. Flame arrow. Flame vortex. However, these attacks were still too slow for Su Su. Su Su, like a butterfly, moved nimbly and dodged the attacks of the man-eating flower. Each strike from the carnivorous plant leaves a huge crater in the ground, easily crushing even rocks. And all the other skills also failed. Seeing this, Qiu Ling showed no panic. Elves are naturally more agile than ordinary people, not to mention Su Su is an assassin. As Su Su was almost in front of him, Qiu Ling waved his right hand and a giant made entirely of plants crawled out of the soil, holding a huge wooden shield in its hand. This is the strongest defensive plant-type monster he can summon, unless it's a fire-type weak-point attack. Otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat them. Su Su did not hesitate at all. She murmured softly, "Instant flash!" A barely perceptible smile appeared on Qiu Ling's lips. A blood-red thorn that had been hidden on the ground behind him suddenly sprang up, grabbing at all the enemy creatures nearby. The sharp spikes shimmered with a purple light, and anyone who got even a tiny bit of them would be poisoned and slowed down. This was fatal for Su. Qiu Ling hadn't even had time to turn around and check the results of the battle. But suddenly, they heard the healer exclaim in surprise. Looking back, Su appeared behind the explosive archer, her dagger already stained with blood. The explosive archer was killed in one hit. There is absolutely no room for the healers to make a difference. Qiu Ling finally realized what was happening. We've been tricked. Su's target from the very beginning was that explosive archer. She was even willing to put herself in danger. A ruthless glint flashed in Qiu Ling's eyes as he shouted, "Burn it! Indiscriminately attack all nearby plants. Burn every single plant to ashes." Su's actions only prove that she values the other three people very much and doesn't want them to be tracked later. If we force these three people out, Su will definitely reveal a weakness. The fire mage roared. "Understood! Let's do it!" Just as he had guessed, Su immediately became anxious upon hearing this. Although the Elven Guardian can perfectly conceal its form and aura, remaining in a state of absolute concealment. But this does not mean that Lewin and his group will not be harmed. Lewin and his group were only around level 10. Even if they were just grazed by a fire mage's area of effect skill, they would either die or be seriously injured. Under these circumstances, Su's speed actually increased again. It was about 30% faster than before, rushing towards the fire mage. The fire mage is currently preparing to unleash the fire-based area of effect attack skill, Sea of Fire. Although he saw Su approaching, he was not nervous at all. Just as she was about to get close to the fire mage, Su suddenly noticed that the sensation under her feet was wrong. I looked down. A thorn bush, shimmering with a blood-red color, is poised to strike. Chapter 69 is too inhuman. It's utterly inhuman. Upon seeing the blood-red thorn bush, Su's expression changed. Crimson Thorns is a trap-type summon that will be triggered as soon as the opponent has a thought. Strangely, the Crimson Thorn did not trigger anything and remained in its current state. Su didn't have time to think it through and closed in on the fire mage. The assassin's ultimate move, throat slitting, has already been used. It's still cooling down, so a one-hit kill is impossible now. A faint glow appeared on Su's dagger. It was poisoned. The dagger pierced the fire mage's head. Skull Crusher activated. The fire mage's skill was immediately interrupted, and the mage was stunned for 3 seconds. However, the fire mage was suddenly covered in flames. This is the effect of his equipment. When facing an attack, it summons a layer of fire protection. The protection needs to be broken before the fire mage can be harmed. Without hesitation, Su swung the dagger in her hand repeatedly. The skill, Fatal Cut, is activated. After being cut at high speed multiple times, the flame shield quickly shattered. As the fire mage's health plummeted to its lowest point, the stun duration of Skull Shatter also ended. The flames of resistance erupted immediately. Su was thrown back, losing 1/10 of her health. A hint of regret flashed in Su's eyes. The fire mage immediately shouted, "Where's the healer? What the hell are you doing? Why are you still?" The fire mage intended to call for healing, but upon turning around, he realized the healer was nowhere to be seen. The position that was originally occupied by the healer has been replaced by a stunningly beautiful silver-haired girl. No. She shouldn't be called a girl. She has 2 small, pointed horns on the top of her head. The leather whip in his hand was still burning with raging flames. The original healer had collapsed to the ground, his body cracked open, clearly dead. The fire mage murmured, "The Succubus Lilith?" Of the group, only Qiu Ling could see it most clearly. When Su stepped on the blood-red thorns that he had deliberately laid in ambush, Qiu Ling immediately wanted to activate his skill. But he found himself subjected to a soul attack and forcibly interrupted for a second. After 1 second had passed, a boy suddenly appeared in front of them. He also had a stunningly beautiful summoned beast named Lilith by his side. Lilith's figure suddenly disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of the healer, and had killed him. Ling looked at the boy's face in front of him, and then his extreme greed erupted. Luan, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination? It's like finding a needle in a haystack, only to have it come to you effortlessly. Ling's gaze toward Luan was filled with extreme greed. It's like a man who's taken 10 bottles of Viagra suddenly seeing a naked beauty. Ling shouted. Change target. Kill Luan. The mission reward is 10 million. The remaining fire mages and assassins instantly switched targets. Su naturally heard this as well and looked at Luan in surprise. I never expected that someone I met by chance would be worth more than me. Keep in mind that the bounty on him was only 1 million. This seemingly only slightly handsome young man is actually worth 10 million? 10 times its own? Su has been in the wild for a while and hasn't had time to surf the internet, so she doesn't know what happened. The next moment, Su discovered that the assassin had vanished. His expression immediately changed. Broken. Luan's face remained expressionless as vengeful spirits emanated from his body, with 20 vengeful spirits simultaneously attacking his back. The assassin had just appeared. Before he could even begin the throat-slitting technique, he was sucked to death by the vengeful spirits. Most of the vengeful spirits didn't even have a chance to take a sip. The assassin's eyes were filled with doubt. Why is Luan so familiar with his own combos? Luan revealed a cold smile. Want 10 million? Then let's see if you have the life to come and get it. After killing the assassin, the vengeful spirit immediately pounced on Ling. The enormous plant giant in front of Ling stood in his way, absorbing all the damage. The vengeful spirits were still struggling to deal with a level 41 summon beast, especially since the beast was good at defense. Seeing this, Ling no longer had the same idea as before. Even assassins couldn't kill him, so his plant summons were even less suitable for assassination. Ling took out a random teleportation scroll without hesitation. Upon seeing Ling's actions, the fire mage immediately shouted, "Wait for me!" Unfortunately, before the fire mage could get close, Su had already swung her dagger and attacked him again, entangled the fire mage in place. Ling glanced at the fire mage, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. You got yourself entangled, don't blame me! Just as Ling was about to open the scroll in his hand, Lilith appeared nearby. The allure is unleashed in an instant. A black heart flashed across his forehead. My esteemed Lady Lilith! What is it that I may offer you? Ling's attitude immediately did a complete 180-degree turn, and he became Lilith's dog. Lilith flew in midair, looking down at Ling from above, issuing commands like an empress. Put down the scroll and commit suicide! Without hesitation, Ling put the scroll aside, took out a long sword, and plunged it into his heart. Health points began to drop rapidly. Even in death, his eyes remained fixed on Lilith. A level 41, second stage powerhouse, dead! After the battle was over, Luan finally looked at Su's location. Luan wasn't worried about any unexpected events. After all, the fire mage didn't have much health left, and had already used up all his survival skills. Whether in terms of level, skills, or profession, Su has an absolute advantage. Sure enough, when Luan turned around, Su had already dealt with the fire mage and was staring blankly at Luan with the blood-stained dagger in her hand. Her little mouth was agape in surprise, forming an O shape. Am I seeing things? He single-handedly took on a level 41, second-tier powerhouse? And he seems quite relaxed about it. Su was dumbfounded. Because he was worried about Luan, he decided to finish the battle quickly, even at the risk of injury, by taking 2 skills from the fire mage to kill him as fast as possible. When he turned around, he found that Luan had already killed the person. And according to what Ling said before, Luan is still a freshman? A freshman from the class of 2019? What's wrong with this world? Xia He and Fan Yan, who had been watching the battle from the bushes, emerged and exclaimed in amazement. Old Lu, you've really gone too far, like a cow taking a plane. Is Lilith that powerful? This is already more than a 20-level difference, and Lilith can still charm? Xia He was also incredulous. Luan thought it was normal. Lilith's mental value was already as high as 9,500, and Qiu Ling was also a magic-based class. But with his current mental attribute at most 5,000 points, how could he possibly resist Lilith's charm? Su Su also put away her dagger, and her originally cold and sharp temperament vanished instantly, turning her back into the girl next door who used to stick sweet potatoes to her teeth. It walked towards the three of them step by step, its two pointed elven ears twitching slightly as it spoke. "Are you this year's top scorer?" Lewin shrugged, which was taken as tacit agreement. "There's no point in hiding it, anyone can easily find out by searching online later." Su Su exclaimed in surprise. "You're too abnormal. That's absolutely inhuman." Chapter 70. This elementary school is so unreliable. "This is absolutely inhuman." Su Su's words seemed to resonate with Xia He and Fan Yen, who nodded frantically. Lewin smiled, turned around and started looting the bag. They stripped all the valuable equipment and items off the 5 men. Lewin looked at Su Su and reluctantly handed her the archer's equipment. Lewin could take other people's equipment without feeling guilty, since he had contributed to the effort to some extent. This person was killed by Su Su alone, so naturally he belongs to Su Su as her spoils of war. But then Su Su shook her head, flicked her wrist, and the sweet potato she hadn't finished eating reappeared. She took a big bite and muttered something. "I don't want this. Could you give me some more food?" Before he could even speak in dialect, Lewin had already packed away his equipment and said, "Yes. Yes, plenty of sweet potatoes." Upon hearing that there were sweet potatoes to eat, Su Su's eyes immediately curved into crescent moons as she devoured the sweet potatoes, completely disregarding her image. After what just happened, the three of them were less wary of Su Su, even though she had indeed caused trouble for Lewin. However, she was trying her best to make up for it, even choosing to consume 1 level of experience to hide the 3 of them, which Lewin found very valuable. Back in the tent, Xia He and Su Su were roasting sweet potatoes. 2 items appeared in Lu An's hands. The first one was the scroll that Qiu Ling took out last. Random teleportation scroll. 1-time consumable item. After use, it can randomly teleport you to a location 20 kilometers away from the target. Maximum of 5 people can be teleported. A look of understanding appeared on Lu An's face. It really was this thing. It has a high degree of uncertainty. Someone was once approached by an enemy and used this scroll, which led him to fall into the lair of a wild boss. He only managed to escape with a broken leg. Putting aside the possibility of such a blunder, it is indeed a lifesaver. Lewin put the scroll away and then looked at another piece of equipment. The mask of the Black Gold Man. Special equipment. Wearing this mask will completely conceal your original appearance, and your facial features can be adjusted as desired. Special equipment? This was the first time Lewin had ever seen equipment without a quality rating. However, this equipment does not provide any attribute bonuses. Its only function is to change the appearance. This was good news for Lewin, since his current appearance was a bit too flamboyant. Furthermore, if one could truly change their appearance at will, it would be even more convenient to do things that are otherwise inconvenient. Lilith, standing to the side, was overjoyed. The owner of the black and gold mask looks even more handsome. And if it could change one's appearance. So, from then on, the master could transform into a different man each time? Ignoring the inexplicable emotions emanating from Lilith, Lewin pressed the mask against his face and put it on, the mask covering his face like water. A cool, refreshing sensation came over me. Lewin borrowed a mirror from Xia He. In the mirror, the mask fit Lu An's face perfectly, as if it were custom-made for him. However, the pattern of the red spider lily is still on the right side of the mask. Lewin closed his eyes, and Qiu Ling's image appeared in his mind. When Lewin opened his eyes again, he was startled. Looking in the mirror, my face had completely transformed into Qiu Ling's appearance, to the point that it was almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Suddenly seized by a playful impulse, Lewin quietly walked behind Fan Yen. Fan Yen was focused on roasting sweet potatoes and didn't notice Lewin approaching. Standing behind him, Lewin patted his shoulder and said coldly, "Kid, where is that guy named Lewin?" Fan Yen turned around and screamed, "It's come back to life!" With a flash of light, the shield instantly appeared in Fan Yan's hand. Even so, his other hand still gripped the stick of the roasted sweet potato tightly, and the sweet potato didn't fall. Hearing the commotion, Xiaohi instinctively drew her flaming longsword, preparing to fight to the death. Only Su Su calmly munched on the last piece of sweet potato in her hand. Luan smiled, reached out and took off his mask, and Fan Yen and Xiaohi breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, Lao Lu, you can't be that scary. If I weren't roasting sweet potatoes, I would have cleaved you in two with my sword." Fan Yen threw down those words fiercely, then focused on roasting sweet potatoes again. Luan scoffed and looked at Su Su. "What did I give myself away?" Her reaction was the calmest, which clearly showed that she had seen through his trick. Su Su hadn't even swallowed a mouthful of sweet potato when she mumbled, "First of all." Luan frowned. "Swallow it first before you speak." Su Su smiled sheepishly, swallowed hard, and said, "First of all, your voice has already given you away. Chiu Ling's voice sounds a bit more lewd, while yours is more childish." Luan silently noted this down, then asked with great interest, "Anything else?" "There's also a subtle difference in your demeanor, but very few people would notice it. I'm naturally more sensitive to this." "Anything else?" Luan realized he had asked the right person. Su Su's knowledge and judgment far surpassed Xiaohi's and the others, and she gave Luan a lot of advice. Su Su took a sweet potato that Fan Yen had just baked and said, "The last and most obvious problem is that your level is too low. Anyone above level 39 can see your true identity with an identification skill." Luan touched his chin. It seems that disguising one's identity still requires careful consideration. However, Luan was already quite satisfied that the mask was enough to prevent passers-by from recognizing him. "I believe that after a while, people will forget about me." Luan asked with some curiosity, "Su Su, why is a bounty placed on your head?" Although the reason why Luan was put on the bounty has not yet been confirmed, Luan can guess that after all, he had humiliated a country, and it is normal for the forces cultivated by the other party to want to eliminate him in advance. But why was Su Su put on the bounty? Su Su paused in her sweet potato eating, and Luan immediately said, "I was just asking out of curiosity. If it's inconvenient for you to say, then forget it." Su Su swallowed the sweet potato in her mouth and said softly, "It's okay. They put a bounty on me because I have half-elf blood. The heart of the elf is a job advancement quest for some professions." Luan suddenly realized why Su Su only had the features of an elf in her ears. She was the fruit of a love affair between a human and an elf. In some instances of this world, the monsters are not hostile to humans. In fact, humans can confide in them and even share their innermost feelings. One of them is the dungeon related to the elf race. Xiaohi stared wide-eyed, unable to contain herself, and said, "Just because of this? They're going to take your heart." A hint of reluctance flickered in Xiaohi's eyes. "This is too cruel. You're not a monster, you're a living, breathing person." Luan, however, thought it was perfectly normal. Throughout history, countless people have died during the job change quest. The elven race is quite powerful, and once a pure-blooded elf is hunted down, they will be marked with the unique elven mark, making them detectable when they approach any elf. Compared to this risk, hunting down Su Su is clearly a more worthwhile endeavor. Su Su finished the sweet potato in a few bites, then stood up to leave. "Xia," he asked in surprise, "it's already completely dark, are you still going to travel? Besides, the people chasing you are already dead. Why don't you squeeze into my tent and rest for the night before you leave?" Su Su's eyes curved into crescent shapes again as she smiled and said, "No, this is a semester test assigned to me by the academy. I have to rush to another place, so I can't waste any more time. I'll take my leave now, thank you for the sweet potatoes." Su Su stepped out of the cave and jumped onto a large tree. Her elven instincts allowed her to blend into the trees and plants, and she quickly disappeared into the night. Fan Yen lay in the tent, crossed his legs, and sighed. "Tisk, Su Su's school is too ruthless. They don't consider the safety of the students at all. Fortunately, all three of us are at Huaxia University. Let me tell you, this elementary school is unreliable." Chapter 71: The Golden Dragon Coiling on the White Jade Pillar. 2 days later. The city of Linen, so close at hand, resembled a majestic beast, exuding a heavy and awe-inspiring aura. The three of them, wrapped in thick cotton-padded clothes, rode on the back of the swift-winged horse, their eyes filled with amazement. Compared to Linen City, Jiangnan City's defensive fortifications seem like children playing house. In particular, some towering stone figures can still be vaguely seen on the city wall. He became excited almost instantly. Wow, this is a forbidden protective stone statue cast by an earth mage. Lu En's position gave him a clearer view. Some of the stone figures were missing, some were missing heads, and some were missing arms. However, the fact that they are still standing there firmly means that the guardian stone figures are still in effect. Lu En had no doubt that even if a fourth-rank expert directly attacked Linen City, they might not be able to gain any advantage. A cold wind blew by. Fan Yen shivered and said, "Alright, you two big shots, how about we come back to admire it in a couple of days? Can we go inside first? Why is this godforsaken place, Linen City, so cold?" The unique geographical location of Linen City results in extremely abnormal temperatures. Even in June, when it is the height of summer, Linen City does not feel hot at all. He possesses the Crimson Lotus sword chi within her body, so this low temperature has little effect on her. As for Luin, although he doesn't have the same professional advantages as he can't resist the fiery temper of Lilith. At this moment, Lilith was hugging Luin from behind, pressing tightly against him, afraid that Luin would feel even the slightest bit of coldness. Fan Yen sniffed, her eyes filled with resentment as she looked at Luin. Luin and He exchanged a smile. The three men were about to enter the city on horseback when they were stopped by the guards. After showing the relevant documents, they checked each person's identity before letting them pass, and didn't forget to give the three people some instructions. "Large mounts and pets are prohibited in Linen City. You'd better put your swift-winged horse away." Luin and his two companions nodded their thanks, put the swift-winged horse into their rings, and then entered Linen City. Luin immediately put on the mask of the Dark Gold Master, and transformed his appearance into that of an ordinary person. Now that he knows he has a 10 million bounty on his head, who knows if someone has planted spies in Linen to find out where he is? When Luin, now in a different form, appeared before He and the others, they would have had difficulty recognizing him if it weren't for the color of the mask and the spider lily pattern. Luin has been trying to change his voice these past 2 days, at least to avoid speaking in his natural voice. "Let's go, let's return the swift-winged horse first," Luin said, pointing to the spirit ring on his hand. The three of them soon arrived at the Huaxia Empire Exchange in Linen City. As soon as he entered, Luin saw Huang Qiu's familiar figure. Huang Qiu, who was leaning against the wall listlessly, was stunned when he saw Luin. Huang Qiu had already recognized He beside him, but who was this man wearing a black and gold mask? Luin waved to Huang Qiu, who was taken aback at first, then his eyes seemed to suddenly light up. That was the look on the face of the sugar daddy. They immediately led Luin, Fan Yen, and He into the VIP lounge. Fan Yen stared wide-eyed in surprise as she looked at the lounge. Aren't all the exchanges in China like cold, lifeless crystal balls? Why is there such a luxurious trading room in the back? He had been here once before with her father, so she was somewhat resistant to what she was seeing and pretended to be calm and composed. They even glared at Fan Yen with a hint of disdain, as if to say, "Look at your ignorant attitude." Fan Yen picked up a grape out of curiosity and tasted it, and was immediately amazed. The grapes had a melt-in-your-mouth sweet taste, and you couldn't even feel the grape skins. Fan Yen kept stuffing the grapes into his mouth with both hands. Lilith emerged from Luan's body and placed another plate of grapes in front of herself. She sat down next to Luan, intently peeling off the grape skins to reveal the golden flesh inside. He carefully placed it in front of Luan's mouth. Luan ate casually, then patted Lilith's white hair approvingly, and Lilith's face showed an expression of great enjoyment. Fan Yen silently put down the grapes in her hand. "I'm not eating them anymore. These grapes suddenly aren't sweet anymore, they're so sour." With Huang Qiu's help, the three of them quickly completed the process of returning the spirit ring. At the same time, Luan also sold the things he had obtained from Jiang Feng and Qiu Ling in the past few days. It has to be said that although they are all level 40, second-stage powerhouses, Qiu Ling and his group are much poorer than Li Kuang. The total sales amounted to only 1.72 million yuan. With his previous balance, Lewin is now a wealthy man with 3 million in hand. This time, Lewin was not in a hurry to buy anything. After I finish clearing the secret realm at Huaxia Academy, the next step will be the job change quest. Who knows what kind of strange and unusual materials I'll need. Lewin felt it was necessary to prepare in advance. After receiving a map of Linen City from Huangqiu, the three headed towards the location of Huaxia Academy marked on the map. Huaxia Academy is located in the very center of Linen City, so the flow of people is naturally abundant, and there are also many small vendors on the side. Lively shouts rose and fell. Steamed buns! Steamed buns! Freshly steamed buns! Selling coal! Selling coal! The lively scene even made Lewin think they had taken the wrong path, but suddenly he pointed to the right and said, "Look over there!" Lewin looked over there and saw that it was the only area without vendors. There was a huge white jade stone with several large, elegant characters carved on it. Huaxia University. Lewin read it out word by word. Besides the white jade blocks, there are 2 white jade pillars that are as thick as 3 people can hug, reaching straight to the sky. On the left pillar, there is a golden dragon that is carved, with horns like a deer, eyes like a rabbit, and claws like an eagle. A gentle breeze blew by, and the long whiskers around the golden dragon's mouth swayed slightly in the wind, as if it were a living creature. Lu An's eyes lit up. The image of this golden dragon was closer to Lu An's definition of a dragon than to the large lizard-like Western dragon. The white jade pillar on the right was completely empty, but Lewin had a feeling that these 2 pillars were not meant for decoration. It was used for the golden dragon statue to play with. Lewin glanced at the statue, shook his head, and dismissed the idea. The 3 of them walked towards the 2 white jade pillars with their heads held high and chests puffed out. With each step closer, the golden dragon on the pillar became more and more lifelike. In the end, Lewin could even see the luster on its scales and feel a powerful aura emanating from it. The 3 of them continued walking inside without stopping. Whether it was a misperception or not, as Lewin passed the white jade pillar, he seemed to see the golden dragon wink at him. But when Lewin turned around, he saw nothing. The golden dragon on the white jade pillar had completely returned to its original sculpted appearance. Chapter 72. A tycoon is right next to me. The first thing the 3 of them did after entering the university was naturally to go to the academic affairs office to register. It has to be said that the campus is really huge. It took Lewin and his classmates half an hour to find the academic affairs office with the help of other students. The teacher in charge of handling the reports was also very enthusiastic. After verifying the registration and authentication, he called over a senior student and said, "He will take you to the dormitory building later. On the way, he will also introduce you to the facilities and corresponding rules and requirements of the university. The day after tomorrow is the first day of your special training camp, starting at 6 a.m. Just don't oversleep." Lewin and the other 2 nodded repeatedly and followed the senior out of the academic affairs office. The senior student gently extended his hand to the 3 of them and said, "Congratulations on joining Huaxia Academy. My name is Li Xingxing. I am 1 year ahead of you and I am currently a level 23 wind mage." Lewin and the other 2 greeted each other in unison. "Hello, senior." Under Li Xingxing's guidance, the 3 of them began to formally learn about the situation at Huafu Academy. This is the cafeteria. The prices vary depending on the type of food. The top-tier dishes are made by 4th-level chefs. Not only do they taste amazing, but they also have some special effects. Of course, the higher the level of the dish, the more points it consumes. Anyway, I've never eaten any mid-level dishes. And this is the training ground. You can change the location to generate wooden stakes according to your needs. It's a good place to test your skills. It also costs points to activate. This is the library, which has the most complete collection of books and materials in all of China. The contents are all-encompassing. More importantly, this is the only place where you don't have to spend points. Lewin silently memorized this information. It seems that without points, it's really difficult to get anywhere in Huaxia University. Fortunately, I have a few 100 million points, so I don't need to worry too much. Lewin suddenly noticed a tall tower that seemed to have a head protruding from it in the distance. Pointing at the tower, Lewin asked, "Senior Li, what is that tower?" Li Xingxing followed Lu An's finger, and then suddenly realized. Isn't it spectacular? That's the trial realm of heroes. It's a secret realm that our Huaxia Academy operates independently. Each level contains powerful professionals who have appeared in history. Even just clearing one level can yield a large reward. Luan noted down the place, planning to visit it later when he had time. However, this is a bit too far off for you at this stage. Let me take you to choose your dormitories first. Li Xingxing led Luan and the others to a building that looked like a snail shell. There was no one in the building, only a huge electronic screen. This is where you choose your dormitory. You can choose according to your own situation. After you've made your selection, I'll take you to see the other facilities. The three stepped forward, and the corresponding information immediately loaded onto the screen. 8-person dormitory, 50 points per month. 4-person dormitory, 100 points per month. 2-person dormitory, 200 points per month. Single deluxe dormitory, 400 points per month. Fan Yan's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Holy crap, I scored over 800 points and can only stay in a single dorm for 2 months. This is absolutely outrageous. What the hell is this? No sooner had the words been spoken than a powerful voice suddenly rang out from the seemingly deserted building. The dormitory prices are fair and transparent. Questioning the rules will result in a deduction of 20 points. Huh? A new student? Oh well, never again. Fan Yan stared in shock, covering her mouth to make sure she didn't lose her temper and lose another 20 points. Li Xingxing put her hand to her forehead and stepped forward, saying, You're really unlucky. You just happened to run into a teacher. Besides earning and spending points normally, teachers also have the authority to deduct points. Luckily you're a freshman, so the teacher didn't hold it against you. Fan Yan nodded silently, realizing he needed to think before he spoke next time. Xia He looked at the content displayed on the electronic screen and her expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Although she had more points than Fan Yan, she would only have enough for 3 months if she chose a single dormitory room. Li Xingxing whispered a reminder from the side. I suggest you choose the 8-person dormitory. Although the conditions are a bit worse, it's cheaper. And on the bright side, 8 people would be so lively. Imagining himself living in an 8-person dormitory, Fan Yan's big face instantly turned into a Chinese character meaning awkward or embarrassed. Li Xingxing saw this and naturally understood what Fan Yan and the others were thinking. After all, he had gone through the same thing back then, choosing a 2-person dormitory out of youthful arrogance, and squandering all his points in just 5 months. I had to do some scattered tasks to accumulate points again. Sigh, perhaps this is the cycle of reincarnation. You only learn some lessons after you've suffered them. Li Xingxing sighed, but suddenly realized that Luan had already made his choice. Luan would naturally not choose a dormitory with many people, otherwise how would Lilith be released at night? Good grief, we can't exactly broadcast live from the dorm room. A golden key, symbolizing a single dormitory room, appeared out of nowhere in Luan's hands. Li Xingxing? Looking at the points balance displayed on the screen in front of Luan, even after deducting the 400 points spent on the single dormitory, Luan still had a terrifying 43,327 points left. Li Xingxing silently swallowed. Good heavens, a tycoon is right next to me? Li Xingxing immediately realized what was happening, took out the list that the teacher had just given her, and carefully searched for it. Sure enough, she saw the 2 familiar names, Luan and Lu Xingxing. He suddenly found himself breathing rapidly, never expecting that he would be receiving the top scorer in the national exam. Li Xingxing immediately became even more enthusiastic. After hesitating for a moment, Fan Yan and Xia He both ultimately chose the 4-person dormitory. Li Xingxing led the 3 away, originally intending to check out the dormitory. I had only taken a few steps when I heard and saw several people running hurriedly forward. Hey, I heard Lu Shui finally came out of the secret realm, and the class monitor of Class 2 has forcibly started the class leader challenge. Damn, I have to go check this out. Luan was also stunned for a moment. His older sister had just come out of the secret realm? I sent my older sister a message yesterday, but she didn't reply, and I didn't expect her to come out today. Upon hearing the name Lu Shui, Xia He immediately became excited. What is the class leader challenge that Senior Lee and the others were talking about? Where is it? Seeing that the three of them were very interested, Li Xingxing led them together to the challenge location. At the same time, he didn't forget to explain to the three of them what the prefect's challenge was. Each grade has a grade leader position, which is actually a nominal position that doesn't require any actual work, but it grants an extra 200 points each month. Therefore, this position is highly competitive among new students every year. However, the position of class leader is not fixed. Even after you become class leader, you can still be challenged. The challenge is a best-of-3 format. If you lose, you will relinquish your position as class leader. With Li Xingxing's explanation, the three of them finally arrived near the prefect's challenge area. The place was already packed with people, but Xia He stubbornly squeezed through the crowd. Finally, they arrived at the front. In front of Xia He and the others was an open space where a man and a woman were standing. The man was dressed in rare quality armor and held a warhammer that also emitted a purple light. He was clearly a spendthrift warrior. On the other hand, the woman wore a pure white robe, her wavy hair flowing in the wind. Her phoenix-shaped eyebrows complemented her cold, beautiful eyes. Xia He, who was standing to the side, screamed her name. "Oh! Lu Shui, the Ice and Snow Goddess!" Chapter 73 Huaxia University. The four major clubs. Lu Shui glanced in the direction of the sound and paused for a second on Luan. Although Luan had changed his appearance, Lu Shui still instinctively sensed a familiar feeling. However, Lu Shui was quite certain that she did not know this person. Turning her gaze away, Lu Shui looked at her opponent on the field, Zhou Yijian, the class monitor of Class 2, a level 27 hidden profession, the hammer forger. Lu Shui frowned. Originally, the first thing she wanted to do after leaving the secret realm was to contact Luan to find out about his college entrance examination, but she did not expect that Zhou Yijian would force her to launch a challenge and teleport her here. Since the opponent is so eager, they must have something to rely on. Although my level is one level higher than theirs, I dare not underestimate them. Zhou Yijian brandished his warhammer and laughed. Don't blame me for being unethical. You've been in this prefectural leader position for almost a year now. It's time for me to take it. Lu Shui said coldly. Stop talking nonsense. If you want points, defeat me first. Zhou Yijian was not angry upon hearing this, and a countdown slowly appeared on the arena. When the countdown reaches 0, several ice spears suddenly materialized out of thin air behind Lu Shui, their deep blue color radiating an extremely chilling aura. Lu Shui gently waved her right hand forward. These ice spears flew towards Zhou Yijian like soldiers obeying orders. Seeing this, Zhou Yijian sneered. He had long studied Lu Shui's fighting style. Suddenly, the warhammer in his hand grew larger and blocked Lu Shui's path. The warhammer blazed with purple light, miraculously blocking all the ice spears. Lu Shui's face remained expressionless as she coldly spoke. Burst! The ice spear that Zhou Yijian blocked suddenly exploded before it even hit the ground. Countless shards of ice flew out, slashing Zhou Yijian all over, with only his hands holding the warhammer feeling slightly better. The crowd watching from the sidelines erupted in cheers. Clearly, more people are on Lu Shui's side, since everyone is attracted to good looks. Xia He excitedly shouted from the side. So cool! No wonder she's my idol, the Ice and Snow Goddess! A hint of admiration also appeared in Lu An's eyes. That ice spear wasn't my older sister's active skill, but rather the ice mage's passive skill, Heart of Ice. You can freely manipulate ice elements to condense into the shape you want. Combined with Lu Shui's most proficient ice blast technique, it's easy to gain the initiative. Luan suddenly noticed that there was a clear phenomenon of people sticking together in the crowd, occupying the four corners of the entire dueling arena. Luan asked Li Xingxing, What do they do? They seem to be from different grades? Li Xingxing explained. They are members of a club. There are 4 registered student clubs at Huaxia University. Every freshman can choose one to join. You only need to spend some points to get the club's protection. Speaking of which, I suggest you join a club first, since you have a lot of points. If you are maliciously challenged and lose, you will lose 10% of your points. Luan suddenly realized that this gang was doing the work of the underworld, paying points to gain protection. Looking at Lu Shui on the field, Luan suddenly realized something and asked. Lu Shui hasn't joined any clubs, right? Li Xingxing nodded. Yes, she has consistently refused invitations from the 4 major clubs, citing her focus on leveling up as the reason. As a result, many people are eyeing her position as class leader. After all, if someone from the club gets the position of class leader, they'll have to share a portion of the club's points rewards. Luan roughly understood that it was because his older sister hadn't joined the gang that she was being targeted. Luan suddenly felt a strong sense of disgust towards these 4 clubs he was meeting for the first time. As the two were talking, Zhou Yijian on the field was already covered in injuries, and it seemed that the outcome of the match was about to be decided. Zhou Yijian suddenly let out a howl, and a large amount of green light suddenly appeared on his body. The wounds caused by the ice blast spell began to heal rapidly, disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhou Yijian's aura also intensified. He wiped the blood off his face and sneered. Didn't expect that, did you? The first-tier skill of the Forge Master is self-healing enhancement. As long as you can't kill me, I can become even stronger. The onlookers gasped in surprise. Zhou Yijian's skill was disgusting. As long as he couldn't be killed instantly, he could recover and become even stronger. A boy next to Luan and his group suddenly cursed angrily. Damn it, Zhou Yijian is shameless. He relies on his brother's money to get equipment and skills that are all aimed at Shui. Come at me if you dare! Upon hearing the boy address Lu Shui as Shui, alarm bells suddenly went off in Lu An's mind. She subconsciously scrutinized the boy. Zhou Hu, level 27, fierce tiger fighter. He's average looking and average skilled. He wouldn't want to be his own brother-in-law, would he? Luan squinted and walked over to Zhou Hu, patting him on the shoulder. Hey bro, what's your relationship with Lu Shui? Upon hearing this, Zhou Hu turned around and looked at Luan, but sensed a dangerous signal flashing in his eyes. Friend, Lu Shui and I are friends. Luan didn't let up and continued to press. Are you sure you're just friends? Zhou Hu, who looked quite burly, seemed to back down under Lu An's relentless questioning. He glanced around instinctively and said, Not really. I can only speak occasionally. Luan breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he was being a simp. That's all right then. Luan shook his head and returned to his original position. Zhou Hu finally realized what was happening. Hey, who are you? Why are you interrogating me like this? Unfortunately, Lu An's attention had already shifted to the dueling arena. In the dueling arena, Zhou Yijian swung his warhammer and lunged at Lu Shui. His speed noticeably increased. Lu Shui frowned, and 2 ice crystals suddenly appeared under her feet. Using the ice as a springboard, she barely kept pace with her opponent. With a wave of his hand, countless ice walls rose from the ground, blocking Zhou Yijian's path. Unfortunately, it could only hold off Zhou Yijian's warhammer for less than a second before being completely destroyed. Looking at the densely packed ice walls rising all around, Zhou Yijian suddenly stopped and slammed the warhammer in his hand into the ground. At that moment, the ground was as if a huge rock had been thrown into a deep pool, and an amazing wave spread out from the ground. The wave was half a meter high, and wherever it went, the ice walls broke apart. Lu Shui tried to dodge, but the shockwave was an area of effect attack with no blind spots, and Lu Shui was thrown high into the air. A triumphant smile appeared on Zhou Yijian's face. Got you! Zhou Yijian's figure flashed like lightning, rushing towards the spot where Lu Shui was about to land. Finally, Lu Shui landed. Zhou Yijian had already raised his warhammer high, and was about to bring it down heavily on Lu Shui's body. The crowd gasped in surprise. Chapter 74 The Brat Has Grown Up. As the warhammer slammed down, it wasn't Lu Shui's scream that rang out. It was the sound of ice breaking. Zhou Yijian's expression changed. Under the warhammer, there was no Lu Shui, but clearly a human-shaped block of ice. Meanwhile, the real Lu Shui revealed herself, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and coldly said, Explode! The humanoid ice block under Zhou Yijian's warhammer suddenly shattered, and the flying ice shards cut a deep, bone-revealing wound on Zhou Yijian's chest, through which his internal organs could be vaguely seen. However, it only lasted a short while before Zhou Yijian's injuries began to heal. Lu Shui didn't even have time to finish her off. After this trauma, Zhou Yijian seemed to have become stronger again. Even Lu Shui could only temporarily avoid his sharp edge, constantly dodging around the arena, hoping to wait for the time it took for Zhou Yijian's healing and strengthening skills to end. But anyone with eyes can see that if Zhou Yijian waits until the cooldown is over and then uses the ground-pounding skill again, Lu Shui will definitely lose. Luan frowned deeply. Although Zhou Yijian's skills are very powerful, his recovery cannot be unlimited. As long as his older sister uses control skills, she can wear him down until he dies. Alternatively, you can use powerful offensive skills to break through the critical point of the opponent's state. But why didn't my older sister use any other skills? Xia He's eyes widened in surprise. How could this be? Lu Shui Shi. The scene in the challenge arena was different from what Xia He had imagined. Shouldn't Lu Shui be the one dominating everyone? The boy named Zhou who turned around and glanced at Xia He, his fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth and spoke. Why is this happening? It's all her brother's fault. Shui is exceptionally intelligent and has a strong fighting ability. She doesn't need to rely on club connections. She can become a class leader simply by using her ice explosion technique and ice heart. I finally managed to accumulate enough points a while ago to get the chance to enter the secret realm. She risked her life to obtain 2 universal skill scrolls for levels 1 to 20, and only learned the Substitute Iceman skill. Then, after receiving some news about her brother, she decided to abandon the skill and send the scrolls to him instead. Xia He secretly glanced at Luan, whose expression was strange, and said, "No way, are you sure you're not mistaken? I heard her brother is pretty capable." Zhou Hu snorted coldly. "Had mistake? How could that be? I was the one who helped her send that scroll out." If Shui had even one offensive or crowd control skill, she couldn't possibly have lost this match. Zhou Yijian deliberately timed it this way. If he waited until Shui converted her gains from the secret realm into combat power, he wouldn't be a match for her. Zhou Hu sighed as he spoke. Shui has really had a tough time. Her family can't offer any support, and they're unwilling to accept my kindness. She's saving money on her own to learn skills and buy equipment, but it's simply not enough to cover her expenses. Luan listened from the side, his fists clenching tighter and tighter. So that's how you cut out the scrolls your older sister sent you back then? I had mistakenly thought my older sister had made it big at a prestigious university in China. Come to think of it, my older sister doesn't have a 100% drop rate like me, and she doesn't have family support, so how could she be so wealthy? Even so, my older sister still chose to send the scroll to me after learning about my profession. Looking at his older sister in the duel arena, dressed in a white robe, still looking dashing even while dodging skills, Luan suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Luan suddenly walked to the front of the dueling arena and shouted loudly in his original voice. "Sis, let's stop fighting, we'll concede!" Lu Shui, who was dodging, heard a familiar voice and almost thought she was hallucinating. She turned around sharply in the direction from which the voice came, but only saw an ordinary-looking boy wearing a black and gold mask. The others nearby were also discussing it. Who does he think he is? He actually calls Lu Shui older sister. Do you think Lu Shui even acknowledges him? That's ridiculous. Giving up would be a bad start. Even if they were siblings, they wouldn't give up. But I have indeed heard that Lu Shui has a younger brother. Could it really be him? Luan ignored their words and reached out to remove the black and gold mask from his face. Upon seeing Luan's familiar face, Lu Shui was stunned for a second before a surge of intense joy welled up from the bottom of her heart. He did it. Did Luan really get into Huaxia University as a demon warlock? Zhou Yijian didn't care what had happened, victory was within his grasp. He rushed in front of Lu Shui and raised his warhammer once more. But then Lu Shui suddenly said calmly, "I admit defeat." Zhou Yijian could no longer swing the warhammer in his hand. The scores of the two fighters were also displayed in the dueling arena. 1 o'clock. Zhou Yijian wanted to make a sarcastic remark, but he found that Lu Shui didn't even look at him and walked straight towards Luan's position. The spectators were also in an uproar. Holy crap! The ice goddess actually admitted defeat! This is the first time ever! Holy crap, could he really be Lu Shui's brother? Wait, why does he look so familiar? No, isn't he Luan, this year's top scorer? Shocking! The top scorer Luan is Lu Shue's younger brother? Who told me before that Lu Shue was a brother-supporting demon and that I should stay away from her? Zhou Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. This kid was actually Shue's younger brother? So, the person you just complained about is right next to you. Lu Shue also heard their discussion, her brows furrowed slightly for a moment before returning to calm. Regardless of whether Luan is this year's top scorer or not, he is still my younger brother. Lu Shue stopped in front of Luan, her eyes filled with excitement, but she said calmly, "You've grown taller this year, and your hair has gotten a bit long. I'll get it cut later." Luan grinned and said, "Yes, I'll get it done in a bit." Then Luan took out 4 scrolls from his backpack and handed them to Lu Shue. Lu Shue looked at Luan with confusion, not understanding what it was. Only after Luan gestured to her did she take the scroll. After seeing its attributes, a look of surprise flashed across Lu Shue's face. Luan handed over the 3 unused universal skill scrolls for levels 0 to 20 to Lu Shue, the last scroll being obtained from the Yamata no Orochi. Unique skill scroll, Extreme Ice Hell. Luan had planned to give this skill to his older sister from the beginning, and now was the perfect opportunity. Luan said softly, "Hurry up and learn, the next round will start in a few minutes. I'm waiting to see you unleash your full power." Lu Shue suddenly smiled, looking at the smiling boy in front of her, and couldn't help but mutter, "This brat has grown up." As 4 clumps of ashes fell. Lu Shue had absorbed all 4 scrolls. She closed her eyes and felt the powerful magic surging within her body. When Lu Shue opened her eyes again, she could faintly see snowflakes drifting through them. She already possessed an aura that kept strangers at bay, and this aura became even more pronounced after absorbing the Extreme Ice Hell. Lu Shue suddenly smiled at Luan, as if an iceberg had melted away, and everyone felt as if spring had arrived. Zhou Hu and Fan Yan, the 2 boys beside Luan, stared at her with wide eyes. Luan urged, "Go quickly." Lu Shue nodded, turned around, and stepped onto the dueling arena once again. As Lu Shue stepped onto the stage, snowflakes suddenly began to fall. Chapter 75 New Skill Acquired. One-Sided Slaughter. As Zhou Yijian watched Lu Shue walk step by step onto the stage, an exaggerated smile appeared on his lips. "Lu Shue, are you sure there's any point in continuing? You have absolutely no chance of winning. You might as well just admit defeat and save us all some time." Looking at his arrogant expression, Lu Shue's face grew even colder, and she said coldly, "Didn't they say that a dog that bites doesn't bark? Why are you talking so much? Looks like it's not a good dog." Lu Shue's words were pointed, and Zhou Yijian's face immediately darkened. "If you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me." As the countdown in the duel arena reached 0, Zhou Yijian let out a howl first and slammed his warhammer heavily into the ground. The ground was rippled again by his impact, and the ripples quickly spread toward Lu Shue's location. "Playing your trump card right from the start, trying to seize control of the battle? I wonder if Lu Shue has thought of a solution. If she loses this round, she will lose her position as class monitor. She will have to wait at least 3 months to launch another challenge. Even if you give her 3 months, it won't make a difference. How could the 100 Flower Society tolerate losing the points they've already earned?" Lu Shue looked at the waves spreading towards her and felt completely calm. She really wouldn't have been able to do it if it were just now. However, now that Lu Shue has the scrolls provided by her younger brother Luan, her strength is beyond description. Lu Shue remained calm, and only spoke when the wave was about to hit her. "Frozen Ring!" An extremely cold, ice-attribute energy emanated from Lu Shue's body, freezing everything around her in place. Even Zhou Yijian's skills were frozen in place. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Yijian's eyes as he swung his warhammer and charged towards Lu Shue. With her own healing enhancement, even if the earthquake had no effect on Lu Shue, she would still be invincible. Standing on the forcibly altered terrain, Lu Shue pointed her jade-like hand at Zhou Yijian and murmured softly, "Ice Prison." The ice elements around Zhou Yijian suddenly began to gather, and ice pillars far exceeding the hardness and strength of ice spears suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Yijian. Icicles kept condensing and forming a cage made of ice. Zhou Yijian angrily swung his warhammer into the ice cage, but only a few ice shards flew out. "Damn, they just called Zhou Yijian a dog, And now they're all high and mighty, they've put him in a dog cage. 6666. This move is like putting a dog in a cage to beat it. Lewin nodded in satisfaction from the sidelines. This is the older sister I remember. Xia, he was even more excited, shouting, Ice and Snow Goddess YYDS. Inside the ice prison, Zhou Yijian's eyes were bloodshot. When had he ever been humiliated like this? He angrily swung his warhammer, trying to break through the ice pillar in front of him. How could Lu Shui possibly give him that chance? Extreme ice freeze! Zhou Yijian's body was suddenly covered with a thick layer of ice crystals. Zhou Yijian, who was originally swinging his hammer to try to break the ice cage, quickly turned into a giant human-shaped ice sculpture. Lu Shui said coldly at the end. Burst! Bang! The human-shaped ice sculpture and the ice prison exploded simultaneously, sending ice shards flying everywhere. The restrictions on the dueling arena were suddenly lifted. The score was now tied at 1-1. After the ice shards dispersed, Zhou Yijian, looking disheveled but without any injuries, was revealed. Death has been declared. Does this mean that Lu Shui's skill combo could instantly kill Zhou Yijian under normal circumstances? Holy crap, that's amazing! How did Lu Shui suddenly become so powerful? Many people turned their attention to Lu An's position. Just now, Lu An suddenly appeared and took the initiative to make Lu Shui admit defeat, and then gave Lu Shui something. When Lu Shui returned to the stage, she immediately became so powerful that everyone instantly realized that this was inseparable from Lu An. The way everyone looked at Lu An's location was filled with complex emotions. At first, I thought Lu Shui was a sister who spoiled her brother, and her brother was a good-for-nothing. Unexpectedly, Lu Shui's younger brother turned out to be the national champion they had been talking about for the past 2 years. Even more unexpectedly, Lu An was able to significantly improve Lu Shui's strength in such a short period of time all by himself. Zhou Yijian returned to the 100 Flowers Society group dejectedly. Zhou Yijian lowered his head and said, Sorry, brother, I couldn't defeat Lu Shui. Her new skill combination damage exceeded my limit. The president of the 100 Flowers Society was a man named Zhou Yikong. He was wearing a black robe and looked at Lu Shui with a hint of hostility in his eyes, while offering words of comfort. It's just a temporary victory or defeat. Drink this potion, and if you win later, you can get the position of prefect. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yijian looked at the medicine bottle that Zhou Yikong handed him in surprise. Icy potion. Disposable props. After consumption, ice resistance increases by 50% for 5 minutes. Side effect: no experience gain is possible for the next 3 days. Such a small bottle of medicine could sell for no less than 1 million on the market. Zhou Yijian suddenly hesitated and said, Isn't this considered cheating? Zhou Yikong waved his hand. Those who achieve great things don't concern themselves with trifles. Don't forget, I'm a senior this year and about to graduate. You'll have to take the position of class leader before you have a chance to take my place. Hearing his older brother say this, Zhou Yijian felt a surge of excitement. As long as he became the class leader and with his brother's help became the president of the 100 Flowers Club, wouldn't he be easily sought after by various families and guilds with high salaries after graduation? Zhou Yijian took the potion and nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with fighting spirit as he looked at Lu Shui, who was waiting to start the battle again in the arena. The current president of the 100 Flowers Guild, Zhou Yikong, is known for his virtuous character among the students, so naturally there are all sorts of rumors circulating about him. TSK, Zhou Yikong is no saint. Do you think he'll just give up so easily after the 100 Flowers Society has made such a big show of trying to take the class leader position? TCH, I heard that Zhou Yikong seems to have already prepared a backup plan. He bought a lot of good stuff at the exchange recently, all of which are aimed at Lu Shui. Pa, shameless. No wonder I noticed Zhou has changed all his fitness gear. Your information is outdated. Breaking news, Zhou Yikong bought a cold potion. Using drugs to get on stage? Although it's not explicitly forbidden, it's really despicable for 2 grown men to resort to such methods. There's nothing we can do. They're just rich. If Lu Shui had money, she could do drugs too. Lu An overheard quite a bit of this conversation. Xia, he asked with some concern. Are you sure Sister Schwer will be alright? The ice potion can increase ice resistance by 50% in a short time. Sister Schwer has only ice attribute skills, this is such a disadvantage. Lewin remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. Just kidding, even if Lu Shui had Orochi's signature move, she still wouldn't be able to beat this little punk. Then let's just stop calling this Yamada no Orochi that. Let's call it the Yamada no Orochi Earthworm. Chapter 76. The benefits aren't attractive enough, I'm in a real bind. The countdown to the final match has begun. Zhou Yijian downed the potion and saw the notification that his ice resistance had increased by 50%. He crushed the bottle and grinned maliciously. I did underestimate your strength, but this is where you stop. Lu Shue's expression remained calm, and she suddenly closed her eyes. Skill, Extreme Ice Hell. Unleash. The clouds in the sky suddenly stopped, and even the air seemed to freeze. The entire duel arena seemed to be filled with ice elements. The ice element, almost solidified, seemed to blanket the entire duel arena with a layer of blue light. Holy crap, what kind of skill is that? Why does it cover the entire arena? Are you guys cold? I feel so cold. Look! Those are snowflakes. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, countless snowflakes suddenly began to fall in the dueling arena. Although the temperature in Linen City is extremely low, snow scenes are quite common every winter, but the current situation is clearly caused by Lu Shui. The falling snowflakes seemed to swirl and dance around Lu Shui like little elves. Lu Shui's original temperament was described as that of an ice goddess, and the scene before her eyes only confirmed that title. Damn, honey, let's break up for a day. Today I belong to the ice and snow goddess. She's so beautiful, the snowflakes don't even melt when they fall on her head. What's wrong with Zhou Yijian? Why hasn't he made a sound? Is he scared out of his wits? Ha ha ha, he's fallen head over heels for the ice goddess. Zhou Yijian stood in the dueling arena, watching the snowflakes falling from the sky. Unlike the others, he had no interest in appreciating them. Instead, he felt extreme fear. The snowflakes looked beautiful, but Zhou Yijian could sense an extremely terrifying power contained within them. Zhou Yijian had no doubt that as long as he touched one of the snowflakes, the power, no less than the previous skill combo, would instantly erupt and shatter him. A hint of resentment appeared on Zhou Yijian's face as he tried his best to dodge the snowflakes and get closer to Lu Shui. Unfortunately, the snowflakes in the sky seemed endless, and before Zhou Yijian could take 2 steps, a snowflake landed on his left shoulder. What was originally a small and cute snowflake suddenly burst forth with fierce power. A flash of blue light appeared, and Zhou Yijian's entire left shoulder was frozen solid. Zhou Yijian touched his left shoulder in horror, but with just a light touch, the frozen shoulder turned into ice shards and dissipated. The healing and strengthening light kept flashing, but it had no effect whatsoever. The wound on his entire left arm was covered with a layer of ice shards, making it impossible to heal. Zhou Yijian was terrified, and that was only because he had taken the medicine. If he hadn't taken the medicine, Zhou Yijian had no doubt that his whole body would have been frozen solid. But that might actually be a good thing for him, at least under the rules of the dueling arena. The match would be forcibly terminated if he suffered a fatal injury, instead of losing an arm like we are now. As more snowflakes fell on his body, Zhou Yijian screamed in terror. I surrender! I surrender! The snowflakes in the dueling arena suddenly disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Zhou Yijian looked at Lu Shui in front of him with lingering fear, but he could no longer muster any fighting spirit. On the contrary, Lu Shui showed a hint of regret. That feeling was amazing. Lu Shui's profession originally gave her a strong affinity for ice elements, but when she released the skill, she felt a completely different sensation. It was as if she had become the ruler of this world, and all ice elements had to obey her commands. The scores in the duel arena have been updated. 2:1. Lu Shui won, and the position of class monitor remained unchanged. The crowd erupted in cheers. Did you just see that? It was just a snowflake, but it was incredibly powerful. What kind of skill is this? Why have I never heard of it before? It looks so powerful and beautiful. Wow, so amazing! The ice and snow goddess lives up to her name. Now no one should be able to take her position as prefect. Zhou Yijian slunk away, wanting to return to his spot in the 100 Flowers Club, only to find that the club members had left before him. Lu Shui walked down from the dueling arena and came to Luan. Without saying a word, she hugged Luan tightly. Luan did not resist. This is time for the two siblings. A moment later, Lu Shui released her embrace and said fiercely, "You brat, tell me everything that has happened during this time. I want to know everything, word for word." Luan nodded emphatically, and then introduced Xia He and Fan Yan to Lu Shui. "They are my friends, and also freshmen who were admitted to Huaxia University this year. Xia He is a big fan of yours, and she even has a nickname similar to yours. Call her Red Lotus." Before Luan could finish speaking, Xia He hurriedly interrupted. "Ha ha ha, don't listen to Luan's nonsense. Please guide me in the future." Xia He reached out and shook hands with Lu Shui. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at his right hand. He kept his right hand in a shaking hand position, already mentally resolving not to wash it when he got home. "This is a hand that my idol has personally shaken." Just as the group was chatting and reminiscing, a deep, steady male voice suddenly rang out. "Is it perhaps my time to arrive that is inappropriate?" Luan turned around and saw a man with a square face who looked very composed and was probably several years older than Luan and the others. Luan recognized the other party. He had previously been the leader of one of the gangs. However, the other party seemed to have no ill intentions and directly disclosed his identity information. Guan Xiong, level 49, Holy Shield Envu. Zhou Hu, who was standing to the side, asked in surprise, "Boss Guan, what brings you here?" Zhou Hu explained to Luan and the others. "He is Guan Xiong, the leader of my White Tiger gang. He's a really nice guy. Shui introduced you to him last time." Lu Shui frowned and reminded him. "Please call me Lu Shui, I'm afraid my brother will misunderstand." After Lu Shui finished speaking, she turned to Guan Xiong and said, "I wonder what brings you here, Boss Guan? I made it clear last time that I have no intention of joining any gang." Luan had already roughly guessed what the other party's purpose was. As expected, Guan Xiong nodded slightly to Lu Shui and said, "Since Miss Lu has already refused, we will naturally not bother her again. I'm here today to ask if Luan is interested in joining our White Tiger Society." Luan's face revealed a playful expression. "What are the benefits of joining the White Tiger Society?" Guan Xiong was overjoyed. There was hope. He immediately explained to Luan. "There are many benefits, of course. After joining our club, people from other clubs will not dare to provoke you without reason. The 100 Flowers Club will not give up so easily. Since Lu Shui's strength is now unshakable, they will definitely find a way to target you." Luan remained calm. "It doesn't matter. I'm not afraid even if he tries to pull some tricks." Guan Xiong continued. "Moreover, our guild also has many high-level life skills experts. When we need their help, we can use the guild's preferential points to ask them for assistance." Luan waved his hand. "It doesn't matter, I have enough points, I can afford to treat you even at the normal price." Guan Xiong was stunned, forgetting that the person in front of him had more than 40,000 points. "Also, as members of the guild, we can coordinate with each other when applying for secret realms, which will increase our chances of success," Guan Xiong said, still determined not to give up. "I don't need this either." Luan spread his hands and said, "Look, Boss Guan, it's not that I'm not giving you face. The main problem is that the benefits you've proposed aren't attractive enough. This is a difficult situation for me." Chapter 77 High-Class Dishes. 100 points per dish. "This is a difficult situation for me." Guan Xiong looked embarrassed. Indeed, given Luan's strong abilities and high points, joining the club was of little significance to Luan. Guan Xiong stopped trying to persuade Luan and turned to look at Xia He and Fan Yan. However, both of them politely declined. Guan Xiong touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. "Looks like I've come back empty-handed today." "Haha, it's okay. Even though we're not in the same club, it doesn't prevent us from being friends. Just be careful of the 100 Flowers Club members these days." Luan suddenly asked, "Who is the president of 100 Flowers Club? How strong is she?" "The club president is Zhou Yikong, the older brother of Zhou Yijian, who challenged your sister today. As for his strength, he is a level 47 fire mage. Although it's not a hidden class, a fire mage still has pretty impressive damage output. Luan continued. I have a small question, and I wonder if Brother Guanxiong could help me answer it. Seeing Guanxiong nod, Luan continued to ask. Logically speaking, although there are points rewards for the position of class leader, it shouldn't be necessary for them to go to such lengths, right? They even resort to drugs when they can't win. Guanxiong suddenly realized. This is Zhou Yikong paving the way for his younger brother. If Zhou Yijian wins the position of class monitor, he might have a chance to compete for the position of club president later. That's why he spent a lot of money to buy equipment. However, Zhou Yikong was really willing to spend money this time. The equipment, potions, and skill scrolls added up to several million. I don't know where he got the money. Luan frowned and asked. Wasn't this money paid for by the gang? How could that be? Even if he's the club president, he can't take club money and give it to an individual. Guanxiong was very certain of this. Luan silently memorized this information. After chatting for a few more minutes, Guanxiong took his leave, and the others also dispersed. Lu Shui told Li Xingxing to go back first, and that she would personally introduce the academy to Luan and the others. The dueling arena became empty again. However, the university's forum suddenly became incredibly lively. The ice and snow goddess gave up the challenge for him? Shocking! A massive scandal. Lu Shui, the brother-supporting demon, has a brother who is actually number 1 in the country. The 100 Flowers Society spared no expense in purchasing potions, only to suffer the consequences. Mysterious skill. A compilation of the ice goddess's final kill. The video in the last post was secretly recorded by someone. Although the video was a bit shaky, it was enough to satisfy the eyes of the other students who couldn't come to watch because of other commitments. In the scene, Lu Shui, dressed in a white robe, quietly waits for the snowflakes to fall, a stark contrast to Zhou Yijian's disheveled escape. Aw, what did I miss? Why was I so busy cooking and didn't go to see what was going on? Did you take this picture with a landline camera? Damn, at least make it high definition. Come on, you're lucky you even have something to see upstairs. It's your own fault for not going. The ice and snow goddess is truly beautiful. I'll argue with anyone who calls her a brother-supporting demon. I'm dying of laughter. Look at Zhou Yijian, he really brought this on himself. If he hadn't taken drugs, he wouldn't have lost an arm. The number of comments on this post quickly surged, and it soon rose to the top of the forum's trending list. The forum administrator then highlighted and pinned it to the top. In an instant, everyone knew what had happened. Discussions about Lu Shui were rampant on the forum. Meanwhile, the people being discussed were gathered in the cafeteria preparing to eat, and Luan had already told his older sister about what had happened during this time. Of course, Luan selectively skipped over the excessively bloody and inappropriate scenes for children. Luan concealed the fact that he had been given an exorbitant bounty. Telling Lu Shui these things wouldn't help, in fact, it would only make her worry. After hearing this, Lu Shui's originally cold expression couldn't help but show a hint of excitement. She took a menu from the table next to her and said, "Let's order! I'm in a good mood today, so I'll pay the bill." Let's make this clear first, you can only order the most basic dishes. Xia He and Fan Yan took the menu, and couldn't help but click their tongues when they saw the prices of the dishes. A single serving of a high-class dish costs 100 points. A single intermediate-level dish costs 50 points. Basic dishes only cost 10 points, and the cheapest option is a regular dish that costs only 1 point per serving. Ordinary dishes offer no attribute bonuses, they simply satisfy one's appetite. Xia He ordered a few ordinary dishes with Fan Yan, and then handed the menu to Luan. Looking at Lu Shui's noticeably thinner figure, Luan felt a pang of heartache. Luan glanced at the menu and said casually, "I'd like a serving of braised golden lion's head meatballs. Another dish of stir-fried wolf liver and steamed clams." Lu Shui stared wide-eyed. These were all high-end dishes, each costing 100 points. She herself only earned 200 points a month as a class leader. Goodness, 3 dishes cost 300 points. Lu Shui kept gesturing to Luan with her eyes to return the dishes. Luan successfully received his older sister's look and nodded. Look at my brain, there are 4 of us, how come we only ordered 3? Add another braised python tendon. Lu Shue's eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets with anger, and she gritted her teeth as she roared. Well, you've picked up bad habits after just 1 year. You've forgotten how to save money, haven't you? Seeing that Lu Shue was really angry, Luan quickly explained. Don't worry, sis, I'll pay for today's expenses. It's just a few 100 points. Try it first and see if you like it. If you do, I'll order it for you every day. Lu Shue's heart softened immediately, and she sighed, saying, You only have a few 100 points. You're new to the academy and don't know the situation. Everything here requires points. Even if you're number 1 in the country, how many points can you get? At most, 1,200. The college entrance exam is the easiest way for you to get points. You can tell by how fierce the competition is for even a position like grade leader. You'll have plenty of time to use your points later. Go ahead and get a refund while you still can. Just as Luan was about to tell his older sister how many points he had scored in the college entrance examination, a voice suppressing joy came from behind everyone. Who ordered such expensive dishes? Luan turned around and saw a man dressed in a clean white chef's uniform. His bald head reflected the light, and his chubby figure was very endearing. Fortunately, it wasn't peak dining time, and there weren't many people in the cafeteria to begin with. Otherwise, if someone had ordered high-end dishes, it would have attracted a large crowd. The bald chef's eyes immediately locked onto Luan, and he quickly walked up and said, Kid, you're the one who ordered 4 fancy dishes? Chapter 78. Let's use him once first. Luan frowned, and just as he was about to admit it, Lu Shue stood up and spoke first. Yes, my brother didn't realize he ordered the wrong price, and we're about to cancel the order. Upon hearing this, the male chef's eyes widened. Cancel the order? No way. After all these years, someone's finally ordering fancy dishes. I've already put my food in the pot. Luan also stood up and said, Senior, please rest assured, I have no intention of canceling the order. Please take good care of these dishes. The chef nodded in satisfaction and patted Luan heavily on the shoulder with his large hands. Okay. That's more like it. Wait here, I'll bring it up in a bit. Luan raised an eyebrow as he watched the bald chef leave. This chef seems to have some skill. Luan just used his appraisal skill, but couldn't get any information. Furthermore, Luan sensed a peculiar feeling emanating from him, a feeling that was somewhat familiar. Before Luan could think further, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a dangerous light flashing in his older sister's eyes out of the corner of his eye. Broken. Luan was all too familiar with this. His older sister used to do this every time she wanted to spank him when he was little. Luan quickly turned around and gave an explanation. After hearing this, Lu Shue's expression relaxed slightly, but her brows remained furrowed. What does it mean to gain just a little more points? Even if you have more points, you can't just spend them without restraint. Seeing this, Luan simply revealed his points balance. Lu Shue didn't care at first, but she was immediately unsettled when she saw that Luan's balance was in the 5 figures. This is what you call gaining just a little bit more points. Lu Shue was so excited that her chest heaved. Luan nodded matter-of-factly. Yeah, it's just a few 100 million points. Lu Shue was speechless for a moment, but quickly said excitedly, Then you can apply for the Heroic Soul Trial Realm. You were the first to enter the school this year, and with so many points, you will definitely be able to get a spot. Don't rush to do the job change quest. Apply first and use up your chances before level 20. You should have another chance to apply next year. Almost instantly, Lu Shue had already considered everything for Luan. Luan coughed lightly twice and said softly, It doesn't need to be that complicated. I've already secured 2 spots, and they notified me via email today. The other 3, apart from Luan, were all stunned. Even Fan Yan and Xia He were unaware that Luan had been rewarded with 2 separate trips to the Heroic Soul Trial Realm. Especially Lu Shue, as a top performer from the previous year, naturally knew very well how complicated the application process for this secret realm was. The number of slots for each year was fixed, and at most, no more than 3. Even Lu Shue was waiting to get another batch of points after the final exam to compete for a spot in the trial. Turning my head, I saw that my younger brother had just finished the procedures this morning and had already received 2 spots. Stir-fried. Blood wolf liver. The male chef broke the silence, carrying a plate of food the size of his face. Behind them were several canteen staff members, each carrying other dishes to the table. It must be said that the cafeteria is very efficient. Not only are all the high-end dishes ready, but even the ordinary dishes that were ordered at the beginning have been prepared. Lewin was immediately surrounded by a table full of dishes. Even though there were only 4 people eating, there were no fewer than 10 dishes on the table. Of course, the high-end dishes that Lewin ordered were obviously much better in color, aroma, and taste than the other dishes. The chef's eyes gleamed with excitement as he said to the group, "Try it, and see if my cooking skills have deteriorated." After all these years, finally someone's willing to order fancy dishes. Even without him saying it, Lewin was already itching to make a move. Without any hesitation, Lewin picked up a large piece of bloody wolf liver with his chopsticks. The stir-fried blood wolf liver was still steaming hot, and you could smell its aroma just by taking a whiff. Not to mention how precious blood wolf liver is, as it is an ingredient that can only be produced in level 60 dungeons, and its price on the exchange has never been less than 20,000 yuan per piece. Lewin took a bite, and it was so fresh that he wanted to swallow his tongue. Under the expectant gaze of the chef, Lewin couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Delicious! It's great!" The chef smiled with satisfaction and said enthusiastically, "Try the clams, they don't taste good when they're steamed and cold." Upon hearing this, Lewin picked up a clam and gently sucked out the clam meat like jelly. Although no extra seasoning was added, the taste of the ingredients alone was enough to make Lewin unable to resist. The 4 of them forgot all about talking and began to inhale rapidly. After tasting all 4 high-class dishes, Lewin discovered that he had gained some special buffs. Blood Wolf's Wrath. All attributes are increased by 5% for 24 hours. Golden Lion's Blessing. Increases experience gain by 10% for 24 hours. The Ice Clam's Resentment. Increases the power of ice attribute skills by 20% for 24 hours. The Fear of the Unicorn Python. Increases resistance to abnormal statuses by 50% for 24 hours. These high-class dishes truly live up to their reputation. Even without their unique taste, the attribute bonuses alone make a dish worth 100 points not expensive at all. Everyone fully experienced the explosion of flavors on their taste buds, and even Lu Shui kept stuffing dishes into her mouth. They showed absolutely no regard for their own image. After a whirlwind of activity, the table in front of us was finally empty. Even the few ordinary dishes were completely devoured by everyone. Fan Yan patted his noticeably bulging belly and burped. "That was awesome! It's so delicious!" The male chef stood to the side with a satisfied smile. He took out a brand new business card from his pocket and handed it to Lewin, saying, "Welcome to order again next time. There are many high-end ingredients that you haven't tried yet." Lewin smiled and accepted it. The information on the business card was very simple, with only a name and position. Kim-san, special guest chef. Lewin silently murmured the name. Looking up, Jean-san had already left, leaving only the cafeteria staff waiting for Lewin to pay the bill. Lewin waved his hand, and 406 points were deducted from his account. There are 42,921 points remaining. After finishing her meal, Fan Yan looked at Lewin and asked, "What's next? Shall we continue exploring?" Lu Shui also looked at Lewin. "I basically introduced you to the facilities inside the university. If you're still interested, I can show you other things in our academy, like the secret realms." Lewin stretched and rubbed his stomach as he spoke. "Now that we've eaten and drunk our fill, let's go do some exercise to digest our food. I haven't been to the Trial of Heroes' secret realm yet. Let's go, we have at least 2 chances, let's use him once first." Chapter 79 Trial of Heroic Souls. The Necromancer. Before the Trial of Heroes' secret realm. There weren't many people here at the moment, only a few scattered individuals passed by. Since no one had recently obtained the qualification for the secret realm, there wasn't much to see here. This secret trial tower appears to have 20 floors, and its body is made of glazed glass, making it quite spectacular. Lewin immediately spotted the 3 stone tablets next to the tower. It was filled with densely packed information. Sun Jian, ranked first on the heavenly ranking, 15th floor, cleared the level in 4 days, 3 hours and 27 minutes. Lin Xinghe, ranked first on the Earth ranking, 14th floor, clearance time, 3 days, 6 hours, and 18 minutes. Luo Yulian, ranked first on the leaderboard, 14th floor, clearing time, 3 days, 7 hours, and 9 minutes. Xia, he asked in surprise. Are these the rankings of all the challengers who have participated in this secret realm? The heaven, earth, and human rankings correspond to before the third, second, and first reincarnation stages, respectively? Lu Shui nodded in agreement. Yes, the trial realm of heroes holds an extremely high position in Huaxia Academy. In fact, everyone who can leave their name on this stone tablet is extraordinary. For example, Sun Jian, who was on the list that day, has another identity that I'll tell you all probably already know. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lu Shui slowly announced, the current principal of Huaxia Academy. Xia He was startled upon hearing this, and lightly traced her finger across the stone tablet. I remember now. I also know Lin Xinghe. He's a member of the Chinese military, and once single-handedly defended against tens of thousands of enemy troops. Fan Yan also looked at the stone tablet carefully and muttered to himself. Oh, there's also our college entrance examination proctor, Nie Qingshuang, ranked 48th on the Earth ranking. He cleared 10 levels. 10 levels doesn't seem like that many. Lu Shui smiled and explained. 10 levels is not low. You should know that all the top experts who appear in the Trial of Heroes are from all over the world. Their combat awareness and skills are all presented in their strongest state according to their corresponding level. This tower has 20 floors, and only a few have managed to have their names inscribed on the monument. The previous record was only 15 floors, and no one has ever cleared it since. Looking at the towering building in front of him, Luan was suddenly filled with boundless pride. Has no one ever beaten this game? A slight smile appeared on Luan's lips. Then I'll see if I can win you over. Luan strode towards the trial realm of heroes. Xia He, Fan Yan, and the others behind them shouted loudly. Go for it! I'm waiting to see your name on the list! Lu Shui's beautiful eyes were also full of anticipation. Although she had heard Xia He and the others talk a lot about Luan's strength, she still couldn't help but hope to witness it with her own eyes. There is a blue vortex in front of the Trial of Heroes dungeon, which looks almost identical to the vortex in the dungeon. Luan placed his hand on it, and a mechanical voice immediately rang in his ears. Identity verified. This entry will consume 1 trial attempt. You have 2 attempts remaining. Do you wish to enter? Luan chose yes without hesitation. As Luan's figure suddenly disappeared, the entire tower suddenly burst into dazzling light, and the glazed tiles on its body became almost transparent. Luan's figure appeared on the first floor of the tower. This change in the Trial of Heroes realm immediately attracted everyone's attention. This means someone has entered the Trial of Heroes realm? Aren't the application process for spots not even opened yet? Strange, never mind, let's go check it out first, we'll find out soon enough. Even members of the 4 major gangs sprang into action, eager to see what was going on. More and more people gathered in front of the Trial of Heroes' secret realm. They frowned as they watched a huge character slowly rotating on the top of the tower. Human level? Below level 20? But most freshmen should have already broken through to the first level, right? Is this person a freshman who hasn't officially enrolled yet? Joey Kong from the 100 Flowers Society felt a jolt of fear. Could it be that Luan? Soon, someone noticed Lu Shui, Xia He, and the others waiting outside, but Luan was missing, which indirectly proved that the person currently in the Heroic Soul trial was indeed Luan. Even before the official start of the semester, Luan had already become the focus of attention at the university. Everyone was very curious about what kind of results this freshman, who had made a name for himself in the college entrance examination, would achieve. Trial in the Realm of Heroes. After entering the vortex, Luan appeared on the first floor of the tower, where a figure slowly took shape in front of him. Some information was also presented to Luan. Trial Heroic Soul Jiang Hu. Level 15. Class Necromancer. Strength 30. Agility 260. Spirit 183. Stamina 150. Skill unknown. Equipment unknown. Lu An's eyes narrowed. Was the first one a powerful hidden class? Lu An vaguely remembered the name Jiang Hu. It seemed that he had appeared in a history textbook before. He was a soldier who led a team to kill tens of thousands of Japanese scum when the Huaxia Empire was first established. I never expected to have the chance to fight against someone at level 15. However, since it was just a trial, the other party's appearance was quite different from that of a real person. At least Lu An couldn't see the other party's specific facial features. Jiang Hu raised his hand, and 5 skeleton warriors wielding bronze swords immediately crawled out from the ground. These skeleton warriors faintly glowed with a bluish light, clearly indicating that they had been enhanced. Lu An's expression remained unchanged. A human wave tactic, huh? They have quite a few people of their own. Lilith and the vengeful spirit immediately scattered from Lu An's body. Although the skeleton warrior looked powerful, it was only level 15 after all. They were powerless against the powerful vengeful spirits. Just a gentle suck. The skeleton of the skeleton warrior then fell to the ground. The clanging and banging sounds were incessant. Jiang Hu did not sit idly by and wait for his death. The necromancer's staff in his hand suddenly emitted a gleam. The already dead skeleton warrior suddenly exploded, dealing -150 area damage to Lu An's vengeful spirit. Lu An murmured, "Corpse explosion? It deals fixed damage based on the level of the deceased unit? However, this damage is like a tickle to the vengeful spirit. Lu An is not in a hurry to kill the trial heroes in front of him. If nothing unexpected happens, these heroic souls should at least be hidden professions, which is exactly the process for Lu An to gain a full understanding of these professions. Only with sufficient understanding can one gain an informational advantage when encountering enemies of the same profession in the future." Next, Lu An forced Jiang Hu to unleash 3 more skills in succession. These are Resurrection of the Dead, Enhancement of the Dead, and Reorganization of the Dead. Only after Lu An had completely drained him and silently memorized some of the skills of the Necromancer class did Lu An order Lilith to take action. It must be admitted that the trial hero in front of them has a wealth of combat experience, and he did not give up even when facing Lilith's attacks. They are still trying to dodge and look for an opportunity. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, all these evasions were in vain. Chapter 80. Are the Lu siblings really that domineering? Beyond the secret realm of the trial of heroes. Why is he still on the first level? I remember the first level of the human level secret realm is only level 15, right? Normally, a battle against a level 15 enemy should be over in about 10 minutes, right? Why is Lu An taking so long? It's been almost 15 minutes already? Is it going to crash on the very first floor? Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, Lu Shui looked nervously at the figure on the tower that was still on the first floor. For the first time, her palms, which had never sweated before, felt damp. Lu Shui couldn't help but ask, "Is he really okay?" Fan Yan comforted him. "Don't worry about Lao Lu. He's just like that. Maybe he's researching something again. You don't know how long he spent in the infinite mode during the last college entrance exam. His score when he came out was almost terrifying." Xiaohe chimed in. "The enemies on the first floor are only level 15. There's no way Lu An can't beat them. We just need to wait patiently. He'll definitely give us a surprise." "Is that so?" Lu Shui murmured, but her gaze remained fixed on the tower. At that moment, inside the tower, as Lilith's whip lashed down, Jiang Hu let out a mournful cry and died. Lu An also received a kill notification. Obtained item, small life potion 1. Obtained item, small magic potion 1. Obtained item, universal skill scroll, levels 0 to 20, 1. Normally, after clearing a level, one of these 3 items will randomly drop as a reward. However, Lu An's 100% drop rate still worked here, and he actually got everything. The first 2 items were alright, just potions to restore 10% of one's status, and could only be used in the Heroic Soul Trial secret realm. But the last item was a real 200,000. This tower has a total of 20 floors. If you clear them all, wouldn't the money you earn be at least 4 million? Not to mention the valuable items that might drop later on. Lu An's eyes gleamed with excitement as he glanced at the corpse on the ground. A staircase leading to the second floor gradually appeared beside the corpse. A half-hour countdown appeared in Lu An's eyes. This is considered a rest period. Those who participate in the trial need to enter a higher level before the countdown ends, otherwise the secret realm will be forcibly ended. Normal people would take a short break during this time, but Luan led Lily into the second floor without hesitation. Lu En's figure appeared on the second floor. Lu Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the probability of death in the trial of heroes was very low, it was not zero. Hey, it seems he didn't rest at all. He went straight to the second level after passing the first level of the trial? Judging from the time, he's a bit arrogant. It took him 10 minutes to get through the first level, so he must have been exhausted. Didn't he even think of taking a break to conserve his energy? I remember he was level 19, right? Is he just relying on his high level? The level increases with each of the first 5 levels until you reach the limit before the first job advancement. How many levels can you break through by brute force? Inside the tower. Luan had just turned the corner of the stairs when a lithe, black figure emerged from behind him. Damn it, a bad feeling immediately welled up in Luan's heart. This floor is occupied by the 6th assassin. Before Luan could react, a sharp pain shot through his neck. The throat-slitting skill has been activated. Seeing that Luan was not dead, the assassin's dagger glowed with a faint purple light as he tried to finish him off. Lilith had already moved forward and lashed out with her whip. The assassin collapsed, powerless. The dagger in his hand fell to the ground with a metallic clang. Only then did Luan have time to look at the other party's attributes. Trial Heroic Soul Chiao Yao Yao. Level 16. Occupation Stealth Assassin. Strength 230. Agility 260. Spirit 190. Stamina 140. Skill unknown. Equipment unknown. Luan touched his neck and sighed. It seems that these trial-tested heroes have fully mastered the combat skills and habits of these people in their previous lives. This method of ambushing people from around the corner is exactly the behavior of a cunning old fox. Luan immediately changed his mind, and from then on, whenever he encountered assassins, he would kill them first. We can learn about skills and such from books later. These attacks are all deadly techniques. Even if Luan only had to endure the pain, it would still be very difficult for him. Lilith flew down from the sky and saw Luan clutching his neck. A sense of self-reproach welled up in her heart, and she subconsciously pressed her hand against Luan's neck. He tried to make Luan more comfortable with some special touches. Lilith whispered in Luan's ear. If Master is feeling very uncomfortable, he can also strangle Lilith's neck. Lilith is willing to bear Master's pain. Luan? He subconsciously glanced at Lilith's fair neck, swallowed, and said, We'll talk about it when we get back tonight. A staircase slowly took shape next to the corpse, and a countdown reappeared in front of Luan's eyes. Luan went up the steps. His figure disappeared on the 2nd floor, and reappeared on the 3rd floor. Everyone? What happened? Why did it take him 15 minutes to complete the 1st floor, but only 3 minutes for the 2nd? This is a bit outrageous. Normally, it should get slower and slower. Could he be hiding his true strength? TCH, what hidden strength? He was probably just lucky. The trial spirit he encountered on the 2nd level happened to be countered by his class, and he was stupid enough not to rest and continued to challenge. Even with some strength, one could only reach the 7th or 8th level at most, and might even die from exhaustion inside. A one-armed man stood to the side and sneered. He was the one who least wanted Luan to achieve good results. When the others saw him, they all showed a gloating expression, and then turned their gaze to Lu Shui's side. Lu Shui slowly stood up, her face as cold as frost, and said, Joey Jian, if you want to die, we can go to the death match arena. The one-armed man who sneered was Joey Jian, who had fought with Lu Shui that morning. Although he had lost an arm, he was able to move normally now thanks to a therapist. However, a severed arm cannot be recovered so easily. After hearing that Luan had entered the trial realm of heroic souls, he came here. When Joey Jian heard about the life or death arena, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. I'm just telling the truth. He doesn't even know how to manage his rest time. Reaching the 8th floor is already a pretty good achievement. Above the 5th level of the Trial of Heroes, There are no death rules to protect you, so it's not impossible to die there. Why are you two siblings from the Liu family so domineering? Are we not even allowed to speak the truth anymore? Lu Shue's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a staff suddenly appeared in her hand. I could even vaguely see snowflakes drifting by in my eyes.